Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 15. With Lin Baici's current strength, it is foreseeable that he will purify more god ruins in the future and obtain plenty of spoils, which will inevitably attract many covetous gazes. Ultimately, rather than being secretive and letting people speculate, it was better for Lin Baici to admit that it was a god. This would make everyone think he was just bragging, leading them to disbelieve it. To think that a fellow alumnus could have such sharp thinking right after fighting a life and death battle, that is impressive. Gu Qingqiu had never admired a man before, but today, she was willing to pour wine for Lin Baici. Good things are always fought over by everyone. Lin Baici just wanted to reduce trouble. Besides, the mango-sized pebble that the starlight arm had extracted from the jellyfish god's body was the true essence of the god. The scene fell into a silence, with everyone staring at the remains of the god. It seems to be dead. Nonsense. If it were alive, it would definitely be radiating pollution constantly. Could it be that Lin Baici killed it? The crowd whispered, their irrepressible gossip instincts about to explode. Hey, Lin by God Lin, how did you grab a god with your bare hands? Someone suddenly realized this and hurriedly offered a reminder. He had intended to call Lin Baici by his name, but changed his tone before he could finish. This was the respect shown to the strong. Holy crap! Watch out for the pollution. Awesome, the crowd exclaimed. You put it away first. After returning to Haijing, hand it over to the research department. Jia Hongmian arranged. Since you have handed over such a precious god sample, the bureau will definitely give you a heavy reward. Director Jia. Hong Chenming grew anxious. If you are going to eat the meat, you have to leave us at least a sip of the soup, right? Jia Hongmian ignored him, seeing Lin Baici about to toss the jellyfish god into the longevity jar. Her calm, poker-faced expression showed a slight twitch of the brow for the first time. Are you afraid that others do not know your ceramic jar has magical properties? It would have been better to seal it with a black coffin just to put on a show. Director Jia. Hong Chenming could not keep his face straight anymore. The 7 towns of Luoyang have been purified, helping your Shijing remove a major threat. At a time like this, we should settle the heroes first. Whatever you have to say, we can discuss it after we go back, Xia Hongmian commanded. Fine. Hong Chenming knew that continuing to pester them would be inappropriate and would make people say he was heartless. The dark mist had not completely dissipated, so helicopters could not be used. Lin Baici and the other wounded were transferred by ambulance. 3 hours later, they were admitted to the hospital directly affiliated with the Shijing Security Bureau. Hong Chenming immediately arranged for experts from various departments to hold a consultation and gave Lin Baici and the others a comprehensive physical examination. Everyone was fine. The most severely injured was Lin Baici, who suffered from muscle strains, organ damage, and some external wounds, along with severe physical exhaustion. He could only receive some for fluids and needed to rest and recover. After settling Lin Baici and the others, Hong Chenming felt no sleepiness and began making phone calls. He was striving to get a piece of the pie. The hospitality he provided to Lin Baici and his group was of the highest standard, not because of Jia Hongmian's face, but because Lin Baici was a person worth investing in. Damn it! To kill a god and also severely injure a member of the Dark Eclipse, what kind of dazzling combat record was that? Not to mention that Lin Baici was still so young. His future was bound to be limitless. Treating such a super genius with humility and respect was the right thing to do. Poaching him, Hong Chenming did not even think about it. It was not his turn to do so. After the 7 towns of Luoyang, Lin Baici became famous in one battle and began to enter the sights of various big shots. Not to mention that he was Jia Hongmian's subordinate, killing a god. How did he manage that? Hong Chenming muttered to himself. Unable to figure it out, Lin Baici was tired. After the examination, he fell asleep as soon as he returned to the ward. In the evening, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Long Miao Miao waited for a few seconds, and when there was no response, she pushed the door open and poked her little head in to take a peek. There was no one else. Lin Baici was sleeping. The little chubby girl walked in carrying 5 takeout bags. Just as she placed one of the bags on the bedside table, she saw Lin Baici looking at her. If it were anyone else, they would surely think that Lin Baici was faking sleep. But Lin Baici did not have that kind of suspicion at all. Seeing that Lin Baici was awake, she only felt happy. Brother Lin, when a person is injured, they will only get better quickly if they eat a lot. The little chubby girl patted the food containers. She had intended to open them for Lin Baici, but Huo Yuyu, who had gone to get water, returned carrying a kettle. Meow meow, Huo Yuyu was surprised. Why aren't you resting, sister-in-law Bai? As soon as Lin Baici finished shouting, she saw Huo Yuyu looking as if she had been startled, her body suddenly tensing up. She knew she had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected herself. Sister Yu, I am fine. I ordered takeout. You should feed Brother Lin while it is hot. After saying that, the little chubby girl ran away with the takeout. As she passed Huo Yuyu, she even winked at her, with an expression that said, "Seize the opportunity and make your move." Huo Yuyu was dumbfounded. She looked at the 4 takeout bags in Lin Baioci's hand, then at the one she had placed on Lin Baici's bedside table. So, Lin Baici's dinner was just something you brought along as an afterthought. Lin Baici could not help but smile, finding the little chubby girl quite innocent. As for the amount of food, he did not really care. The little chubby girl closed the door. The single VIP room immediately became quiet. Huo Yuyu came over and put down the thermos. Do you want to drink some water? I am not a patient. You should go and rest. Lin Baici took out his phone and glanced at it. It is already 10 o'clock. I am not sleepy. Huo Yuyu helped Lin Baici unpack his takeout. A dish of stir-fried pork with wood ear mushrooms, a shredded pork with garlic sauce, a chicken leg, and 2 boxes of rice. It was quite a feast. This meal probably cost over 60 yuan. Huo Yuyu then thought about the 4 bags the chubby girl had carried away. She was eating a 4-person portion all by herself. Don't open it. I am not hungry. Lin Baici got out of bed. Huo Yuyu hurried over to support him. I am not that fragile. Lin Baici laughed and pushed the little fish girl away. You should still rest more. Your final battle with that smoker looked terrifying. Huo Yuyu hesitated, wanting to say more. They had won this time. But what about the next? What is wrong? Lin Baici noticed the little fish girl was in low spirits and had something on her mind. Nothing. In truth, Huo Yuyu wanted to say, why don't you stop being a god hunter? I will work hard at streaming to support you. Otherwise, if you walk by the river often enough, you are bound to get your shoes wet. Lin Baici walked to the window and looked at the starry night sky. The only trouble was that he had consumed a god in front of Jia Hongyo and the others. If the authorities questioned him, it would be difficult to explain. He could only claim that he possessed a consumption-type divine gift. It was a necessity for survival. In the afternoon, before Han Chengming and the others arrived, Gu Qingqiu had already solemnly warned Lin Baici not to speak carelessly. The chubby girl should be reliable. Huo Yuyu walked over and, after a moment of hesitation, hugged Lin Baici from behind. Are you scared? Lin Baici smiled and patted the little fish girl's hands. Give up being a god hunter. It is so great being the top streamer on the seafood platform. Why bother risking your life with us? I am afraid you will die. Huo Yuyu pressed her face against Lin Baici's back and whispered, Xiaobai, I like you. Can we just enjoy the moment? Lin Baici fell silent. The little fish girl liked him, even to the point of braving death and fighting bravely. It was precisely because of this that Lin Baici did not want to hurt her. I know you do not want to give me a promise. And I do not want one either. Huo Yuyu's voice was choked with tears. I would be satisfied if you could just be with me for a few days every month. You are cute and beautiful. There will be no shortage of people who like you. Lin Baici sighed. But you are the only one I like. Huo Yuyu felt miserable. I shouldn't have gone to Longchen Temple last summer vacation. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have met you, and I wouldn't have fallen for you. Listening to Huo Yuyu sobbing, Lin Baici could not just stand by. He turned around and helped her wipe away her tears. Huo Yuyu suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed toward Lin Baici's lips. But, damn it, she could not reach. Huo Yuyu was both embarrassed and angry, feeling even worse. Do I not even deserve a kiss? Lin Baici lowered his head and kissed Huo Yuyu on the cheek. Huo Yuyu was not satisfied with just that and reached out to wrap her arms around Lin Baiqi's neck. Chapter 531. The Return of the Great Hungry Lin. The moonlight outside the window spilled into the VIP ward. The midnight was silent, and the chirping of insects could be heard. Lin Baici did not hesitate or dodge. Responding earnestly to Huo Yuyu, her moist lips seemed to carry the fragrance of gardenias. Huo Yuyu hugged Lin Baici even tighter, as if she wanted to melt him into her own body. Ever since she first met Lin Baici at Longchen Temple, she had fallen for this boy. He was calm, wise, and responsible. In that temple filled with death, he had managed to lead everyone through one rule-based pollution after another, surviving and eventually successfully killing the Dark Buddha. It felt like when a group of novices accidentally entered an epic team dungeon in an online game. It should have been a total wipe. But Lin Baici had carried the entire team and cleared it perfectly. It was simply too cool. Not to mention, he was so handsome, and like Jin Yingzhen, who was a young lady from a chaebol family. What celebrities, idols, or corporate elites hadn't she seen? She had a strong immunity to men, and she had her own money, so she did not rely on men. Huo Yuyu was different. Although she had become a streamer by chance and had risen to become a top-tier talent in 2 years, saving up some money, she was still a sophomore college student at heart. She longed for love, longed for a handsome and powerful boyfriend who could give her happiness, sweetness, and a sense of security. In this world, sea kings and sea queens were everywhere, and one could easily be deceived if not careful. Huo Yuyu did not dare to date. After all, her status as a top streamer made her prey for many men. But Lin Baici was different. She had watched this young man walk his path step by step, under the immense pressure of facing death at any moment. A person showed their truest self. Huo Yuyu understood that although she was very pretty and petite, and could hit the preferences of many men when wearing a middle school uniform, Lin Baici was not into that. He liked long legs like Jin Yingzhen's. Actually, chasing after a boy was truly embarrassing. But whenever she thought of losing Lin Baici, Huo Yuyu felt that life was meaningless. Even the motivation to stream, make money, achieve financial freedom early, and lie flat to enjoy life vanished. Lin Baici was her everything. Huo Yuyu had read some relationship books and browsed some posts, knowing that her current state made her very passive in love, making her prone to being taken advantage of, drained dry, and eventually discarded. But Huo Yuyu really could not help it. She just liked Lin Baici. Even her motivation for streaming every day had turned into earning money to support their home, to buy him a luxury mansion, to buy him a sports car. Xiaobai's hands should be used to hold me, not to work for a living. Xiaobai's mouth should be used to kiss me, not to flatter superiors and clients. Xiaobai's body should be my heaven and earth, not something tortured by the 996 grind, causing him to stoop early in life. Lin Baici suddenly stopped his movements, which made Huo Yuyu's body tremble, and a look of panic immediately appeared on her face. Little Bai. Huo Yuyu's murmur was laced with a sob. What was wrong? Did Little Bai regret it? Xiaoyu, are you truly certain? Lin Baici looked into Huo Yuyu's eyes, his tone exceptionally serious. I will say this one more time. The possibility of me marrying you in the future is not high. Do you still want to continue? Lin Baici knew that saying such things in this atmosphere was cruel, but he regarded Huo Yuyu as a friend, which was why he suppressed his desires to offer one final warning. It was not that Lin Baici was arrogant. With his current looks, physique, and a net worth of over 100 million annually, even if he were an empty-headed fool, he would never lack for top-tier women. At the very least, the tea-loving Ji Xingyan would be easy enough to get if he wanted her. And if he were a bit more shameless, he could even win over by Jiao. Therefore, there was no need to ruin a friendship just to have his way with Huo Yuyu. Lin Baici was not the kind of man who would just take anything he could get. Since becoming a god hunter, the biggest change in Lin Baici was his newfound confidence. Yuyu, we are in the middle of a journey, and you insist on saying such mood-killing things. Huo Yuyu angrily punched Lin Baici, then immediately began rubbing his chest, worried that she had hit him too hard. I already said it. Let us seize the day and enjoy the moment. Huo Yuyu lowered her head, her face flushed with shame, the redness spreading all the way to her neck. If she did not know that Lin Baici was a good person, she would have suspected that this guy was playing mind games with her, intentionally crushing her self-esteem. We are still young. It is still too early to think about marriage and having children. Besides, we are doing a job with an incredibly high mortality rate like god hunting. So why think so much? Huo Yuyu was just making excuses. If Lin Baici agreed to marry her, she would go get the marriage certificate right now, and having children would be no problem at all. Yet, the more she spoke, the more she let go of her inhibitions. That is right. She was just a weak little fish. Perhaps in the next god ruin, she would die. So, she must seize the day. There was nothing wrong with that. Thinking of this, Huo Yuyu began to take the initiative, but the next second, she was scooped up by Lin Baici. Huo Yuyu was slightly startled. The single-occupancy VIP hospital room had a large bed. There was no need to worry about falling off, no matter how much they tossed and turned. Lin Baici picked up the remote control from the bedside table, turned on the TV, cranked up the volume, and played a random drama. Lin Baici's state of mind was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. In the 7 towns of Luoyang, the earlier rule-based pollutions were manageable, but toward the end, the difficulty spiked significantly. Lin Baici could not guarantee he would have escaped unscathed, especially at the end. Watching the god battle against number 156 and seeing everyone submerged in the tide of black mud, Lin Baici deeply realized his own insignificance, devouring the god, severely wounding Li Xiang, and winning the final victory. During this process, the slightest carelessness would have led to disaster. And it would not just be his own life at stake, but also those of Jia Hongyao, Huo Yuyu, and the others. Lin Baici now felt both the excitement and sense of accomplishment from purifying a major god ruin, as well as the relief and lingering fear of having crawled back from the edge of death. He certainly did not regret entering the 7 towns of Luoyang, but being able to live on to enjoy the sunshine, delicious food, and happy gatherings with friends, the further he stayed from death, the better. This god-forbidden game is thrilling, but in the future, I must be careful not to enter god ruins that exceed my own strength, Lin Baici warned himself. He was so young and had already accumulated so much wealth. There was no need to risk his life. It would be fine to just collect god-forbidden items and purify some rule-based pollutions in his daily life. The Qin Palace in the Qin Mountains, the ghost ship in Hong Kong, or whatever the Julu-typing god ruin was. Whoever wanted to go could go. He would keep his distance. That is right. After purifying 2 major decade-long god ruins, could he not enjoy himself a little? Life is so beautiful, one must savor it slowly. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. On the TV, the local channel was playing the 24-hour marathon of the Knockout. This drama had been very popular recently, and the villain was even more popular than the protagonist. Lin Baici did not know when fish were most expensive, but he knew that sea fish were quite delicious. He checked his phone. It was 3 in the morning. It was still early. Time to continue playing Fishing Master. Fang Mingyuan could not sleep and sat on his bed, staring blankly. This trip for the license examination was a complete failure. He envied his cousin Fang Tian. He was unrestrained and soaring life, and also wanted to be a god hunter. But after experiencing it once, he realized this profession was not for ordinary people. It could kill you. Fang Mingyuan once thought he feared nothing, and he was willing to throw down in a fight on the basketball court without fear of bleeding. But when faced with death, he turned into a coward. I am a coward, Fang Mingyuan sighed, unable to help but think of Lin Baici's performance. He really could not tell. Someone who was usually so low-key in the dormitory was actually so dazzling inside the god ruin. So envious, Fang Mingyuan got up, went out, and planned to find Lin Baici for a heart-to-heart talk. Lin Baici's hospital room was right next door, and he could still faintly hear the sound of the TV. So, he was definitely not asleep. Knock, 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 knock. Fang Mingyuan knocked on the door. Old Bai, it is me. Do you have any cigarettes? After waiting for about 10 seconds, Lin Baici's voice rang out from inside the room. The hospital prohibits smoking. Fang Mingyuan scratched his hair. I just cannot sleep and wanted to chat with you. Hey, old Bai. Do you think I am a piece of trash, afraid of death, useless at critical moments? I am your roommate, after all. But I did not help at all and only brought shame to you. Fang Mingyuan began to analyze himself, feeling more and more inferior the more he spoke. Judging by his tone, it sounded like he was ready to head to the rooftop, jump off, and end his pathetic life. Creak, the door opened. Old Bai Fang Mingyuan had just called out when he saw that it was Huo Yu who opened the door, and he was immediately startled. What is going on? Fang Mingyuan instinctively stepped back and glanced at the room number on the wall. He had not walked to the wrong place. It was indeed Old Bai's hospital room. Xiao Bai is inside. I just brought him dinner. After Huo Yu finished speaking, she did not even look up. With her shoulders hunched, she slipped away directly. Fang Mingyuan smiled. It is very late. Get some sleep early. He subconsciously glanced at Huo Yu's retreating figure. She is truly the top streamer of Haxian platform. She looks so cute even in a hospital gown. As soon as Fang Mingyuan entered the room, he shivered from the night breeze. Why are you opening the window in the middle of the night? It was early spring, and the night wind was still quite chilly. I was too sleepy, so I opened it to blow some air and wake myself up. Lin Baici casually found an excuse. The smell in the room needed to dissipate. Fang Mingyuan walked over and sat on the chair by the bedside. How is your body feeling? Nothing serious. Lin Baici picked up a banana from the nightstand and handed it to Fang Mingyuan. There are no cigarettes. Have some fruit instead. When did you and Huo Yu get to know each other? Fang Mingyuan took it and asked out of curiosity. In the perilous god ruins, everyone had little chance to chat. Otherwise, Fang Mingyuan would have asked long ago. Back at the base dormitory, he had been surprised for a long time when he saw Huo Yu. He never expected that the top streamer of Haxian platform would actually be a god hunter. He had even planned to exchange WeChat contacts with her after obtaining his license. He did not expect that the top streamer and his roommate would actually know each other. And judging by the looks of it, they were quite close. I never realized my roommate was hiding this so well. We haven't known each other for long. Lin Baici gave a perfunctory reply. This topic was hard to explain because there was a guy named Jin Jiaoyu in their dorm who was one of Huo Yu's wealthy fans. He had been keeping it a secret, which did not feel quite right. If Jin Jiaoyu knew that you and Huo Yu were good friends, I can't imagine how shocked he would be. Fang Mingyuan sighed with emotion. Jin Jiaoyu often watched Huo Yu's live streams and had gifted tens of thousands in big rockets, which was the only reason he had managed to get into her group for wealthy fans and add her as a private contact. Let alone having a private meal. They had not even chatted more than a few times. Old Jin is not short of women. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Besides, Huo Yu is just an ordinary girl. TSK, an ordinary girl. Only you would dare to say that. You must not know how massive Huo Yu's traffic is, right? If her die-hard fans heard you say that, they would cyberbully you in a heartbeat, dig up your dark history, and make you suffer social death. Fang Mingyuan teased. Jin Jiaoyu was indeed quite diligent in changing girlfriends, and although they were all quite attractive, in terms of fame, they were not even qualified to be compared to the top streamer of Haxian platform. One must know that minor fame depends on promotion, while major fame depends on destiny. A level like Huo Yu's could not be bought with money alone. A female streamer's appearance, eloquence, knowledge, and inner charm, plus her popularity with the public. Her overall quality had to be top-notch, otherwise, she would just be a flash in the pan. Honestly, are you two a couple? Fang Mingyuan pressed on. Don't worry, I promise I won't spread it. Lin Baici shook his head. He did not dare to speak carelessly. After all, Huo Yu made her living through live streaming. Once people knew she had a boyfriend, she would definitely lose fans. Huo Yu might not care, but he had to be careful. PFFT, I believe you, you old rascal. You are really bad. Fang Mingyuan curled his lips. If Huo Yu didn't like you, would she bring you dinner in the middle of the night? Wait a minute, is Sister Yu really bringing you dinner? I am afraid she is treating herself as the dinner for you to eat, right? Fang Mingyuan looked at the takeout bag placed on the nightstand. It has not been touched at all. You are clearly eating Sister Yu, believe it or not. Lin Baici peeled a banana. Looking at Lin Baici's calm expression, Fang Mingyuan became confused instead. Could it be that he had wronged Old Bai? That is a possibility. Fang Mingyuan could not help but think of Jia Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu. Both were top-tier beauties. Especially Jia Hongyao with those assets. Who could resist? Is it that Jia Hongyao you like? Fang Mingyuan continued to gossip. Weren't you here to have a heart-to-heart talk? Lin Baici was speechless. Judging by your tone earlier, you sounded like you were about to jump off a building. If I had known you were such a gossip, I wouldn't have opened the door for you. Speaking of this, Fang Mingyuan dejectedly took a bite of the banana, his mood instantly sinking. Don't be so depressed. If you can't be a god hunter, you can continue playing basketball. Lin Baici encouraged him. Didn't you want to go to the NBA? As for the injury on your hand, don't worry. I can help you heal it. I am not worried about that. When we left the god ruins, Miao already told me she could help me heal it. Mentioning this, Fang Mingyuan felt miserable again. The biggest gain from this license assessment was meeting Long Miao. He never expected that after sharing some snacks with the little chubby girl on the bus, she would treat him as a good friend. However, since he could not get his license, he would definitely drift apart from Long Miao in the future. Lin Baici raised his eyebrows. He would have to tell the girl with the high ponytail to hurry up and evaluate the little chubby girl's healing type divine grace over the next 2 days. If it was good, she could be recruited into the team. The experiences of this period were too bizarre, too terrifying, and too thrilling for Fang Mingyuan. They were enough to be a topic of conversation for a lifetime. Therefore, once he started talking, he could not stop. He had many questions and kept asking them incessantly. Lin Baici did not hold anything back and told Fang Mingyuan what he could. After listening, Fang Mingyuan completely gave up the idea of becoming a god hunter. Some people were simply not cut out for this. Outside the hospital room, the sound of footsteps echoed. Someone had woken up. Fang Mingyuan turned his head to look. Outside the window, the morning light was beginning to break. It is already morning. Fang Mingyuan stretched his back and stood up. Chatting with Lin Baici for a few hours had made him feel much better. Old bye. You should get some sleep. Fang Mingyuan looked at Lin Baici with gratitude. Thank you for listening to my nonsense and helping me clear my head. I feel much better now. It was nothing. Lin Baici smiled slightly. Fang Mingyuan was a decent person and worth befriending, which was why Lin Baici had helped him. If it had been Zhu Daoguan or Liu, he wouldn't have spared them a second glance even if their corpses were crawling with flies. As Fang Mingyuan was heading out, he remembered something else and quickly assured Lin Baici, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone in class that you are a god hunter. And Huo Yu, I will keep her secret too." Lin Baici nodded. Fang Mingyuan returned to his hospital room and slept for 2 hours before the nurse came for rounds, waking him up with a knock on the door. After the hassle of having his blood pressure and temperature checked, Fang Mingyuan no longer felt sleepy. After breakfast, the people from the safety bureau arrived. They questioned Fang Mingyuan in detail about everything inside the god ruins. Once they were certain nothing had been left out, they returned the personal items he had surrendered before the assessment. Finally, they gave him a stern warning not to leak any related information, or he would face prison time, starting at 5 years. Fang Mingyuan pressed the power button on his phone for a long time, but there was no response. When the dark mist had spread to the base, it had affected these electronic devices, causing them all to malfunction. Knock, knock. Long Miao knocked on the door 3 times before poking her head in. Are you awake, Miao? Fang Mingyuan waved her over. I brought you breakfast. The little chubby girl walked in carrying a pile of takeout bags, but she only left one for Fang Mingyuan. There is a phone inside as well. Consider it a return gift for the snacks you treated me to. No, that is too expensive. I cannot accept it. Fang Mingyuan refused. Don't push it away. Hurry up and call home to let them know you are safe. Long Miao did not care about such a small amount of money. I am going to deliver breakfast to Brother Lin. Fang Mingyuan sighed. He knew that the gap between his life and the little chubby girl's life would only continue to grow. Inside the bag, besides the phone, there was also a SIM card. The thoughtful gesture made Fang Mingyuan want to cry, and it made him even less willing to lose a good friend like Long Miao. After half an hour of fiddling around and downloading his usual apps, Fang Mingyuan first made a video call to his mother, then opened the class WeChat group. Everyone was complaining. Jin Jiayui, is this advanced mathematics too hard or what? It is killing me. Jin Jiayui Joazi. Fukui, are there any shortcuts? I don't want to take a makeup exam. You two geniuses. Can you help me think of a way? Jinjayui, if I can pass, I will treat you both to a big meal and to VIP tickets to Disneyland each. Jinjayui sent a please message, accompanied by a sticker of hands pressed together in prayer. Fang Mingyuan shook his head as he watched. This kind of topic was fine to discuss in private, but bringing it up in the group chat was inappropriate. If Baijiu and Pei Fei agreed, even if it wasn't for the tickets, people would speculate that they only helped for the sake of those benefits. However, Jinjayui came from a wealthy second-generation background and never considered such things. He truly didn't mean to throw money around, otherwise, it wouldn't just be a few tickets. Baijiu saw the message, but she didn't want to answer such a topic in the class group, so she simply pretended not to see it. Pei Fei didn't have so many hidden thoughts and answered directly, Pei Fei, you should just find someone to tutor you. If you get caught cheating, you will be expelled. Zudao Guanren class monitor. Do you have some misunderstanding about Jiayui's family background? Forget about something as trivial as cheating. Even if he committed a bigger mistake, he could still finish these 4 years. Zudao Guanren. He might even get recommended for a master's degree. Fang Mingyuan scoffed. Old Zhu was bootlicking again, but he wasn't wrong. Liu Zilu. Cheating is such a hassle. Why not just ask old Kai to highlight the key points, Liu Zilu? We could all benefit from it too. Old Kai was the advanced mathematics teacher. Tao Nai seconded, Chen Kaiwei seconded. Several others followed suit below. Advanced mathematics was always difficult if the key points were highlighted in advance. Passing would be a sure thing. Jinjayui, I can't afford to lose face like that. Let's discuss this later. Jinjayui would rather cheat than pay a visit to the teacher. Pei Fei. Zudao Guanren, stop calling me that. I am not the class monitor. Zudao Guanren. Class monitor Lin took a long leave right after school started. Maybe he will just drop out and we will never see him again. Zudao Guanren. You should just wait to take his place, Ji Xinyan. You guys are Lin Baici's roommates. Do you have any idea what he went to do? Seeing Ji Xinyan pop up the moment Lin Baici was mentioned, Fang Mingyuan felt incredibly envious. It was obvious that Ji Xinyan was interested in Lin Baici. In Fang Mingyuan's mind, the image of Ji Xinyan wearing a low-cut sweater and tight jeans immediately surfaced, fashionable and sexy. Fang Mingyuan knew that every boy in the entire college had fantasized about Ji Xinyan, but none dared to confess because everyone felt inferior just looking at her image. She was definitely a girl he could never chase. Jinjayui, probably something at home. Or maybe he went to start a business. Jojo will start a business. Jinjayui. Just a guess. Zujiachi. What is going on with Fang Mingyuan? He also took leave. They aren't together, are they? Jinjayui. It is probably just a coincidence. Liu Zilu. What kind of business is the class monitor starting? What does his family actually do? Everyone was very interested in this topic. Fang Mingyuan gave a bitter smile. He had also taken leave. So, why did no one care about him? Pei Fei. Everyone stopped guessing. Focus on class. Chen Kaiwei Fukui. You are acting strange. Tell us. Do you know a secret that we don't? Pei Fei. The boys living in the same dormitory building don't know. So how would I know? Pei Fei thought to herself. Chen Kaiwei. Your intuition is spot on. Are you a bloodhound, Liu Zilu? Could the class monitor be a wealthy second generation? Did an emergency happen at home, and he had to go back to take over the family business? Pei Fei remembered that rainy night when Lin Baici made a phone call, and a Rolls-Royce came to the bar to pick him up. Could he really have gone back to take over the business? Lin Doran, take over your head. I am just handling some personal matters. Ji Xinyan. Wow, class monitor. You finally decided to show your face. Jinjayui. Hold by. Where have you been? Liu Zilu. Woo-woo. I was wrong. Please go easy on me, monitor. Fang Mingyuan watched as everyone started bubbling up and fussing over Lin Baici the moment he spoke. Feeling quite envious of his prestige. Lin the hungry. Focus on class. Stop chatting. Following that came a triple shot of red envelopes. Chapter 532. Lin the God of Haijing. Seeing the red envelopes, Fang Mingyuan instinctively tapped on them. 12.8 yuan, 7 yuan. And he missed the last one. Damn, you guys are fast. Fang Mingyuan felt depressed. He had missed out on a big one. So frustrating. Immediately after, Fang Mingyuan realized that his classmates must have set Lin Baici to special attention. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't be playing on their phones during class, because only when there are many people waiting would the red envelopes be snatched up in an instant. Old Bai's popularity is truly high. After realizing this, Fang Mingyuan felt a sour sensation in his heart, a sense of loss from not being as good as someone else. In fact, back when school first started, he was a bit handsome, a sports recruit, and good at basketball. He felt he was definitely the most dazzling man in the class and the one most liked by the girls. With his conditions, wouldn't he be crushing it in university? Now it seems the one crushing it is Lin Baici. If he were to reveal his identity as a god hunter, that would be incredible. Liu Zilu, thanks. Jojo, thanks. Everyone started copying and pasting stickers to thank Lin Baici for the red envelopes. Lin Baici had sent 3 red envelopes, each for 200 yuan. The amount was quite substantial. Those who grabbed one could afford a good lunch. Ji Xinyan, thanks for the reward, Mr. Class Monitor. Zudao Wanren, how bold. You should say thank you for your imperial grace. Otherwise I shall have you thrown into the cold palace. Ji Xinyan, I am speaking with His Majesty. What place is there for a head eunuch like you to interrupt? Guards. Slap his mouth. Zhu Daoguan really liked Ji Xinyan. With her looks and figure, if she became his girlfriend and they live-streamed together, not only would he have face, but his fan count would probably multiply several times over. It was just that Zhu Daoguan had tried to add her as a friend several times but failed. So seeing Ji Xinyan pop up in the group chat, he wanted to strike up a conversation. After all, what one cannot obtain is always the most tantalizing. Some people saw these 2 lines of dialogue and didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a joke between classmates. But others could tell that Ji Xinyan was clearly showing her disdain for Zhu Daoguan. However, Zhu Daoguan didn't feel it. He continued to shamelessly try to get close. Zhu Daoguanren, Her Highness is right to reprimand me. Zhu Daoguanren, I wonder if this servant might have a chance to get a friend request, so I may listen to your imperial edict in the classroom. Ji Xinyan, holding her phone, felt like vomiting the moment she saw this message. Is there no end to this? Actually, it wasn't that she couldn't add him. Ji Xinyan didn't think her WeChat account was anything high and mighty, so there was no need to put on airs. When walking on campus, if someone asked for her WeChat, she would give it, but she would just label them as a stranger and never reply. People who knew better would basically stop sending messages. Only Zhu Daoguan was so annoying. Isn't it just live streaming and making a little money? He talks about it every day to show off, and even hints that he could let her leech off his traffic, become an internet celebrity, take on endorsements, and make big money. Are you kidding me? Does this lady need to be an internet celebrity, sitting in front of a computer for hours every day to earn that bit of hard-earned money? Am I that bored? Wouldn't it be better to find a wealthy bachelor? Besides, if my old man knew I was an internet celebrity doing suggestive content, he would break my 2 long legs. Ji Xinyan tapped on Lin Baici's profile picture and sent a message. Your conscience lies. Your Majesty, are you just going to watch your beloved consort being flirted with by other boys? Aren't you angry, Class Monitor? A terrified sticker. Your conscience lies. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to steal your kidneys, although I do crave those 2 big kidneys of yours. Soon, Ji Xinyan saw a sticker of someone kowtowing and begging for mercy, and she couldn't help but giggle. So easily flustered. My man-slaying techniques haven't even reached 50% power, and the great Class Monitor has already collapsed. What a weakling. Your conscience lies. Hey, when are you coming back? Your conscience lies. Spring is here. I want to have the first cup of spring milk tea with you. Look at what this tea girl is saying. The point isn't the first cup of milk tea. It's the words with you. After waiting for a few seconds, Ji Xinyan saw Lin Baici send a red envelope. Class Monitor, treat yourself. I won't go. So as to avoid any misunderstandings. Playing hard to get, are we? Ji Xinyan muttered, tapping on the red envelope. 100 yuan. Enough to buy 2 cups of milk tea. Ji Xinyan often received red envelopes, or even transfers, with the minimum being 200 yuan. So this amount of money really didn't mean much to her, but for some reason, the tea girl was happy. Your conscience doesn't lie. Is this pocket money for a cat? Come back quickly. I'll treat you. Ji Xinyan sent a red envelope back. 200. The tea girl didn't know that Lin Baici wasn't playing hard to get. He had just finished playing Fishing Master and was in a physiological sage mode, with no desires, and psychologically, he felt a tiny bit of guilt. Although he had clearly stated he wouldn't marry Huo Yuyu, he couldn't just finish exchanging affections last night and then flirt with another girl the next morning. It wasn't appropriate. Your conscience lies. Go. I won't delay your important business. Look, how considerate I am. Ji Xinyan typed rapidly. Your conscience lies. By the way, I just bought a pair of Balenciaga lettered stockings. I'll wear them for you to see next time. She tapped on the photo, selected the selfie she took while trying them on, and sent it. Zhu Daguan waited for a long time, but didn't see Ji Xinyan speak in the group. So, he looked up at her. This bitch isn't studying either. She was hiding her head behind a textbook, lying on the desk and chatting with someone, a constant, giggly smile on her face. Damn it, which simp is pestering my goddess? But looking from the side, Ji Xinyuan really has a great figure, slope. Fang Mingyuan scrolled through the group messages for a while. He thought about popping in to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, he decided against it and just sent a private message to Jin Jiayui. Flying Man 23. How have you been lately, Dream Hunter? Where the hell have you been? Me, just the same. With you and old by gone. The dorm is too boring, so I've moved out. Flying Man to 3, with your girlfriend, Dream Hunter. Now, they're too annoying. In the dorm, Jin Jiayui could only really get along with Lin Baici and Fang Mingyuan. Zhu Daguan. That's just a drinking buddy. Fang Mingyuan looked at the word they and felt incredibly envious. This guy even uses the plural to refer to his girlfriends. There's no hope for someone like him in this lifetime. Fang Mingyuan couldn't help but think, if he could become a god hunter. Never mind. It's too dangerous. Striving to become an NBA star should also allow him to have a girl on each arm. Flying Man 23. When I get back, I'll treat you to a drink. Dream Hunter, that's a must. We won't stop until we're wasted. Fang Mingyuan was about to end the chat, but for some reason, he felt a strange impulse and asked a question. Flying Man to 3. Have you watched Sister Yu's stream lately, Dream Hunter? Sister Yu has been off air for half a month. Sigh. My spiritual sustenance is gone. Watching other female streamers just doesn't feel right. Dream Hunter. I can't even send out my big rockets. Do you know how frustrating that is, Dream Hunter? Do you think she went off to keep some wealthy benefactor company? Fang Mingyuan thought of the scene a few hours ago, when Huo Yuyu walked out of Lin Baichi's hospital room. Dream Hunter. What am I saying? Sister Yu isn't that kind of person. Besides, even the top donor, Jindu Tangshu, hasn't heard anything from her. Dream Hunter. Damn, never mind. Sister Yu just started streaming. I'm going to go drop some big rockets. Huo Yuyu started streaming. Fang Mingyuan downloaded the seafood platform app and logged in with his phone number. He didn't even need to search. She was right there on the homepage. She really lives up to being the top streamer. She hasn't streamed for over half a month, and the moment she returns, she's back on the front page. Fang Mingyuan clicked into the stream and found it incredibly lively. The barrage of comments was so dense he couldn't even read them. He checked the popularity count. It had already surpassed 1 million. Fat 3 Jin : woo woo, Sister Yu. You're finally back. Do you know how hard I've missed you? I've gained 10 pounds. Sister Yu strips. Shouldn't you have lost weight? Fat 3 Jin, when I'm sad, I just want to eat. Cheon wo tangshu, Sister Yu. What have you been doing? There were many comments, some complaining, some joking, and some trolls shouting, though they were quickly muted. On the screen, the special effects of big rockets were playing continuously. Thank you for the big rocket, Brother Jin. Thank you for the big rocket, Brother Dream. Huo Yuyu thanked them first before explaining. I spent this half-month taking a certification exam. 3 Blood-style, the driver's license, how Melandernismal. You're joking, right, Sister Yu? Your driving skills are already so good. Do you even need to take a test? 5-legged prince. Are you trying to fool idiots? You were clearly off with some benefactor. Your little fish is already a broken fish. 3 Blood-style. Where are the moderators? Get to work and ban him for 100 years. Fang Mingyuan saw the ID 5-legged prince get muted almost immediately. It's a very important certificate. It will have a huge impact on my future life. Who knows? I might not even stream in the future. Huo Yuyu smiled. Little Fisher Nandies, no way. Such a big deal. How come her husband, didn't know about it? Dream Hunter. What certificate? I can't say. In any case. Only a very small number of people can get it. How about that? Am I impressive? Huo Yuyu looked very proud. Xiao Hongyao had already told her that as compensation, all candidates who returned alive would receive a God Hunter license. Sister Yu's for now will be Sister Yu. Are you sick? Or did you get hurt while taking the test? Everyone noticed that Huo Yuyu was wearing a hospital gown, and the background looked very much like a hospital room. Just a small injury. It's nothing. Huo Yuyu picked up an apple and took a bite. Scamming Thurk. You guys were saying Sister Yu went to keep a benefactor company. Look at this room, single occupancy, luxurious facilities, clean and tidy. This is definitely a high-end ward that ordinary people can't afford. Scamming Thurk, Sister Yu. Be honest. Are you a second-generation rich kid? Hey classmate, Auntie Yu. I don't want to work hard anymore. Fang Mingyuan watched as Huo Yuyu's fans speculated about her identity and tried to deduce her current location based on the hospital room and the view from the window. Planning to run into her, he couldn't help but laugh. This top streamer of the seafood platform was just 2 doors down from him. He only needed to walk a dozen steps to see her. If I'm lucky, the work I do in the future should pay much more than streaming. Huo Yuyu thought of the godly items Lin Baici had given her. Selling just one would bring in a lot of money. And if she could use her own skills to bring back 1 or 2 items from the god ruins, she would achieve financial freedom instantly. Dream Hunter. Why do I feel like Sister Yu is smiling so sweetly today? Xian Wutangshu. She must have encountered something good, right? Hamming Thurk, tell us. Let everyone be happy too, I can't say. Huo Yuyu shook her head, but her eyes and brows were overflowing with unstoppable happiness. Thank you, Brother Dream, for the 10 in a row big rockets. Old Jin, the money you're spending. Huo Yuyu might end up using it all to buy a sports car for old Bai. Fang Mingyuan was filled with emotion. He could tell that Huo Yuyu liked Lin Baici and might even be the one pursuing him. If his roommate just nodded, the 2 of them would be a couple in an instant. Old Jin waits for Huo Yuyu's livestream every day, while old Bai gets to see her every day, and even gets to see content that old Jin could never witness. No matter how many big rockets he tips, damn it. How can I be so envious? In the hospital room, Xiu Hongyao, whose hospital gown could barely contain her ample chest, looked impatient. Big sister, are you done asking yet? I've said everything I needed to say. Every word was a gem. Shut up. Don't disturb my thinking. Xiu Hongmian glanced at her younger sister. Also, the phrase is every word is the truth. Whatever. The point is that our 7th star is amazing. And that's all that matters. Xiu Hongyao put her hands on her hips. We contained a god, completely purified the 7 towns of Luoyang, captured the experimental subject created by the eclipse of darkness, and even severely wounded a dragon-level big shot. Big sister. With a record like this, wouldn't any reward be deserved? It would be deserved. Xiu Hongmian nodded. But that is Lin Baici's contribution. No matter how many rewards there are, they should go to him. Big sister. Little Lindsay is a member of my 7th star. And I was the one who scouted him. Xiu Hongyao wasn't happy. She didn't care about the rewards. She cared about the team's honor. And she had to have a share in it. Otherwise, how am I supposed to brag in the group chat? Xiu Hongmian looked at her sister's expression, a smile flickering at the corner of her mouth, only to vanish in an instant. Ever since the Bizan trip, she knew Lin Baici was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this ridiculously powerful. He had actually contained a god. Her sister wouldn't lie. So Xiu Hongmian understood that without Lin Baici, these people wouldn't even have made it to the final black mud pool, let alone seen the god. Don't worry, your rewards will be issued soon. Xiu Hongmian still had official business to attend to. Rest easy, big sister. Xiu Hongyao asked curiously, can we? Well, since little Lindsay purified the 7 towns of Luoyang, can he be promoted to dragon level now? Previously, when they purified the Bizan divine ruins, It involved various classified matters and couldn't be publicized otherwise. Lin Baici would have been promoted long ago, but now, there were no such concerns. Aren't you afraid that if he becomes too famous, others will try to poach him? Xiao Hongmian countered. Little Lindsay is loyal to me, no one can poach him. Xiao Hongyao put her hands on her hips again. Xiao Hongmian glanced at her sister's chest. I know yours are big, stop puffing them out, or I'll pop them. The girl with the high ponytail immediately hunched over and crossed her arms over her chest. Xiao Hongmian turned to leave. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and looked back. Do you want to go play in the Qin Palace? Ha! Xiao Hongyao was stunned. No interest, Xiao Hongmian teased. Wait, I am your biological sister, right? Xiao Hongyao was speechless. You can't just want to push me into a fire pit because I developed better than you, can you? If you're throwing a tantrum, go find mom. What does that have to do with me? The high ponytail muttered, feeling aggrieved. I didn't drink any more milk than you when we were kids. If you didn't grow, is that my fault? Xiao Hongmian was so choked up by her sister's words that she almost forgot what she was going to say next. She took 2 deep breaths before explaining, I don't trust you, but I trust Lin Baici. He might actually be able to purify the Qin Palace. Really? Xiao Hongyao was shocked. She highly valued her sister's judgment, so for a moment, she was bewildered. Is little Lindsay's strength already this terrifying? Fake. Xiao Hongmian turned and left. Big sister, don't scare me like that. Xiao Hongyao complained. Do you know? I actually had the urge to goad little Lindsay into entering the Qin Palace divine runes just now. He's still lacking a bit. Let him purify a few more divine runes first. Xiao Hongmian waved her hand. Now was not the time to enter the Qin Palace. After seeing her sister off, Xiao Hongyao immediately ran to Lin Baici's hospital room. Gu Qingqiu was currently reviewing the mission with Lin Baici. Why are you looking at me? Lin Baici noticed the high ponytail staring at him. Can I be curious? Xiao Hongyao clicked her tongue in admiration. She hadn't expected that shortly after her team was established, someone would already be promoted to dragon level. So happy. While listening to little Kiku and little Lindsay chat, the high ponytail opened the Origin forum. The Origin Hall section was for spam, casual talk, and venting. Usually, there were only about 1,000 new posts, but today it had exploded to over 8,000 and would soon break 10. The Gods bar below, which published news and information related to divine ruins and recent news in the Hunter Circle, also saw an explosive growth in new posts. Has there been a major breakthrough in the exploration of the Qin Palace? Or has the news that the 7 towns of Luoyang were purified already leaked out? Xiao Hongyao couldn't wait to click on it. She quickly scanned the page, and then she smiled. It was the news about the 7 towns of Luoyang that had exploded. Extra. The god of the 7 towns of Luoyang has allegedly awakened, the pollution has restarted, and nearly 1,000 candidates and examiners who entered for the license assessment have all perished. Whoever lets me see what the god looks like, I'll let them sleep with my mom. The Kyushu Security Bureau is going to lose quite a few newcomers this time. The Qin Palace hasn't been dealt with yet, and now another 10-year level Great Divine Ruin has appeared. Kyushu is doomed. Good riddance, pop the champagne, pop your mom. The Origin Forum was open to the world, so there were god hunters from all countries. And daily trash talking was common, however, because they would be muted by moderators. Everyone was usually more restrained, and the insults were more subtle. But this time, because it involved a 10-year level Great Divine Ruin, some people who didn't usually browse the forum had also entered. Racial conflicts, national grudges, all sorts of reasons combined to make the place a mess. Xiao Hongyao flipped through the posts from the past few days. Ever since the news of the pollution outbreak in the 7 towns of Luoyang spread, there were so many people gloating, posting all sorts of mockery and sarcastic remarks. Even someone as carefree and broad-minded as the high ponytail felt a pain in her chest from anger after reading them. She had originally intended to post a thread to tell everyone that the 7 towns of Luoyang had been cleared, but she soon discovered that one already existed. Extra, latest news. The 7 towns of Luoyang have been cleared. The person who posted it was named 3 Golden Eyes. Xiao Hongyao knew this ID. He was a big celebrity on the forum. Many insider news items were first released by him, timely and accurate, which earned him the nickname BNM. It stood for Big News Man, the man with the big news, below the post. Some people were asking 3 Golden Eyes for specific details, and he replied to a few. Which dragon level big shot came to save the day? Not dragon level. Did the Security Bureau not arrange for any dragon level to go and support? They did. It was led by Haijing Department Head Jiao Hongmian and Shijing Department Head Hong Chengmeng. But they didn't even get inside before the 7 towns of Luoyang were already gone. Is that fake? It hasn't even been a week since the pollution outbreak. And it was actually purified already. It is absolutely true. Who purified it? A newcomer recruited by the Haijing Security Bureau last year. But this year, you all should call him the Haijing God Lin. HMPH, such a big mouth. Don't forget, the 7 towns of Luoyang is not a 10-year great god ruins after all. Its gold content is very poor. Then let me tell you, the Bizen god ruins was also purified by him. What about that? Holy crap. You must be joking, right? Oh my god. You must be teasing me. Fuck, I don't believe it. This reply from 3 Golden Eyes triggered a massive amount of follow-up posts, because the debate over who purified the Bizen god ruins had already been raging fiercely. Some said it was the North American great shaman Shakir. Others said it was an expert from the Sejong sect. Among them, the god hunters of Goryeo argued the most intensely because they could not accept that a foreigner had purified the Bizen incident. Even an American wouldn't do. 3 Golden Eyes would never argue or refute, as that would lower his status. He just replied with one sentence. Let me tell you another secret. Haijing God Lin is a close friend of Jiao Hongmian's younger sister, and they entered the 7 towns of Luoyang together as examiners. Jiao Hongyao had never been interested in the identity of 3 Golden Eyes before because it had nothing to do with her. But now she was curious. BNM Giant. Are there really gods in the 7 towns of Luoyang? Are you brain damaged? If there were gods, even a dragon level would die if they went in. Jiao Hongyao watched for a while and clicked on the God Bar section, which was filled with people looking to buy the latest news. Curious. God statue of the 7 towns of Luoyang, taken by yours truly. The girl with the high ponytail clicked on it, and saw it was a clay figurine statue. Everyone was replying to the post, cursing this guy for playing tricks and asking the moderator to ban him. The girl with the high ponytail had never seen this clay figurine statue. But this thing looked similar to the clay figurine statue at the Black Mud Pool. Who took this? The girl with the high ponytail frowned. 100 meteor coins reward. Asking what the most powerful divine taboo item in the 7 towns of Luoyang is. When Jiao Hongyao saw this, her eyes lit up with joy. I know this. Easy 100 meteor coins. She clicked on the reply box, typed the 4 words giant finger bone, and then posted it, waiting to collect the money. Jiao Hongyao did not know that, in terms of comprehensive performance, the most precious trophy should actually be the jar in Lin Baici's hand. But in terms of combat power, it was the giant finger bone. Ding dong, ding dong. Jiao Hongyao's phone rang. She opened WeChat and saw that it was her friends in the Soul of the Dragon WeChat group, tagging her. Hotpot Immortal Detective Jiao, are you back? Give us a squeak. Funeral feast, brother. So many people died. I can't even keep up with the funerals. Prime Minister Crane. Hongyao should be receiving treatment. After all, she purified the 7 towns of Luoyang. She must be seriously injured. Hotpot Immortal. Elder Crane. Was it really Hongyao and Lin Baici who did it? There hasn't been any confirmation. My daughter is the best in the world. It shouldn't be otherwise. With Hongyao's personality, she would have come out to show off long ago. Jiao Hongyao was speechless. Is that me not wanting to show off? After I finished treatment and rested for a while, I was grabbed by my older sister and interrogated all night. I haven't even had 5 hours of sleep, but it doesn't matter. It's not too late now. Move aside, everyone. I, Detective Jiao, am about to start showing off. Chapter 533 Detective Jiao, Moment of Glory. In the Soul of the Dragon group, the discussion was very heated. When the pollution in the 7 towns of Luoyang suddenly erupted, everyone had already discussed it because they all knew that Jiao Hongyao and Lin Baici had gone to be examiners. To people who had completed the Bizan incident, entering a 10-year Great God ruins that had started radiating pollution again was very worth watching. Everyone thought it would take at least a month to get a result, but they didn't expect that in less than 10 days. The news that the 7 towns of Luoyang had been purified would spread. Although the information on the origin form was mixed, it was very fresh, and a few of them were true. However, the dragon-level big shots in the soul of the dragon group were too lazy to distinguish, so they just asked Jia Hongyao directly. So they kept tagging her, waiting for her to pop up. Detective Jia. What kind of wind is blowing today? Why are all the team leaders here? Hot Pot Immortal. Team leader Jia has popped up. Quick! Line up to welcome her. Uncle Savage, looking at your tone, I know you're fine. Funeral feast brother. If you didn't show up, I thought I was going to have to attend your funeral. Detective Jia. HMPH. Want to attend my funeral? You won't even have a chance in your next life. Sudamu. I heard that Department Head Jia and Department Head Han both went to the 7 towns of Luoyang, but didn't have time to enter before the God ruins was broken by you guys. Detective Jia. It wasn't that we didn't have time. It was that we didn't intend to enter at all, because our 7th star was inside, and that was enough. Sudamu. Sudamu was shocked. Don't you know how much you weigh? Bragging like this. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue in the wind? Jia Hongyao saw these question marks and immediately felt annoyed. Detective Jia. Captain Su. Do you know how many examiners went in and how many died? Detective Jia. It was enough to make Brother Funeral Feast vomit. But our 7th star team didn't lose a single person. Everyone survived. Brother Funeral Feast. Who all was there? Brother Funeral Feast. I meant who was in your team. I feel like for people as tough as you, the funeral banquet would definitely be delicious after you die. Jia Hongyao ignored Brother Funeral Feast. She knew he didn't have any malicious intent. He just had a foul mouth. After all, someone who constantly says, everyone must come to my funeral banquet after I die, wouldn't really care about life and death. Detective Jia. We performed perfectly. We even took down a member of the Eclipse of Darkness. Can you believe it? Half step to victory. Are you sure? As far as I know, the members of the Eclipse of Darkness are all dragon level. Detective Jia. That person ran away, but my older sister caught them. You can come and interrogate them. Great Snake Lady, Little Yo-Yo. Please give me his WeChat. Xiaobai's. Don't worry. I definitely won't poach him. I just want to get to know him. Jia Hongyao pretended not to see it. I believe you, you old woman. You are so wicked. Who knows who it is that is called the succubus of Kyushu? Once a man sees you, can he even run away? A wandering red ghost. Are there gods in the 7 towns of Luoyang? As soon as the ghost asked this, everyone immediately typed in formation, sending the words same question. This was what everyone cared about most. Detective Jia. I can't talk about certain classified intelligence, but I will submit a report in a few days. Given your qualifications, you have the authority to view it. Detective Jia. I can only reveal a little bit. Brother Funeral Feast. What do the gods look like? Half step to victory. How did you contain the gods? Sudamu. How is that god doing now? All sorts of questions came flooding in. No one cared about confidentiality agreements because they were all dragon-level big shots. Jia Hongyao knew this, so she revealed what she could. After all, one good turn deserves another. The high ponytail had asked these big shots for inside information before. Jia Hongyao typed while feeling smug. This intelligence of hers involved a god. How valuable was that? In the past, the high ponytail had actually felt a bit inferior in this group. She knew everyone was only being polite to her because of her older sister. Otherwise, why would they be so friendly? Because of her chest, even more. Everyone wanted to use Jia Hongyao to implicitly build a connection with Jia Hongmian, so that at a critical moment, they could say, I took care of your little sister. Who wouldn't want a favor from Jia Hongmian, the #1 person in the Kyushu Security Bureau? But now, Jia Hongyao had found her own footing. She didn't need to rely on her sister's face. She relied on herself well. She relied on Xiao Lindsay's battle record to stand firm in the group. Xiao Lindsay was discovered by Mikey and I. We are as close as family, so his achievements are mine. No problem. Jia Hongyao cheered herself on, otherwise, she wouldn't be confident. Hearing Jia Hongyao talk for so long, Su Damu became increasingly curious about that Lin Baici and couldn't help but speak up. Su Damu, pull that Lin Baici into the group. Brother funeral feast, that's right. Bring him in quickly. Once I get familiar with him, going to his funeral banquet will feel even better. My daughter is number one, pull him in. Let me see how my future son-in-law is. As soon as he said this, everyone started to tease him. Everyone knew that my daughter is number one was a daughter-obsessed father. Being able to say such things meant he was already quite interested in Lin Baici. Although this group didn't have clear standards for adding people. Because everyone was a captain or dragon level, no one had ever added anyone else, except for Jia Hongyao, but this time, they invited Lin Baici in unison. In their eyes. Although Lin Baici was only a first-year rookie, he already had the qualifications to chat with them. Detective Jia, I've added him. Jia Hongyao was being perfunctory. Just kidding. If I pull him in, it would be a miracle if you guys didn't snatch him away. Talent is valuable everywhere. Half step to victory. I don't believe you. Take a screenshot. Jia Hongyao panicked and quickly sent a message to Lin Baici. Detective Jia, I'm adding you to a group, but you absolutely must not click accept. Soon, a good was replied back. Jia Hongyao looked at it, feeling wonderful. Look at my little puppy. How obedient he is. Love you. Jia Hongyao sent a heart to Lin Baici, then took a screenshot of the invitation interface and sent it to the group. Hot but immortal Prime Minister he. With Lin Baici's battle record, he should be able to be promoted to dragon level, right? The God Hunter titles drafted by the Kyushu Security Bureau included not only strength, but also battle records. Lin Baici might be slightly lacking in raw strength, that is. The number of divine graces wasn't enough. And his physical enhancement wasn't quite there, but having broken through both the Bizan Train and the 7 towns of Luoyang, this record was more dazzling than some sub-dragon level hunters. Prime Minister he. Let's see how the ministers decide. But I think it's a sure thing. Great Snake Lady. TSK. A first-year rookie promoted directly to dragon level. How terrifying. Even Jia Hongyao wasn't this much of a genius. Brother funeral feast, Hongyao. Have you guys thought about entering the Qin Palace, Uncle Savage? Do you want to eat the funeral banquet of little Yo-Yo and Lin Baici that badly? Prime Minister he, don't mess around. The Qin Mountain Guards are almost going crazy because of the Qin Palace. Prime Minister he was worried that Jia Hongyao and Lin Baici would get hot-headed and actually go explore the Qin Palace. That would be trouble. Because they would really die. Chapter 530 for Lin Baici, my Superman, Detective Jia. The Qin Palace God ruins are the responsibility of the Qin Mountain Guards. So, I won't go join in the fun. In the Security Bureau, everyone knew these two were rivals. One was the Minister of Shangjing, the other the Minister of Haijing. And both were strong contenders for the next Director General of the Security Bureau. Prime Minister he. It's best not to go. This isn't a place for you young people to get involved. Uncle Savage. I'm just afraid the Qin Mountain Guards will find an excuse to conscript Hongyao and that Lin Baici to the Qin Palace. Su Damu, don't worry. The Qin Mountain Guards aren't that shameless. Uncle Savage. I didn't think it was possible before, but now it is hard to say. Hongyao and her team took down the Bizan Divine Ruin and the 7 towns of Luoyang. How much pressure do you think that puts on the Qin Mountain Guard? Everyone nodded in deep agreement. If they were in that position, just thinking about it would make their heads feel like they were going to explode. The Qin Palace Divine Ruin is notoriously difficult, with a reputation for being a death trap, taking a long time with no progress, and all sorts of other terrible news. Everyone is well aware of this. If the Qin Mountain Guard does a good job, everyone is happy. If they don't, no one blames them. At most, they are rated as having mediocre ability. But things are different now. The Bizan Divine Ruin was broken, followed by the purification of the 7 towns of Luoyang. And both were accomplished by the same team. If you want to argue that the Qin Palace Divine Ruin is harder than either of those, that is fair. But the fact that they cleared 2 in such a short time makes the Qin Mountain Guard look quite awkward by comparison. Winning half a pawn. The Qin Mountain Guard might be thinking right now that Minister Jia made a move in secret, intentionally putting pressure on them. This remark from winning half a pawn was also a probe. In fact, some of the big shots in the group were suspecting the same thing. Otherwise, Jia Hongyao's team, or rather, that Lin Baici wouldn't be too strong, would they? Detective Jia. Let him think whatever he wants. My mission right now is to enjoy life. Detective Jia. Sigh. Purifying to 10-year level divine runes in a row is quite tiring. I need to take a good vacation and recuperate. In reality, she wasn't tired at all. She had been assisting the whole time and was practically just tagging along. The one who truly put in the hard work was little Lindsay. Thinking of this, Jia Hongyao began to ponder how she should reward the strongest ace of the 7th star. Should she create a pool of wine and a forest of meat? Let Lin Baici live like King Joe for 7 days to have some fun. Or maybe a 7-day trip to the Maldives. Jia Hongyao replied to some messages while she pondered. She used to be the group's pet, the junior of the big shots. But now she was a dragon-level team leader on equal footing with them, surrounded by stars and fought over for information. Jia Hongyao could feel that the tone and wording everyone used when speaking to her carried a hint of respect. Something these dragon-level big shots might not even realize themselves. This is the respect brought by battle achievements. This feeling is just too great. Jia Hongyao felt wonderful and happily flicked her ponytail. Little Lindsay, you are my Superman. What are you looking at? Why are you smiling so happily? Lin Baici heard Jia Hongyao giggling and looked over at her, finding her looking like a little fox that had just stolen some grapes. I'm looking at the origin forum. The trending topics are exploding. Everyone is guessing which team purified the 7 towns of Luoyang. Jia Hongyao didn't dare to say she was acting like a big shot in the group. What if little Lindsay got curious and wanted to join? This is the cabbage in her own garden. Only she has the right to go after it. Lin Baici had finished his checkup yesterday and rested for a while. He had spent time playing Fishing Master with Huo Yu and chatting with Fang Mingyuan to keep him company. So, he hadn't had a chance to check the origin forum yet. I saw it. The heat is indeed very high. Guqingqiu teased. Alumnus. From now on you are the Lin God of Haijing. This time was different from the Bizan Divine Ruin. The Security Bureau did not issue a gag order. Therefore, some of the subordinates who followed Han Chengming inside couldn't help themselves and revealed some details in response to bounty questions. After all, they could earn meteor coins and form prestige, so why not talk? I've been a divine hunter for so many years, and I don't even have a title. Jia Hongyao said with envy. You have one now. The leader of the 7th star, Lin Baici joked. By the way, I have something good for you all. Lin Baici took the black altar bowl out of his inventory, opened it, and took out the longevity jar. The black mud inside is full again. Guqingqiu curiously leaned in and saw that the black mud was almost at the rim of the jar. Any more and it would overflow. High Ponytail squatted down next to them, first observing the patterns on it, then pressed her ear against it and tapped it with her finger. Thump thump. The sound is very crisp. High Ponytail nodded solemnly. It's a good jar. Are you picking a watermelon? Lin Baici was speechless. He rolled up his sleeves, reached his arm inside, and began to fish out the ore he had taken from the body of the jellyfish deity. What effect does this jar have? Jia Hongyao held the jar with both hands, leaned toward the opening, and sniffed. No strange smell. But this black mud was definitely not ordinary sludge. Living organisms planted in the jar, including animals and microorganisms, can grow rapidly and develop robustly. It can shorten the growth period. Lin Baici glanced at Jia Hongyao. High Ponytail was wearing a hospital gown, and because of her squatting posture while holding the jar, her chest was compressed, revealing a large expanse of skin from the neckline. You really don't treat me like an outsider. It's that strong. Guqingqiu was astonished and immediately thought of many ways to use it. One must know that food is the foundation of humanity. It is the most fundamental need. If the potential of this jar could be tapped, it could develop into immense economic value. Growing vegetables. Jia Hongyao shook her head, boring. Dying plants buried inside can be brought back to life. Lin Baici chuckled. Injured people, even those with severed limbs or damaged organs, can be repaired. When High Ponytail heard the first sentence, she had wanted to say that it was only good for protecting endangered plants and was useless. But upon hearing the second half, she was shocked. Really? Does that mean if you lose a kidney, it can grow back. Jia Hongyao exclaimed in surprise. Gu Qingqiu's brow furrowed, as she immediately thought of many evil uses. For example, mass-producing certain priceless organs from rare living beings to sell them. At the very least, selling tiger penises alone could lead to financial freedom. That should be the case. Lin Baici didn't dare to say that the greatest use of the longevity jar was actually to enhance fertility and treat infertility. No matter what kind of endangered animal it was, it could be bred into a large population. And the plants grown from this jar, once consumed, will give a man such vigorous vitality that a single round in a swimming pool has a high chance of getting any woman swimming in the same pool pregnant. Just ask yourself, are you scared yet? It is basically a human-shaped cedar. The jar containing the god has powerful effects, no doubt about it. Jia Hongyao tapped the jar. It had a pleasant sound, so it was definitely a good jar. What is it called? Gu Qingqiu asked curiously. The longevity jar. For many children and many blessings. As Lin Baici spoke, his expression suddenly changed. What is wrong? Gu Qingqiu's observation skills were still meticulous. She noticed Lin Baici's abnormality at first glance. I think I touched something terrifying. Lin Baici had his entire arm extended into the jar. Instead of touching the ore, he had touched an object that felt like a human thigh. After fumbling around for more than a minute, Lin Baici grabbed it and pulled hard. Whoosh! Black mud surged out and fell onto the ground. Whose leg is this? Jia Hongyao was shocked. She saw Lin Baici pull a foot out of the jar. Because it was covered in mud, she could not tell if it belonged to a man or a woman. First the foot, then the thigh, and then the entire corpse became stuck at the mouth of the jar. Let me. Jia Hongyao stuffed her phone into her pocket and came over to help. Because the leg was covered in mud, it was slippery and difficult to grip. After struggling for a few minutes, Lin Baici finally dragged the corpse, which had become soft and bloated from soaking, out of the longevity jar. The corpse fell to the ground. The three of them looked at each other. Gu Qingqiu was quite bold. She squatted beside the corpse and wiped the mud off its face. This seems to be that Pen Yangshang, right? Gu Qingqiu had a good memory, but the corpse was covered in black mud, and most importantly, it was bloated from soaking, making it difficult to identify. Why was he in the jar? Jia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici, then glanced at Gu Qingqiu. When these two were around, she generally did not bother using her brain, because even if she did, she would not be as fast as them. So why waste the effort? For a god, since both are human, a dragon-level god hunter contains much higher nutritional value in his body. You mean the god wanted to eat him? Lin Baici frowned. What else? Consuming other organisms is a necessary condition for growth and development. No, I mean, do other gods eat people too? After experiencing the pollution incident at the Haijing Museum, Lin Baici knew that there were gods disguised as humans living in the city. The gluttonous god did not answer this question because the answer was obvious. Before, the body could not be found. Some said Pen Yangshang died in some obscure corner, while others said he survived but just lost his way. Now it is confirmed. Jia Hongyao called her older sister to notify her to come and handle the corpse. The death of a dragon-level hunter was a major event. Wait a moment before calling. Lin Baici thought about how the black mud in the jar had soaked the corpse, and he did not want to reach in again. It was too disgusting, and he wanted to let the high ponytail girl do it for him, but he did not know if that or would cause pollution to her. So he had to do it himself. Damn it, Hongyao. Look at how good I am to you, Lin Baici complained. I know you are good to me. Jia Hongyao blinked. If you are short on money, I will give you my bank card. If you are short on women, I will help you introduce some, or even sleep with you a few times to relieve your boredom. But you are not short of anything. What can I do? I am also very helpless. Jia Hongyao was not joking. She had never thought about dating or getting married. Her greatest interest was exploring the god ruins. So to help Lin Baici maintain his state, she would truly satisfy all his needs. Are you not afraid of betraying your husband? Gu Qingqiu teased. I do not have a husband, so naturally, I will not betray anyone. Jia Hongyao's tone was matter-of-fact. Lin Baici was speechless, especially with Gu Qingqiu right there, which made him very awkward. It made it seem as if he were asking for a reward. Alumni. Look at how good our team leader is. Gu Qingqiu covered her mouth and giggled. You only just realized. Jia Hongyao put her hands on her hips. Alumni. I am different from the team leader. Even if I had a husband, I could still accompany you. So, when you have needs, you can come find me too. Gu Qingqiu intentionally teased Lin Baici, seeing him look embarrassed. She immediately took out her phone and snapped a picture of him. Click, dark history. Saved. When you become famous later, posting this photo on the Origin forum will surely fetch a few hundred or 1,000 meteor coins. Right. Gu Qingqiu raised her eyebrows. Jia Hongyao clapped her hands. Why didn't I think of that? So the high ponytail girl immediately took out her phone and started filming Lin Baici. Are you short on money? Lin Baici was speechless and turned his head to avoid the camera. You can pick up money just by making a post. It would be a waste not to. Quick, lift your chin higher. Look at the lens. Can you make your eyes spark? Jia Hongyao directed Lin Baici to pose. Damn it. Lin Baici was annoyed. Do you believe I will deal with you right here and now, selling my photos? Do you not know how big your own chest is? Your photos are worth more than mine. Amidst the laughter and banter, Lin Baici finally fished out the ore that looked like a pebble. After wiping off the black mud, a soft fluorescent glow spilled out. What is this? Jia Hongyao asked curiously. Don't ask so much. You just need to know that this has divine grace on it. Lin Baici glanced at Gu Qingqiu. You open your mouth. Jia Hongyao knew Lin Baici would not harm her, so she immediately tilted her head back and opened her mouth wide, to the point where her tonsils were visible. Are you going to give us divine grace? Gu Qingqiu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She was no longer the naive novice she once was. She knew exactly how valuable this item was. And by the looks of it, the divine favor Lin Baici was offering was of the highest grade. Ha! Jia Hongyao clamped her mouth shut, her brows knitting together. Little Lin, this is too precious. Shouldn't you take it and sell it instead? I don't have the time. With that kind of time, wouldn't it be better to enjoy my college youth? Lin Baici would rather spend his time flirting with girls than bother selling this stuff. Besides, do I look like someone who is short on a few meteor coins, chewing on an extra divine corpse, or even finding an opportunity to consume a god? How many meteor coins would that be worth? In truth, the more important reason was that Lin Baici's body was currently overflowing with energy. If he were to consume meteor stones now, he wouldn't be able to absorb them at all. He needed time to digest what he already had. Fine, I won't stand on ceremony with you then. Gu Qingqiu opened her mouth. She didn't offer polite platitudes, but in her heart, she had already accepted Lin Baici as her dearest friend 3 times. I will place your life above my own 3 times. I will sacrifice myself to save you if necessary. Just as Lin Baici was about to let Jia Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu absorb the divine favor, the gluttonous god had already taken action. A starlight arm swept across the ore, snatched the divine favor, and then shoved it directly into the mouths of the 2 girls. MMPH cough. Cough. Jia Hongyao's tolerance was decent, but Gu Qingqiu was stuffed so forcefully that tears welled up in her eyes. Can you be a little gentler? Do you not realize how big you are? Gu Qingqiu sighed helplessly. Then do you still want it or not? Lin Baici retorted. Gu Qingqiu watched as the starlight arm grabbed a second portion of divine favor. She wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and opened her mouth again. I want it. Your approach is correct. Keeping this kind of divine favor is useless. It is better to use it to cultivate your hounds. The stronger they are, the higher your success rate will be when hunting gods. Besides, if you get tired of them, you can always eat them. Nothing goes to waste. Lin Baici wasn't as cold-blooded as the gluttonous god. He simply wanted to cultivate 2 helpers to increase his success rate in purifying divine runes. A top-tier enforcer and a brilliant strategist. Perfect. There was one more thing. This ore was a part of a god and didn't seem to be completely dead. As time passed, the divine favor on it would likely grow back. Creak, the door opened, followed by a scream of extreme terror. Chapter 535. Haven't seen you in a few days. Have you forgotten my worth? Lin Baici could be considered a veteran of many battles, but he was still startled by this scream. It was simply too sharp, too horrifying, and filled with absolute panic. It was as if a woman in a horror movie had been cornered by a malevolent ghost and was about to meet her end. Gu Qingqiu and Jia Hongyao turned back to see a young girl wearing a nurse's uniform. She had come to deliver medicine to Lin Baici, but the moment she opened the door, she saw a bloated, soaked corpse discarded on the floor. The corpse's head was facing the door, its dead fish eyes bulging out and staring right at her. The nurse was so terrified she immediately lost control of her bladder, her legs turning to jelly as she collapsed toward the floor. As Lin Baici rose to his feet, he activated his divine favor. No Gadi, swish! Lin Baici appeared beside the nurse, his right hand quickly reaching out to wrap around her waist. Don't scream, Lin Baici cautioned, pulling the girl back. Taking half a step back, and closing the door behind him. Seeing this, the nurse panicked completely. What did closing the door mean? Was he trying to kill her to silence her? She immediately began to struggle, reaching out to claw at Lin Baici's face, desperate to run outside. Lin Baici hadn't wanted to use force, but seeing her reaction, he delivered a sharp hand strike to the back of the nurse's neck. The nurse's eyes rolled back, and she fainted instantly. Stop staring and come give me a hand, Lin Baici urged. Wow, that's ruthless. Gu Qingqiu feigned astonishment, teasing Lin Baici. I remember you used to be quite the gentleman who cherished the fairer sex. Lin Baici turned her on and hooked his right foot to pull the door shut. He could already hear footsteps. People were rushing over. Jia Hongyao helped the nurse onto the bed, while Lin Baici put away the longevity jar. He left Pan Yangxiang's corpse as it was, leaving it for Jia Hongyao to handle. By the time Hu Yu arrived, several nurses and doctors had already gathered in front of Lin Baici's door, whispering to one another. That sounded like Xiao Sun's scream, didn't it? Why didn't she knock? Hurry up and go inside to check. Go call the head nurse. Some were worried that Nurse Xiaozhang had been bullied by the VIPs. This is a VIP ward. The dean gave specific instructions. The two nurses who had worked there for several years looked troubled. The dean had solemnly instructed them to provide these people with the best treatment and to treat themselves as service staff rather than medical personnel, warning them not to show the slightest bit of negligence. They didn't know the background of these people, but anyone who could make the dean bow and scrape with a fawning smile was definitely not someone to be trifled with, even if Nurse Xiaozhang was just a newcomer with less than a year of experience. Even if she were a veteran colleague, no one would dare offend these big shots for her sake. Seeing the situation, Hu Yu didn't dare knock. Instead, she quickly took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Baici. Little fish, what's going on? There are several people gathered outside. The door opened, and Jia Hongyao helped Xiaozhan out. She was just scared by a cockroach. You don't need to worry about it. Jia Hongyao looked toward the hallway, where two security personnel in black suits were rushing over. The head nurse arrived and, upon hearing this, scoffed inwardly. A few measly cockroaches could scare a nurse that badly. Xiao Zhang's scream had been heard throughout the entire floor. It clearly sounded like someone who had suddenly seen a dead body. Of course, the head nurse didn't know these people were god hunters, but she knew they were from a national classified department, so she didn't dare question anything. Jia Hongyao exchanged a few words with the Shijing Security Bureau staff and had them take Xiaozhang away. This was to ensure her silence and prevent her from spreading rumors. A quarter of an hour later, Jia Hongyao arrived. Where is the body? Jia Hongyao did not exchange pleasantries, getting straight to the point. In the ward, Jia Hongyao opened the door, and a stench of rotting flesh immediately wafted out. Lin Baici did not want to put this thing into his black alms bowl, so he had just left it lying on the floor. As for why he did not hand it over to the Shijing Security Bureau, it was because Pan Yangxiang had likely died at the hands of a god, which meant the corpse itself held significant research value. The manner of death, the cause of death, and the potential changes that might appear on the body, these were all data. Jia Hongyao walked in and glanced at the corpse. Where was it found? The girl with the high ponytail did not answer, instead looking at Lin Baici. Among my spoils of war, Lin Baici took out the longevity jar once again. Jia Hongyao rubbed her nose. A god resided in this. Lin Baici did not hide anything, prioritizing sincerity. Gu Qingqiu secretly sized up Jia Hongyao, the #1 person in the security bureau. and perhaps even the #1 person in the entire Kyushu region. She wore a suit and a white shirt, paired with a red tie, and wore her hair in a thick, high ponytail. She did not like to smile, and there were signs of a somewhat poker-faced expression. Her first impression was that of a rather serious woman who had held a high position for a long time, possessing an air of authority that did not require anger to be felt. Lin Baici thought that Jia Hongmian would at least inspect the longevity jar, but she did not. Instead, she turned to instruct Jia Hongyao, collect the body and give him a proper burial. Are we not going to perform an autopsy? Gu Qingqiu felt that giving up such an experimental subject was a huge waste. Jia Hongmian raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Gu Qingqiu, a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes. She had not expected this girl to be so ruthless. She was just like herself back in the day. A dragon-level entity deserves some dignity, otherwise, it would sound bad if word got out, Jia Hongmian explained. In reality, there was another, more important reason. Lin Baici had not only turned in the remains of the god, but he must have also witnessed its attack patterns during their battle. So reading Lin Baici's report would suffice. Furthermore, in the future, if they encountered similar rule-based contamination, they could let the experienced Lin Baici handle it. By the way, where is Shen Nan? We haven't seen him at all. He didn't die, did he? Jia Hongyao was curious. He was the strongest genius of the new generation in Yujing and was extremely famous throughout the entire security bureau. He didn't die. He got lost. At 5 o'clock this morning, he was found by the cleanup team and brought out, Jia Hongmian explained. He is really lucky. Jia Hongyao sighed. If Shen Nan had encountered the god, he might not have survived. Those who didn't enter the final stage, meaning those who didn't enter the giant's mouth, mostly survived. Jia Hongmian stood in the ward chatting, showing no sign of being bothered by the stench of Pen Yangshang's corpse. According to the standard assessment process, these people were supposed to be eliminated. Who would have thought that because their strength was too weak, they couldn't clear the stage and couldn't move forward, which ended up saving their lives? Jia Hongyao sighed. Sometimes, life is just that helpless. How many people survived in the black mud swamp? Lin Baici wanted to know the status of the big ant and the others. Fewer than 10, and among them, 3 are in a vegetative state. Jia Hongmian remembered something and reminded Lin Baici, Deng Mingyu also survived. Don't mention that selfish bastard, it's bad luck. Jia Hongyao was annoyed. In terms of cultivation level, he was a half-step dragon level and had the highest combat power. Yet he was the one who ran away. He had no sense of responsibility at all. What do you plan to do? Jia Hongmian sat on the hospital bed, supporting herself with her hands behind her, leaning back slightly, crossing her legs, and looking at Lin Baici with interest. What is the minister's opinion? Lin Baici asked in return. In this life, living to 80 years old is only 29,200 days. After subtracting the time spent sleeping and eating, how much is left? Jia Hongmian smiled. So, just do whatever you want. Beat him up severely, leaving us behind to run away. He is truly trash. Jia Hongyao was very angry. She hated team leaders who lacked responsibility the most. Please help me find out where Deng Mingyu is, Minister Jia. Beat him up. That was too light. Lin Baici wanted to kill him. As for the consequences, let's see if the Kyushu Security Bureau would choose him. The super rookie who killed a god, or Deng Mingyu, who chickened out in the face of battle. Honestly, if he wasn't happy, he wouldn't mind quitting the Security Bureau altogether. Colleagues, that was hardly the case. Even at the Haijing Security Bureau, Lin Baici hadn't visited many times. Aside from the Jia sisters, he probably spoke the most to the receptionist at the front desk. He is downstairs. Jia Hongmian smiled slightly. She understood the look in Lin Baici's eyes, but she had no intention of stopping him. Do the strong need a reason to kill? After Jia Hongmian left, Lin Baici also headed out. I'm going to check on the big ant and the others. Lin Baici went to the nurse's station and requested the list of hospitalized patients. Sister Yixian is in the ICU, currently in a vegetative state. Who knows if there is any possibility of her waking up? Jia Hongyao sighed. Compared to those who were completely wiped out, this is already much better. Gu Qingqiu comforted her. Lin Baici's relationship with Yixian was average. So, He went to find the big ant first. The big ant's name was Zuzu. Her name sounded elegant and refined, but she was actually passionate and restrained, and dared to love and hate. Perhaps because she had been divorced once, she had become open-minded about relationships between men and women. After realizing that Lin Baici was a golden thigh to cling to, she had been following him around, not afraid of gossip at all. When Lin Baici found her, the big ant was fast asleep. He originally didn't want to disturb Zuzu and was prepared to walk away quietly. But unexpectedly, the big ant woke up, coming quickly. Before Lin Baici could react, the big ant grabbed his arm and pulled him inside. The atmosphere in the room suddenly took on a pinkish hue. Because it was so quiet, one could hear the sound of breathing. A few minutes later, the older ant felt a sense of regret, leaning in close to Lin Baici's ear and whispering, "There are too many eyes and ears here. I know you can't let yourself go. It's fine. In a while, I'll be heading to Haijing. You should come over and let me properly taste the food you make." Lin Baici couldn't handle this level of enthusiasm and quickly retreated. "As long as you're all right, that's what matters. Get some rest. I'm going to go check on Zhang Hao." Baici. Zuzu set aside her flirtatious demeanor, stood up straight, and reached out a hand toward Lin Baici. "This time, I owe it all to you. A great kindness doesn't need words of thanks. In the future, if there is ever anything you need from me, Zuzu, just say the word." Without Lin Baici, she would have been dead for sure. This was a massive debt of gratitude. "You're being too polite." Lin Baici shook the older ant's hand. Zhang Hao's injuries were lighter. When Lin Baici went to visit, she was leaning against the headboard, chatting with a few people. Xiao Bai. Zhang Hao also had a favorable impression of Lin Baici, but she wasn't as blatant as the older ant. Primarily, she didn't want to just play around. She wanted to cultivate a serious relationship. She was aiming for marriage. "Don't get out of bed." Lin Baici stopped Zhang Hao. "How are you feeling?" Compared to a newcomer like himself, Zhang Hao, as one of the 3 heroes of Shangjing, had far too many friends. When these people saw Lin Baici, their scrutinizing gazes immediately locked onto him. One had to know that Zhang Hao had always held herself in high regard and looked down on men. Yet now, she was treating this young man with such courtesy. "Zhang Hao, is this your little boyfriend?" In the crowd, a woman wearing a pencil skirt, a turtleneck sweater, and a long overcoat teased Zhang Hao. Her appearance was average, at most a 6 out of 10, but she had a very refined temperament. "Don't talk nonsense. This is the Lin God, Lin Baici, who purified the 7 towns of Luoyang." Zhang Hao was startled and quickly glared at her best friend, Tang Ying, warning her that while it was fine to joke around usually, this time was absolutely off limits. Lin Baici was not an ordinary man. Long time no see, or rather, long heard of. Her best friend Tang stepped forward quickly, reaching out her hand from a distance, her friendly demeanor fully on display. "I saw it on the origin forum. Everyone is calling you the Haijing Lin God." The others also came over, taking the initiative to greet him while curiously sizing Lin Baici up. They had already asked Zhang Hao about the situation regarding the 7 towns of Luoyang and knew that Lin Baici was a newcomer. Only now, seeing him in person, did they realize he was even younger than they had expected. "I don't deserve such praise," Lin Baici smiled. He didn't like this kind of socializing. "Sister Hao, I see you're fine. So get some more rest. I'm going to go check on the others." "Don't go yet. Let's chat a bit more." The best friend Tang reached out to pull Lin Baici back. These female god hunters, because of their strength, tended to be more uninhibited in their actions. Before Lin Baici could react, Zhang Hao moved faster, grabbing her best friend's wrist. "You go ahead. My injuries aren't serious. Once things are settled here, I'll go to Haijing to see you, and we can have a proper get-together." Zhang Hao's tone was gentle, carrying the vibe of a sweet older sister from next door. "All right." Lin Baici slipped away. "No way. He left just like that." Seeing Lin Baici leave, the best friend Tang was shocked. She turned her head to look at Zhang Hao seriously. How? Your charm isn't working anymore. You can't even handle a little boy like that." Zhang Hao felt completely numb. If she had a choice, she would rather these people leave and have Lin Baici stay. After all, even if you added all these people together, their future prospects might not be as bright as Lin Baici's. I'm begging you. In the future, when you see Lin Baici, can you please not be so loose-lipped? He is not someone you can tease, don't doubt it. He is the kind of man who will actually slap you across the face, usually, when her best friend Tang Ying went to bars and nightclubs. Because she was strong and wealthy, those young men, even if they were annoyed, wouldn't dare complain and could only force a smile. But Lin Baici was different. Slap who? Slap me. A violent bear-level powerhouse with 15 divine graces, Tang Ying scoffed. It's only been a few days. Have you forgotten my worth? Damn it. No matter how much you're worth. Have you ever killed a god? Zhang Hao was so angry she started swearing. The first thing she did after waking up was to inquire about the situation in the 7 towns of Luoyang. After learning that Lin Baici was the one who handled it, she was completely stunned. All right. Don't ruin our sisterly bond over some stinking man. Tang Ying waved her hand impatiently. Her treatment of Lin Baici just now was mostly just for show. If someone said Lin Baici had purified a few high-intensity pollution god-forbidden games, she would believe it. But killing a god, in her view, it could be summed up in 3 words: impossible. Chapter 536. Hurry and say thank you to Brother Baici. This floor was entirely composed of VIP rooms. Large vases were placed in the hallways, and green plants were kept to enhance the atmosphere. However, a hospital ward was still a hospital ward, no matter how it was decorated. It would always cause a sense of psychological discomfort. Lin Baici didn't mind, though. He was just marveling at the fact that he, too, could stay in such a place and enjoy special privileges. And like when he was a child, having to wait in long lines to see a doctor at the hospital, he also noticed that the young nurses on this floor were all quite pretty. What a beautiful jasmine flower. The phone in his pocket rang. Lin Baici took it out and glanced at it. It was Nanggong Shu. He swiped his thumb to answer. Auntie Shu. Lin Baici was just about to ask how Nanggong Shu had been doing lately. But as soon as he finished saying Auntie Shu, the other party's exclamation came through. Baici, I knew you would be able to come out alive. Woo-woo. You scared me to death. Who could have thought that a job meant for padding one's resume would turn into a life or death challenge? I have to say, your luck is just bottomless, isn't it? How is it? Are you okay? You didn't lose any arms or legs, did you? Otherwise, Auntie Shu would be heartbroken. Nanggong Shu said a lot in one breath. She had quite a reputation in her early years, and relying on that, combined with the support of others, the Dragon and Beauty Bar gradually became a private gathering place for god hunters. Once she began selling intelligence, acting as a middleman for various deals, and managing business related to divine taboo items, the place slowly evolved into an underground black market. It was not large in scale, but the information there was absolutely cutting edge. The day after the god ruins erupted in the 7 towns of Luoyang, Nanggong Shu received the news and immediately called Lin Baici in a panic. The call went unanswered, which meant that Lin Baici was having the worst luck and was trapped inside the god ruins. The mere thought that she hadn't yet devoured this little wolf dog made Nanggong Shu so angry that her chest ached. The most delicious food, of course, must be saved for last to be savored slowly. Nanggong Shu had been waiting for Lin Baici to grow and reach the moment he was most delectable before taking a bite. But who would have thought? The person was gone. Damn the Haijing Security Bureau. Why did they have to send Lin Baici to be an examiner? One could only blame Lin Baici for being too outstanding. Had he been even slightly more mediocre, he wouldn't have been selected. For the past few days, Nanggong Shu hadn't been able to eat or sleep well, and even her period had become a regular dot just yesterday. Nanggong Shu received news that the 7 towns of Luoyang had been purified. In the past, what Nanggong Shu cared about most was which dragon-level expert had purified such a major god ruin. But this time, she only cared about whether Lin Baici was alive. She made several calls in a row, but no one answered, and Nanggong Shu's heart turned cold. She comforted herself, saying that Lin Baici had come out but just hadn't retrieved his phone yet. But after waiting another 3 hours and calling again, it still went unanswered. Generally speaking, when a god hunter comes out of the god ruins, even if they cannot move, they will have colleagues to help them keep their phone accessible at the first opportunity to avoid worrying their family. Therefore, this meant that Lin Baici was done for. In reality, Lin Baici was able to move. And since he was currently in his university years and had no need to report his safety to his mother, he wasn't in a hurry to turn on his phone. Later on, when Hoyu arrived, there was a fishing game to play. So, who would bother with a broken phone? Could this thing be better than a soft girl with a super pleasant voice? Whenever Nangongshu thought about Lin Baici being gone, she would drown her sorrows in alcohol, drink more than a bottle of whiskey, and then pass out. Having just woken up, Nangongshu was once again filled with hope and called him. To her surprise, Lin Baici answered, "My little wolf dog is back." Nangongshu jumped up with joy, dancing a tango right on her bed. Lin Baici laughed. Could this be considered care from a friend? He was just about to answer. Beep, beep. Nangongshu hung up the phone. What is going on? Lin Baici was confused. It couldn't be that she was so happy she didn't look where she was going and got hit by a car. Right. Lin Baici was overthinking it. The next second, a video call from Nangongshu came through. He clicked accept. Nangongshu's bare face immediately appeared on the phone. Quick. Let Auntie Shu take a good look. Lin Baici was shocked. Auntie Shu, you really don't treat me like an outsider. What is she wearing? A silk camisole nightgown, right? The strap on the left had slipped down to her arm, revealing more than half of her breast, which was dazzlingly white. I hadn't noticed before. But even though Auntie Shu is getting on in years, she is still so firm. Good, good, your face is fine. Still so handsome. Nangongshu was relieved, then frowned. That's not right. Why are you so energetic? Otherwise, should I be lying on a hospital bed wailing? Lin Baici asked with a smile, then looked away. Auntie Shu, your clothes. No, I mean. Nangongshu didn't care about the shoulder strap and reorganized her words. I heard that the pollution level in the 7 towns of Luoyang had increased. Yes. I also heard that many people died. Yes. I also received news from a big shot saying that the pollution in this god ruin spread again because a god appeared. Yes. Lin Baici's simple, indifferent yes made Nangongshu explode. Damn it. And you can still walk around in a hospital room the day after coming out of the god ruins. Nangongshu couldn't understand. Otherwise, Lin Baici asked back. Nangongshu wanted to say that he should be covered in bandages, lying on the verge of death in the ICU, with doctors looking at the monitors with solemn faces, just short of folding their hands over their abdomens to mourn. Are you really sure there was a god inside? Nangongshu didn't quite believe it. Lin Baici was too relaxed. Nothing like someone who had just come out of a 10-year level major god ruin. People who have just returned from a vacation abroad are more tired than you, I'm sure. Lin Baici looked at Nangongshu's mouth, finding it hard to believe that such beautiful red lips could also utter profanities. You saw it with your own eyes. Nangongshu was curious. More than just seeing it. The god was actually taken down by little Lin. Jia Hongyao had just finished visiting a friend and happened to walk over, leaning against Lin Baici's shoulder. When Nangongshu saw the high ponytail, she pulled up her strap without a trace, covering her northern hemisphere. But upon hearing this, her fingers stiffened. What? Nangongshu was shocked. And the strap slipped down again. Lin Baici realized. So you did know you were exposed. That's impossible, right? Nangongshu's reason told her that Jia Hongyao wouldn't lie. And even if she did, she had enough experience to tell. But Lin Baici really didn't look like someone who had fought a god. The next second, Nangongshu realized that this skepticism might annoy Lin Baici, so she quickly apologized. Little Lin, don't misunderstand. I'm just too surprised. Forget it. Stop thinking about it. When I see Lin Baici, I'll ask him in person. And I won't wait anymore. This time I am going to eat him. Oh my god. A man who has killed a god must surely taste delicious, right? Nangongshu watched Lin Baici on the video call and couldn't help but lick her red lips. Aunt Shu, this is a hospital. There are too many people and eyes are on, so it is not convenient to talk about many things. Lin Baici treated Nangongshu as a friend, so he had no problem sharing information that did not require confidentiality for free. Even though it did not require confidentiality, those without the proper channels would have to pay to obtain such information. Since you are fine, I will not come over. When you return to Haijing, I will throw a welcome party for you. Nangongshu smiled like a flower. All right, thank you in advance. And shoo. Lin Baici smiled. Then, that is all right. Wait. Just as Nangongshu was about to hang up the video call, she remembered something else. I have kept in mind the matter of you wanting to buy a house. There are 2 nice ones available. Also, recently at the bar, a big boss posted a mission with a very high price, and I have saved it for you. I was urgently worried that the big boss would think you were too young and unreliable, and thus would not hire you. But now that you have returned, you should have reached the dragon level, right? A 19-year-old dragon level expert. That big boss will have to toast you if he wants to hire you. Nangongshu teased. Thank you. And shoo. Lin Baici hung up the phone and found that Jia Hongyao was still hanging on his back, showing no intention of getting down. Are you done seeing your friend? Lin Baici reached out to adjust her high ponytail. He had to. The sensation of her D-cup chest pressing against his back was quite intense. Jia Hongyao walked side by side with Lin Baici. Izu is not dead. Do you want to go see her? You admire that girl. As soon as Lin Baici saw the expression on the high ponytail girl, he knew what she was thinking. You want to recruit her into the team. She managed to survive until the end, and her strength is decent. Besides, in our team, we always need a newcomer to run errands, right? Jia Hongyao explained. Usually, when it comes to buying milk tea or picking up deliveries, I cannot be the only one doing it, right? I am, after all, the leader of the 7th star. The high ponytail girl was not being lazy or wanting to boss people around. She simply felt that if other teams had such members, she should have one too. After this divine ruin ended, Guqinkyu and Huoyuyu would definitely obtain their licenses and join the Haijing Security Bureau. In terms of rank, they were newcomers, but they were also her friends, and Jia Hongyao felt embarrassed to let them do such menial tasks. So, this is what they call team building and cultivating new talent, right? Jia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici with pleading eyes. Lin Baici looked at the pitiful expression on the high ponytail girl and burst out laughing. You are the team leader, you know. You do not need to ask for my opinion. That will not do. You are my trump card. Jia Hongyao casually wrapped her arm around Lin Baici's shoulder and lowered her voice. But you will not lose out either. Little Yu is quite pretty, has a great figure, and is sharp-witted. She is easy on the eyes, and she should be comfortable to use as well. Lin Baici glanced at the high ponytail girl. By use, she likely meant for work, not anything suggestive. But it was very easy for one's mind to wander. The two chatted idly as they walked downstairs. Inside Ward 2105, there were over a dozen people. They were all friends and subordinates of Deng Mingyu, who had rushed over to visit him as soon as they heard the news. On the bedside table next to the hospital bed, there was no more room for fruits and gifts. Many were placed directly on the floor. So many that Deng Mingyu could open a fruit shop. Team leader Deng is truly noble and selfless. You have a VIP ward but choose to stay here instead. A woman with bright red lipstick, looking to be about 27 or 28, cut a piece of apple she had peeled, skewered it with a toothpick, and handed it to Deng Mingyu. Taking the opportunity to flatter him, a half-step dragon-level expert was a big shot in her eyes. Team leader Deng has never pursued material comforts. His lifestyle is very simple. That is true. Otherwise, he would not be one step away from the dragon level at such a young age. Everyone chimed in with praise. Deng Mingyu smiled warmly, offering humble remarks from time to time. Stay in a high-ranking VIP ward. Be served by pretty nurses. Who the hell would not want that? The only reason I am not staying there is because Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao are upstairs. Damn it. Those youngsters from the Haijing Security Bureau actually killed a god and purified the 7 towns of Luoyang. They are truly heaven-defying. Thinking of his own act of fleeing the scene, Deng Mingyu felt ashamed. How could he dare to stay upstairs? It would be so awkward if they ran into each other. It is better here. Amidst the constant flattery and the fawning smiles, Deng Mingyu felt himself floating again. The terrible mood caused by his lackluster performance faded quite a bit. Team leader, I heard there were gods inside the divine ruin. What do the gods look like? Are they humanoid in form? Everyone was dying of curiosity. I cannot talk about that. Deng Mingyu feigned mystery, though he felt bitter inside. How the hell would I know that, however? That stone statue of the goddess. That must have been a god, right? Dang Mingyu did not dare to speak nonsense. It would be embarrassing if he got it wrong, especially since Lin Baici and the others had likely seen the true form of the gods. Sigh, our clearance is not high enough. We are not qualified to hear these secrets. The woman with red lipstick sighed. Anyway, the gods are very powerful. Just look at how many people died, and you will know. It is said that among those who survived, several have gone insane. Be content. If it were not for the team leader leading the way to purify the divine ruin, those survivors would all be dead. Everyone discussed it heatedly. Do not look at those who were weak and fell behind but still survived. They were actually just riding on the coattails of people like Lin Baici. If they had failed to purify the divine ruin, those who fell behind would still have met their deaths. Team leader, you should be able to promote to the dragon level this time, right? The woman with red lipstick held the toothpick, skewered a piece of apple, and handed it to Dang Mingyu. Haha, that depends on what the higher-ups decide. Dang Mingyu smiled and ate the apple. He did not answer directly. It looked like humility, but in reality, it was a cover-up. Damn it. The ones who should be promoting to dragon level are Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Dang Mingyu was unhappy again. Once he failed to get a promotion, someone would surely become suspicious and eventually deduce the truth that he hadn't actually contributed anything. Feeling depressed and irritable, Dang Mingyu looked at the woman wearing lipstick. She just had to bring up the one thing he wanted to avoid. He would find an excuse to keep her behind later and teach her a harsh lesson. Besides alcohol, women were the only other thing that could drown his sorrows. Knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. There were over a dozen people in the hospital room, so the door hadn't been closed. Hearing the knock, everyone turned their heads subconsciously to take a look. And then, they were stunned. What a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The man stood tall and imposing like a mountain, his eyes bright and spirited, while the woman stood gracefully, full of youthful vitality, especially her pair of massive breasts, which were as plump as the bountiful fruits of autumn. Is that Jia Hongyao? It should be. With those massive breasts, she is the #1 in the security bureau. It is her. I went to the Haijing Security Bureau for a business trip last year and saw her. Everyone whispered among themselves. Those who didn't know Jia Hongyao immediately averted their gazes after hearing her name, not daring to stare recklessly anymore. Are you kidding? This was Jia Hongmian's younger sister. Who would dare to offend her? Weren't they afraid of having their eyes gouged out? Who is that man? Not sure. I heard that Director Jia used the genius recruitment clause to sign a newcomer. It must be him, right? No way. Stronger than Lin Baici. The reason Jia Hongyao was famous wasn't because of her chest, but because of Jia Hongyao. As for Lin Baici, she relied on her stunning performance of crushing all other candidates in the 7 towns of Luoyang. Lin Baici had joined the security bureau for too short a time. Although he had the record of the business trip, it was kept confidential. So apart from some high-ranking officials, no one else knew about it. Consequently, gazes of doubt and curiosity scrutinized Lin Baici without restraint. At least he has guts. He wasn't intimidated by so many eyes, the lipstick woman commented. And this level of attractiveness was also right up her alley. Maybe she could ask him out. If it were anyone else, everyone would have ignored them. But this was Jia Hongyao. They didn't dare to strike up a conversation and even cleared a path. This exposed Dang Mingyu. Some quick-witted people spotted a blind spot. Jia Hongyao and this handsome guy probably weren't here to visit, as they hadn't brought any gifts. Dang Mingyu frowned slightly. What were these two here for? They couldn't be here to settle scores, could they? Dang Mingyu, you didn't expect that we would kill the god and purify the 7 towns of Luoyang, did you? Jia Hongyao got straight to the point. As soon as she said this, everyone in the room was shocked. What the hell? It felt like there was some major gossip here. Everyone turned to look at Dang Mingyu, waiting to see what he would say. Director Jia is truly worthy of being the #1 person in Kyushu. Dang Mingyu feigned admiration, the implication being, stop pretending. Without Jia Hongyao, both of you would be dead. My sister didn't go in. It was little Lindsay who killed the god. Jia Hongyao corrected him. Lin Baici patted Jia Hongyao on the shoulder and looked at these people, announcing, it was our 7th star that purified the god ruins. This Dang Mingyu owes us a thank you. Hearing this, The girl with the high ponytail felt her eyes light up, moved beyond words. She decided that even if her own children were starving, she would feed Lin Baici's son 7 meals a day to keep him plump and healthy. I came here this time just to hear those words. Lin Baici looked at Deng Mingyu with a cold expression. There was no need to be polite to a coward like this. Swish. Everyone looked at Deng Mingyu. If Deng Mingyu hadn't participated in the battle against the god, then Lin Baici's words were spot on. If they hadn't purified the god ruins, everyone would have died. Lin Baici, we are all colleagues. We see each other every day. Do you really have to be so aggressive? Deng Mingyu's face darkened. Colleagues. Lin Baici sneered. Are you worthy? That's right. Those people you abandoned really called you team leader in vain. Jia Hongyao despised selfish people like Deng Mingyu the most. Hurry up and say thank you to Brother Baici. Otherwise this matter isn't over. If it were in private, an apology serving tea and saying thank you given Deng Mingyu's thick skin, he could have done it. But now, being watched by so many people, damn it, if he said thank you to Brother Baici now, would he have any face left? Jia Hongyao, don't think that just because you have Jia Hongmian backing you, no one dares to provoke you. Deng Mingyu began to change the subject, digging a hole for the girl with the high ponytail to jump into. TCH, with your pathetic skills, little Lindsay and I could both beat your head in. The girl with the high ponytail mocked. Then come and try. Deng Mingyu goaded her. I'm standing right here. Let's see how you beat my head in. Deng Mingyu was very cunning. As long as a fight broke out and he defeated Jia Hongyao and Lin Baici, even if it were revealed later that he hadn't contributed much in the god ruins, he could refute it by saying he was just unlucky and hadn't encountered the god. If Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao could kill a god, and Deng Mingyu could defeat them, everyone would think he was equally capable of killing a god. Seeing that Deng Mingyu refused to say thank you, Jia Hongyao rolled up her sleeves, ready to give him a taste of her power. Clap, clap. Lin Baici clapped his hands. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Truly, shamelessness is mother. Opening the door for shamelessness. You've reached the peak of shamelessness. Lin Baici ridiculed. Lin Baici, what is that attitude? Deng Mingyu roared. I treated you as a friend. Don't push your luck. I don't have the fortune to have a friend like you who abandons his subordinates and runs away at any moment. Lin Baici sneered. By the way, does your friend know that you help others cheat during the God Hunter license examination? Hearing this, although everyone kept a straight face due to Deng Mingyu's status, all sorts of gossip were already flying in their minds. So, is this the kind of person Deng Mingyu is? They had misjudged him. What a piece of trash. The woman in lipstick stood beside Deng Mingyu, holding a piece of fruit. She had wanted to say a few words to help him, but Jia Hongyao and Lin Baici were so firm and assertive that she didn't dare to open her mouth. Yet, this was the perfect moment to speak up for Deng Mingyu and earn some major favor. Just as the woman in lipstick was still hesitating, a shout rang out. What are all of you gathered here for? Hong Chanming stood in the hallway with a dark expression. Don't you know this is a hospital ward? You need to keep it quiet. Director Hong, Director Ji. Everyone hurriedly offered their greetings. Some recognized Jia Hongmian and, seeing her standing next to Hong Chengming, quickly greeted her as well. Clear out. Hong Chengming had come here intending to invite Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao to a meal. Hearing that Jia Hongmian was also present, he had gone to find her first. However, halfway through their conversation, his secretary rushed over to report that Lin Baici and his companion had gone downstairs to cause trouble for Deng Mingyu. The moment Hong Chengming saw Deng Mingyu, he had gotten the full story. Although he hated that this guy was so spineless, what could he do? This was his own direct subordinate. Furthermore, if word got out that Deng Mingyu had chickened out in the face of battle, the reputation of the Xijing Security Bureau would be severely damaged. Did you not hear me? Hong Chengming roared. Clear out. Seeing the director lose his temper, everyone lowered their heads and hurried to leave. But they stopped when they reached the door. Because Lin Baici was standing there, he hadn't moved. Jia Hongyao had originally taken a step back. But seeing that Lin Baici hadn't moved, she quickly stepped back into place. It wasn't just about Lin Baici. As a team leader, she would definitely support whatever her team member wanted to do. The crowd hadn't expected Lin Baici to be so stubborn. Even after Director Han had spoken, he still wouldn't budge. He was truly thick-headed. He was just asking for trouble. Seeing this, Han Qingming frowned. He felt that Lin Baici was unruly and rebellious. But out of consideration for the young man's combat record, and for the sake of Jia Hongmian, he patiently tried to smooth things over. Han Yao, Baici, it's almost noon. I've arranged a full fish banquet at Juxian Mansion. Let's go and have a taste. The secretary, who was very socially adept, walked over quickly with a smile, reaching out to pull Lin Baici's arm. He could tell that Jia Hongyao was actually fine. The main issue was this guy. God Lin, you're famous now. Our director has invited a whole group of big shots to keep you company. You must tell us all about your glorious battle achievements, the secretary flattered. Lin Baici swatted the secretary's arm away. Eating can wait. I'm not leaving until I hear Dang Mingyu say thank you. Han Chengming's face turned ugly upon hearing this. Is there no end to this? Do you not know how to conduct yourself? Dang Mingyu clenched his fists, staring fixedly at Lin Baici. The urge to kill rose within him. Should I just finish him off right here, damn it? At worst, I'll just quit this job and spend the rest of my life on the run. Chapter 537. Plucking a heart with bare hands. Sportscar Lin. If he had a choice, Dang Mingyu certainly didn't want to leave the security bureau. As the saying goes, it's easy to enjoy the shade under a big tree. Beyond the attractive high benefits, the main thing was that when purifying the divine ruin, most rogue cultivators and teams dared not provoke members of such large organizations. But if Dang Mingyu were truly pushed to the edge, he would just go all out and defect. Because his parents had died long ago, and he had no wife or children, he had no ties. To put it bluntly, he had no weak points. As a half-step dragon level, no matter which country Dang Mingyu went to, he could live a life of luxury. It would just be a matter of having a bad reputation. But was reputation really more important than living comfortably? No one's life was more important than his own. The onlookers watched Lin Baici, completely stunned. What was up with this kid? Could he be the little toyboy favored by Director Jia? Otherwise, how would he dare to treat Han Chengming with this kind of attitude? One had to know that besides holding the powerful position of director, Han Chengming was himself above the dragon level. He could kill this kid with a single slap. God Lin, would it be alright if I said thank you on his behalf? I can say it 100 times. The secretary smiled awkwardly, quickly glancing at Jia Hongmian. He noticed that this big shot was standing with her arms crossed, looking like she was just there to watch the show, smoothing things over. That wasn't going to happen. This left the secretary feeling completely numb, not knowing how to salvage the situation. To put it plainly, Han Chengming's influence was not enough. Lin Baici turned his head and looked at the secretary. You talk too much. The secretary's already stiff smile vanished completely. Fury surged in his heart. In the 7 years since he had become Han Chengming's secretary, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. He really thinks he's something just because he has a few achievements? He doesn't know how high the sky is. He'll be finished sooner or later. The secretary slandered him in his heart, glancing at Han Chengming. His own feelings didn't matter. He had to see how the big boss wanted to handle this. Hey! Han Chengming chuckled and stopped speaking. Jia Hongmian's indifference and Lin Baici's arrogance had also stoked his temper. Since they wanted to make a scene, then let's make it a big one. Han Chengming's gaze swept subtly over Dang Mingyu. As Han Chengming's direct subordinate, Dang Mingyu understood instantly, so he laughed. There is no thank you. But I do have a life. If you have the ability, come and take it. Dang Mingyu mocked. He had personally experienced the 7 towns of Luoyang. Such high-intensity rule-based pollution must have meant the presence of a terrifying god. So, he absolutely did not believe that Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao could have killed a god. They don't have that kind of strength, you know. Even 1 or 2 dragon levels would just be serving themselves up on a platter. How could 2 young kids like Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao do it? There must be some secret here that I don't know about. Dang Mingyu had already considered it. Apologizing directly would be too humiliating. If he fought and won, he would become famous by stepping on Lin Baici, the strongest among the strong. If he lost, he would simply walk away, quit the Kyushu Security Bureau, and never care about morality or the law again. living exactly how he pleased. Dang Mingyu had long wanted to experience this kind of lawless, carefree life ever since he gained power. Even if I am trash, I wouldn't be killed by him, right? Dang Mingyu had still prepared for the worst-case scenario. People in the corridor were gathering in increasing numbers, all having heard the commotion and rushing over to watch the spectacle. This kid is way too reckless, isn't he? Tang Ying stood in the crowd, feeling speechless. He won't even give Hong Chengming any face. Dang Mingyu is dead for sure. Zhang Hao also found this guy unpleasant. Wake up. That is a half-step dragon level. Tang Ying felt that her best friend must have been poisoned by Lin Baici, as she trusted him far too much. Even if Lin Baici killed a god, how many days have passed since then? Can he really have recovered to his peak state? The ranking system for god hunters is primarily based on the number of divine favors held and their combat record. When a person absorbs a divine favor, they are considered wolf level. After possessing 5 divine favors and participating as a main force in the purification of 3 god runes, they are promoted to leopard head level. After accumulating 10 divine favors and breaking through 5 god runes as a main force, they are promoted to violent bear level. Above that is the Lion King level. The requirements for promotion are possessing 15 divine favors and having broken through 10 god runes as a main force, or exploring a major god rune that has existed for over 10 years and bringing back valuable intelligence. If one breaks through 5 god runes solo, they can also be promoted to Lion King. Above that is the dragon level, which requires a minimum of 30 divine favors, of which no fewer than 10 must be major divine favors. Dang Mingyu possessed 30 divine favors, but because the number of god runes he had purified was insufficient, and his experience exploring major god runes older than 10 years was also lacking, he was known as a half-step dragon level within the Security Bureau. There were many half-step dragon levels like Dang Mingyu. They all met the criteria for the number of divine favors, but lacked the required number of major god runes. Because a person only has one life, it is not like in video games where you can insert a coin to respawn. Once one reaches Dang Mingyu's level, they lack neither money nor status, and life is sweet. To go and risk one's life again, it is either because of a strong personal interest like Xiaohong Yao, who loves adventure, or because of a sense of responsibility, believing that they should protect these people, this country, and even this blue world. The more divine favors one has, the more cards they can play. I don't believe a newcomer like Lin Baici can hold more divine favors than Dang Mingyu. Tang Ying did not think highly of Lin Baici. He is not like Xiaohong Yao, who has the number 1 person in Kyushu as a sister to feed her divine favors. Dang Mingyu thought the same. And he also felt that he had over a decade more combat and killing experience than Lin Baici. It has developed a murderous intent, since you said so. Then, I will not be polite. Lin Baici looked at Dang Mingyu and smiled faintly, looking very sunny. Damn, he is really handsome. Tang Ying bumped Zhang Hao with her shoulder. How about it? Have you tasted it yet? What is it like? Zhang Hao rolled her eyes in disgust. What a waste. If it were me, I would have already squeezed him into medicinal dregs, Tang Ying muttered. The lipstick-wearing woman held a toothpick and popped an apple slice into her mouth. She felt a bit of regret. She thought this tall boy was too stupid. It was a real waste of that face. I need to watch out for that divine favor of his that can turn him into a giant. But in a place like this, he shouldn't be able to use it, Dang Mingyu pondered, a mocking smile on his lips as he extended his right hand toward Lin Baici and crooked his finger. Come on then. Dang Mingyu was deliberately provoking Lin Baici to make him lose his composure, but just as he finished speaking, his entire face suddenly twisted. A sharp, intense pain erupted in his left chest, causing him to lose all strength instantly and collapse toward the floor. Dang Mingyu fell face first, hitting the floor hard. His nose and mouth were smashed, and bright red blood flowed out, staining the white floor tiles. Swish! The entire room was in an uproar, especially those close to Dang Mingyu, who were startled and quickly retreated a few steps, wanting to put a safe distance between them. What the hell? Did he die suddenly? The crowd exclaimed repeatedly. They were all god hunters with good eyesight. They didn't need to get close to inspect him to know that Dang Mingyu was finished. So they turned their gazes toward Lin Baici. There was nothing unusual. What is he holding in his right hand? which is hanging by his side. Someone saw it clearly. It was a heart, and it was still dripping blood. The hospital room, which had been bustling with people and filled with chatter, suddenly fell into a deathly silence, as if swept by a Siberian cold front. A scent of blood began to drift through the air. Everyone's eyes darted between the dead Deng Mingyu and Lin Baici, who stood calmly in front of the door, their expressions filled with indescribable shock. Is he really this strong? They hadn't even seen him make a move, and Deng Mingyu was already finished. One had to remember, this was a half-step dragon level. Lin Baici didn't even look at the heart in his hand and tossed it aside casually. The hand of God is just that powerful. Let's go. Lin Baici called out to Jia Hongyao. The blood-dripping heart landed on Deng Mingyu's body and rolled off. Perhaps because it had just been extracted, it was actually still beating, making it look exceptionally gruesome. The lipstick-wearing woman suddenly shrieked. Startled, her hand shook, and the toothpick she was holding poked her lip. Swish! Everyone's gaze immediately snapped toward her. Lin Baici stopped, turned around, and looked over. Do you have an opinion? She was decent-looking, but her lipstick was too thick, making her look like a vampire, which did not fit Lin Baici's aesthetic. The lipstick-wearing woman looked into Lin Baici's cold eyes, and the hair on her entire body stood up in an instant. She waved her hands hurriedly. No. The lipstick-wearing woman explained in a rush. I was eating fruit and poked my lip. Afraid that Lin Baici wouldn't believe her, she quickly picked up the toothpick to show him. No one mocked the lipstick-wearing woman for her cowardly display. Had it been them, they would have acted exactly the same way. Discontent. Deng Mingyu's corpse was lying on the floor right in front of them, and it hadn't even gone cold yet. Be careful. Lin Baici finished speaking and turned to leave, not even sparing Hong Chengming a glance. The people gathered in the corridor hurriedly retreated to the walls on either side, clearing a path for him. Director, I'm heading back to my room first. Lin Baici greeted Jia Hongmian. Get some rest. We're heading back to Haixing tomorrow. Jia Hongmian had originally intended to let Lin Baici stay in the VIP ward for a few more days. The Xijing Security Bureau was footing the bill for everything anyway, but after what had just happened, it was better to leave. My skills were inferior, so I'll accept my bad luck. Hong Chengming didn't want to stay here and continue losing face. He ordered his secretary to clean up and then left immediately. He had his own temper, too. His subordinate had been killed by Lin Baici. There was no way he was going to invite him to dinner anymore. As for this move of Lin Baici's, it was strong, but it hadn't reached the point of stunning him. Among those of them at the dragon level, who didn't have a trump card hidden up their sleeves, with the big shots gone, the onlookers finally let out a sigh of relief and immediately began discussing the event excitedly. How did he do that? Plucking a person's heart out from a distance, that's just too overbearing, isn't it? It must be a great God-given ability. Is a great God-given ability even enough to describe it? Weren't there rumors that Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao killed the god? I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Exactly. This kind of God-given ability to pluck a heart from a distance with bare hands must have been obtained from a god. Everyone discussed it with great enthusiasm, watching as the secretary and his team cleaned up Deng Mingyu's corpse, which still had eyes wide open in disbelief. Another Jia Hongmian in the making, no doubt about it. The Haixing god Lin. The name is well deserved. Do you think he will enter the Qin Palace? Those who hadn't heard of Lin Baici's name before started asking around for information about him. The title Haixing god Lin began to spread rapidly after Lin Baici killed Deng Mingyu in front of everyone. Those who had come to see Deng Mingyu, his friends and subordinates, were all somewhat dazed. Did Deng Mingyu just die like that? He was as insignificant as an ant being casually crushed by someone passing by. The lipstick-wearing woman was now filled with lingering fear and relief. It was fortunate that she hadn't helped Deng Mingyu earlier, or she would have been in big trouble. Zhang Hao turned her head with a smile and, seeing her best friend looking dazed, bumped her with her shoulder. How was that? Tang Ying drew a sharp breath. What kind of God-given ability is this? Do you know? I don't. Seeing that there were too many people around, Zhang Hao pulled her friend away. I can only tell you that Lin Baici has at least 3 more God-given abilities of equal power in his arsenal. Hiss! Tang Ying was shocked. Is he some kind of monster wearing human skin? Otherwise, It was too terrifying to have grown to this extent after being a god hunter for only a year. After saying this, Tang Ying suddenly thought of a possibility. She immediately wrapped her arm around Zhang Hao's shoulder and leaned her mouth close to her ear. Do you think it's possible that the story about Lin Baici killing a god is fake? That the real Lin Baici was already killed by a god, and this person is a god wearing Lin Baici's skin? The more Tang Ying thought about it, the more she felt it was a strong possibility, and her whole body began to tremble. Stop guessing wildly. If we can't tell, do you think Xiao Hongmian and Hong Changming wouldn't be able to tell? Zhang Hao felt her friend was being overly anxious. Rather than a god disguised as a human, I think it's more likely that he is some kind of experimental subject from the security bureau. Hu Yuyu and Long Miao also came to join the crowd after witnessing that scene. Although they thought Lin Baici was cool, they were also a bit worried. Bai, won't killing people like this be detrimental to your future development? Hu Yuyu had become a god hunter, but deep down, she was still a stickler for the rules. Little fish. If a schoolmate isn't developing well, there is only one reason: he isn't strong enough. Gu Qingqiu teased. That's right. How loud your voice is depends entirely on how hard your fists are. Jia Hongyao nodded. I didn't expect you to have this kind of realization. Gu Qingqiu was surprised. What was this called? Great wisdom disguised as folly. My sister taught me. The girl with the high ponytail laughed. She said that when your fists are big, you can reason if you want to. And if you don't want to reason, you can just beat the other person to death. I've always thought that was twisted logic. Jia Hongyao did a few butterfly steps and threw a series of jabs. But I like it. Lin Baici said nothing and returned to his ward to rest. From the moment he first learned that this guy helped cheat and traded exam questions, he had disliked him. Then came the selfishness and greed in the god ruins, which made him even more repulsive. However, the most important reason was that Lin Baici wanted to establish his authority. Killing a god might look like a glorious achievement, but the trouble behind it was not small. Some people would think, you killed a god, so you must have obtained top-tier god-given abilities and god-forbidden items, right? Wealth moves people's hearts, not to mention such precious spoils of war. Anyone with a bit of strength would want a piece of the pie. So the problem was that no one had seen the scene of Lin Baici killing the god. And there would definitely be people who thought it was Jia Hongyao or Jia Hongmian who had done it. Lin Baici killing Deng Mingyu in public was meant to let those with ill intentions know. Lin Baici, am not to be trifled with. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone took cars to the airport to return to Haijing. Long Miao, Fang Mingyuan, and Izu were traveling together. Do you really not want to be a god hunter? During their casual chat, Izu heard that Fang Mingyuan was giving up his license to pursue a career in basketball, and she didn't quite understand. I'm done with it. Fang Mingyuan thought to himself that with his limited skills, entering the god ruins was just asking for death. Then all the suffering you went through on this trip was for nothing. Izu felt it was a pity. She and Fang Mingyuan were in the same cohort, and since Fang Mingyuan was a good friend of Lin Baici, she could leverage this connection to latch onto Lin Baici and quickly establish a firm footing in the security bureau. It wasn't in vain. It helped me grow a lot. Fang Mingyuan wanted to say, suffering, not at all. He had been taken care of by old Bai the entire time, and aside from almost suffocating at the very end, the whole journey had been quite comfortable. Lin Baici was leaning back in his chair, browsing the origin form, when his phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. He swiped to answer. Hello. May I ask if this is Lin Baici? The voice on the other end was clear and professional. One could tell immediately that she was in sales. It is. Who is this? Lin Baici was puzzled. He hadn't given his number to many people. Could it be someone from the Kowloon Pavilion? He thought of Li Yintang. The little delinquent had said that once the pavilion master learned of his combat record, they would definitely come to poach him. I'm Feng Ting. Lin, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Feng Ting used the tone of an acquaintance to tease him, trying to bridge the distance. If it had been an ordinary college student, Feng Ting would have forgotten them long ago. But this one was looking to buy a villa and had even arrived in a sports car. She had checked that evening. That Mercedes sports car cost $2 million. which was why she had such a deep impression of the handsome young man. Suitable villas were hard to find, but she needed to maintain the connection. Feng Ting had prepared an excuse to call the student, but who knew the call wouldn't go through. Later, she tried calling several more times, but it was always unreachable. She began to suspect that the other party had blocked her. Relying on her decent looks, Feng Ting rarely hit a wall with men, and she was quite proud and arrogant. If it were any other client, she would have stopped caring. But Lin Baici was not only rich but also handsome. That was a villa. If the deal went through, the commission would be very high. If she worked a little harder, perhaps she could even become the mistress of the villa. So, Feng Ting changed her phone number and called again, not expecting it to actually go through this time. Damn, that kid definitely blocked me. Feng Ting stood under a banyan tree by the side of the road, feeling upset, but her tone sounded very cheerful. Without waiting for Lin Baici to speak, she continued, I finally got in touch with you. There are 2 great properties recently that I have carefully selected. There are absolutely no traps, and the landlords are very easy to talk to. Do you have time to come and take a look? Feng Ting didn't dare let Lin Baici speak first, fearing he would hang up immediately. So she quickly stated her purpose after the joke. She had to hook him with the houses first. Sorry, I'm on a business trip recently, and my phone was turned off. Lin Baici apologized. I won't have time until at least the day after tomorrow. Would that be convenient for you? He had returned to Haijing today, so he needed to rest first. Tomorrow he had to go to school to cancel his leave, and he had to attend at least 1 day of class. He couldn't keep skipping. It's convenient, though these 2 houses are quite popular lately. But I will try my best to hold them for you. After saying this, Feng Ting realized she had used sales tactics again and wanted to slap herself. For this kind of college student, the approach had to be different. Oh, if they're gone, then forget it. Lin Baici didn't want to make things difficult for others. Feng Ting immediately sensed Lin Baici's indifference and quickly made up for it. If these 2 are gone, I will run until my legs break to find you an even better one in all of Haijing. If I can't find one, you can eat me. Feng Ting deliberately emphasized the word eat. Some people would surely think, is this eat not entirely innocent? Then I'll trouble you. Lin Baici's voice was flat. Feng Ting could tell that Lin Baici had no intention of making small talk. If she let the other party hang up first, it would make her seem too cheap. So she stopped while she was ahead. All right, I'll call you the day after tomorrow. Bye-bye. Feng Ting hung up the phone and took a deep breath. This client is not easy to handle, but that was normal. If this college student were easy to chase, would it even be her turn? Should she go buy a new outfit? Feng Ting looked down at the down jacket she was wearing. She had been wearing it for 2 years already. Ding dong, WeChat chimed. Feng Ting thought it was a work message, but when she looked down, it was a transfer notification. The sender was Lin the Big Eater. It was that Haijing University of Technology student. Feng Ting had saved him as sports car Lin. What does this mean? Feng Ting didn't understand. She unlocked her phone, opened WeChat, and was shocked. A full 1,000 yuan. What is this for? Feng Ting instinctively wanted to click accept, but just as her finger was about to touch the screen, she hesitated. If this were a red packet sent by a boyfriend or a blind date, Feng Ting would have accepted it. But this time, Starry Night Romance. Mr. Lin, I cannot accept a reward for no merit. What is this? She added a cute question mark emoji. Soon, a message came back. Sports car Lin, just a little something for your trouble. Treat yourself to some milk tea. Lin Baici didn't have any other intentions. He just wanted Feng Ting to put some effort into handling things for him. As for the 1,000 yuan, he had sent it purely on a whim. For someone like him, who now had an annual income of over 100 million, 1,000 yuan was the same as a few cents. He couldn't even be bothered to calculate it. Starry Night Romance. Mr. Lin, don't worry. Until I find a villa you are satisfied with, you can order me around as much as you like. I will absolutely work hard without complaint. Feng Ting made her resolution. And it wasn't just empty talk. After all, it was 1,000 yuan. She hadn't even done anything yet, just made a phone call, and she had already received it. So generous. Feng Ting stood by the side of the road for over 10 minutes. but didn't receive a reply from Lin Baici. Figuring there was no hope for more, she struggled with herself for a while. She had originally wanted to send a message saying, "Wait until I find you a house. Then I'll accept the red packet," but her wallet wouldn't allow it. The rent for this month was due soon, and her Huawei bill needed to be paid. Her mom had called 2 days ago asking if she could send a few hundred more back home each month. Damn it, what am I being so reserved for? Does not accepting this 1,000 yuan mean that sports car Lin will think more highly of me? Click, 1,000 yuan received. Looking at the increased balance on her phone, Feng Ting felt a rush of satisfaction. She made up her mind. She would go to the market and buy a nice outfit. She wondered what kind of style that Lin Baici liked. Black stockings. Men should all like those. But it wasn't summer right now. Besides, with his kind of wealth, he was probably bored of seeing any kind of stockings, right? Feng Ting didn't want to splurge on a taxi. She went to the side of the road, found a hollow bike, and rode off. Not long after, her phone rang. Was it sports car Lin? Feng Ting quickly pulled out her phone, but it was her boyfriend. "Where are you?" "Accompanying a client to look at a property." "Your birthday is coming up soon. What gift do you want?" Under normal circumstances, Feng Ting would have replied with something like, "Anything is fine. It's the thought that counts." But this time, for some reason, she had absolutely no interest in discussing it. "I don't want a gift," Feng Ting replied and hung up the phone. Based on her boyfriend's habits, no matter how expensive the gift was, 500 yuan was the absolute limit. Then she thought of sports car Lin, who had casually transferred 1,000 yuan. This early spring wind was truly cold as hell. Chapter 538. Searching for a husband across thousands of miles. Lin Baici hung up the phone, contemplating whether he should expand the search area for the villa and not limit it to the vicinity of Haijing University of Technology. That should make it easier to buy. He still had 3.5 years of university life ahead of him. Buying near the school was just for the sake of convenience. If he were to rent a place, if he had no money, he would have no choice. But Lin Baici was very wealthy now, so he didn't want to deal with all those tedious hassles. He had heard Huoyu complain that renting a house was a huge headache. Not to mention the possibility of encountering a black-hearted landlord. Because the house wouldn't be his own, he wouldn't dare to buy anything to furnish it. Otherwise, when it came time to move, he would either have to throw things away and waste money, or pay exorbitant moving fees, and it would be an exhausting ordeal. "Are you planning to buy a house?" Huoyu asked with great interest. "Where are you planning to buy?" "Near the school." Lin Baici did not hide it. "I heard that housing prices in Haijing are very expensive. In the city center, it's over 100,000 per square meter. Even top-tier employees can't afford it." When Fang Mingyuan heard this, he was incredibly envious and almost couldn't help but ask, "What is your annual salary now?" However, his cousin Fang Tianhua couldn't even qualify as an examiner and still earn hundreds of thousands a year. Old Bai must be earning several times that, right? "What kind are you looking to buy?" Huoyu blinked. "Can I go and be your neighbor? A villa?" Lin Baici felt a bit of a headache. If the little fishy lived next door, how would he be able to bring a girlfriend home? If they ran into each other, it would be too awkward. Although the two of them had already had negative 28 centimeters contact, Lin Baici still didn't want to define their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. He couldn't help it. There was just no spark. He felt like a scumbag. Fang Mingyuan didn't know what Lin Baici was thinking. Seeing the top streamer of the seafood platform wanting to live with his roommate, he was so envious his eyes were turning red. With the way Huoyu liked Lin Baici, she would definitely find excuses to visit at night. Little Lin must have already played fishing master with her long ago. "Do you have any leads yet?" Huoyu was very enthusiastic. "Do you want me to find someone to ask for you?" "Sure." Between friends, there was no need to be so polite, and constantly refusing would only make the little fishy have second thoughts. It's easy to buy a house in Haijing, but it's hard to find one that you're truly satisfied with: the location, the neighborhood environment, high-quality residents, surrounding amenities, and so on. Jiu Hongniao counted on her fingers as she calculated for Lin Baici. "Don't be in a rush. Look at more options and compare them, otherwise, it's easy to fall into a trap. You actually have this kind of insight. Huiyu was surprised. People who hadn't bought a house wouldn't understand these things. I bought my own house, and I'm so unhappy living there that I want to move out. Jiuhongyao sighed, then became excited again. Little Lin, why don't you buy one? And I'll buy one next to it. The high ponytail suddenly felt this was a good idea. If she didn't want to cook, she could just mooch off Lin Baici's. And for her daily commute, she wouldn't even need to drive. How wonderful. If Lin Baici got married, doing this wouldn't seem appropriate. Little Lin's wife would definitely be annoyed. Should I marry him? This thought suddenly popped into Jia Hongyao's mind. But she immediately shook her head and cast it aside. No way. Other than her big chest, she had absolutely nothing to attract Lin Baici. So frustrating. Fang Mengyuan glanced at Jia Hongyao's chest and thought, is this roommate's luck with women to good? Your little look is wrong. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Lin Baici teased the high ponytail. Take advantage of what? Jia Hongyao was startled. Damn, you can even tell that. She quickly covered up. I just feel bored at night. If a friend is around, we can play games together. Fang Mengyuan really wanted to ask, is the game you play a decent one? I haven't found the villa yet. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Lin Baici gave a perfunctory reply. Hearing the word villa, Fang Mengyuan felt a sense of loss in his heart. A luxury house like that must cost at least 20 or 30 million, right? If he couldn't become a professional basketball player and had to work a regular job, he would never be able to save that much money in his entire life. And if his roommate continued on his current path, he would be able to live in one very soon. After arriving at Luoyang Airport, Lin Baici went through security and entered the departure hall. He bought some local specialties at the shops, planning to take them back as gifts. Just as Lin Baici and his group were checking in, an Airbus A330 flying from Korea landed at Haijing Airport. After taxiing to a stop and waiting for a while, the cabin door opened. In first class, a woman wearing camouflage pants, military boots, and a long trench coat stood up and stretched after the other passengers had mostly left. Let's go. The woman raised her hand to retrieve her suitcase from the overhead bin. A little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, and thin in stature, had her cheek pressed against the cabin window, peering outside and looking at the large airplanes with curiosity. Upon hearing these words, she immediately turned her head and shouted excitedly, Big Sister Hongyu, have we finally arrived? Yes, Hongyu Liming smiled. The little girl was overjoyed, pushing with both hands against the woman in the office attire sitting next to her. Big sister, we can finally see the big brother. The woman was reading a magazine. Hearing Hongyu's words, she stood up to retrieve her suitcase. The 2 flight attendants standing at the cabin door had noticed these 3 people the moment they boarded. Their outfits were so strange. The youngest one was wearing a white dress inside, with a short down jacket on the outside. She wore no cotton socks on her legs, only a pair of black, round-toed leather shoes. Looking at her lower legs, they were quite thin, clearly showing signs of malnutrition. Although winter had passed, this outfit was still a bit cold. It was impossible to tell what she looked like because she was wearing a baseball cap and a large face mask with a cartoon pattern. The young woman next to her had an incredible figure. She wore a white hip-hugging skirt, a white shirt underneath, and a light blue blazer. She wore flesh-colored stockings and a pair of beige high heels with side openings, instantly exuding the aura of a professional white-collar woman. Her voice sounded very sexy, but it was impossible to see what she looked like at all. Throughout the entire flight, she had worn that wide-brimmed bucket hat, a face mask, and a pair of large sunglasses, completely obscuring her features. However, just based on her figure, it wouldn't matter if she were only a 5 out of 10 in looks. There would definitely be men lining up to be her sycophants. The flight attendants initially thought they must be celebrities to be so heavily covered, but then they reconsidered. Celebrities probably wouldn't wear office attire, so they must have taken advantage of the winter break to go to Korea for plastic surgery. After all, Korea's medical aesthetics technology is world famous. In fact, when the flight attendant was serving the in-flight meal, she did indeed see some bandages on the parts of the white-collar woman that weren't covered. The third person, the woman in camouflage pants and a trench coat, had her head uncovered. Judging by her appearance and accent, she was likely Korean. With her neat short hair, she looked slightly androgynous. "I wish you a pleasant journey." The flight attendant watched the three of them leave. The little girl was very mischievous, jumping and hopping, and suddenly crawled onto the floor. But she was immediately kicked by the white-collar woman. The little girl stood up and giggled. The flight attendant couldn't help but shiver. This laughter sounded somewhat unsettling. "Take out the passports," Han Yu Liming commanded. The white-collar woman took a bottle of perfume from her Chanel bag, sprayed it a few times toward the little cutie, and then sprayed it on herself. This perfume scent could increase others' favorability toward the user, queuing up, processing entry procedures, and then passing through customs. Everything went very smoothly. There are so many people. The little cutie saw that it was packed with people. So many more than in Bizen. The white-collar woman pulled her suitcase and walked silently. The men passing by couldn't help but turn their heads to look. This figure. Top-notch. Han Yu Liming led the white-collar woman and the little cutie to the airport lobby. "This is Haijing. All right. It's time for us to part ways." The white-collar woman had been looking around, but upon hearing this, she looked at Han Yu Liming. "Go out from there, take a taxi, and you can go find your husband." Han Yu Liming smiled. "I wish you success. This city is too big." The white-collar woman had looked at the city through the cabin window during the flight, and she had also checked the data. The entire Haijing was 0.7 times the size of Korea, with a population of over 20 million. To find her husband in such a huge city, it was too difficult. "So, are you scared?" Han Yu Liming teased. "You are the one who told me my husband is in Haijing." The white-collar woman reached into her Chanel bag and gripped a canister of pepper spray. She was the woman with the wrapped head. When she was wandering outside Bizen with the little cutie, she had met Han Yu Liming, this woman from the Dark Eclipse. After the other party asked about her situation, she expressed a willingness to help. Thus, she followed her to this city. "I don't know why you want to help me, but I think you certainly wouldn't want to see me still unable to find my husband after a year." The wrapped-head woman was clear-headed. There was a powerful and somewhat familiar aura about the other party, as if they were of the same kind, which was why she hadn't attacked. "Haha, quite clever, aren't you?" Han Yu Liming hadn't expected the wrapped-head woman to be so intelligent. She had sent this monster over just to see what kind of sparks she and that Lin Baici could create. After all, such specimens were rare. The little cutie sensed that the atmosphere was a bit tense. She lifted her white dress and reached into her underwear, preparing to pull out a weapon to fight. Han Yu Liming took out a note and handed it to the wrapped-head woman. "I don't know exactly where your husband lives, but he's in this district anyway. Go find him yourself. Thank you." The wrapped-head woman was very polite. "Then goodbye." Han Yu Liming walked a few steps, then suddenly stopped, turned back, and asked curiously, "What will you do if you find out your husband has a new woman?" "Boil her, and then feed her to him." The tone of the wrapped-head woman was very gentle, but the content was terrifying. "Well done." Han Yu Liming gave a thumbs up. "I wish you a happy marriage and a blissful life." The wrapped-head woman watched Han Yu Liming leave. "Big sister, let's hurry up and find the big brother, shall we? I want to play games with him." The little cutie tugged at the sleeve of the wrapped-head woman. "No rush. Let's get a SIM card first. Then look at the map." The wrapped-head woman already had a plan. Han Yu Liming had originally intended to hide in the shadows to observe these two monsters, but she ended up receiving a phone call from Shinyu. "Kanyu Huixiong has been captured by Xiao Hongmian." On the phone, Shinyu's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Didn't he go to the 7 towns of Luoyang to test the pseudo-god? Why did he come to Haijing to provoke Xiao Hongmian? Han Yu Liming did not understand. He crashed and burned. He was defeated by a kid named Lin Baici. During the transfer, his luck was too poor, and he ran into Xiao Hongmian. Even the pseudo-god was confiscated by the people from the Haijing Security Bureau. Shinyu explained. "Lin Baici?" Han Yu Liming was shocked. "Weren't you in Korea before? You should have heard of him. This Lin Baici is very likely the person who was deeply involved in the Bizen train incident." Shinyu provided the background information. Han Yu Liming wanted to say, "Be bolder. There is no need for very likely. The Bizen god ruins were purified by that kid." She hadn't reported it because she felt that Lin Baici must have top-tier loot in his hands, and she wanted to keep it for herself. The team leader has given the order for you to handle this. Shinyu gave the instructions. If Kanyu can be saved, save him. If he cannot be saved, kill him. Try your best to recover the pseudo-god. This is Jia Hongmian's territory. How am I supposed to save him? Hanyu Liming was speechless. Are you asking me to go and deliver myself to her? We will find a way to lure Jia Hongmian away, Shinyu added. Then that's no problem. Hanyu Liming instantly stopped panicking. As long as Jia Hongmian wasn't her own, this Haijing was her own backyard. She could do whatever she wanted. After chatting for a few more sentences, she ended the call. Hanyu Liming was no longer in the mood to peek at the wrapped head woman and the little cutie. She hailed a taxi and left to collect intelligence. The longer Kanyu Huixiang remained captured, the greater the possibility that he would leak secrets. He had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Wei Yuntao sat in a corner of the airport lobby, happily flipping through his phone gallery, admiring today's loot. The harvest was not bad. He had managed to photograph the underwear of 6 women in total, including 1 flight attendant. If he posted these on the forum, he should be able to make a small profit. Can't you wait until we go back to look at them? Chen Zhuan brushed her hair, feeling somewhat annoyed. Hurry up and finish filming. I have a date tonight. Next, Chen Zhuan was to play the role of a female passenger being hit on by Wei Yuntao. After some haggling, she would take off the black silk stockings on her legs and sell them to him. Can you have some professional ethics? If you still have this kind of attitude when we are filming later, I will deduct your pay. Wei Yuntao cursed. Just a hired hand. What kind of airs is she putting on? Because he didn't show his face. Focusing on the value of authenticity, Wei Yuntao never lacked partners. Chen Zhuan felt uncomfortable being scolded, but thinking about how easy this money was to earn, she endured it. Let's go. Find a place to start filming. Wei Yuntao stood up and was just about to find a spot when he suddenly saw a woman in professional attire pulling a suitcase as she walked over. Her beige high heels tapped against the floor, making a crisp sound, as if every step struck a chord in his heart. Holy crap, top tier. Wei Yuntao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He quickly instructed Chen Zhuan, film this one first. Remember to cooperate with me. Wei Yuntao even swallowed his saliva as he watched. These silk stockings, this pencil skirt, these little high heels. Next month's performance quota depends on you. If I can manage to photograph her underwear as well, then I'll be rich. Wei Yuntao looked up and paused for a moment. Because the female office worker was wrapped up too tightly, he couldn't see her face at all, which made him feel a bit regretful. Just came back from plastic surgery in Korea, right? Wei Yuntao muttered to himself and followed her. He didn't wait for her to take the elevator, but he did wait for her to enter the restroom. Ha! Heaven is helping me. Wei Yuntao glanced her on and immediately followed her inside. Chapter 539 Urban Beauty, Pollution Outbreak. Chen Zhuan pretended to be playing with her phone while observing her surroundings. Once she discovered someone coming, she would immediately send a message to warn Wei Yuntao. However, this airport restroom was quite secluded, and almost no one came by. Sighed, girls need to learn how to protect themselves when they are out and about. Chen Zhuan sighed as she looked at the little girl wearing a down jacket. She was straddling the female office worker's suitcase like she was riding a big horse. Her legs spread apart, using her toes as oars to scrape against the floor and glide forward. Because she was too short and her legs were too stubby, every time she rode, her toes had to exert effort to reach the floor. In her clumsiness, there was a hint of cute, childlike innocence. Chen Zhuan looked at the little girl. Although her face was wrapped up tightly, she could still see some bandages in the gaps between the baseball cap and the mask. This made her feel both envious and sympathetic. She was envious that such a small child had already gone to Korea for plastic surgery. Her family must be wealthy. She was sympathetic that she had ended up with a brain-dead mother, having to go under the knife at such a young age, suffering for nothing. Various messy thoughts swirled in Chen Zhuan's mind while she simultaneously kept an eye on the situation around her. Actually, when it came to sneaking into airport restrooms to secretly photograph female passengers, it would be more appropriate for a woman like Chen Zhuan to do it. If discovered, it would be easier to talk her way out of it. But, firstly, Although the things Chen Juan did were somewhat sleazy and on the edge, she felt that they didn't violate the law. At most, she would just be criticized and educated. But the nature of secret photography was different. Secondly, Wu Yuntao was a pervert. He liked secret photography and was obsessed with and enjoyed this kind of thrill. Damn it. After I sell these silk stockings this time, I'll quit and find a proper job. Otherwise, if I keep going like this, my life will be ruined. That was what she said. But whenever she thought about going to work, where the money earned in a week wasn't as much as selling a few pairs of stockings and recording a few videos, Chen Juan felt imbalanced. If I don't do it, Wu Yuntao will definitely find someone else. So wouldn't I be the one losing out? Chen Juan felt miserable. To put it bluntly, it was just that working was too tiring. Wu Yuntao was experienced. After quickly slipping into the restroom, he scanned the area and immediately rushed into a stall. In the entire restroom, only the adjacent stall was tightly shut, indicating that it was occupied. Wu Yuntao stepped onto the toilet seat on tiptoes. Just as he was about to hold his hidden camera up to film over the partition, he heard the sound of a door opening. Damn, that fast! Wu Yuntao felt frustrated. Listening to the rhythmic clicking of high heels against the floor and recalling the sexy figure of that female office worker, he quietly peeked his eyes over the top to spy on her. He saw her. The female office worker was standing in front of the vanity, bending over to wash her hands. Because of this posture, her pencil skirt accentuated a tight, curved silhouette from behind. It was incredibly shapely. If he were to slap that, it would definitely be exhilarating. His gaze slid downward, and Wu Yuntao appreciatively admired the woman's flesh-colored stockings and beige high heels. He then shifted his eyes upward, wanting to see her face as well. Please don't be a backview beauty with a face that ruins it all, Wu Yuntao muttered, praying for her to quickly remove her mask and wide-brimmed fisherman hat so he could get a clear look. A few seconds later, Wu Yuntao got his wish, but he froze. His face was filled with a look of utter astonishment. What the hell am I looking at? The head of this female office worker was wrapped tightly in bandages, looking just like a ball. Those bandages were filthy, yellowed, stained, and caked with dark red blood. As the woman removed her mask and fisherman hat, revealing her bandaged head, a thick, pungent scent of blood drifted over. Wu Yuntao felt a physical urge to vomit. So, he averted his gaze from the unsettling head and let his eyes slide back down. That figure, it really looked amazing. Could it be a botched plastic surgery? Wu Yuntao muttered to himself, deciding to film a clip anyway. Because the woman's figure in her office attire was simply top tier, it would definitely sell for a good price. Besides, there were plenty of videos online where the face wasn't shown. Wu Yuntao raised his device, but when he looked at the mirror above the vanity, he froze again. He realized that the woman had taken off her sunglasses, and the area around her eyes was still wrapped in bandages. How is she seeing where she's going? Wu Yuntao was completely baffled. The way this woman walked just now was no different from a normal person. How strange. But that's fine. She shouldn't be able to see me, right? Wu Yuntao's courage suddenly surged. But at that very moment, the woman washing her hands suddenly looked up at the mirror above the sink. Wu Yuntao's head, with his eyes peeking over the top, was clearly reflected in the mirror. Their gazes locked. Holy crap! Wu Yuntao felt a sense of dread, as if he were being hunted by an alien. His entire body went numb with fear, and as he trembled, his foot slipped. Wu Yuntao fell off the toilet seat. How? Wu Yuntao panted heavily, feeling quite nervous. Even though the woman's eyes were clearly covered by bandages, he felt as if he were being stared down. He who walks by the river often gets his shoes wet. It wasn't the first time Wu Yuntao had been discovered by his targets. Those women usually screamed, panicked, and mostly chose to run away. Very few dared to stay and confront him. But this female office worker was different. The moment he was spotted, Wu Yuntao suddenly had the feeling of, oh crap, I'm done for. He didn't know that it was his primal instinct, buried deep in human genes, reacting to the presence of a predator. Click-clack, click-clack. The sound of high heels rang out. It was very sexy. She's actually not screaming, and she's not running, Wu Yuntao wondered, a look of obsession appearing on his face. Click, click. The bandaged woman pulled hard on the door handle twice, then yanked it open. Creak. The stall door swung open. Wu Yuntao swallowed hard. "Kneel," the bandaged woman spoke. Thump. Wu Yuntao knelt down obediently. Like a sycophant hanging on his girlfriend's every word, he couldn't escape anymore. The moment the sound of the bandaged woman's high heels had rung out, the rule-based corruption had already taken hold. Anyone who heard it could not escape her pursuit. "I am Assistant Manager Kim, an employee of the Samsung Group. I'm good at slacking off at work. I love dating, receiving gifts, and going shopping." The bandaged woman introduced herself. Wu Yuntao didn't watch Korean dramas, but he liked watching Korean female streamers. So he knew that assistant manager was a corporate title. "I usually only drink iced Americanos," the bandaged woman paused out usually. When she got to this point, the next step was to ask for gifts. But she had a husband now. Was it inappropriate to ask other men for gifts? "I also like drinking iced Americanos," Wu Yuntao chimed in, his smile exceptionally fawning. Even if the bandaged woman had told him to crawl over and lick her high heels, he wouldn't have refused. As an ordinary person, Wu Yuntao simply couldn't withstand the rule-based corruption of the bandaged woman. Assistant Manager Kim looked at Wu Yuntao's face. To be fair, he was a little handsome, but compared to her husband, she immediately frowned in disgust, her tattooed brows furrowing, and subconsciously raised her foot to stomp on Wu Yuntao's face. "What kind of status do you think you have to drink the same coffee as me?" Assistant Manager Kim even wanted to spit in Wu Yuntao's face. Wu Yuntao was knocked backward, slamming into the toilet. It hurt quite a bit, but Wu Yuntao wasn't angry. Instead, he immediately knelt back into position. Yes, I'm not worthy. What kind of coffee would you like to drink? I'll go buy it for you." The bandaged woman didn't reply, but instead leaned over, bringing her face close to Wu Yuntao. "Am I pretty?" With her head wrapped in blood-stained bandages and emitting a scent of gore. The sight of her staring directly at Wu Yuntao was quite terrifying and gruesome. However, Wu Yuntao didn't think so and nodded frantically. "Pretty, you're pretty. With a figure like this, even without a head, I'd still take it. Pretty. But that belongs to my husband." After saying this, the bandaged woman straightened her back and raised her foot. Walk. A beige high-heeled shoe lunged forward. The heel, though not particularly sharp, pierced into Wu Yuntao's mouth with ease, as if stabbing through a cake. Wu Yuntao let out a miserable shriek. Drip, drip, fresh blood flowed out, dripping onto the clothes on Wu Yuntao's chest. Agent Jin twisted her ankle left and right to loosen the heel before pulling it out. A look of pain mixed with pleasure appeared on Wu Yuntao's face as he begged Agent Jin, "Give me another one." Outside the restroom, Chen Zhuan heard Wu Yuntao's short, sharp cry and was startled, instinctively turning her head to look. What is going on? Could he have been discovered? As Chen Zhuan hesitated about whether to go in according to the plan, she saw the little cutie who had been sitting on the suitcase perk up her ears, jump down immediately, and then pull the suitcase, running toward the restroom at high speed. The wheels rubbed against the floor, making a clattering sound. She had clearly heard that scream as well. "Sister, what is it?" The little cutie ran into the restroom, tossed the suitcase aside, and jumped onto the wall. She stuck to it like a gecko, then used both her hands and feet to climb up to the ceiling, peering down. "I see it. There is a human. It seems to be peeping at me," Agent Jin explained casually and kicked Wu Yuntao again, having arrived in Haijing. Although the possibility of finding Lin Baici in such a short time was slim, the head-wrapped woman still entered the restroom to meticulously fix her makeup. What if she ran into Lin Baici? She did not want her husband to see her looking unkempt and barefaced. She had to look beautiful. The little cutie climbed down. Seeing the little cutie, Wu Yuntao's breathing became noticeably rapid, and he grew tense. "Want to play a game?" the little cutie invited. "What game?" "We still need to find a place to stay and get settled." "Or are you planning to sleep in the park?" Agent Jin complained. "I don't want to. I'll run into homeless people." The little cutie shook her head immediately, but having seen a toy and one that intended to bully her sister, she certainly could not let it go. Hee, I plan to give you a little gift." The little cutie crawled over to Wu Yuntao's side, reached her right hand into her cartoon pattern underwear, and pulled out a bottle the size of a thumb. Inside the bottle, several cockroaches were crawling. The little cutie pulled out the wooden stopper. "This is delicious. Come on, open your mouth." Wu Yuntao shook his head like a rattle drum and retreated backward. He wanted to call for help, but the next second, the little cutie's small hand reached out. The little cutie pinched Wu Yuntao's cheeks, using force to pry his mouth open. Be a good boy. Wu Yuntao did not know why this little girl, whose arms were as thin as sugar cane, had such great strength. He could not break free at all and could only watch helplessly as she shoved the bottle into his mouth and shook it vigorously. The cockroaches immediately crawled out of the bottle. Wu Yuntao gritted his teeth. As the little cutie withdrew her hand, he immediately began spitting, trying to eject the cockroaches from his mouth, but it was useless. Some cockroaches took the opportunity to crawl into his mouth, while others scrambled over his face and then burrowed into his mouth through the bloody hole the head-wrapped woman's high heel had pierced in his cheek. Wu Yuntao panicked, feeling something crawling down his esophagus, and he immediately shouted, "Help!" But before he could finish, the head-wrapped woman swung her Chanel bag, hitting him on the head and knocking him unconscious. The little cutie climbed down and placed her hand on Wu Yuntao's belly, stroking it gently. "You guys need to grow up quickly." Agent Jin returned to the vanity, faced the mirror, and continued to fix her makeup. It took about 7 or 8 minutes before she was finished. "Let's go." The head-wrapped woman picked up the suitcase. "Yay, finally we can set off to find Big Brother." The little cutie cheered happily, following behind Agent Jin like a little tail. Chen Zhuan stood not far away, watching the restroom, struggling with whether to go in. After all, the screaming had stopped. This situation was not right, logically. They should have been arguing, right? Wu Yuntao wouldn't be stupid enough to just wait for that female office worker to call the police to arrest him. Could it have been settled with money? Just as Chen Zhuan was about to send a message to Wu Yuntao to ask about the situation, she saw the female office worker and the little girl come out. Swish! Chen Zhuan quickly lowered her head. The little cutie had long noticed this woman who had been hanging around nearby. She reached out and poked the female office worker's arm. Sister. Agent Jin glanced over and didn't care. If it were any other time, she would definitely have taught the other person a lesson, but now, she wanted to find her husband as quickly as possible. Seeing the female office worker leave with the child, Chen Zhuan waited for a while longer. Seeing that Wu Yuntao still hadn't come out, she felt puzzled. What is going on? Why hasn't he come out yet? Chen Zhuan sent a message to Wu Yuntao. What are you doing? Come out quickly. A minute passed, and there was no response. Damn it. Chen Zhuan was annoyed. She wanted to just walk away, but thinking about the stockings she hadn't sold yet and the few hundred yuan she would lose out on, she suppressed her frustration and entered the restroom. The smell of mothballs was very strong. Brother Wu. Chen Zhuan scanned the area, didn't see anyone, and called out. Hearing no movement, she walked further in, tilting her head to look at the stalls one by one. At the fifth one, the door was slightly ajar. Chen Zhuan squatted down, lowered her head, and peeked inside. Then saw Wu Yuntao's shoes. Brother Wu. Chen Zhuan frowned, feeling that something was wrong. She glanced toward the restroom entrance, and because she was still thinking about those few hundred yuan, she gathered her courage, walked toward the stall, and pushed the wooden door open. This is the airport. Nothing should happen, right? Creak. The door opened. With a look of trepidation, Chen Zhuan saw Wu Yuntao leaning against the wall, his upper body slumped over the toilet, clearly having passed out. There was blood on his face, and it looked like there was a wound as well. Brother Wu. Chen Zhuan was startled. No way, right? Did Wu Yuntao get double-crossed? That female office worker didn't look like someone who had practiced combat, did she? Chen Zhuan wanted to leave, but the lure of those few hundred yuan was strong, compelling her to choose to go inside. Brother Wu, wake up. Seeing that Wu Yuntao didn't respond, Chen Zhuan planned to get him out first. Otherwise, when the cleaner came to tidy up, they would definitely call security. However, just as Chen Zhuan pulled Wu Yuntao up, he woke up. Xiao Zhuan. Wu Yuntao looked dazed. Why did you pass out? Chen Zhuan didn't actually care. She expressed concern casually and then got straight to the point. If it weren't for me, you might have been discovered by the cleaner. The implication was, shouldn't you add a little more money to show your appreciation? Wu Yuntao wanted to explain, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he retched dryly. Vomiting was a normal reaction, and Chen Zhuan wasn't disgusted. But as Wu Yuntao dry heaved, he spat out a pool of mucus that contained several cockroaches. Chen Zhuan thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, especially since the cockroaches in that vomit were still moving. Call an ambulance, Vug. Wu Yuntao retched again, vomiting a large pool of digestive fluid. This time, there were even more cockroaches mixed in. They landed on the floor and immediately began crawling in all directions. Chen Zhuan was stunned with fear. She pushed Wu Yuntao away with all her might, wanting to get as far away from him as possible. It was too disgusting. He could actually vomit up insects. Wu Yuntao hit the partition wall, lost his footing, and fell to the ground. Perhaps triggered by the impact, he began to vomit uncontrollably. Every time he retched, a large mass of cockroaches would spew out, then scatter and crawl everywhere. Chen Zhuan's face turned pale with terror, and she scrambled to run out. Those cockroaches flew toward her, landing on her body and quickly crawling toward her head, clearly intending to burrow into her mouth and nose. Help! Chen Zhuan screamed in horror, but a cockroach took the opportunity to crawl inside, causing her to shut her mouth in a panic. Cough, cough, ugh. Chen Zhuan retched in disgust, rushing out in a frantic panic. Behind her, Wu Yuntao wanted to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, a massive swarm of cockroaches surged out like a fountain, then scattered in all directions. The contamination had broken out. Chen Zhuan thought she had escaped, but in reality, the cockroaches that had crawled into her stomach had already begun to lay eggs. They would hatch in 10 minutes at most. At this time, the woman in the headscarf and the little cutie had already boarded a taxi, heading toward the city center. Are you here for sightseeing in Haijing, or on a business trip? The taxi driver was a middle-aged man, observing the woman in the headscarf through the rearview mirror. What a great figure! This woman in office attire hadn't said much when she got in, but the driver could tell that although she was speaking the Juju language, her accent was off, like a foreigner. Agent Jin ignored the driver. She was a graduate of Yuha Women's University, one of the top 10 universities in Korea. Before the God Runes appeared in Bizen, she had worked in the foreign trade department of the Samseon Group and had a very promising future. She knew Jujo, English, and Japanese, and could even speak some French and Spanish. Big sister, look quickly. Those buildings are so tall. Wow, so many cars. What is that? The little cutie pressed her face against the window, looking to the left, then quickly running to the right, terrified of missing any of the beautiful scenery along the way. Agent Jin crossed her legs and leaned against the seat back to look at the map. Where should she start looking? But the most urgent matter was probably to find a job first, right? Once she had a husband, she couldn't just accept gifts randomly. Otherwise, she could have plenty of living expenses just by selling the gifts from her simps. The taxi driver watched the rearview mirror, eyeing Agent Jin's calves. Although he was ignored, he wasn't discouraged and continued to chat happily. If you're here for sightseeing, I can recommend some attractions and a few famous yet affordable restaurants. I know the owners. The driver chattered on, tempting them with benefits. You can charter my car. It's very cheap. People, after all, are mostly greedy for a bargain. Agent Jin remained unmoved. If you're here for a business trip, have you booked a hotel yet? The hotels in Haijing now are very deceptive. You spend the money but don't get good service. A very pleasant scent of perfume drifted from the back seat, making the driver sniff involuntarily. It had a sexy aura. The driver scratched his crotch and adjusted his position. Before the driver could finish, he was interrupted. I am neither sightseeing nor on a business trip. The woman in the headscarf took out a perfume bottle and sprayed it a few times. I am here to find my husband. Damn, she actually has a husband. The driver cursed inwardly, very envious of that man's good luck. If he had such a top-tier wife, he would definitely be pinning her down to play poker all night long. Is your husband from Jujo? How did you meet? The driver continued to strike up a conversation. The woman in the headscarf felt the fisherman hat was uncomfortable and took it off, revealing a head wrapped in bandages. Even though she was wearing a mask, it was still terrifying. Holy crap! The taxi driver saw this scene in the rearview mirror and shuddered so hard that he jerked the steering wheel. Screech! The taxi swerved into an S shape on the road and then suddenly braked to a stop. What is going on? Cold sweat instantly covered the driver's forehead. "Shut up and drive quietly," Agent Jin scolded. The driver's expression turned instantly dazed. Because of the perfume, the taxi driver, who was just an ordinary person, had absolutely no resistance to the divine taboo item and began to obey the head-wrapped woman's every word. Traffic jams and detours later, after a full 2 hours of driving, the taxi stopped on Fun Road, not far from the main gate of Haijing University of Science and Technology. Up ahead is Haijing University of Science and Technology, a very good university. There are many restaurants and hotels in this area, so it is quite convenient for dining and lodging. Agent Jin had only told the driver a general area and not a specific location, so the driver had brought her here. Where there are many students, there are many orders. The head-wrapped woman got out of the car, and seeing this, little cutie immediately followed. The driver immediately got out, trotted to the back of the car, took out the suitcase, and handed it to Agent Jin. As for the fare, it was, of course, not collected. Agent Jin glanced at the Haijing University of Science and Technology campus and left with little cutie. There was still a lot to do today. The driver gazed infatuatedly at the back of the head-wrapped woman and subconsciously took out his phone to snap a photo. It was only after Agent Jin had completely disappeared from sight that the driver slowly regained his senses. What the hell? What did I just do? The driver's head ached, and his memories felt chaotic. It seemed like he had picked up a very beautiful female office worker. Those calves wrapped in silk stockings were absolutely gorgeous. He could lick them for a year and never get tired of it. Fang Mengyuan was flying for the first time and was very excited. He looked at the flight attendant and wanted to take a photo with her, but he was afraid of being rejected, which would be embarrassing. "Why do you keep staring at her?" Lin Baici teased. "Love at first sight." "I'm just curious." Fang Mengyuan felt awkward. To ordinary people, being a flight attendant is a very high-end profession. If one could marry a flight attendant, it would be very prestigious. In those little movies, flight attendants were a very popular subject. I read the news. "Aren't there quite a few athletes who marry flight attendants?" Lin Baici encouraged. "As long as you make it into the national basketball team, marrying a flight attendant won't be a problem." "I don't even know what the annual salary of the national basketball team is." Fang Mengyuan looked forward to it. "But it definitely isn't as much as you guys, right? What we earn is blood money. It's different." Jiu Hongniao had never been proud of her high salary and had a clear understanding of it. Entering divine ruins to explore and purify rule-based pollution carries a very high risk of injury or disability. People like little Lindsay, who eat meat every day, are too rare. If you are a clerical worker, you earn even less, and you have to sign all sorts of confidentiality agreements. It's not very free. Jiu Hongniao smiled. "I think being an athlete is quite good. You can exercise your body and make money. If things go smoothly and you pick up a few endorsements, you can save up a small target of net worth very quickly." Yeah. Fang Mengyuan knew that if he weren't Old Bai's friend, Jiu Hongniao would never have patiently explained all this. "Should we be there soon?" Long Miao Miao was sucking on a lollipop. She had never been to Haijing before and was very expectant. Jiu Hongniao checked her watch. In another 10 minutes or so, we should be landing in the front row." Jiu Hongmian, who was busy processing some documents, suddenly raised her head and looked out the window. The plane was turning. This wasn't right. Jiu Hongmian traveled by plane frequently and was very sensitive to flight paths. Based on the prominent landmarks on the ground, she judged that the plane was changing course. So she took out her phone and made a call. A flight attendant saw this and immediately walked over. "Mom, you are not allowed to use your phone here." The flight attendant smiled, her eyes filled with some confusion. At this altitude, shouldn't there be no signal for a phone? Why is the plane turning? Did something happen? Jiu Hongmian asked in a low voice. The flight attendant was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly explained, "Nothing happened. The passenger plane is flying according to plan. Please hang up your phone. Go call the chief flight attendant." Jiu Hongmian unbuckled her seatbelt and walked toward the cockpit. The flight attendant urgently wanted to stop her, but this woman in dress pants and a white shirt had such a powerful aura that after being given a faint glance, the flight attendant didn't dare to say anything more and went to find the chief flight attendant. "Something happened. Gu Qingqiu unbuckled her seatbelt and followed. With my big sister here, this plane is the safest place in the world. What could possibly happen? Jia Hongyao looked back, but she was sitting in first class and couldn't see the cabin behind her. Could someone be hijacking the plane? Huh? Fang Mingyuan was dumbfounded. Hijacking? Are you kidding? If the hijacker got angry and wanted to crash the plane into a building, even a god hunter would die, right? You guys sit here and don't move around. Lin Baici tossed aside the magazine in his hand and went to find Gu Qingqiu. Hongyao, wait here. The high ponytail girl also wanted to follow, but upon hearing this, she sat back down. Seeing that Fang Mingyuan and Izu were very nervous, she offered comfort. My sister and little Lindsay are both here. Even if a god came, they'd have to shed a layer of skin. Relax. A few minutes later, the arriving chief flight attendant understood the situation. Haijing Airport was implementing traffic control for an indefinite period, so all flights heading to this airport were being diverted to the nearest city's airport. Jiu Hongmian hung up the phone and instructed the chief flight attendant, contact the captain. Do not listen to the tower's dispatch. Continue flying to Haijing Airport. Jiu Hongmian took out a red-covered ID and showed it to the chief flight attendant. She had already called and contacted the security bureau, learning that pollution was breaking out at Haijing Airport and that Zhao Zongxiao, the section chief of the 3rd Division, had already led a team to handle it. Who are you people? The chief flight attendant was shocked. The aura of these people looked so powerful. Chapter 540. Jia Hongyao's little ragtag group. The passengers on the plane had no idea about the chaos happening at Haijing Airport. They were either sleeping or trying to find ways to pass the time to avoid a boring journey. Jiu Hongmian did not answer the chief flight attendant and walked straight toward the cockpit. I'm sorry, you can't go in there. The chief flight attendant tried to pull her back, but was blocked by Gu Qingqiu. Don't ask, and don't interfere. We are from a classified agency. Gu Qingqiu smiled, her tone calm, trying her best not to agitate the flight attendant. Contact the captain and open the cabin door. The chief flight attendant stared at Gu Qingqiu, then turned her head to look Lin Baici up and down as he stood to the side. She remained silent, her eyes filled with suspicion. What kind of classified agency would employ someone so young? Although he had a good temperament, he was far too green. He probably hadn't even graduated from university yet. Miss, sir, please return to your seats. I will contact the control tower, the chief flight attendant urged. Given her position, it was impossible for her to know what had happened at Haijing Airport. The dispatcher had only told her that the airport was under traffic control. Therefore, although the chief flight attendant was a little nervous, she wasn't panicked. At worst, they would just land at another airport. As long as there was enough aviation fuel, there was nothing to worry about. If you do not heed this warning, you will be permanently banned from flying, the chief flight attendant warned. But before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in sheer terror. The woman in the dress pants, white shirt, and red tie had done something. She had simply reached out and touched the cockpit door, and it had opened. The word hijacking instantly popped into her mind, making her instinctively want to scream and alert the captain. Lin Baici was quick-witted. He grabbed her face, his entire palm covering her mouth. Just as he was about to subdue the other flight attendant, Gu Qingqiu had already moved. A forward dash, a hand blade strike, a swing. The flight attendant, having taken a blow to the neck, rolled her eyes back and fainted. Gu Qingqiu caught her smoothly, laid her on the floor, and then glanced at the first-class cabin. Because the curtains were drawn, the passengers there could not see what was happening. Don't struggle, or you'll only be asking for trouble, Lin Baici warned. They would need the flight attendants to calm the passengers when the plane landed later. So, he didn't knock the chief flight attendant unconscious. Instead, he escorted her toward the cockpit. The chief flight attendant stumbled, kicking off her shoes, her pantyhose-clad feet stepping directly onto the floor. She was drenched in sweat, terrified to the point of death. Inside the cockpit, Jiu Hongmian had already taken control of the situation. Lin Baici was not surprised at all. With Jiu Hongmian's strength, it would be embarrassing if she couldn't even control two pilots. The airliner corrected its flight path and headed toward Haijing Airport. What is the situation now? Jiu Hongmian had already pushed the co-pilot aside. sat in the pilot's seat, and was wearing a headset, communicating with the ground. 3 minutes later, Geo Halmian had a detailed understanding of the entire situation. An hour and a half ago, a contamination outbreak occurred at Haijing Airport. After receiving the report, Section Chief Zhao Zhongxiao of the 3rd Division rushed to the scene. Currently, they have only secured the control tower and have yet to locate the source of the contamination. Geo Halmian's expression was calm, but both Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu could hear the disdain in her tone. After the plane lands later, you stay here and protect these civilians. I will go and resolve this. The chief flight attendant's eyes went wide. What were these people talking about? Contamination? What was that? Could it be that someone had brought contraband onto the plane? It had been detected by security, and then mishandled, leading to a leak. The chief flight attendant's mind instantly filled in the blanks with various scenarios. Big sister, why do you need to step in for such a small matter? Little Lin and I can handle it. Geo Hongyao's personality made it impossible for her to sit still. Having come to the cockpit to check the situation, she immediately volunteered upon hearing Geo Halmian's words. That's right, the 3 of us will be enough. Gu Qingqiu smiled. Working diligently in the department for 3 years really couldn't compare to solving a problem brilliantly in front of a big shot and getting noticed. Therefore, she absolutely could not miss this opportunity. Geo Halmian did not respond, looking instead at Lin Baici. Little Lin. Geo Hongyao immediately gave Lin Baici a look, urging him to agree quickly. I listened to the director, Lin Baici said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Gu Qingqiu paused for a moment, then rolled her eyes. She couldn't help but chuckle. Well played, Lin Baici. I didn't expect a thick-browed, big-eyed guy like you to be capable of sucking up and showing loyalty. But I like it. Gu Qingqiu hated people who were rigid, old-fashioned, and unable to adapt. She thought Lin Baici's attitude was quite good. Haijing Airport has a high volume of people. Once an incident occurs, the impact is too great. I need you to purify the contamination within 1 hour. Geo Halmian looked at Lin Baici. If you aren't confident you can do it, I can pretend I didn't hear your self-recommendation just now, old sister. You don't know the value of little Lin and little Qiqiu. An hour is too long. Let's say half an hour. Geo Hongyao crossed her arms and laughed heartily. My 2 henchmen are incredibly capable. Just you wait and see. Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu both rolled their eyes at Geo Hongyao in unison. Geo Halmian took off her headset and handed it to Lin Baici. You contact Zhao Zhongxiao. Geo Hongyao was cheerful and hadn't even considered what her sister's action implied. But Gu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. This showed that Geo Halmian knew the capabilities of the ponytail girl like the back of her hand and held Lin Baici in high regard. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entrusted him with such an important task. Lin Baici released the chief flight attendant, but the flight attendant was sensible enough not to scream or shout, standing obediently to the side, her gaze involuntarily falling on Lin Baici. At less than 20 years old, he was surprisingly composed. Every move he made gave people a great sense of security. The chief flight attendant had never understood why some women liked younger men with such a large age gap. But she suddenly understood now. There is fog over the airport. We can't land, the captain, seeing the airport shrouded in a thin mist, quickly informed Geo Halmian. Move aside. That was the dark mist that appeared when a rule contamination occurred. But Geo Halmian didn't take it seriously at all, intending to pilot the airliner herself. At the control tower, after Zhao Zhongxiao finished briefing Lin Baici and hung up, he immediately connected to his subordinates' headsets and began berating them. A bunch of losers. Hurry it up. If you cannot purify this rule-based contamination within half an hour, everyone will be participating in intensive closed-door training for the next 3 months. The middle-aged man had a scar on his brow, and at this moment, it was twisted with rage, looking like a centipede crawling in WRIGGLING. Team leader, there are too many cockroaches. Once these things come into contact with the human body, they lay eggs. It takes anywhere from 7 or 8 minutes to a dozen minutes for them to hatch. Watching cockroaches crawl out from under your own skin is disgusting beyond words. Be content with that. If these cockroaches were to crawl into your body through your mouth, nose, or anus, you would be completely finished, team leader. The airport is so huge, and there are so many bugs. It is impossible to find the source of the contamination that quickly. The members of the 3rd Division complained. It was not that they were not trying their best, but the contamination was truly troublesome. If they were just destroying monsters, even if the monsters were strong, at least the target would be clear. But now, they had to find the God-forbidden item in an airport filled with flying cockroaches while also rescuing passengers, which was very time-consuming. As for those cockroaches, every time they killed a wave, more would crawl over. Team leader, I see a passenger plane landing. Did you not notify the pilot to leave? Fang Tianhua's nervous voice rang out immediately. Because the rule-based contamination had erupted, the dark mist had begun to spread, causing visibility to deteriorate. Landing under such conditions was very likely to result in a crash. Of course, even if they landed successfully, they would fall into the contamination. However, fortunately, the members of the 3rd Division had already sealed off the airport terminal, preventing the cockroaches from scurrying out. Shut up, all of you, Zhao Zongxiao roared. That is the plane the minister is on, for God's sake. The minister is back. Has the problem in the 7 towns of Luoyang been solved? Wang Chao, have you been fooling around with women again these past few days? You do not even know that the 7 towns of Luoyang were purified by team leader Yuan Jufeng and his team. I checked the origin forum. Who is that Haixinglin god? Does our security bureau have someone like that? Not sure. The newcomer recruited by Zhihongyao seems to be surnamed Lin, called Lin Baici. Everyone immediately began to discuss it. As ordinary staff members, they did not have many channels to obtain information. Besides, it had only been a few days since the 7 towns of Luoyang were resolved, so they did not yet know that Yuan Jifeng was already dead. It should be him, right? After all, he completed the train to Bizan, Wang Chao reasoned. And among the examiners who went to Luoyang, he is the only one with the surname Lin. Wang Chao, have you lost your mind? A newcomer, and he is qualified to be called the Haixinglin god. Zhu Shu listened to their discussion, feeling extremely annoyed. He liked Zhihongyao very much and wanted to join her team, but he had been rejected. So, he hated that Lin Baici. Stop bickering, for heaven's sake, and hurry up to purify the contamination. Zhao Zongxiao cursed loudly. The minister is already here. So what are you rushing for, team leader? Wang Chao did not understand. The minister can solve this in a flash. At worst, we will just be reprimanded for poor performance. Wang Chao, if you continue to slack off like this, do you believe I will dock your pay? Zhao Zongxiao roared. The minister will not take action. The one who will enter the airport in a moment is this Lin Baici we're all discussing. No way. He is the one handling it. The minister trusts him that much. It seems this guy really has some skills. On ordinary days, Zhao Zongxiao was amiable, easy to talk to, and did not stand on ceremony. So the team members were not afraid of him. I do not care what skills he has. In any case, this rule-based contamination is our responsibility. No matter how many skills that Lin Baici has, we cannot let him use them. Zhao Zongxiao roared. I cannot afford to lose that much face. Zhihongyao letting him coordinate with Lin Baici was enough to explain the situation. This pride must be defended. Fang Tianhua, go to the runway and receive the minister. Zhao Zongxiao ranged. Quick, quick, quick. Team leader, just watch us. Zhu Shu was suddenly filled with fighting spirit. The others stopped talking as well, bracing themselves to go all out. In the Haixing Security Bureau, among the dozen or so divisions, whoever had the best track record received the best treatment. Of course, this time, everyone did not care about those rewards. They mainly just did not want to lose. If the dignified 3rd Division were to be stepped on by the small, pathetic team of Zhihongyao and her group in front of Zhihongmian, would they have any face left? They would be mocked for a whole year. Brother Lin, Sister Yao, little Kikyu, you must be careful. By the cabin door, Long Miaomio cheered on the 3 people who were getting off the plane. You all need to stay safe too. Although Zhihongmian was here, Lin Baici was still not quite at ease. After reaching the ground, he turned back to give a final instruction. Why won't you let me go? Huoyu pouted, her expression mournful. Brother Lin is doing this for your own good. Long Miaomiao handed the little fish girl a lollipop. Here, eat this, and sweeten things up. Lin Baici, and the other to jog toward the T1 terminal. He actually did not want his schoolmate to come along, but Gu Qingqiu was stubborn. If you encounter a crisis, you do not need to save me. I will bear the consequences myself. Gu Qingqiu would not be a burden. Halfway through their run, a shuttle bus drove out from the terminal, broke through the thin dark mist, and headed straight for them. Screech! The shuttle bus drifted to a stop in front of the three of them. Team leader Xiao, Lin God, Fang Tianhua greeted them while sticking his head out of the window. And then he pressed the door opening button. The door opened. Tinhua. Xiao Hongyao jumped onto the shuttle bus. How is the situation now? Lin Baici sized up this cousin of Fang Mingyuan. He was tall, handsome, and with the gas mask hanging around his neck and a black tactical explosion-proof suit. He had quite the tough guy charm. Everything is going smoothly, Fang Tianhua chuckled, resisting the urge to glance at the high ponytail girl's ample chest. What about the department head? Is he on the plane? Turn around. Head back to the terminal, Xiao Hongyao urged. Seeing Fang Tianhua hesitate, she assumed he was doubting their team's strength, so she reassured him, don't worry. The three of us can handle it. In truth, Fang Tianhua wasn't questioning them. He was simply trying to find a way to stall for time. Turn around. Drive faster. Gu Qingqiu tapped the car door with her katana. 5 minutes later, the shuttle bus stopped at a boarding gate. I'll take the lead. Xiao Hongyao didn't stand on ceremony and charged through the door. Whoosh! The cockroaches crawling all over the floor were startled and took flight in a swarm. If those cockroaches crawl on your skin for more than 5 seconds, they will lay eggs under your skin. Be extremely careful, Fang Tianhua warned as he put on a gas mask. Xiao Hongyao pulled out a youth magazine stained with dried insect fluids. She swatted as she walked. Although she didn't hit the cockroaches, they all dodged away. Youth digest. When you hold it, insects will keep their distance. It is particularly intimidating to giant insects. After using it to strike a student on the head, the target will instantly become obedient and be forced to study for half an hour. Naughty student suppressor. Listening to the gluttonous god's commentary, Lin Baici thought this book was quite good. When parents were tutoring their children and the kids refused to study, they could just roll up the magazine and whack them with it. Gu Qingqiu walked for about 10 meters before she didn't want to move anymore. It was so filthy. Cockroaches were crawling everywhere on the floor. Upon seeing humans, some would take flight like bombers, slamming into their bodies. Gu Qingqiu didn't even dare to open her mouth to speak, fearing that one of those things might fly inside. That would absolutely be a lifelong nightmare. There were even more cockroaches than expected. Lin Baici had never seen a locust plague that blotted out the sky, but he felt that the current situation was no less severe. Hongyao Qingqiu. Lin Baici took out 2 gas masks and handed them over. He had bought them on Taobao to deal with potential fires, never expecting to use them against cockroaches first. With the gas mask on, Gu Qingqiu finally felt comfortable speaking. The 3rd Division hasn't purged the rule-based contamination yet, which means they probably haven't found the God-forbidden object. I suggest we make a bigger scene to lure the boss out, Gu Qingqiu proposed. What if the monster doesn't come out? Fang Tianhua asked, thinking the girl's idea was too simplistic. There is another possibility. What if there is no boss at all? After killing a large number of cockroaches, we can observe the trajectory and areas where new ones appear. That should help us pinpoint the location of the God-forbidden object, Gu Qingqiu explained. These cockroaches were definitely caused by a God-forbidden object. How? Fang Tianhua was stunned. He turned his head to look at the girl, who was wearing a linen cotton dress and a cropped, waist-cinching down jacket. Was she really this smart? She had only just entered the terminal and taken a look. It hadn't even been 3 minutes, and she had already come up with a solution. Sigh. My teammates are too excellent. There's no room for me, the team leader, to shine. Xiao Hongyao sighed. She looked regretful, but she was stealing glances at Fang Tianhua, feeling incredibly pleased with herself. Did you see that? This is the strength of our 7-star little ragtag team. When you go back, make sure to brag about us so all your colleagues at the Security Bureau know. Actually, our team had considered this plan too, but this is a terminal building. There are still many passengers who haven't been evacuated and are hiding. If we make too much of a scene, We might endanger them or damage the terminal, and the subsequent fallout would be too great, Fang Tianhu explained. 20 minutes after entering the Haixing airport, someone had proposed this suggestion, but it had been vetoed by Zhou Zongxiao. Haixing was an international metropolis. If the airport were ruined and flights were grounded, the Haixing Security Bureau would be humiliated. Therefore, unless it was an absolute last resort, Zhou Zongxiao wouldn't use such an aggressive plan. The elevators had stopped working. Lin Baici and the other three came up from the boarding gate and saw that the massive terminal was empty of people, filled only with cockroaches. Where should we start looking? Jiao Hongyao waved the rolled-up magazine. Help! A cry for help came from the distance. Follow me. Jiao Hongyao shouted and immediately ran out. After about 60 or 70 meters, Jiao Hongyao stopped. The cries for help had ceased. The high ponytail girl listened carefully, rushed into the nearby restroom to take a look, then took a few large strides to the nursing room and kicked the door. The door swung open. Whoosh! Swarms of cockroaches flew out, slamming into Jiao Hongyao's face and body, making it impossible for her to even see what was in front of her. Inside the nursing room, a young woman lay paralyzed on the floor, convulsing. Her body was covered in cockroaches, and her mouth was stuffed with them, blocking her windpipe and preventing her from speaking. There was also a pregnant woman with a large belly standing nearby, retching incessantly. Every time she retched, a large mass of cockroaches mixed with mucus would splat onto the floor. Cockroaches were crawling all over her as well, even burrowing into her clothes. When she saw Jiao Hongyao, she screamed and lunged at her. The high ponytail girl retreated quickly and slammed the door shut. The pregnant woman slammed into the door, leaving a dent. Jiao Hongyao lunged forward, and the black-bladed short knife in her hand pierced through the wooden door like it was stabbing a cake, stabbing into the pregnant woman. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Baici took out a pine wood torch. Chapter 541, Great God's Grace Erupts. One hit insect kill. Pat, pat. It sounded like a heavy rain hitting banana leaves. There was a frantic clattering sound from inside the room. Lin Baici didn't need to look to know that large swarms of cockroaches were slamming against the door. The blue and white wooden door of the nursing room shook violently, followed by another impact a few seconds later. It was clear that the pregnant woman who had been vomiting cockroaches had started ramming the door. Jiao Hongyao pulled out her short blade, looked at the red and green slime staining it, and gave it a sharp flick. Are you trying to burn down Haixing Airport? Gu Qingqiu teased. She knew the power of Lin Baiqi's torch. Once it ignited something, it wouldn't go out until it had burned it to ashes. The problem was that Lin Baici couldn't control where the burning cockroaches would run. If they ignited other parts of the building, the trouble would be immense. With your current annual salary, you couldn't build an airport like this even if you worked for 10 lifetimes. Jiao Hongyao joked. But if you married Jin Yingxin and took over her family's conglomerate, then it wouldn't be a problem. Are you kidding me? Gu Qingqiu was speechless. You don't think you can just transfer as much money as you want from abroad, do you? Not to mention whether our country would allow a Daoxiang conglomerate to come in and invest. Korea certainly wouldn't allow capital flight. Crack. A hole was smashed into the wooden door by the pregnant woman. Whoosh. A massive swarm of cockroaches poured out like a burst dam. There's a situation like this too. Jiao Hongyao was surprised. The operation of international capital is very complex. Read more books. Although Gu Qingqiu said this, she didn't mean to look down on the girl with the high ponytail. Master your own trade and you will be fine. After all, a person's energy and time are limited. It is impossible to be a jack of all trades. The cockroaches are out, Fang Tianhu screamed, staring at Jiao Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu in a daze. Are you too crazy? We are fighting monsters here. Can we be a bit more serious and save the small talk until after we clear them out? Stop yelling. I see them. Jiao Hongyao stepped back and swung her blade. Swish, 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 with one strike. More than a dozen cockroaches were sliced in half. But for the dense swarm, it was a drop in the bucket. Fang Tianhu was anxious. Team leader Jia, don't be careless. Be careful not to flip the car. Flip what car? Jiao Hongyao rolled her eyes. My two henchmen are by my side. What kind of waves can a few pathetic bugs make? However, the title team leader Jia sounded pretty good. The girl with the high ponytail felt quite pleased. Bang! Bang! After turning into a monster, the pregnant woman's intelligence had declined, and she no longer knew how to open the door. She slammed into it a dozen times, creating a hole over half a meter in diameter in the door, and began to crawl through. The wooden splinters on the edge of the hole tore through her clothes and flesh, leaving dozens of bloody scratches. Because the hole was somewhat narrow, the pregnant woman got stuck and couldn't crawl through all at once. Opportunity. Lin Baici rubbed the pine torch against the floor. Whoosh! The torch ignited like a giant match. Lin Baici rushed forward, intending to burn the pregnant woman. Those cockroaches were afraid of the fire and swerved around the torch, but they kept rushing at Lin Baici one after another. The pregnant woman also sensed the danger. While struggling violently, she also began to vomit. Splatter, splatter. Large clumps of slime and cockroaches fell onto the floor, crawling toward Lin Baici. The pregnant woman was wearing black cotton pantyhose, with a long wool sweater and a down jacket on her upper body. At this moment, she was filthy, covered in various fluids. Because she was crawling through the door hole, the wooden splinters snagged her sweater, exposing her belly, which then scraped against the wooden splinters. Now is the perfect chance to kill her. Just as Fang Tianhua finished shouting, he saw the pregnant woman's head, which had poked through the hole, get decapitated as if by an invisible blade. With a thud, it fell off. It was Gu Qingqiu who had activated the invisible Japanese samurai, Benajiro Maru. Holy crap! Watching the head roll, Fang Tianhua was startled. What was even more terrifying was that the pregnant woman hadn't died even after losing her head. She struggled violently, trying to crawl through the hole quickly, causing the wooden splinters to dig deeper into her body. Her belly was sliced open. Splatter! A large mass of fluid fell to the ground, splashing everywhere. Among it was a cockroach the size of a cantaloupe, which immediately let out a shrill scream. Gu Qingqiu prepared to have Benajiro Maru kill this cockroach, which was clearly a mini-boss. But the nearby cockroaches heard it scream and swarmed over, covering it completely. Soon, a mountain of insects over 10 meters high formed, and they began to crawl toward Gu Qingqiu. Everyone get back, Lin Baici shouted, quickly repositioning himself while snapping his left fingers. Sparks flashed and then ignited, forming a firebird that flapped its wings and flew toward the insect mountain. Samadhi Golden Crow Fire. The firebird collided with the insect mountain and exploded, instantly burning some of the cockroaches to ashes. The stench of charred corpses immediately assailed their noses. The insect mountain caved in significantly, but in the blink of an eye, it was filled back in by the swarming cockroaches. They abandoned Gu Qingqiu and charged toward Lin Baici. This two-legged human gave them a great sense of threat. Don't help me, I can handle it. Gu Qingqiu knew Lin Baici was looking out for her. Lin Baici had thrown the Samadhi Golden Crow Fire purely to attract the attention of these cockroaches. As they charged toward his side, he took a deep breath. Inside the airport, a fine drizzle began to fall, landing on the cockroaches with a beauty that was silent and nourishing. Immediately, clusters of flames lit up on the heads of the cockroaches. Because there were so many cockroaches, they looked like fireflies. As they moved, they resembled ribbons of light, or perhaps a dragon of fire. Holy crap, Fang Tianhua exclaimed. It was a pity. If these cockroaches were replaced by fireflies, it would be quite beautiful. Why are you spacing out? Jiu Hongyao grabbed Fang Tianhua and ran toward the back. Little Lin's ultimate move had a huge area of effect. If they got grazed by it, they would be killed instantly. Behind Lin Baici, a giant Buddha appeared. It pressed its palms together, looked down at the cockroaches, and then opened its mouth to blow. Floating life. Night rain. A wild Buddha blows out the lamp. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept past. The tiny flames atop the cockroaches' heads extinguished, and in an instant, they dropped dead, hitting the ground with a dense, terrifying patter. Clatter. Whoosh! The mountain of insects collapsed, pouring downward. Soon, the ground was covered in a thick layer of cockroach carcasses. It was a full foot deep. Flutter, flutter. A few cockroaches that had escaped the disaster were flying, but their numbers had dwindled significantly. Holy crap, Fang Tianhua was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He realized that the melon-sized cockroach monster, which was clearly a mini-boss, had actually died as well. One had to realize that the monster had been hiding deep within the insect mountain. If one were to use blades or swords to hack through it, they would have to clear the mountain of insects first. Yet Lin Baici had finished them all off in a single strike. He was truly ridiculously strong, worried that these cockroach corpses might sprout some new trouble. Lin Baici lit a fire. The corpses ignited. Since they were all dead and could not crawl about, they naturally would not set anything else on fire. In less than a minute, the bodies were burned away, leaving a thick layer of ash on the ground. This divine grace of yours is truly powerful. Guqinkyu was full of regret. How wonderful it would have been if I had met you sooner. Many divine graces are one of a kind. They are things you encounter by chance, not by seeking. Jiu Hongyao was very open-minded about such things. I have looked into it. Given the pollution intensity of the Longshan Temple Divine Ruin, little Lindsay's performance can be described as absolutely perfect. Actually, the ones who should be feeling depressed are the dragon-level big shots from the Guangqing City Security Bureau. For a divine ruin of this level, ordinary god hunters cannot handle it and would definitely need the big shots to step in. And then these divine graces would naturally fall into their hands. Fang Tianhua listened to the three of them chatting and felt quite speechless. We are purifying rule-based pollution here. Can you all please have a sense of urgency? However, they were so strong that they had the right to be this way. Inside the nursing room, the young woman who had been calling for help earlier had not yet been completely possessed by the cockroaches to become a host. But it was clear she had no chance of survival. With one strike, Jiu Hongyao ended her life. Cockroach reproduction requires a large amount of food. Lin Baici asked Fang Tianhua, "Do you have a floor plan of this airport?" Fang Tianhua shook his head. But on the way here, our squad leader showed us some documents, including the floor plan. I remember the locations of several major areas. Fang Tianhua was still quite serious about his work. Head to the warehouse, Lin Baici commanded. Fang Tianhua immediately led the way. Haixing Airport was massive, enough to make one's legs ache from walking. After walking about half a mile, the group heard screams and cries. That sounds like Zushuo's squad. Fang Tianhua tilted his head to listen. Let's go take a look. The four of them ran toward the sound. After descending an elevator, they quickly saw four people protecting a group of civilians as they fled. There were about 30 of them. Behind them, a bald, middle-aged man was walking unsteadily, vomiting cockroaches as he went. Hey, hey, calling for support, Zushuo shouted. But the communicator was filled with static. It wasn't clear whether it was the dark mist or some unknown substance. But it was interfering with encoding electronic equipment, causing their service life to be drastically shortened. Squad leader Zhu, Fang Tianhua called out. Zushuo looked up and caught sight of Jia Hongyao immediately. The annoyance on his face was instantly replaced by pleasant surprise. Hongyao. She was still in her familiar sportswear. The zipper of her jacket casually pulled halfway down, and her chest as bountiful as an autumn harvest seemed ready to burst through her sweater. Zushuo. Jia Hongyao scanned the group. Did people die? Each squad was supposed to have 5 members. Now there were only 4. So the answer was self-evident. Zushuo's face turned ugly, and he hurriedly explained. That monster that spits cockroaches is too hard to kill. Its self-healing ability is very strong. What's even more terrifying is that once these cockroaches burrow into a body, there is basically no saving them. Also, these people simply won't listen. They run around screaming, which attracted the monsters. Otherwise, little Li wouldn't have died. Zushuo was terrified that Jia Hongyao would think he was incompetent. Fang Tianhua turned his head to look at Lin Baici, then stretched his neck to examine the bald man. The number of cockroaches being vomited out each time wasn't even that high. It felt inferior to that pregnant woman's output. You guys can't even handle this kind of monster. Is Lin Baici too strong? Or are the 4 of you just too weak? What are you chatting about? Hurry up and retreat. A team member with a side-part hairstyle complained. Couldn't they see that their tails were already on fire? You guys go first. Jia Hongyao waved her hand. Don't be reckless. This monster is really hard to kill, Zushuo advised. He was tall and had a handsome face. To look cool, he was wearing jeans and a long trench coat with a scarf, rather than the tactical gear Fang Tianhua wore. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go, Jia Hongyao urged. Little Lindsay, I'll lure the monster. You get ready to blow out the lamp. Blow what? Zushuo hadn't yet understood what she meant when the high ponytail girl had already charged toward the bald man. Whoosh! A massive swarm of cockroaches gathered together and lunged at the high ponytail girl. Nobody. The high ponytail girl vanished from her spot, reappearing behind the bald man, and plunged her blade into his back. Holy crap, teleportation, Team Leader Jia. Where did you get that divine grace? Did you guys really kill a god? The crowd exclaimed, feeling as sour as if they had been soaked in lemon juice, pickled through and through. A divine grace like teleportation, which could be used for both offense and escape, was practically a universal skill, but it was too difficult to obtain. It was priceless and unavailable. Little Lindsay gave it to me. Xiao Hongyao even had the leisure to answer. Divine grace activated. Half-life. ZZZ pop. Spop. Black electric arcs flashed and exploded from the blade, surging into the bald man's body. This monster immediately began to convulse. Like a plant dehydrated after being exposed to the scorching sun, its skin shriveled and its muscles atrophied. The cockroaches inside its body suffered the same damage. And because the pain was too intense and the body's nutrients had been severely depleted, the mini-boss chose to burst out of the body to escape and search for a new host. The bald man's large belly exploded, and a cockroach monster the size of a coconut flew out and landed on the ground. Squeak, squeak. The monster actually had a human face as it shrieked. More and more insects flew in from all directions, forming a mountain of bugs. The mountain of bugs moved toward Xiao Hongyao. Holy crap, a human face cockroach. Run. Team Leader Xia is awesome, the crowd exclaimed. The one who flattered Xiao Hongyao was Zushuo, but unfortunately, the girl with the high ponytail didn't care at all. As expected, it can't be killed. Xiao Hongyao had wanted to use her powerful divine favor to wipe them out while the cockroach monster was still inside the human body. But it seemed that wouldn't work. Be careful. This one is different from the cockroaches just now. Just as Gu Qingqiu finished speaking, the human face of the cockroach appeared on the mountain of bugs and spat acid toward Xiao Hongyao. Sizzle, 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 3 streams of acid, like bullets, shot toward the girl with the high ponytail. She dodged continuously, and while doing so, she slashed at a lounge chair and kicked it flying. The lounge chair smashed into the mountain of bugs and was immediately bitten into shreds. Xiao Hongyao tried her best to attract the attention of the bug mountain. Come over here. Lin Baici didn't actually need the girl with the high ponytail to gather the monsters. Coming. Xiao Hongyao immediately ran toward Lin Baici. When she saw a fine drizzle beginning to drift in the air, she instantly teleported behind him. The wild Buddha appeared and casually blew out the lamp. Then, the mountain of bugs collapsed, as if a carpet of cockroaches had been laid out on the ground. Zushuo and the other 3 stopped, looking at Lin Baici in shock. Is he this strong? He is clearly a first-year rookie. Isn't this too outrageous? Lin Baici set these cockroach corpses on fire, burning them to ashes. Is this also a divine favor dropped by a god? Probably not, right? There were 10 people in total. It shouldn't be his turn to share the divine favor, right? Although Team Leader Yuan Jufeng is strict, he is very fair and wouldn't covet his subordinates' contributions. Zushuo and the others whispered to each other. Lin Baici's powerful divine favor had truly shocked them. What did Xiao Hongyao say just now? Her teleportation divine favor was given to her by Lin Baici. Zushuo instinctively didn't believe it, thinking that Xiao Hongyao was just gilding the lily for Lin Baici. Chapter 542. The Terrifying Cockroach Man. Having dealt with the human face cockroach, Lin Baici let Fang Tianhua continue to lead the way. Hongyao, where are we going? Zushuo asked curiously. The actions of Xiao Hongyao and her group clearly had a specific plan. The warehouse. The girl with the high ponytail explained. What's the reason? Zushuo pressed. Little Lin said so. Xiao Hongyao didn't know why Lin Baici wanted to go there, but listening to him was never wrong. Zushuo looked at Lin Baici. Hey, give me a reason. Lin Baici ignored him. The gourmet god said that for cockroaches to reproduce, they need a large amount of food. So they would either go to the restaurants or the storage area. Judging by the terrifying number of cockroaches, the supplies in the restaurants at Haijing Airport had likely been eaten long ago. Being ignored by Lin Baici made Zushuo feel instantly annoyed. A rookie. What is he acting all high and mighty for? Zushu really wanted to curse. But thinking of the powerful divine favor Lin Baici used to kill that human-faced cockroach just now, he decided to hold back. Forget it. I won't lower myself to his level. This doesn't seem to be the way out of the airport, right? Can you save us and get us out first? What are you planning to do? Say something. The rescued passengers were chattering, all wanting to leave this airport as soon as possible. Shut up, Zushu roared. Otherwise, I'll tear your mouths apart. The fierce-looking Zushu instantly silenced these people. Fang Tianhua led the group, sprinting all the way until they reached the northwest corner of the terminal building. After exiting through a glass door, they found themselves in a large concrete area, and a 7-story building stood a few dozen meters away. That over there is the warehouse building, Fang Tianhua introduced. Should we call some more people over? No need. Just as Lin Baici was about to head over, the gourmet god commented, "The boss is not over there. Some cockroaches are responsible for transporting food. The boss is hiding in the underground garage." Slowly developing, the boss that caused the pollution at Haijing Airport possessed intelligence and would not risk searching for food itself. Let's go to the underground garage. Lin Baici found an elevator nearby. The passengers can wait here. After saying that, he ran down along the elevator. Where exactly are you going? Zushu wasn't happy. Running around like a headless chicken like this. How could he possibly find the source of the pollution? Do you think you are the only child of the goddess of luck? With off-the-charts luck, Zushu muttered. The passengers looked at each other, but still followed. Although there weren't many cockroaches here, if they encountered that kind of monster again, they would die. It was safer to follow that handsome boy named Lin. The first basement level was huge, but it was only a little over 4 meters high, and the ceiling was covered in pipes of various sizes, looking dense and crowded, coupled with the dim light and the sheer number of cockroaches. The rustling sound of their wings when they flew sounded very creepy. The sense of oppression was maxed out. How many levels are there below? Lin Baici frowned. The terminal building was so large that the underground area certainly wouldn't be small either. How long would it take to find it? The 3rd floor is usually a parking garage, but in wartime, it serves as a civil air defense shelter. Fang Tianhua recalled the structural blueprints he had seen. Find it. The source of the pollution should be underground. Lin Baici did not feel hungry, so he felt that the god-forbidden object causing the pollution was definitely not a top-tier one. Zzz. From time to time, there were bursts of electrical crackling, and the energy-saving lights flickered on and off. We need to hurry. Once the power facilities break down, we will only be able to fight in the dark. Fang Tianhua worried. What exactly are you trying to do? Fang Tianhua was very annoyed. Speak up, and we can all brainstorm together. You have heard the saying that 3 cobblers are better than 1 Zhujiang, right? Or do you think we are all idiots? Lin Baici had no opinion, but Jiuhan Yao grew impatient. Can you be quiet? Do you know you are disturbing little Lindsay while he is deducing? Zushu was rebuked by the girl with the high ponytail whom he had a crush on, and his face instantly flushed red. It was clear that she thought he was inferior to Lin Baici. Infuriating. Spread out and look for any traces of food on the ground, Lin Baici urged. This place was closest to the storage area, so when the cockroaches transported food, there was a high probability they would take this route. Even if humans were moving cargo, they would leave traces, let alone cockroaches. Lin Baici activated Breath of 100 Flavors. The air, which was already foul due to poor circulation, became even more irritating to his nasal passages. The smell of dust, urine, the rot of insect carcasses, and the lingering scent of car exhaust. Everything flooded into his nose. Achoo, achoo. Lin Baici sneezed several times. He endured the discomfort and sniffed hard. It appeared the scent of food. Lin Baici followed the trail. Has he activated some kind of divine grace? Does he feel like a hunting dog? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and follow. But before everyone could follow, they were scolded by Guqinkyu again. What are you following for? Cough, cough. Find clues. Zushu looked at Guqinkyu and was so angry he laughed. Where the hell did this piece of trash pop out from? Daring to order him around, however, she was quite good-looking. Though her face was pale and she coughed occasionally, she looked sickly at first glance. Before Zushuo could retort, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blow past him. And then there was a clink on the floor as a spark erupted. It was as if an invisible, sharp blade had struck it. What the hell? Zushuo subconsciously took a step back. The Japanese samurai, Red Ghost Maru, appeared at his side holding a sword in one hand, then vanished again. Holy crap! There is a monster. Seeing this scene, the group panicked. The travelers turned and ran. And there was even some shoving. Zushuo was at least a small team leader and not completely stupid. Seeing Red Ghost Maru flash by and not continue the attack, he turned his head, his face ashen and filled with shock as he looked at Guchinkyu, blurting out, "Who are you?" This woman actually possessed such a powerful god-forbidden object. If that samurai had wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. Thinking of this, Zushuo gasped, his spine chilling, and a lingering fear appeared on his face. This was a warning from the other side. Of course, she is my companion, Jia Hongyao boasted proudly. Zushuo's gaze fell on the samurai sword in Guchinkyu's hand. The blade looked gorgeous yet carried a sinister air. Aren't you just relying on the god-forbidden object Hongyao gave you to act tough? If you have the guts, fight me with your bare hands. Damn it, I am so jealous. Zushuo wanted to join Jia Hongyao's team not only because he liked her, but also because she was Jia Hongmian's younger sister. They surely wouldn't lack supplies. Given the high ponytail girl's generous nature, he would definitely be able to get some for free. In his view, Guchinkyu was so young that she couldn't possibly have obtained such a god-forbidden object through her own strength. Correction, that sword was given to her by little Lindsay, Jia Hongyao explained. Besides, you can't beat her, so don't bring humiliation upon yourself. Zushuo and his three companions were stunned. Why is it this Lin Baici again? Isn't he a newcomer? How many good things could he have? Why does he sound richer than a dragon-level big shot in your words? Lin Baici walked and stopped. After about 50 or 60 meters, he saw some food crumbs on the ground, likely from ham sausages or the like, left behind after being gnawed on by cockroaches. Walking further ahead, one could see that along this path, there were quite a few scattered food residues. There were broken eggs, spilled flour, and crumbs of biscuits and potato chips. I found something, let's go, Lin Baici shouted. Jia Hongyao's face immediately lit up with joy, and she boasted to Zushuo's group. See that? This is the ace of my 7th star. Did he really find it? Zushuo was shocked. Lin Baici jogged forward. After about a kilometer, he stopped and looked around cautiously. The stench, the smell of blood, and the various scents of food were mixed together here, very thick, and the number of cockroaches was also relatively high. Everyone be careful. The source of the pollution should be right here. Lin Baici waved his hand, signaling everyone to spread out and search. The male team member with the side-parted hair searched toward the 10 o'clock direction. When he walked to the wall and checked a corner, some liquid suddenly dripped onto his neck. When he looked up, he wiped it off. It was sticky and uncomfortable. Damn it! The side-parted man cursed. Just as he was about to wipe his palm on his clothes, he froze. He saw a black shadow in the gap between the pipes and the ceiling. Because it was blocked and the light was dim, he couldn't see it clearly. Team leader Jia, the side-parted man shouted. As soon as the sound came out, the shadow hidden above lunged down. Whoosh! The monster's heavy fist struck toward the side-parted man. The side-parted man retreated to dodge. What is this thing? A cockroach man. The monster could walk upright, its entire body covered in pitch-black skin with knotted muscles. At first glance, it looked like a champion bodybuilder, but it had the head of a cockroach, complete with 2 antennae over a foot long. The cockroach man landed, missed its punch, and immediately gave chase. Whoosh! The cockroach man was incredibly fast, reaching the man with the side-parted hair in the blink of an eye. Holy crap! The man with the side-parted hair was startled, seeing the monster's incoming fist. He immediately raised his arms to block. The man with the side-parted hair took a heavy hit and was sent flying. Before he could even land, the cockroach man sprinted forward, spat out a glob of mucus, and then, like a runaway dump truck, slammed fiercely into him. The man with the side-parted hair screamed. His eyes were plastered shut by the mucus, which caused a burning sensation. This prevented him from dodging in time, and after being struck by the cockroach man, he hit the ground with a thud. The cockroach man stepped on the man with the side-parted hair and threw a punch. The man's head was smashed in, and his scream was cut short. The cockroach man stood up. Instead of killing the others, it dragged the corpse toward a corner. It wanted to bring food to its father. Damn it! Xiaozhang, Zushu cursed loudly, wanting to help, but seven pitch black, muscular cockroach men leaped down from the pipes beneath the ceiling. 3 of them were still wearing clothes that hadn't been ripped apart yet. These monsters were all created through contamination after being bitten by the big boss. Damn it! Jiu Hongyao used a teleportation move to dodge the cockroach man lunging at her and went to chase the one that had taken Xiaozhang. Hurry up and kill these monsters. Lin Baici gripped his pipe wrench. It was fortunate that the other travelers had poor stamina and hadn't followed them in time. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by these cockroach men. A massive cockroach man rushed in front of Lin Baici and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at him. Lin Baici tilted his head to dodge it, and as the cockroach man swung its fist, he smashed his pipe wrench into it. Die, you bastard. Chapter 543. Special grade pest infestation. In the underground garage, the light bulbs flickered, emitting a buzzing electrical sound. The pitch black, muscular cockroach men were filled with an oppressive aura in this environment. Whoosh! The pipe wrench carried a blur as it smashed into the cockroach man's wrists. Crack! The wrist snapped, and the entire right hand bent backward at a 90-degree angle. However, the cockroach man remained expressionless, and its other fist struck out viciously. It was as if it wasn't its own hand that had been broken. Whoosh! The wind from the punch was sharp. Before the fist even arrived, the airflow was already cutting through Lin Baici's hair and clothes like a blade. Lin Baici tilted his head to dodge, stepped forward, and swung the pipe wrench into the cockroach man's face. The cockroach man took the hit, but its head only tilted back. Its thick right leg kicked out completely unaffected. Lin Baici had tested the cockroach man's strength, and seeing that they were scattered, one targeting each person, he decided not to wait any longer. Lightning flash, activate. Everything in his field of vision slowed down. Lin Baici could even see the cockroach man's charcoal-like eyeball slowly rotating, staring at him. It was filled with killing intent. Lin Baici pushed his left hand forward horizontally. Die, you bastard. Hand of great impression. Lin Baici's palm imprinted onto the cockroach man's abdominal muscles. It wasn't sent flying. Instead, its entire massive body suddenly twisted and became abstract, like a streak of oil paint left carelessly on a canvas by a brush. First, its right foot was imprinted on the floor, then its legs, and then the cockroach man's right hand pressed against the ground, trying to break free. But it was useless. The power of the divine gift had printed it onto the floor. In just over a second, a lifelike mural of a cockroach man was perfectly rendered. Zhu Shua and the other 2 were struggling under the fierce assault of the cockroach men, unable to even catch their breath. Fang Tianhua was in an even worse state, dodging with all his might. Damn, miscalculation, Zhu Shua cursed. As soon as they engaged these monsters, they regretted it. The cockroach men were ridiculously strong. They shouldn't have come as a single squad. They couldn't handle them at all. Moreover, the death of Xiaozhang had completely shattered everyone's courage. Zhu Shua was just about to call for everyone to retreat when Lin Baici killed one in an instant. My goodness! What kind of divine gift was that? He actually slapped a cockroach man that was nearly 2 meters tall onto the ground and turned it into a painting. Something so overpowered must also be a divine gift obtained from a god, right? Previously, when they were discussing in the comms whether the Lin god of Haijing was Lin Baici, the 3 of them hadn't believed it. But now, it felt like it was possible. However, their attention was quickly drawn to the beautiful girl who was coughing. Because she was also super fierce, Qinkyu, Lin Baici shouted, I'm fine, go help Hongyao. Gu Qinkyu stood calmly not far away, holding a katana. This schoolmate of his had average personal combat power, but her courage and spirit were surprisingly immense. A cockroach man had rushed to within 3 meters of Gu Qinkyu and was being held back by the red ghost blade, locked in a fierce battle. This distance was too dangerous, but Gu Qinkyu had no intention of moving at all, observing the cockroach man with great interest. Can you understand what I'm saying? Are you male or female? Are you protecting your king? Gu Qinkyu asked. The katana slashed into the cockroach man, splashing some blood onto Gu Qinkyu's face. She reached out a finger and wiped it off. Whoosh! The cockroach man took a hit from the red ghost blade head-on, rushed in front of Guqinkyu, and threw an iron fist toward her face. Holy crap, dodge, quick move! Zushuo and the other three shouted, feeling that this girl was finished. Yet, at the very moment the cockroach man's fist was about to strike Guqinkyu, Hongwimaru's katana flashed, slicing across the monster's neck. Ahead, looking like an overripe durian, dropped off. With a dull thud, it hit the ground and rolled away. Sizzle! A massive amount of foul-smelling blood sprayed from the monster's neck, splattering everywhere. Only then did Guqinkyu lightly tap her toes against the ground to pursue Jia Hongyao, simultaneously dodging the filthy blood. Holy crap! Is she really that calm? What nerves of steel! Awesome! Where did team leader Jia find such a powerhouse? Zushuo and his two companions were dumbfounded. She actually used herself as bait. That is simply outrageous. Even they, with 2 or 3 years of experience as god hunters, wouldn't dare to do something like that. After all, you only have one life. If you mess up, it's over. Team leader Zhu, what do we do now? Tang Fengyan shouted. The cockroach men were so strong that they had killed Little John the moment they appeared. Everyone had actually been thinking about retreating. But then Lin Baici and Guqinkyu instantly killed the cockroach men that had targeted them and headed straight for the big boss. What were they supposed to do now? If they ran away now, it would be humiliating. Damn it! Zushuo was so angry he could spit blood. Couldn't they have helped us kill the cockroach men first? Then we could all go fight the boss together. Team leader Zhu, retreat or fight? Give us a word, Tang Fengyan urged, his heart once again questioning Zushuo's personal capabilities. Let's fight. With team leader Jia and God Lin here, we will definitely be able to purify this contamination, Fang Tianhu advised. He had his own little agenda. If Zushuo and the others left, and he stayed behind, even if Lin Baici were merciful, he would very likely end up as cannon fodder. Now, with 3 more people to share the monster's attention, it wouldn't necessarily be him who died. He could gamble on his luck. The 4 surviving cockroach men saw this and immediately abandoned their respective opponents to chase after Lin Baici and Guqinkyu. Determined to ensure the safety of their father, team leader Zhu, Fang Tianhua shouted, anxious. If they let the 4 monsters go, the pressure on Lin Baici's side would increase significantly. Stop shouting. Zushuo gritted his teeth and took the lead in chasing after them. Go help. If he fled without a fight this time, not only would he lose all face in front of Jia Hongyao, making it impossible to pursue her ever again, but his position as a team leader would also likely be stripped away. Zushuo and the other 3 ran wildly. The further they chased, the more cockroaches they found, flying about in dense swarms like a locust plague. Suddenly, a mountain of cockroaches appeared before them. 5 cockroach men were doing everything in their power to stop Lin Baici and the others from passing. Hongyao, we're here to help, Zushuo shouted, his eyes fixed on the cockroach mountain. The source of the contamination must be beneath that. Zushuo wanted to strike at the heart of the enemy. That way, he would get the most credit. The cockroach men lacked intelligence but possessed instinct. Sensing that Guqinkyu was the weakest, 3 of them were ganging up on her. Hold on. Jia Hongyao went all out with her firepower. Lin Baici didn't speak, but his attacks were not slow. He was facing what appeared to be a female cockroach man, as its chest was bulging high, though due to its dark skin and bulging muscles, it lacked any sense of beauty. Puff, puff. The cockroach man spat mucus at Lin Baici and threw punches in rapid succession. Lin Baici did not retreat. He quickly shifted his feet back and forth, activating the hiking boots on his feet. Dog King slide. Lin Baici's upper body began to sway and dodge back, forth, left, and right, even leaving behind streaks of afterimages. Swish, swish, swish. While dodging the cockroach man's fists, Lin Baici swung his pipe wrench fiercely against the monster's body. Bang, bang. With every strike, the cockroach man's flesh would cave in and rupture, spraying out dark green bodily fluids. Unable to hit Lin Baici, the cockroach man grew desperate and lunged at him. Swish. Lin Baici leaned forward and dashed, moving from the cockroach man's left side to its back. He then turned, grabbed the monster, lifted it up, and executed an overhead suplex, slamming it hard into the ground. The cockroach man's cervical vertebrae fractured and its thoracic vertebrae were damaged. But it didn't collapse like a pile of mush, it was still struggling. Lin Baici flew over and kicked the cockroach man in the head. The cockroach man spun like a giant windmill. As its head turned to face Lin Baici, he put all his strength into the pipe wrench and smashed it down, crushing blow. The cockroach man's head was smashed to pieces, fragments of flesh, blood, and some unknown viscous liquid sprayed out like a downpour. Lin Baici kicked the headless cockroach corpse away, then sprinted forward. While moving to rescue Guqinkyu, he pulled a bronze sword from his backpack and threw it. Swish, the bronze sword, carrying a faint dark green glow, shot toward one of the cockroach men. On the other side, Jiu Honyao also killed the cockroach man that had been entangling her and went to support Guqinkyu. Holy crap, Sushuo, who had been eyeing the source of the contamination, was stunned when he saw this scene. If he hadn't fought a cockroach man himself just moments ago, he would have truly thought these humanoid monsters were weaklings. Because Lin Baici and Jiu Honyao killed them with such ease, God Lin is awesome. Team leader Jiu is invincible, Fang Tianhua shouted. He wasn't just buttering them up. He genuinely felt that these two were incredibly strong. He was their colleague, and he felt proud. Throw the signal flares, Zushuo shouted. Seeing how quickly Lin Baici and the others were killing the cockroach men, he knew he didn't have much time left. Zushuo and his two companions each took a smoke signal flare from their backpacks. Once they ran to within 20 meters of the insect mountain, they pulled the cords on the flares with force and threw them with all their might toward the cockroach mountain. 3 signal flares emitted a red glow as they landed in the mountain of cockroaches, spewing out thick clouds of white smoke. Buzz, buzz, large swarms of cockroaches took flight. By the time the 3 of them, Zushuo and his team, had thrown the 3rd smoke signal, the light and smoke had dispersed more than half of the insect mountain. Rumble, rumble, the insect mountain shifted. The remaining cockroaches poured down like a collapsing sand dune, surging in all directions. Damn it, Tang Fengyan exclaimed. Beneath the insect mountain lay a cockroach the size of a sedan. Its body was pitch black with stripe patterns, but the most terrifying feature was that it possessed a human face. If the veiled woman were here, she would recognize it as Wu Yuntao, the man who had been peeping at her. This man had been thoroughly parasitized by the cockroach that little cutie had tossed into its mouth. After it had finished eating him, it had laid a massive number of cockroach eggs inside. As long as the temperature was right, these eggs would hatch rapidly, seeking out living organisms to implant their own eggs beneath the skin. If they managed to enter a body, that person would become an incubator for their development. A tiny fraction of them would mutate into cockroach men. The human-faced cockroach king glared with its eyes, looking towards Zushuo and his 2 companions who had disturbed its sleep. Screech! The cockroach king let out a sharp cry that could pierce through eardrums. Team leader Zhu, I don't think we can handle this. Tang Fengyan regretted his actions. They should have waited for Lin Baici and the others to finish off the cockroach men before teaming up to take on this cockroach king. We have to at least try. Although Zushuo said this, he did not make a move. The human face on the cockroach king opened its mouth to the limit. Then, like a high-pressure water cannon, sprayed mucus toward the 3 men. Puff, puff. Blobs of green acid the size of volleyballs were spat out with incredible speed. Zushuo and his companions dodged. Whoosh! A massive swarm of cockroaches flew over, blotting out the sky and blocking their line of sight. Tang Fengyan waved his hands, driving the cockroaches away, trying his best not to let them stay on his body for more than 10 seconds. Otherwise, they would lay eggs. He focused his defense especially on his ears and eyes. Once they crawled inside, he would be dead for sure. Damn, where is the human-faced cockroach? Where did it go? Tang Fengyan heard Zushuo's shout, and his heart skipped a beat. The cockroach was gone. He immediately widened his eyes to search for it. Brother Tang, behind you, Fang Tianhua shouted. Tang Fengyan turned his head just in time to see the cockroach king appearing behind him, its human face staring directly at him. Holy sh! Just as Tang Fengyan was about to activate his divine favor, the cockroach king's massive mouth split open to its limit and bit down. Tang Fengyan retreated rapidly, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw the cockroach king's sickle-like forelimbs slicing across his waist. Splatter! Tang Fengyin's internal organs spilled onto the ground, followed by his severed torso. Thump thump. The cockroach king lowered its head, bit through Tang Fengyin's skull, and began to suck out the brains inside. Delicious, watch out. This thing can burrow underground, Fang Tianhua roared. He had seen it. The cockroach king dove into the ground and vanished, only to reappear behind Tang Fengyin a second later. It was impossible to guard against. Team leader Jia, God Lin, hurry up. We can't handle this. Seeing that both Xiao Zhang and Tang Fengyin were dead, with only Zhushua left who was clearly useless, Xianru cried out. Forget whether Lin Baici was a first-year rookie or not. As long as he could take down this human-faced cockroach, he would be the God Lin of Haijing from now on. I acknowledge it. Oh, a human-faced giant cockroach. Omnivorous. When hungry, it can even eat feces. It can lay eggs inside the body of any living creature. It has tenacious vitality, even if its head is chopped off. As long as there is a single egg left inside its body, the egg will be absorbed by the main body to regrow a new head. Can't kill it. Can't kill it. Run away quickly, however. All things have their strengths and weaknesses. Where there is a disadvantage, there is an advantage. This type of cockroach has top-tier waste cleaning abilities. With them around, no matter how much trash there is, they can eat it all, returning you to a clean environment, the gourmet god commented, his voice dripping with disdain. Can't be killed. Lin Baici's brows furrowed. According to the gourmet god, he would have to kill this cockroach king in a single strike. Screech, screech. The cockroach king shrieked, and those crawling cockroaches immediately swarmed toward the humans like a tidal wave. There were too many of them. They collided with the humans, making it impossible to keep their eyes open or protect their entire bodies. If this continued, they would have eggs laid under their skin. God Lin, use that great divine favor of yours to clear the field, Fang Mingyuan shouted. Yes, clear the field quickly, Zhu urged. There was still one cockroach man left, which Lin Baici left to Jia Hongyao. He himself watched the cockroach king and snapped his fingers. Golden Crow Samadhi fire. Before the firebird could collide with the cockroach king, a massive number of small cockroaches flew over, forming a shield wall of insects that blocked the firebird. Thousands of burning cockroach corpses fell to the ground, but given their massive numbers, it had no effect at all. Chapter 544. The God Lin of Haijing is really Lin Baici. The cockroach men had strong combat power, but they had been whittled down to just one. Zhushua and Fang Tianhua had felt that this round was secure, but now, upon seeing the human-faced cockroach king, they realized how naive they had been. Not to mention how terrifying the burrowing cockroach king was. Killing Tang Fengyin in an instant. Just its ability to control the swarm was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Screech, screech, the cockroach king shrieked, and those cockroaches swarmed over in groups, dense and thick, as if a plague of insects had broken out. Swish, swish. The sound of the cockroaches' wings flapping, combined with the friction of their abdominal legs against the floor as they crawled, converged into a hair-raising noise. It was as if disgusting monsters were gnawing on their souls. God Lin, hurry up and use your great divine favor. Zhushua no longer cared about the source of pollution. Clutching his head, he ran toward Lin Baici. There were simply too many cockroaches, constantly slamming into their bodies, which was incredibly uncomfortable. Even more terrifying was the fact that as long as they stayed on one's skin for long enough, they could lay eggs, thinking that in a little while, those eggs would hatch and cockroaches would crawl out from under his skin. Zhushua was panicked to the extreme. This way of dying was just too disgusting. Lin Baici lit a pine wood torch, attempting to drive these cockroaches away with fire and light, but unfortunately, it was useless. The cockroaches bypassed the torch and lunged at the humans. Their attack power was very weak. A single slap could kill several of them. But the problem was that their numbers were overwhelming, and they could lay eggs. A single moment of negligence, and a person would be finished. I'll go try. Jia Hongyao stabbed the last cockroach man to death, rushed forward a few steps, and suddenly teleported, appearing behind the cockroach king, slashing down with her black-bladed short knife. The cockroach king did not turn its head, but it raised its rear end. A pale yellow gas mixed with some red was sprayed out. Hongyao dodge. Kuchinkyu shouted. Jia Hongyao did not know what this gas was. But she worried that it might not only corrode the skin but perhaps even contain insect eggs. Once inhaled into the body, one would be parasitized. So she teleported away to avoid it. The high ponytail girl's reaction was correct. Once those gases were inhaled, she would be transformed into a cockroach man by the eggs contained within. Whoosh! A massive number of cockroaches gathered over, a portion rushing toward Jia Hongyao, while the other portion covered the cockroach king, intending to reform a mountain of insects to protect it. This is impossible to handle. Zhu Shuo felt his head spinning. It seems we can only use fire. Jia Hongyao felt that this cockroach king was not strong, but it was very troublesome. Once it was allowed to develop further, it would likely cause cockroaches to spread everywhere. If they spread, the subsequent cleanup costs would likely be no less than building another Haixing airport. Biological rule-based pollution is truly too troublesome, Fang Tianhu urged. Hurry and find department head Jia to handle this. Only then can we keep the losses to a minimum. Lin Baici swung his torch, but just as he wanted to approach the forming insect mountain, a massive wave of cockroaches rolled over like a tide. They not only charged but also attempted to land on Lin Baici to bury him. Alumnus, let's retreat first, Gu Qingqiu suggested. You all leave first. Lin Baici activated the Pharaoh's Shroud. Swish! The bandages wrapped around Lin Baiqi's left wrist and furled like a python, rapidly wrapping around his entire body. And then with a snap, they tightened. A mummy was born. Now there was no need to worry about the cockroaches laying eggs. But he still couldn't break through. The cockroaches landed on Lin Baici in groups. Very quickly, an insect mountain formed. God Lin, retreat. Fang Tianhua was anxious. Zhu Shuo ran to Jia Hongyao's side, looking at Lin Baici, who was submerged by the insect mountain, feeling incredibly envious. This kid has so many divine artifacts, otherwise, he would have already been implanted with eggs by now. We have to help. As soon as Jia Hongyao finished speaking and was about to lend a hand, she saw the insect mountain submerging Lin Baici suddenly go swish and fall apart. As if it had been blown up, Lin Baici appeared, and with another swish. He teleported away. Holy crap, great sage. Fang Tianhua felt that this moment of Lin Baiqi's was just like the moment the Monkey King leaped out from under the Five Elements mountain. Gu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. Her observation skills were more meticulous, and she saw that Lin Baici was holding a flip-flop in his hand. After Lin Baici appeared next to the Cockroach King's insect mountain, he immediately began to swing it. Slap, slap. Every time the flip-flop swung, large swaths of cockroaches were sent flying, and the insect mountain visibly collapsed. It's no use, don't push yourself. Zhu Shuo wanted to ask Lin Baici to leave together. That way, if everyone failed, it would be equivalent to no one losing face in front of Jia Hongyao. But he only managed to shout half his sentence before he was dumbfounded. What is going on? Why were the dense swarms of cockroaches sent flying in huge patches by a casual wave from Lin Baici? Squeak, squeak, the Cockroach King shrieked. And another large group of cockroaches flew over, intending to submerge Lin Baici. Lin Baici backhanded a slap. Whoosh! That group of cockroaches was like a wave crashing against a reef, directly smashed to pieces. Oh! Fang Tianhua was stunned. How did God Lin manage that? Why were those cockroaches suddenly so afraid of him? The cockroaches, which had been fearless and impossible to drive away, began to scatter and run after being slapped by Lin Baici like that. No matter how loudly the Cockroach King screamed, they simply would not return. It was as if they had encountered a natural predator. Team leader Xiao, Captain Zhu. Cockroaches don't have natural predators, do they? Fang Tianhua knew that with this thing, once one was discovered, it would be too late to clean it up, meaning they were everywhere in the house. Zhu Shuo ignored Fang Tianhua, staring in astonishment at the slipper in Lin Baiqi's right hand, brown, oversized, clearly worn for too long by some fat, large foot. It was even deformed. Is this damn thing also a divine artifact? Zhu Shuo was shocked. The facts proved that it was. Lin Baici held the flip-flop and swung it wildly. Although he didn't kill many cockroaches, the effect was extremely powerful. The cockroaches avoided it like a natural predator. After swinging it 7 or 8 times, the Cockroach King's human face was exposed before Lin Baici. It opened its large mouth, about to spray acid. Lin Baici gave its mouth a strike. The Cockroach King's mouth immediately swelled up. Not only was the acid spray interrupted, but its entire body, comparable to a sedan, began to shake violently. Lin Baici used backhand and forehand, swinging wildly. Slap, slap. The sound of the slaps was crisp. The Cockroach King retracted all its abdominal feet and curled up on the ground like a ball, not even daring to squeak, let alone fight back. Team leader Jia, what is going on with that slipper? Fang Tianhua was curious to the point of death. The Cockroach King, which had been so ferocious, was actually being whipped into a state of cowering terror. Looking at that human face, which had been arrogant and hideous just moments ago, it was now filled with fear. It looked just like a middle school student being bullied, shivering and trembling. Fang Tianhua even felt a little sympathy for it. Ah, I told you. Little Lindsay would definitely be able to handle it. Jiu Hongyao stood with her hands on her hips, overjoyed. Gu Qingqiu recalled the origin of these slippers. They were obtained after Lin Baici killed the fat otaku in the monster apartment at the Bizan Divine Ruins. Lin Baici was whipping it with great force. He didn't even need to use a weapon to attack. The Cockroach King was already visibly on the verge of death. These flip-flops, which didn't fit well and were somewhat worn and tattered, were such that as long as one picked them up, no pest could ever hope to escape alive from before them. One hit, one kill. The pest extermination rate was 100%. Moreover, after killing a pest, it would produce a mosquito repellent effect, keeping other pests away. Our slogan is, eliminate all harmful pests, invincible and strong. The food god commented. It is settled. Hurry up and notify Uncle Zhao to send people in to clean up the aftermath. Jiu Hongyao urged Sushuo. Rule pollution is just like this, as long as you find the right method. It is very easy to purify. Lin God is awesome, Yang Ru shouted, letting out a sigh of relief. Zushuo looked at the flip-flops in Lin Baichi's hands, his eyes turning red with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Isn't it just relying on a divine taboo item? If I had these flip-flops, I could also kill this big boss. What Zushuo did not know was that this human-face cockroach had been polluted after little cutie fed a few cockroaches to Wu Yuntao. These cockroaches were everywhere in the monster apartment, and no one knew how many had been swatted to death by the fat otaku using those flip-flops. That fat otaku, who had been finished off by Lin Baici, was the entity at the very top of the food chain in the monster apartment. The divine taboo items on him were all top tier. Little cutie never dared to go to the top floor, or it would be beaten up by the fat otaku. As for the head-wrapped woman, Agent Jin, she was a hidden boss living in the basement. The human face on the Cockroach King was bleeding from its 7 orifices as it was whipped to death by Lin Baici with the flip-flops. It was also its bad luck to have run into Lin Baici, who was returning by plane. If it had been given just a few more months, it could have spread its offspring everywhere and created an army of cockroach men. Lin Baici retracted the shroud, lit the pine torch, and prepared to burn this cockroach into ashes. There are still eggs inside its body. As long as the environment is suitable, they can hatch into small cockroaches. When you are short on food, you can survive the hunger period by raising and eating cockroaches. High protein, high nutrition. The food god commented. Lin Baici frowned. Eat cockroaches, disgusting. However, there might be times when it could come in handy. Lin Baici took out his bronze sword and put on the butcher's mask. He immediately transformed into an anatomy master, and in a few quick strokes, he sliced open the Cockroach King's body. What are you doing? Zushuo asked curiously. Lin Baici did not answer. After collecting some cockroach eggs, he sealed them in the black coffin. Control tower, control room. Zhao Zongxiao had a cigarette in his mouth, pacing back and forth anxiously. He wondered how the situation was going, but it should be fine, right? With so many of his own people, they surely found the pollution source before Jiu Hongyao and Lin Baici. It was a pity that the communication equipment could no longer be used, otherwise, he would really want to urge his subordinates again. Knock knock. A knock on the door sounded. Zhao Zongxiao perked up and immediately shouted, "Come in." It was Yang Ru, one of Zushuo's team members. Before he could speak, Zhao Zongxiao asked impatiently, "Did you guys handle it?" "Yes. It was a cockroach with a human face, and it has already been killed." Yang Ru reported. Good. Zhao Zongxiao was overjoyed and slapped his thigh hard. Zhu Shuo did a great job. It was not in vain that I promoted him to captain. Well, you guys did well to dot this time. The bonus will be doubled. Zhu Shuo did a great job. At least we didn't let Jiao Hongyao get there first. That is right. Otherwise our department would have lost too much face. The others in the control room were discussing it, all of them letting out a sigh of relief. Listening to Zhao Zongxiao say so much in one breath, along with the idle chatter of his other colleagues, Yang Rui's face stiffened. I haven't finished speaking yet. What are you all imagining? Looking at the excited Zhao Zongxiao, Yang Rui's head was spinning. If I say now that the pollution source was solved by Lin Baici, will the commander beat me to death? Zhao Zongxiao had keen observation skills and saw the awkward expression on Yang Rui's face. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. It cannot be. Right. Was there a complication? Zhao Zongxiao's face sank, stuttering like that. What is the meaning of this? Spit it out. Well, the pollution source was a cockroach with a human face, and it was solved by Lin Baici. After Yang Rui finished speaking, he added, he is the newcomer who signed the genius recruitment clause earlier. He looks quite handsome. Yang Rui urgently wanted to say that he felt this Lin god from Haijing was him, but Zhao Zongxiao's large foot had already kicked out. I do not care if he is handsome or not, Zhao Zongxiao cursed. Lead the way. He wanted to recover the pollution source. What is the combat damage situation? Zhao Zongxiao calmed his mood. That Yang Rui stammered. Thiek, Zhao Zongxiao scolded. Brother Tang, Little John, and Brother Zhang are all dead. After Yang Rui finished speaking, he quickly covered his head with both hands. Sure enough, the next second, Zhao Zongxiao's palm swung over, especially when he found out that when Little Tang and Little Zhang died, Lin Baici and his group had already arrived. He was so angry that his lungs felt like they were going to explode. Are you all trash? By the time Zhao Zongxiao arrived at the first basement level and saw Lin Baici and the others, he had already managed to compose himself. Jiao Hongyao greeted him and introduced the others to Lin Baici and the rest. This is my uncle Zhao. He used to take very good care of me, Captain Zhao. Lin Baici took the initiative to greet him. Gu Qingqiu was rather cold, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Uncle Zhao, you have already met little Lin. This is Gu Qingqiu, my second trump card. Jiao Hongyao boasted, she is beautiful, smart, and even Sherlock Holmes would have to call her sister if he met her. Young and promising, well done. Zhao Zongxiao praised them highly. Captain Zhao, you are too kind, Lin Baici said modestly, while Gu Qingqiu made it clear she had no interest in socializing. In truth, this was her real personality. She only focused on things that interested her, otherwise, she could not even be bothered to go through the motions. As the only daughter of the president of Hong Kong Manhua Industrial, Gu Qingqiu had the right to be this way. This company was founded in the late Qing dynasty, originally dealing in grain and oil. Later, they built a shipping fleet. During the war, besides grain and oil, they began to dabble in rubber, arms, and pharmaceuticals. Later, taking advantage of the chaotic years in Hong Kong, they opened banks and purchased large amounts of land at low prices. To put it bluntly, the Gu family was the largest landowner in Hong Kong. After the opening up, Manhua Industrial invested in the mainland, and as foreign merchants, they thrived. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Baici urged, Captain Zhao, please hurry and contain this human-faced cockroach. There are eggs inside its body. If they hatch, it will be very troublesome. Jiao Hongyao had not let Lin Baici burn the cockroach because she felt it was a precious specimen. Jiao Hongmian had not come down and was waiting in an office on the first floor of the terminal building. Let us go and report to the minister. Zhao Zongxiao asked for information. Where is team leader Yuan? Is he injured? If he were not injured, Yuan Jifeng would have no reason not to enter the field, and it would not have fallen to Jiao Hongyao to take down the source of pollution. Yuan Jifeng was a half-step dragon level. Losing to him would sound much better than losing to Jiao Hongyao. Team leader Yuan was killed in action. Jiao Hongyao sighed. What? Zhao Zongxiao was stunned. Old Yuan is dead. Yes. Jiao Hongyao nodded. What about the others? Hang Tianhu asked. Except for Sister Yixian, who was seriously injured and became a vegetable. Everyone else was killed in action. Jiao Hongyao explained the situation. No way. Is our Haixing team really that miserable? Zhu Shua was speechless. It was truly a disgrace to the Haixing Security Bureau. If he had known this, they should have sent others. It is not just us who are miserable, everyone is. Several teams were wiped out. And even Pen Yangshan is dead, Jia Hongyao corrected him. Zhao Zongxiao looked at Jia Hongyao, then at Lin Baici and the coughing Guqinkyu beside her. Wait, why are you all jumping around without even a single scratch? Did you not enter the 7 towns of Luoyang? Zhu Shua blurted out. As he had the same doubt. We did enter. We were the ones who cleared all 7 towns. Okay. Even the final god was taken down by little Lin, Jia Hongyao boasted. It was our 7th star, Lin Baici corrected her. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. One should keep a low profile. Zhao Zongxiao was shocked. Are there really gods? Fang Tianhua was dying of curiosity. Is that Lin god of Haixing mentioned on the origin wheel actually Brother Lin? That has to be him. Jia Hongyao put her hands on her hips, looking incredibly smug. As the source of pollution was contained, the dark fog dissipated rapidly. The power system returned to normal, and the public address system crackled to life. The members of the 3rd Division received orders and began the cleanup work. Damn, has Jia Hongyao's team become this powerful? As expected of Minister Shi's sister. Like sister. I heard that Team Jia only brought 2 people into the field. We have really lost face this time. Just wait. The team leader is definitely going to give us a hard time. The people from the 3rd Division were numbed out while feeling uneasy. They were also full of gossip about the newcomers Jia Hongyao had recruited. Although Lin Baici had joined the Haixing Security Bureau last year, it was said he was a university student and had hardly ever been to headquarters. Through the reissued communicators, everyone exchanged information and began to learn more. Unlike the Bizengod ruins, most of the intelligence regarding the 7 towns of Luoyang did not need to be kept secret. So everyone soon learned that Jia Hongyao's team had carried the 7 towns. Big sister, it is done. Upon seeing Jia Hongmian in the office, Jia Hongyao immediately put on an expression as if this were a minor matter not worth mentioning. Zhao Zongxiao was dying of embarrassment, standing obediently to the side, waiting to be reprimanded. Well done, Jia Hongmian encouraged them. I will give you a month of vacation. Go have fun. Remember to give your bank account details to Hongyao. Your bonuses will be issued within 3 days. Having money makes for a carefree time. Nothing is as practical as cold, hard cash. After Jia Hongyao and her group left the office, she immediately hugged Lin Baici and squeezed him tightly. Little Lin, you are my Superman. Compared to the reward, Jia Hongyao cared more about the fact that the 7th star had made a name for itself. If we do a few more of these, we will be the top team in the bureau, Brother Lin. You guys are too amazing, Long Miao said, sucking on a lollipop and giving Lin Baici 2 thumbs up. Izu smiled faintly and said nothing, but the look in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Baici was overflowing with admiration. When a beautiful woman shows such an expression, it really makes a man's ego swell. Fang Mingyuan watched, dying of envy. Hu Yu felt depressed, feeling that her position as the team's mascot and cheerleader was about to be lost. These 2 were even better at buttering him up than she was. Lin Baici smiled. Unbothered, Hongyao. You arrange for little Yu, Miao, and the others. The 3 of us are heading back to school first. All right. Jia Hongyao made an okay gesture. The bureau had arranged a car for them, and 2 hours later, Lin Baici and the other 2 arrived at the main gate of Haixing University of Science and Technology. I'm going home first. Guqinkyu waved her hand. With her family background, buying a house near the university was very easy. Let us go, Fang Mingyuan greeted. I am not going back yet. I am going to see a friend. What is the point of going back to the dormitory? I might as well go find the counselor. Girlfriend, Fang Mingyuan was curious. If it were before, he would definitely have grilled him for details. But knowing that Lin Baici was a god hunter, this mindset had weakened significantly. Given Lin Baici's status, it would not be strange for him to have a celebrity girlfriend. Lin Baici smiled. Watch out for safety measures. Do not create a little life, Fang Mingyuan joked. Then suddenly took a step forward and hugged Lin Baici very tightly. Some passing female students immediately looked over, and some even covered their mouths in surprise. What is going on? Did he just confess? Old bye, thank you, Fang Mingyuan choked up. If it were not for Lin Baici, he would have been dead for sure. It is what I should do. Lin Baici patted Fang Mingyuan on the back. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. After Fang Mingyuan finished speaking, he felt awkward. The man was a god hunter. Even if he encountered trouble, it would not be something he could handle. Lin Baici replied earnestly, not looking down on Fang Mingyuan at all. I will treat you to a drink another day. I am off. Fang Mingyuan was very moved by Lin Baici's attitude. Returning to the university campus, looking at the young bodies passing by, full of vitality and surging with youth, Fang Mingyuan could not help but let his tears flow. It is so good to be alive, Fang Mingyuan shouted loudly. When the people around looked over, he took off running like a rabbit, charging into the laboratory building nearby. Damn it, youth is so beautiful. It cannot be wasted. I must find a girlfriend and fall in love. Fang Mingyuan had been very disappointed that he could not become a god hunter, but he was not anymore. A genius like Lin Baici was an exception after all. He should just live his own life well. Returning to the dormitory, it was empty. Fang Mingyuan went to the washroom to take a cold shower, then lay on his bed in a daze. Dinner time was approaching, and he planned to wait for his roommates to go eat together. However, he waited until 7 o'clock and did not see anyone. He took out his phone and called Hu Wenwu. What are you guys doing? Let us eat together. You are back. Hu Wenwu was surprised. These past few days, only Liu and I have been here. Zhu Daoguan went upstairs to play games. He is extremely addicted, and we have not seen him for 2 or 3 days. After chatting for a few sentences, Fang Mingyuan hung up the phone and went upstairs. This floor was occupied by students from the School of Industrial Automation. Fang Mingyuan called Zhu Daoguan. What? I am busy. Zhu Daoguan's temper was very irritable. Looking for you to eat, not eating. Where are you? I will come find you. Fang Mingyuan found the place and saw the door tightly shut. He knocked, but no one opened it. So, he called Zhu Daoguan again. What the hell are you guys doing? Open the door. After waiting for about a few minutes, the door opened. As Fang Mingyuan walked in, he shuddered in fear and almost turned around to run. Chapter 545, God's Gift. Prelude to Contamination. The lights in the dormitory were not on, and only one monitor was lit. On it was a certain Souls-like game, because the color palette of the screen was very dark, consisting mostly of dark red or black scenes. The dormitory was also pitch black, giving it the feeling of some kind of dark dungeon. Smoke filled the air, making people's throats ache. Boom crack, theory background music. The sound of cold weapons hacking at monsters, and the screams of the monsters were all mixed together, creating a terrifying and gloomy atmosphere. The dormitory was full of people, all focused intently on the monitor, watching a boy control his character to raid the dungeon. When Fang Mingyuan entered, they suddenly turned their heads, staring at him with annoyance, disgusted that he had interrupted everyone's gaming time. Even though Fang Mingyuan had just experienced the 7 towns of Luoyang, he could not help but be startled when he saw the state of these people. The light reflected from the monitor shone on their faces, combined with the thick secondhand smoke, making it seem as if a gathering of monsters was taking place here. These students were all haggard, their eyes bloodshot, looking as if they had been pulling all-nighters for 7 or 8 days straight. Fang Mingyuan suspected that if this continued, they would all die of sudden cardiac arrest. I am not hungry, you go. After Zhu Daoguan finished speaking, he pushed Fang Mingyuan, telling him to leave quickly, and prepared to close the door, disturbing his game watching. How damn annoying. No, you are in this state, and you are still watching. Fang Mingyuan was speechless. Zhu Daoguan's condition was also poor. He had a bird's nest of hair and a large crust of eye discharge in the corner of his eye. You are streaming in this state. Are you annoying or what? Zhu Daoguan complained, pounding the door hard twice. Bang bang, streaming. How could that be as fun as playing games? If it were half a month ago, Fang Mingyuan would certainly not have paid attention to such things. It would just be an addiction to online games. Even he himself had spent a period in high school playing games every day. But after returning from the 7 towns of Luoyang, although he did not become a god hunter, Fang Mingyuan's horizons had ultimately been broadened. Could this be rule contamination? Fang Mingyuan scanned the dormitory, and his gaze quickly fell on the PS5. Sony's game console had been out for many years and was still a bestseller. There's no problem with it. Fang Mingyuan looked at the screen, wanting to see what kind of game it was. As it turned out, after just a few minutes of looking, he was captivated by the female character on the screen, who was wearing bikini armor and wielding a great sword. "Aren't you going to eat?" Su Dogwan urged him, telling Fang Mingyuan to get lost quickly. "Not hungry." Fang Mingyuan closed the door behind him and squeezed forward. "This is pretty fun. Let me try. Get in line. I'm next." "Stop letting people into the dorm," everyone complained, all waiting for their turn to play. After school, Gu Qingxiang stayed in the office for a while longer before heading back. Before she knew Lin Baici, Gu Qingxiang's life had been routine, with a schedule that was incredibly regular. After meeting him, although her life hadn't changed on the surface, some things felt different. During the day, Gu Qingxiang would occasionally wonder if Lin Baici was paying attention in class, and then she would want to go to the teaching building to supervise him. In the evening, when buying groceries, she would always prepare 1 or 2 extra portions because she worried that if Lin Baici came over to eat, the food she had prepared wouldn't be rich enough or to his taste. She even started to suffer from occasional insomnia at night. Gu Qingxiang felt that once Lin Baici left and disappeared for a while, her situation would likely improve and return to normal. However, for the past half-month, Lin Baici had returned home for personal matters, and she had indeed returned to her old self, with her schedule back to normal. Yet she always felt like something was missing. The smell of soy milk and fried dough sticks in the alley in the morning no longer smelled pleasant. She had always felt that college students were full of youthful energy, with every youthful face filled with hope. Gu Qingxiang had become a counselor because she loved seeing the light in their eyes. But now, she found herself constantly feeling annoyed. Annoyed by these college students. Annoyed by the flowers and plants on this campus. She locked the office door, left the campus, and walked back to her residential complex. Gu Qingxiang subconsciously pulled out her phone. No calls, no messages. It was a bit annoying. Just as Gu Qingxiang walked into the complex, a woman in her 50s with a bright smile on her face walked over quickly. "Teacher Go, hello." The woman smiled radiantly. "I live in Building 6. I see you coming and going to work alone every day. Don't you feel too lonely?" "Not lonely." Gu Qingxiang frowned slightly, not understanding what the woman meant. "How could you not be lonely? Young people these days start dating in high school." The woman looked Gu Qingxiang up and down. She was wearing a thick cotton long skirt that reached her ankles, a pair of sneakers on her feet, and a thin down jacket on her upper body. Her long hair was braided into a thick plait that hung down her back. This kind of loose clothing did not highlight her figure, and combined with a pair of large black-rimmed glasses, it made Gu Qingxiang look dowdy, like a village girl. But the woman had a sharp eye. This woman had a very perky bottom, and while her chest didn't look large, once she took off those clothes, it would absolutely stun any man's eyes. It would definitely be enough to nurse a child. Of course, these were all bonus points. Most importantly, this woman looked quiet and gentle, and seemed very easy to manipulate. She was definitely the type of virtuous wife and good mother who would support her husband and raise their children. Moreover, the woman had inquired about her and knew she was a counselor at Haijing University of Technology. That was a stable, ironclad job. "Excuse me, I need to go home and cook." Gu Qingxiang felt uncomfortable being scrutinized and wanted to leave. The woman immediately followed along beside her. "You're not young anymore. You should consider marriage. You're not from Haijing, right?" The woman chattered on. "It's too hard for outsiders to stay here, without a house or a local household registration. Finding a local to marry is the fastest way. Do you know how expensive housing is in Haijing now? Even emptying out the savings of both families' 6 wallets isn't enough. I know some young men who have good jobs and are reliable. How about I introduce you to some?" The woman actually wanted to play matchmaker for her nephew, but she couldn't be too obvious. So she said some young men. Gu Qingxiang didn't stop walking. "You're a grown woman, don't be shy. It's time to think about marriage," the woman persuaded. "I'm a good judge of character. You're so pretty. It would be a real shame if you couldn't find a good husband." "I have a boyfriend," Gu Qingxiang said in a low voice. The woman was about to continue persuading her, but when she heard this, she was stunned. What? I have a boyfriend? Gu Qingxiang reiterated. Why haven't I seen your boyfriend? As soon as the woman said this, she felt a bit embarrassed, because she had been secretly observing this plainly dressed teacher recently. He went home. Gu Qingxiang said it out loud, and for some reason, she suddenly felt very relieved. My boyfriend is a top student. He's very handsome, and he's also very strong. He has so many good qualities. I could talk about them for an entire night. Gu Qingxiang recalled all the good things about Lin Baici. The woman thought to herself, stop bragging. Whose good qualities could you talk about for an entire night? If I ever saw him, I'd sell my house to keep him. Excuse me, I'm not interested in blind dates. My boyfriend loves me and treats me very well. After saying this, Gu Qingxiang quickened her pace. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's talk more. Maybe he's just trying to deceive your feelings. The woman hadn't given up yet, taking a step back. Even if he loves you, is he a local from Haijing? How much does he earn a month? Does he have a house? I don't care. I can support him. Gu Qingxiang stopped her. Stop following me. What? The woman was dumbfounded and froze. She really wanted to curse. Are you out of your mind? I have to see which brat managed to trick this girl. Is there any way to break them up? Gu Qingxiang walked into the unit door and had just stepped into the elevator when her phone rang. Her expression immediately brightened, but after pulling out her phone and glancing at it, her expression immediately collapsed. It was an annoying number. Hang up. However, as Gu Qingxiang reached the second floor, the other party called again, persistent. Gu Qingxiang swiped to answer with a look of annoyance. Sister Xiang, isn't it boring living by yourself? How about I treat you to a meal on the 20th? A flattering male voice came through the receiver. Li Liu, get to the point. Gu Qingxiang had a short temper. Otherwise, I'm hanging up. Well, Sister Xiang, there's a gaming tournament at Wanda Mall on the 3rd of next month. I made it to the finals, and I have a good chance of winning the championship. You know, I don't really have any friends. Li Liu's tone was awkward. I wanted to ask you to film some videos of me during the competition, as well as the scene where I win the championship and hold the trophy. I want to keep it as a memento. No time. Gu Qingxiang refused. Sister Xiang, please, I'm begging you. A thud came from the phone. Sister Xiang, listen. I'm kneeling down for you. Do you think I'd believe that? Gu Qingxiang was speechless. She threw a book on the floor. Who are you trying to fool, Sister Xiang? This championship is really important to me. I trust you. That's why I'm asking for your help. Li Liu was also at his wit's end. He holed up at home playing games every day. He had no social life and no friends, although he had a few familiar online friends. Meeting strangers in person was generally not a good idea, as it could very well affect their normal lives. Furthermore, once online friends meet offline, it's very easy for the friendship to die on sight. Gu Qingxiang listened to Li Liu's nagging while walking upstairs. When she took out her keys and opened the front door, she froze. The lights were on in the living room, and the scent of stewed meat was drifting over. Lin Baici is back. Gu Qingxiang felt a surge of joy, and a smile couldn't help but bloom at the corners of her mouth. Sister Xiang. Li Liu bowed from afar. I beg you. Fine, I agree. Don't bother me for the next few days. Gu Qingxiang hung up the phone. In the kitchen, Lin Baici heard the sound of the door opening and called out, Qingxiang, you're back. Although she hadn't seen him yet, for some reason, Gu Qingxiang felt that the home had gained a warm atmosphere. She hummed in response and hurried to change her shoes. Hearing Gu Qingxiang's agreement, Li Liu jumped up happily and punched the air 3 times. This was a 3-bedroom apartment. In the living room, there was a massive LCD TV with 2 PS5s, a Switch, and an Xbox placed next to it. An electric massage chair was positioned in front of the TV, making it convenient for Li Liu to massage his lumbar spine while playing games. Opening my tune to order takeout, Li Liu returned to the study. This room had been converted into a gaming room. Aside from the computer tower worth over 100,000, the keyboard, gaming chair, and mouse were all top of the line. On the wall behind, there was a display cabinet filled with game figurines, cartridges. There were also some posters stuck to the walls. Li Liu saw the courier shipping slip on the table, calculating the time. The netizen he had sent the PS5 and game disc to should have started playing by now. I hope he likes it. Forget it. Whatever, back to practicing. Li Liu put on his headphones. The championship must be mine. Those who stand in my way. Dinner time was very quiet. Lin Baici couldn't talk about the things he had experienced. And Gu Qingxiang wasn't a talkative person either. However, despite the silence, the two of them didn't feel awkward. After dinner, Gu Qingxiang insisted on washing the dishes, but before that, she washed a plate of fruit for Lin Baici. Go play on your phone. Gu Qingxiang's voice was soft and pleasant to the ear. Lin Baici was in no mood to play on his phone. He took the plate and followed her into the kitchen, peeled a grape, and fed it to Gu Qingxiang. You eat it. Gu Qingxiang turned her head to avoid it. I like feeding you. Lin Baici looked at the counselor's pale red lips and rubbed the grape against them. Eat it quickly. Gu Qingxiang rolled her eyes at Lin Baici, opened her small white teeth, and bit into the grape. Lin Baici suddenly leaned in and kissed the counselor on the mouth. For some reason, whenever he saw Gu Qingxiang, Lin Baici felt an indescribable fondness, just like encountering a delicious meal or a book he loved to read. Stop messing around. Gu Qingxiang pushed Lin Baici with her arm. Go on out. Okay, Lin Baici agreed. But he didn't leave. One for you, one for me. He and the counselor finished the grapes before he finally went out. It's still best at home. Lin Baici lay on the sofa, feeling incredibly comfortable. Speaking of which, after buying the villa, should he ask the counselor to move in together? She could save some living expenses, but that doesn't seem quite right. What if friends come over? Lin Baici wasn't afraid of Gu Qingxiang being seen by Huo Yu and Jin Yingzhen, but the problem was that the scene would be too awkward. Thinking about it this way, Zhu Hongyao is better. She definitely wouldn't care about this and could get along with anyone. The phone on the coffee table rang. Lin Baici glanced at it. It was a video call from his childhood friend. As soon as he answered, Li Wei's big face appeared on the screen. Holy crap, you're finally alive. What have you been doing lately? Why is your phone always turned off when I call? His childhood friend asked several questions in a row. Do you know, I was so worried I was ready to go to Haijing University of Technology to find you. My phone broke. Lin Baici made up an excuse. You're really overthinking it. What could possibly happen on a university campus? That's not necessarily true. With that face of yours, maybe a girl falls for you. Then her ex-boyfriend hates you, steals sulfuric acid from the lab, and splashes it all over your face in the cafeteria. Li Wei deduced. You've been watching too many teen dramas, haven't you? Lin Baici burst out laughing. There was a girl at our school recently who was going to jump off a building because of a breakup. It caused quite a scene, Li Wei explained. Did she jump? Lin Baici asked casually. No, I got a recommendation for graduate school. Li Wei felt it was quite dull. If you can get a recommendation just by making a scene, then why should I study so hard? After entering university, Li Wei realized that everything was not as wonderful as he had imagined. At the very least, without money, a lot of happiness is lost. Xiao Bai, how are you doing? Wait. Li Wei brought the phone to his face and carefully observed the background. Where are you? Chapter 546. Gu Qingxiang, the calico cat. Something is not right. The coffee table, the sofa, the thermostat, these home furnishings, full of the atmosphere of daily life, definitely meant someone lived here permanently. Li Wei was speechless. If Lin Baici were a bit older, he would look just like a married man living at home. At a classmate's house. Lin Baici sat up. Seeing Gu Qingxiang walk out of the kitchen, he immediately stood up and walked toward the study. He could not let his childhood friend see his counselor, otherwise, he would definitely get to the bottom of it. It is a female classmate, right? Do not try to argue. I saw the trench coat on the coat rack. Now, this trench coat looks so mature. Li Wei was suspicious. Lin Baici did not expect his childhood friend to have such sharp eyes. Although Gu Qingxiang was only in her 20s, because she was a counselor, she did not like to dress up, so her clothes tended to be old-fashioned and definitely did not fit the style of a young, trendy female college student. You kid, you have not really been targeted by a rich woman, have you? Li Wei worried. I heard that steel wool is very hard. Can you handle it? What are you talking about? Lin Baici frowned. It would be bad if Gu Qingxiang heard him. Then you have to give me a reason, right? Li Wei was genuinely concerned about Lin Baici. Every time I video call you, you are not in the dormitory. Xiaobai. Our family backgrounds are too poor. We finally got into university, so we must cherish this opportunity. Do you want to turn your life around? If you want to, then study hard. I know there is no one to restrict you in university, and there are many temptations. Many people will start to indulge and enjoy their youth, but what others give you is really not as solid as what you earn yourself. Li Wei exhorted him earnestly. Xiaobai, you are damn well much more excellent than me. Do not go to waste. You are worthy of being a normal school student. You already have the aura of a teacher in your freshman year. Lin Baici smiled. He could feel his childhood friend's concern for him. I am at my counselor's house. On the screen, Li Wei was stunned. He then looked left and right, and after confirming no one was around, he lowered his voice. That is right. It is good that you can figure it out. Lin Baici was confused. You were so stubborn before. I actually wanted to tell you a long time ago. In this life, you have to know how to be flexible. Li Wei sighed softly. If you want to get ahead, join the student union, or do something else. It is necessary to have a good relationship with your counselor. I am very gratified that you can understand this so early. Lin Baici was dumbfounded. What is with that gratified? Old father smile you are giving me. It is not what you think. Do you still have money? Li Wei suddenly asked. It is a pity that the work he did required confidentiality. Otherwise he would really like to go have a big meal with his childhood friend and share the happiness of already being financially free. The adult world is very complicated and mostly involves interests. Do not think that just by going to your counselor's house to clean up and saying a few more words, the relationship will get closer. You have to bring gifts, Li Wei reminded him. Do not be stingy. I still have some money here. If you need it, tell me. Lin Baici knew his childhood friend was right. But the problem was, he was not here to build a relationship. Physical intimacy is also a kind of relationship. As for spending money, he was eating and drinking for free anyway. Lin Baici knew that since he came to live at Gu Qingxiang's house, the counselor was always finding ways to cook delicious food. The food expenses were rising sharply. Since you are at your counselor's house, I will not talk to you anymore. Let's chat when you are free. Li Wei's voice became even lower. Deep down, he was still full of fear for this kind of university teacher. Lin Baici actually wanted to say that there was no need to be so cautious. Bye-bye. Just as Li Wei was about to hang up the video, he remembered one more thing. By the way, our class monitor, Kai Wenqi, has been wanting to invite you to dinner and asked me to invite you. No time. Lin Baici refused subconsciously. During the pollution incident at the Haixing Museum, Kai Wenqi had followed Lin Baici and saved her life. So she knew he was a god hunter. Li Wei scratched his head a bit. He had already promised Kai Wenqi. In his view, it was just a meal. What was the big deal? Do you like your class monitor? Lin Baici asked back. I don't like her, but I have a bit of a good impression of her. Kai Wenqi looked decent and had a cheerful personality. She had a lot of contact with Li Wei, so he had a good impression of her. But it did not count as liking. Because Li Wei had low self-esteem and knew that Kai Wenqi had very high requirements for a boyfriend. Then when I have time and come to visit you, I will treat her to a meal. When the time came, he would have to eat with Li Wei anyway, so he could invite Kai Wenqi along. After all, she was his childhood friend's class monitor, and she could provide some convenience for Li Wei. He would also see if he could help his childhood friend join the student union or the party. Li Wei nodded. Before hanging up the video, he reminded him again. You must pay attention to your words and actions. This is the counselor's house. All right, all right. Lin Baici thought to himself. You probably do not know that this place is no different from my own home. Returning to the sofa to lie down, Lin Baici watched Gu Qingxiang cleaning with a mop. She was wearing loose, plaid loungewear, and only when she bent over could one see the rich curves of her waist and hips. Qingxiang, come over and feed me some pomelo, Lin Baici teased, patting the sofa in front of him. Asking the counselor to sit there, Gu Qingxiang rolled her eyes at Lin Baici, choosing to act as if she hadn't heard him. Then should I feed you? Lin Baici picked up a pomelo, peeled it, and was about to throw the rind into the trash can. However, seeing his counselor mopping the floor in front of the coffee table, he tossed the rind toward her instead. Walk. The pomelo rind landed on the floor. Gu Qingxiang didn't say anything. She picked up the rind, put it in the trash, and continued mopping. But she hadn't made 2 strokes before another piece of rind landed at her feet. Thwack. Gu Qingxiang bent down, picked it up, tossed it in the trash, and then, thwack, another piece of pomelo rind. Gu Qingxiang turned her head to look at Lin Baici, her eyes filled with a touch of confusion. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Lin Baici tossed the remaining pieces of rind over, popped a segment of the fruit into his mouth, and leaned back against the sofa. Why are you just standing there? Get to work. Lin Baici's tone was harsh, carrying the vibe of a wealthy landlord from the Ming dynasty. Gu Qingxiang blinked. Was Lin Baici annoyed because she hadn't listened to him and hadn't fed him the pomelo? Wait until I finish what I am doing and wash my hands, Gu Qingxiang explained, speeding up her mopping. Lin Baici was dumbfounded. After a few seconds of silence, he couldn't help but remind her, Gu Qingxiang, if you are this submissive, it will make me get carried away and want to bully you even more. You wouldn't. The corners of Gu Qingxiang's mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. Damn, are you looking down on me? Lin Baici grabbed a pomelo, making a gesture as if to throw it at Gu Qingxiang. The counselor continued mopping, not even glancing at Lin Baici from the corner of her eye. Lin Baici, of course, couldn't bear to actually do it. He put the pomelo down, walked over to Gu Qingxiang, and reached for the mop. Let me do it. No need, you go rest. Gu Qingxiang refused. Lin Baici caught the faint scent of shampoo on the counselor and couldn't help but reach out, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. Then let's do it together. Gu Qingxiang refused, pushing Lin Baici away. I can do it myself. You go do your own thing. The two of them fussed for a while. Here, have a piece of pomelo. Lin Baici fed it to the counselor. Gu Qingxiang adjusted her clothes while rolling her eyes at Lin Baici. Don't do this next time. You don't like it. Lin Baici's expression turned serious. If Gu Qingxiang didn't like this kind of behavior, he would correct it. Gu Qingxiang thought for a moment. I suppose I'm just not used to it. That was fine then. After getting used to it a few more times, she would get accustomed to it. Lin Baici didn't know why, but he always had an urge to claim Gu Qingxiang as his own. Could this be love? He didn't understand. Gu Qingxiang brewed a pot of tea, grabbed a copy of The Crowd, and sat on the sofa to read. Lin Baici stopped playing on his phone as well and went to the study to find a random book. The two sat on the sofa, one on each side. Neither spoke, but the atmosphere became even warmer. Lin Baici really enjoyed this kind of time. He didn't know how long it had lasted when Gu Qingxiang's phone suddenly rang. It was an alarm. I'm going out for a bit. Gu Qingxiang stood up and walked toward the coat rack. What for? Lin Baici glanced at his phone. It was already 8:30. Picking up a delivery. I'll go with you. No need, it's a small matter. Public security in Haijing was excellent, so Lin Baici wasn't worried about Gu Qingxiang encountering danger. But he wanted to go for a walk together. However, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. He checked it. It was Jin Yingziachi and then be careful. Call me if anything happens. Lin Baici answered the video call. The Korean girl's exquisite face appeared on the screen, filled with joy and adoration upon seeing Lin Baici. Let me see, are you okay? Jin Yingzhen knew Lin Baici was going to be an examiner at the 7 towns of Luoyang, so she had been prepared for the fact that she wouldn't be able to reach him by phone during this time. I'm doing great, Lin Baici laughed. How have you been lately? I've been busy taking over some properties. I'm so exhausted that I've grown haggard. Appa, you won't dislike me for it, will you? The Korean girl put on a pitiful expression. Of course not. Lin Baici observed her carefully for a few moments. The Korean girl had dark circles under her eyes, but her spirit was high, because she had been attending various meetings with her mother and meeting with branch presidents and executives. She had developed the aura of a domineering female CEO. In the past, Jin Yingzhen spent her family's money, but now she was receiving dividends and managing several companies on her own to practice, preparing to take over the decent group in the future. If I had known it would be this busy and I wouldn't have time to be with you. I would rather not have any of this. Jin Yingjin felt a little aggrieved. She was worried that if she continued to be separated from Lin Baici like this, there wouldn't be a place for her by his side anymore. What you are doing now is meaningful work. Keep it up, Lin Baici encouraged her. Appa, how about I book a flight and come over to see you tonight? Jin Yingjin was worried about disturbing Lin Baici. Otherwise, she would have already had her secretary book the flight. They could play poker together tonight, and she could return to work the next day. As for sleep, she could sleep on the plane. Don't go through all that trouble. Come to Haijing to hang out when you're done, and I'll keep you company. Lin Baici didn't mean anything else by that statement. It was purely about hosting a friend. But that wasn't what Jin Yingjin was thinking. It's a deal then. When you keep me company, you must ensure you are full of energy. I don't care about marriage, but the oldest son, I'd prefer to be the one to give birth to him. Jin Yingjin changed the angle of her phone. Appa, I'm not wearing yoga pants today. You won't be disappointed, will you? The Korean girl must still be working overtime. Looking at the background, she was in an office, wearing a blue pencil skirt and a turtleneck sweater, with her hair put up. Compared to her usual image of a girl group artist, she now had a bit more poise and maturity. I actually quite like this look on you, Lin Baici complimented her. Then next time, I will wear this outfit while playing poker with you. Jin Yingjin was very happy. Gu Qingxiang carried a plastic bag, went downstairs, and arrived at the northeast corner of the residential complex. There was a pavilion here, but because it had been there for so long, the red paint on the pillars had peeled off. Under normal circumstances, Gu Qingxiang would sit down and wait for a while. But today Lin Baici had returned, so she took the ham sausages out of the bag and sliced them with a small knife. Once she finished, she placed the ham sausages on the bench of the pavilion, and a cat's meow rang out. A calico cat crawled out from the holly bushes, looked left and right, and then darted over to Gu Qingxiang's side. It didn't rush to eat the ham sausages, but instead rubbed its head against Gu Qingxiang's pant leg. Meow meow. Following the appearance of the calico cat, -1 or 6 more cats arrived, some big and some small. They weren't as intelligent as the calico cat, smelling the aroma of the ham sausages. They went straight for them. Gu Qingxiang patted the calico cat's head, opened a can of cat food, placed it in front of it, and then opened a carton of milk, pouring it into a small saucer. 2 kittens that looked like they hadn't been born long ago crowded over, lapping up the milk with their tiny tongues. The calico cat meowed again and lowered its head to eat the cat food. I have to accompany someone from now on, so I might not have as much time to come over and feed you all. Gu Qingxiang had discovered this calico cat a month ago. She hadn't intended to feed it at first, but during the time Lin Baici was away, she would sit here in a daze out of boredom. So she fed it on a whim, and then it became a habit. You can come to the university to find me. If we happen to run into each other at noon or in the evening when classes end, I can feed you then. Gu Qingxiang waited for the group of stray cats to finish eating, cleaned up the trash, and headed home. The other cats scattered, but that calico cat followed Gu Qingxiang from a distance for a while. Once she entered the apartment building, it climbed up a tree and then jumped onto the top of a wall. Haijing University of Science and Technology. The calico cat knew that place. While passing through a small alley, its fur suddenly stood on end, and it leaped violently to the side. The next instant, a glass marble grazed its ear and hit the ground. The marble bounced away. The calico cat leaped onto the top of the wall and hissed at a young man standing under a broken street lamp. The young man pulled back his slingshot again. Go to hell. The marble hit the wall. The calico cat dodged, becoming even more furious. It lowered its body as if it were a hungry tiger preparing to pounce. It wasn't a ferocious beast, so the young man wasn't afraid at all. He pulled a glass marble from his pocket, and as he was loading it, he locked eyes with the calico cat. Those 2 vertical pupils were actually golden, quite pretty. The young man wanted to dig them out to keep as a collection. This time, he didn't shoot, but instead, as if possessed, he let out a sound. The young man even squatted down, stuck out his tongue, and licked the slingshot. Holy crap, there's a psycho! Outside the alley, an exclamation came, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The young man was startled and turned his head. The people had long since run away. When he looked back at the wall, that calico cat was already gone. Damn it, the young man cursed, put away his slingshot, and walked deeper into the alley. He decided to stake out the area for the next few days. He had to get that calico cat's eyes. As for the fact that he had just meowed and squatted on the ground to lick his slingshot, he had no realization that he had done any of it. He spent the night at his counselor's place. Lin Baici was very well behaved and didn't attempt the night raid. Perhaps because he was back home, Lin Baici slept very soundly. If Gu Qingxiang hadn't called him to get up for breakfast, he definitely would have slept until the sun was high in the sky. Hurry up and wash up, Gu Qingxiang urged. I'm a successful person with an annual income of over 100 million. Why do I still need to go to college? Lin Baici muttered, feeling a bit grumpy from waking up. But after brushing his teeth, his mindset changed. It was precisely because he had money that he should go to college even more. A college life where you don't have to worry about your studies or being unemployed after graduation is absolutely blissful. Besides, he hadn't seen Dee's sister for a long time. Among the girls Lin Baici knew, they were either like Jin Yingjin and Huo Yuyu, who were subservient and pampered him, or like Jia Hongyao, who was carefree and boisterous, or like Nang Gongshu, who was at the indie level. A girl like Ji Xinyan, who was full of tea vibes and made suggestive jokes the moment she opened her mouth, felt very fresh to Lin Baici. Of course, Lin Baici didn't intend to do anything inappropriate. Just being friends like this was quite nice. After eating a hearty breakfast, Lin Baici wanted to go to school with Gu Qingxiang, but he was rejected. There was no help for it, so he had to walk alone. Lin Jia Daiyugui, old Hu, which classroom are you having class in? Wenwu Shuangquan, Building D, 306, English. Lin Jia Daiyugui. Do you need me to bring you food? Wenwu Shuangquan. I've already eaten. Are you coming to class? Lin Jia Daiyugui. I'm preparing to turn over a new leaf and strive for improvement. Wenwu Shuangquan. You should have done that long ago. With your talent, you could definitely get a scholarship. Haha. Lin Baici teased Hu Wenwu while walking toward the school. Passing by the breakfast carts in front of the school gate, he bought a few meat buns, a few jumping guozi, and also ordered some millet porridge and soy milk, carrying them in both hands to the classroom. If he kept skipping classes and not showing his face, the relationship would fade. So, he had to brush up his favorability from time to time. Lin Baici got up early today, and when he arrived at 306, not even half the students were seated. Classes like this were usually attended by 2 or 3 classes together. Hu Wenwu kept looking toward the back door. As soon as Lin Baici walked in, he saw him hold by, over here. Class monitor, why are you here? Pei Fei was surprised and turned to look out the window. Did the sun rise from the west? Am I just a class-skipping maniac in your heart? Lin Baici was speechless. Isn't that what you are? Pei Fei did not mean to mock Lin Baici. She was simply straightforward by nature. If you take another half-month of leave, I think you might as well just drop out. Otherwise, you are definitely going to fail. Lin Baici did not want to continue this topic. Have you had breakfast? Do you want some? I do. Pei Fei had already started self-studying, working hard for the postgraduate entrance exams in her senior year. So she woke up very early and was feeling a bit hungry now. I want a meat sandwich. Chapter 547. The Truancy King. Lin Baici class monitor. If you keep skipping classes like this, watch out for the counselor stripping you of your position. Even if he is stripped of it, Baici is still the best class monitor in my heart. That is all nonsense. Class monitor. When are you going to organize a mixer with another class? If you help me get a girlfriend, I will run errands, fetch your meals, and buy your cigarettes every single day for the rest of my 4 years in college. Everyone was chattering away. Lin Baici responded casually, lifting the breakfast in his hands to show everyone. Who wants to eat? Father, please bestow upon your child an egg pancake. Class monitor. From today on, you have been promoted to my uncle. If someone offers a favor for no reason, they are either a thief or a schemer. Class monitor. What are you up to? Does that even need asking? He must be trying to chase some girl, right? The last sentence was said by Li Song. As soon as the words fell, the area instantly went quiet. Everyone's gaze shifted in a flash toward Bai Zhao, who was not far ahead. In college, it was a very common tactic for someone like Lin Baici to treat everyone to food, when in reality, it was just a means to curry favor and cater to a girl he had his eye on. Although there were many girls sitting here, the only one qualified enough for Lin Baici to pursue was definitely Bai Zhao. Bai Zhao was wearing jeans today, with a light-colored down jacket on top, paired with her snow-white, delicate skin and her long hair tied up. When she was not speaking and was looking down at her book, she had the beauty of an ice queen, at such a close distance. Bai Zhao must have heard the commotion behind her, but when Liu Zilu saw that Bai Zhao did not even turn her head, she could not help but feel a sense of mockery in her heart. TSK, what is she acting so high and mighty for? Does she really think she is a goddess? Big class monitor, for heaven's sake. Stand up for yourself, stop giving her things, give it to me. I will eat it, one meal, and I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Although Liu Zilu often browsed Xiaohongshu and had gradually become a bit materialistic, deciding that she must find a rich boyfriend, she would not turn her nose up at someone like Lin Baici either. After all, he was very handsome. If this were posted on Xiaohongshu, it would definitely make a whole crowd of women envious. Pei Fei bit into her meat sandwich, looking at Lin Baici in astonishment. You have fallen for Bai Zhao. It seems men really do admire this pure, innocent type. Xinyan, you are going to be overshadowed by Bai Zhao in the dorm for the next 3 years. Although Ji Xinyan was a bit of a green tea type, Pei Fei actually hung out with her more. Not just because they both knew the secret that Lin Baici was a wealthy second-generation heir, but also because Bai Zhao was too cold and aloof. Lin Baici's emotional intelligence was not high, but it was definitely sufficient. Seeing this scene, he understood in a second. He felt completely numb. I just wanted to boost my favorability. I had no intention of chasing any girls. For most boys, being able to win over Bai Zhao would definitely be the most memorable highlight of their 4 years in college. But Lin Baici was no longer that shallow. And even if he had to choose, he would rather have Ji Xinyan. Anyway, a scumbag matches a green tea girl. Neither has the right to judge the other. Lin Baici still could not bring himself to ruin a good girl like Bai Zhao. So, he took out a cup of soy milk and handed it to Pei Fei. Are you free this weekend? I would like to invite you to see a movie. Pei Fei spat out the meat sandwich she was chewing. Lin Baici, are you sick? Pei Fei was on the verge of tears, especially since she had spat it out in public. Her image points had dropped by another one. Everyone looked at each other, confused by Lin Baici's abnormal behavior. Shouldn't the person you are inviting be Zhaozi? Lin Baici cleared his throat. During the time I was away, Pei Fei did a great job and didn't let the class fall into chaos. Of course, I have to treat her to a meal to show my gratitude, not free. Pei Fei glared at Lin Baici. She was sensible and knew that Lin Baici might be trying to distance himself to avoid everyone misunderstanding that he was chasing Bai Zhao. In reality, he had no intention of inviting her at all. Are you afraid I might do something to you? Then, why don't you invite a few more people? Lin Baici laughed and gave Pei Fei another meat sandwich. He had figured it out. As long as there was food, Pei Fei was easy to talk to. Old Bai, there is a seat over here. Who when we usually did not dare to speak so loudly in front of his classmates. But today he was trying to save the situation for Lin Baici. No thanks. Lin Baici waved his hand. Hu Wenwu was a good student who sat in the first 3 rows. Lin Baici did not want to be under the teacher's nose. So, he walked toward the back. Sitting in the last row, Lin Baici sent a message in the class group chat. Lin Jia Daiyugui, I have a few more breakfasts here. If you haven't eaten, come and get them. Yi Bai and Zhou. The class monitor is generous. Zhang Jixu, save one for me. Yansh. It would be unreasonable not to call you father at this point. Lin Baici ignored the student's nonsense, found Pei Fei, and sent her a red envelope. Lin Jia Daiyugui about the meal. I am sincere. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to, just refuse. Don't feel pressured. Fukui, 200 yuan Fukui. Class monitor. Do you have some dirt on me that I don't know about? Pei Fei turned her head and glanced at Lin Baici. Fukui, I know you have money, but you can't just give away this much, right, Fukui? This makes me suspect I am not my father's biological daughter when I see the pocket money he gives me. Lin Jia Daiyugui. Then you must be mine, Fukui, along with a spitting emoji. Lin Baici did not expect Pei Fei to have this kind of personality. It really was true that one had to interact more with classmates to find a one-in-a-million interesting soul. After finishing his chat, Lin Baici opened the Kidian app, intending to find a novel to read. This had been one of his few pastimes during his 3 years of high school. He had just found a book titled Panic Boiling and hadn't even finished reading the synopsis when Ji Xinyan rushed in through the front door with a flurry of energy. She scanned the room, spotted Lin Baici, and walked straight toward him. As soon as the T-sister arrived, many of the boys turned their heads to look. The introverted ones didn't even dare to stare directly. Ji Xinyan, however, was poised and radiant, completely indifferent to these gazes. Xinyan, Pei Fei called out to her. She was usually the one responsible for saving seats. Ji Xinyan waved her hand and went straight to Lin Baici's side, sitting down. Lin Baici picked up a cup of soy milk, poked the straw in, and handed it to her. Hurry back, this looks bad. Too many people were looking over here. What, does being my boyfriend make you feel like you're losing face? The T-sister teased, taking the soy milk, biting the straw, and taking the sip. I'm just worried about people misunderstanding and ruining your chances of hooking a wealthy bachelor. Lin Baici mainly just wasn't used to being peeked at. Ji Xinyan's appeal was too great. Even the teacher couldn't help but glance over a few times. With her sitting next to him, how was he supposed to slack off? If the teacher happened to be in a bad mood, they might just call on him to answer a question. As if I need to go fishing for a wealthy bachelor, Ji Xinyan scoffed. It's always the wealthy bachelors who grovel at my feet, chasing men. That didn't exist. With her looks and figure, she didn't need to. Aren't you blushing saying that? Lin Baici teased. Though he had to admit, the T-sister was truly charming. She wore tight jeans paired with brown knee-high boots, a high-necked off-the-shoulder sweater, and a light-colored trench coat over it, making her look both stylish and sexy, completely overshadowing the other female students. Ji Xinyan bit the straw and leaned in close to Lin Baici, using the soy milk cup to shield her face. Then how about I grovel at your feet instead? As she said this, whether intentional or not, her lips brushed against Lin Baici's earlobe. Under the table, her hand pressed firmly onto his thigh. Lin Baici was startled and instinctively leaned away. You're this bold even in class. I'm terrified. Ji Xinyan sat back up, rolled her eyes at Lin Baici, and then pulled her phone from her bag to send him a message. T-sister, you loser. I gave you a chance and you didn't take it. Lin the hungry. I didn't dare to take it. T-sister, just tell me, isn't it exciting? Lin the hungry. I don't dare to be excited. T-sister, then wait until tonight, when everyone else has left. We can sneak in through the window and discuss religion on the podium. T-sister, I've been quite interested in the missionary position lately. Lin Baici was not very well read and didn't catch the subtext, but his intuition told him that the term definitely wasn't innocent. Ji Xinyan glanced at Lin Baici and, seeing him frowning in thought, couldn't help but bite down hard on her straw. Damn it. What should she do if she wanted to corrupt him? Letting a pure-hearted guy like him see another side of a woman and shattering the beautiful image of love in his heart, just thinking about it was exciting. Go to the front. Hurry up. Lin Baici said with disdain. Don't disturb my studies. Let's make progress together. The T-sister took out her books, making it clear she was staying right there. You really aren't afraid of gossip, are you? Lin Baici was surprised. In public, girls usually maintained a sense of reserve. Being too intimate with a boy could damage one's reputation. Then let them talk, Ji Xinyan mocked. Or are you afraid? Lin Baici shrugged indifferently. He didn't have much interest in finding a girlfriend in college right now. Liu Yu sat in the front row, occasionally pretending to pick something up just to turn around and peek. Seeing Ji Xinyan talking to Lin Baici, he was so angry he could spit blood. Aside from his looks, what was so good about that guy? He himself was going to be a civil servant after graduation. Most of the boys in the class were lazy and slept in, basically walking into the classroom just as the lecture started. When Chen Kaowei and the others arrived, they had intended to sit next to Lin Baici, but as soon as they saw Ji Xinyan, they all raised their eyebrows at him and left with their breakfast. Everyone was too embarrassed to disturb their time together. Consequently, a large circle around Lin Baici remained empty. After class started, the English teacher walked in and immediately spotted Lin Baici. Students who are not from classes 01, 02, or 03, please leave. The English teacher assumed Lin Baici was from another class, tagging along to sit with his girlfriend. Word was that Ji Xinyan had already been snatched up by someone. As the department beauty, the T sisters' fame was quite significant. Seeing that Lin Baici didn't move, the English teacher spoke again. This time, his expression darkened. Pei Fei stood up. Teacher, he is our class monitor. It had to be said. The effect of that 200 yuan red envelope was quite significant. What? The English teacher frowned. How come I don't have an impression of him? He has had to take leave quite often. Liu Yu lowered his head and chimed in with a pinched voice. Although he was annoyed with Lin Baici, he didn't dare to say he was skipping class. Teacher, our class monitor had some family issues, and things have been quite difficult for him lately. After Pei Fei explained, she emphasized. The counselor, Gu, approved it. Monitor Lin is very good at studying. Teacher, don't worry, he definitely won't fail. Zhang Jixu shouted in his booming voice. If his grades drop, the whole class will tutor him. Liu Zilla laughed. She had to get in on this chance to help out and earn some favor. If he fails this subject or doesn't pass the CET4, I'll go pick up the stick for you, teacher, and you can break his legs. Jin Jiayu walked in through the back door, completely unbothered by his tardiness, and even helped smooth things over for Lin Baici. Sit down quickly and listen to the lecture. Although the English teacher was young, he was no greenhorn. As soon as he saw the dynamic in the classroom, he knew this student was well liked, served as the class monitor, and likely had some sort of background. So it was best not to provoke him. Of course, most importantly, young women these days are not foolish. Could the boy who managed to get the department beauty Ji Xinyan to voluntarily sit in the back row and keep him company be anything less than extraordinary? Jin Jiayu did not care about Ji Xinyan and sat down directly to the left of Lin Baici. With you leaving like this, the dorm has instantly become boring. Jin Jiayu sighed. There used to be Fang Mingyuan as well, but that kid had also taken a leave of absence recently. Everyone has different circumstances, so why not spend these 4 years in a way you enjoy and won't regret? Lin Baici patted Jin Jiayu on the shoulder. If he hadn't become a god hunter, he wouldn't have had the luxury of dating. He would surely be spending every day in the library, striving for scholarships to ease his mother's financial burden. Having returned to school after a long time, Lin Baici listened to the 2 classes with great focus. Thanks to his strengthened body, his learning capacity had skyrocketed. Ji Xinyan was very sensible. She had urgently wanted to chat with Lin Baici, but seeing him actually studying, she also obediently listened to the lecture, which left Jin Jiayu feeling quite stifled. I am out of here. Jin Jiayu decided to skip the subsequent advanced mathematics class and left directly. Old bye. I am going to book a private room at Kufujai. Let's eat together at noon. Sure. Lin Baici did not stand on ceremony. Give me a chance. I will treat you to dinner tonight. Ji Xinyan nudged Lin Baici with her elbow. Let's do it another day. Lin Baici wanted to go back and eat the home-cooked food made by Gu Qingxiang. If his counselor had known he was back yesterday, she definitely would have taken time off in advance to prepare a sumptuous feast. Then tomorrow. I have something to do tomorrow. What is it? Lin Baici did not know if he should say it. A date? Ji Xinyan showed no dissatisfaction. Is the hotel booked? Should I go buy some okamoto for you? Our 2 boxes enough? Lin Baici was stunned and quickly surrendered. I have an appointment with an agent to look at houses tomorrow. Buying or renting? Ji Xinyan asked curiously. Buying. Then I must come along. Agents have many tricks up their sleeves. With me there, the probability of you getting scammed is 0. Ji Xinyan's family was in business, and she had been influenced by it since she was a child, so she knew how to negotiate. At the very least, I can help you haggle. Ji Xinyan tried hard to prove her value. If I can cut 500 yuan off per square meter, you save 50,000 yuan on a 100 square meter house. How big of a house are you planning to buy? Ji Xinyan did not ask if Lin Baici had residency status or similar topics. The class monitor was a smart person. Since he had already found an agent, it meant his eligibility to buy a house was not an issue. I don't know yet. After all, he had never seen a villa before, so it was indeed impossible to determine the size. Then it is settled. I will accompany you tomorrow. Ji Xinyan took charge of everything. Part-time driver plus female assistant. Of course, if you have other needs, I can also play the role of your wife to help you out. Chapter 548. Do you know that our top-ranked female academic star is chasing him? Kufujaya, private room no. 5. Jin Jiayui leaned back in his chair watching a live stream. Huo Yuyu was doing an outdoor broadcast today, exploring shops, inside the private room. Besides Jin Jiayui, there were two girls sitting on his left and right. The girl on the left wore a denim skirt, black pantyhose, and a khaki jacket on her upper body. It was left open, revealing a robust and perky chest, paired with a youthful oval face, making her look both innocent and seductive. Of course, this sense of youthfulness was entirely achieved through makeup and certain specific behaviors. The girl on the right wore leather pants and a leather jacket with bright red lipstick, her short hair looking incredibly cool. Most importantly, she wore 3 earrings in succession on her left earlobe. Compared to the well-behaved oval-faced girl, the leather pants girl was not as patient. After finishing a video, she checked the time and tossed her phone onto the dining table. Brother Hu, it is already 12:15. Who is this person to be so disrespectful to you? The leather pants girl did not understand. She had only known Jin Jiayui for a month, but she had attended quite a few gatherings with him, totaling over a dozen. Without exception, Jin Jiayui was always the center of the circle, and when being toasted, he was at worst third in line. Jin Jiayui ignored Hyunjie and sent a big rocket to Huo Yuyu. Sumeni had long since lost her patience, but she could put on a well-behaved facade. Now, seeing Hyunjie show such an expression, she knew the winner had already been decided. For a brainless woman like this, Jin Jiayui would at most play around and give her a few tens of thousands of yuan before calling it quits. A girlfriend? Don't even think about it. Brother Hu, should we order the food first? Hyunjie had not eaten in the morning and was a bit hungry. Sumeni almost died laughing when she heard this. Please, what kind of young master personality does Jin Jiayui have? He does whatever he wants. The only people who could make him wait here for half an hour in advance were either people Jin Jiayui needed something from or his close friends. Regardless of which one it was, he would never order food first. If you are hungry, go eat outside. Jin Jiayui replied. I'm just worried about you, aren't I? Hyunjie muttered softly, putting on a wronged expression, but unfortunately, Jin Jiayui did not respond at all. Is Huo Yuyu streaming again? Sumeni leaned over to look at Jin Jiayui's phone. Yes, Jin Jiayui was bored, so he sent another big rocket. Sumeni was dying of envy. If only that money were tipped to her. But there was no sign of it on her face, and she chatted in a casual tone. Huo Yuyu is definitely qualified to compete for the title of the top streamer on Haxian platform. She didn't stream for over half a month, and just after returning, her popularity has already surged to #1 on the entire site. Sumeni first offered some praise, then subtly undermined her with a hint of sarcasm. But her live streams have been so intermittent lately. It is not like she is sick or taking a break. So, I really wonder what she is up to. If I had her level of popularity, I would definitely stream until I dropped. Who would turn down money? Unless, of course, she has found a more lucrative path. Sumeni knew that Jin Jiayui was a huge fan of Huo Yuyu's live streams, so she did not dare to say outright that Huo Yuyu might be off entertaining a wealthy benefactor. Otherwise, she would certainly be the one getting scolded. Judging by Huo Yuyu's attitude, she does not seem very interested in streaming anymore. It might continue to be sporadic in the future, just something she manages as a side gig. Jin Jiayui explained. Oh, has she found a big benefactor? Sumeni was startled. This was major gossip. She had to find out the truth. I do not know if it is a benefactor, but Huo Yuyu is definitely in love. Having dated so many women, Jin Jiayui was far too familiar with the expressions girls made. Sometimes, when viewers brought up topics like what kind of boyfriend are you looking for, Huo Yuyu would not even dodge the question. When she answered, those little looks in her eyes were clearly off. There was admiration, attachment, and even a touch of distress. It was 9 times out of 10 a secret crush. Then why do you still shower her with big rockets? Sumani curled her lip. If Jinjayu were not so wealthy, she would have wanted to call him a fool to his face. Is there a conflict there? Jinjayu did not understand. You could spend that on me instead. Sumani gave a sweet smile. I am already yours. So is it too much to ask for a little support? Or is it that you do not want your girlfriend to be the top creator on Bilibili? Listening to Sumani, Hyunja really wanted to call her a bitch. She was just too damn good at seducing men. Sumani used to post videos on Haxian platform, Bilibili, and Diane, but eventually realized she was most popular on Bilibili, so she settled there. As a dance major at the Hygiene Academy of Drama, Sumani was far superior to those two-dimensional anime-style girls in terms of figure, face, and dancing skills, but the problem was, she earned too little. She could twist her hips and call people Big Brother all night long, yet she still earned less than a lifestyle vlogger who just went out to review a restaurant and posted a daily vlog. She had met Jinjayu entirely because he had donated enough to reach the top of the leaderboard the very first time he entered her stream. That was how she got his information and added him on WeChat. Do you think you can become the top creator just by throwing money at it? Jinjayu might not know much else, but he had watched enough live streams to have a solid understanding of the industry. A good figure and a pretty face can guarantee a baseline, but if you want to get famous, it depends on personal ability and, most importantly, luck. Some people have a video go viral overnight, but maintaining that heat and figuring out how to monetize it, that is the real trouble. Sumani felt a bit annoyed. She felt that Jinjayu was just brushing her off because he did not want to spend big money on her. Hyunja was just about to chime in when Jinjayu's phone rang. He only said a few words before walking toward the door. Sumani and Hyunja knew the main guest had arrived. They did not dare to stay seated and followed him out. Less than a minute later, a tall young man wearing jeans and a hoodie came up to the second floor and walked quickly toward them. Old boy over here, Jinjayu waved. Damn, he is this handsome. Sumani was stunned. This guy could go straight into an idol drama. It would not even matter if his acting was terrible. Female fans would not care about that. As long as he had the looks to fawn over, that was enough. As a dance major, Sumani instantly sized up Lin Baici from head to toe. He had a tall build, but it did not look bulky. A pair of jeans accentuated his long legs. The proportions with his upper body were perfect, and those broad shoulders, damn it, he was a natural clothes hanger. Hyunja did not have Sumani's professional eye, but she felt this man had a powerful presence, especially those eyes the moment they swept over her. The scrutiny they revealed carried a natural sense of oppression. It was like a predator in the jungle spotting a herbivore that had wandered into its territory. Hyunja swallowed slightly. In truth, compared to the gentle and refined Jinjayu, she preferred a man like Lin Baici, who radiated a sense of toughness from his very bones. Jinjayu, Lin Baici smiled. Come in and sit. Jinjayu shouted to a waiter standing in the hallway. Waiter, change the tea, and bring the menu. Do you have to be so formal? Lin Baici teased, then looked at the two girls. These two are. Lin Baici was a bit confused. What was old Jin playing at? He could not possibly be introducing him to a girlfriend, could he? Or had he finally settled down and decided to pick a proper girlfriend? Was this meal meant for him to help pick one out and offer his opinion? This is Sumani, a student at the Hygiene Academy of Drama. I forgot I had made plans with her today, Jinjayu introduced. And this is Hyunja. I met her at a bar. She came to find me, so I asked her to join us for a meal. Hello, hello. Lin Baici took the initiative to greet them. As for the ladies, if they did not offer their hands, he certainly would not initiate a handshake. It would be impolite. Sumani nodded with a smile, projecting a sense of elegance in her reserve, or to put it bluntly, she was putting on airs. The other one, however, took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Do you work out often? Although she could not see his muscles, Hyunja could feel the overwhelming vitality radiating from Lin Baici, compared to the unhealthy Jinjayu, who spent his time eating, drinking, and playing. Lin Baici's energy was simply too strong. I do not even go for jogs. Lin Baici knew Jinjayu was quite lazy, So, he would not bring up such topics in front of him to avoid making him feel awkward. But your physique and temperament look like someone who exercises regularly, Hyunji asked, puzzled. The moment she said that, Lin Baici knew this woman's emotional intelligence was average. Old Bai even has an 8-pack. Jin Jiaoyu took the menu from the waiter and handed it to Lin Baici. Do not believe him. He is just being polite to me. You order. Lin Baici refused. My ups grew out on their own. PFFT, haha. Hyunji laughed, not acting reserved in the slightest. Seeing this, so many curled her lips, having already completely written this woman off as a rival in her heart. If this were a palace intrigue drama, Hyunji wouldn't even survive the first episode. Jin Jiaoyu ordered 9 dishes and 1 soup, then took out a bottle of red wine he had brought himself. Lin Baici didn't know anything about red wine, and Jin Jiaoyu didn't introduce it either. But from the excitement in Sumani and Hyunji's eyes, Lin Baici could tell that this bottle of wine was definitely not cheaped out brotherhood. Let me open it. Sumani flattered him, drinking such expensive wine. We should be eating Western food. Otherwise it is a waste. As long as we are drinking happily, what does it matter what we eat? Jin Jiaoyu never cared about such things. Brother Hai's attitude toward life is just different. Sumani took the wine bottle. Can I take a picture? Go ahead. Jin Jiaoyu stopped paying attention to the 2 girls and sat down to talk with Lin Baici. Are they both your girlfriends? Lin Baici teased. For the next gathering, are you planning to bring 4? Bringing 6 wouldn't be a problem. Jin Jiaoyu curled his lips. It is just for fun. I have not planned on settling down so soon. These words were a bit hurtful, and Jin Jiaoyu did not hold back when he spoke. Sumani and Hyunji definitely heard him, but both girls pretended not to hear and continued taking pictures of the red wine bottle. When you are not in the dorm, it is all vulgar people like Zhu Dogwen, Hu Wenwu, and Liu Yu. It is too boring. Jin Jiaoyu sighed. Of course. I am a vulgar person too. Who isn't vulgar? Lin Baici said self-deprecatingly. You are. Jin Jiaoyu looked Lin Baici over. I cannot put my finger on it, but your temperament is very unique. You have not been with too many women and started liking men recently, have you? Lin Baici frowned. Get lost. Jin Jiaoyu laughed and scolded, then shouted at Sumani. Are you done yet? Pour the wine. Soon, the dishes were all served, and the glasses were filled. Come, let us have a toast. Jin Jiaoyu clinked glasses with Lin Baici. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? With the frequency at which you skip classes, whether you can even get your diploma is a problem. Hyunji did not care about such things, but Sumani glanced at Lin Baici. So, he is a loser after all. Jin Jiaoyu is also a loser, but his father is super rich. So, he can rely on his father to the fullest. As for this guy, judging by his clothes, his family is not poor, but middle class at best. If I cannot get it, then I cannot get it. I will just work odd jobs to make ends meet. Being a god hunter is something that must be kept secret. When Sumani heard Lin Baici say this, she instantly lost interest in him. She even felt that it was a waste for him to drink such expensive red wine. He is not worthy. Hyunji perked up. You can come work at the bar. With your looks, you will definitely never run out of orders every month. Are you mistaken? You want a graduate from Haijing University of Science and Technology to work as a bar waiter. Jin Jiaoyu was speechless. Did you not say he would not be able to graduate? Hyunji retorted. Jin Jiaoyu liked this side of Hyunji, mainly because he had dated too many women in his life, and they were all obedient to him. She, however, was like a thorn and constantly used foul language. I was just joking. Jin Jiaoyu was amused. You actually believed it. Let us not talk about old Bai's intelligence for a moment. Do you know that the top female academic genius in our grade is chasing him? With a girlfriend like that as a backer, it is hard to fail a course. Sumani really wanted to interject. Is that female academic genius stupid? 9 times out of 10, she is just a sucker for a pretty face. Can you stop bragging about me? It is too embarrassing. Lin Baici raised his glass and clinked it with Jin Jiaoyu drink. After eating a few bites of food, Lin Baici did not want to talk about himself and turned the topic to Jin Jiaoyu. What about you? You seemed to have a plan a while ago. Hu Yu was not streaming. You know I like watching her stream, so those few days, I was super bored. Then I suddenly realized, Huoyu will stop streaming one day. So what will I do then? Jin Jiayu recounted his thought process. So I thought about starting a streaming company. Anyway, I know quite a few beauties. Maybe I will be lucky and be able to promote one or two A-list streamers. Instead of gifting big rockets to others, I might as well gift them to my own streamers. Sumani immediately perked up. Brother Jin, sign me as the first one. If I start the company, I will definitely sign you. Jin Jiayu laughed at himself. But I have not decided whether to do it yet. After all, doing this will definitely cost a lot of money, and I have to apply to my father for it. Sumani was not a genius, but her emotional intelligence was not low. Hearing this, she instantly realized that Jin Jiayu invited this Lin Baici to dinner just to hear his opinion. So, Sumani immediately raised her glass to Lin Baici. Brother Lin, I will toast you. Sumani took a sip, the wine staining her red lips, looking a bit sexy. Brother who finally has some ambition, you must encourage and support him. Your family is not short of money, so just do whatever makes you happy. But I think you should set a loss limit. Once you hit it, stop. Also, you need to find professionals. Lin Baici did not know anything about this. If you were talking about containing godly objects, he could offer an idea. If only I could poach Huoyu. Even if she were the only streamer in the company and I lost a fortune, I would still promote her. Jin Jiayu sighed. Lin Baici admired him. In front of his girlfriends, two of them. No less, he actually expressed interest in another woman and still made them afraid to get angry. Jin Jiayu was truly something. Wow, a delivery right to my door. I can satisfy my cravings again. Chapter 549. I admit he is handsome, but that is not enough for you to fall in love at first sight, right? Lin Baici had been enjoying the leisurely time of eating and chatting with his friends, but the god of food's words caused his urgently lazy gaze to tighten instantly, sweeping across the three people present. What did the god of food mean? Was there a god hunter here? It didn't look like it. So that meant someone was carrying an unexpectedly acquired god-forbidden item, right? Lin Baici deduced. Sumani was peeling a lobster for Jin Jiayu, while Jin Jiayu was daydreaming about how signing Huoyu would give his company a great start, allowing him to grow it big and strong and finally earn his father's approval. Neither of them noticed Lin Baici's gaze. Only Yunjie, who was attracted to the kind of aura Lin Baici possessed, was stealing glances at him. As a result, when Lin Baici's gaze swept over, it met hers exactly. In that instant, Yunjie felt like a herbivore being stared at by a carnivorous dinosaur. Her entire body went numb, her nerves tightened instantly, and her hand, holding a piece of food, frozen midair. The piece of chicken fell from her chopsticks onto the table. Lin Baici immediately softened his gaze and gave Yunjie a faint smile. Is that good? Let me try some too. Gee, good. Yunjie opened her mouth several times, but couldn't manage to get the word "eat" out. It wasn't until Lin Baici stopped looking at her and continued talking to Jin Jiayu that the tense muscles all over Yunjie's body finally relaxed. Oh my god, who is this guy? Why is his gaze so terrifying? Yunjie remembered a boss she had met at the Haijing 1 bar 2 years ago, who was rumored to be making money in Southeast Asia. He had that exact same look in his eyes when he stared at people. Her friends said that you couldn't develop a gaze like that without burying 7 or 8 people alive. Yunjie picked up her wine glass and took a sip of red wine, only then realizing that her body felt damp. She had broken out in a cold sweat from fear. However, that feeling of going from terror to release just now, it was actually quite good. It was like watching a thrilling horror movie where the big boss appears, and you manage to escape with your life. It had to be said that Yunjie, who had spent a lot of time in bars and seen all kinds of people, was much more sensitive than Sumani from the Haijing Academy of Drama. Lin Baici hadn't just killed people, he had dissected monster corpses and even eaten gods. Listening to Lin Baici's voice, which sounded as warm as afternoon sunlight while he talked, and looking at his sharp, angular face, then glancing at Jin Jiayu beside her, Yunjie suddenly felt a bit of self-pity. Yunjie, you're a damn adult. What kind of love are you still looking for? Money is the only true love. Brother Lin, I'll toast you. Hyunjia held a cold expression as she raised her glass toward Lin Baici. In truth, the type of man she had liked since she was a child was the tough, overbearing, and unreasonable kind. It was just a pity that one had to live, and reality would always lose to the mundane necessities of life. Hyunjia understood that being able to meet a top-tier rich kid like Jin Jae was definitely the luck of a lifetime. So no matter what, she couldn't afford to mess it up. Jin Jae looked at Hyunjia's expression, and his face instantly turned displeased. "What do you mean by that?" Sumeni was stunned. Hyunjia's demeanor and actions were exactly like those of someone working in a bar or KTV who was being forced to toast a certain man. Jin Jae clearly thought so. But Sumeni was a woman, and she understood. Hyunjia's brother Lin was definitely not set out of spite. There was a sense of unspoken, lingering emotion in it. It was just like those historical idol dramas where the heroine has an unavoidable hardship but has no way to tell the hero. No way, right? Sumeni was shocked and took another look at Lin Baici. "I admit he's handsome, but surely not enough to make you fall in love at first sight, right?" But she shouldn't judge. Because if this Lin Baici were as rich as Jin Jae, Sumeni felt she wouldn't be able to hold back either. "You're too kind." Lin Baici clinked glasses with Hyunjia, his face still wearing a smile. And then he changed the subject to avoid putting Jin Jae in an awkward position. "Where are you planning to open your company? I heard that Hangzhou has the most companies of this type, in Haijing. After all, I still have to attend school." Jin Jae's attention was successfully diverted. "By the way, do you want to come on as a partner? If you had asked me before university, I definitely would have agreed. But now," Lin Baici shook his head, "we aren't short on money. That's a real pity." Jin Jae expressed his regret. Sumeni's delicate little ears perked up. She placed some lobster meat onto Jin Jae's plate and immediately probed. "I couldn't tell. Brother Lin is also a wealthy person. You're really low-key." Jin Jae wasn't running a charity. He certainly wouldn't take on a partner who didn't have money. I don't know if he's rich or not, but he's definitely a big celebrity." Jin Jae looked at Sumeni. "More famous than you, what?" Both Sumeni and Hyunjia were startled and began to examine Lin Baici seriously. An internet celebrity? That shouldn't be right. If a man this handsome were an internet celebrity, there's no reason I wouldn't know about him, right? The Lin the Great Glutton unbelievably. That's him. Jin Jae revealed the scoop. "What?" Sumeni was instantly dumbfounded as she looked at Lin Baici. "Lin the Great Glutton? What kind of videos do you film?" Hyunjia was curious. The idea was actually quite interesting. So she picked up her phone, intending to search for it. Those to scripture chanting videos that were popular on Bilibili for a long time. He's the one who sang them. Jin Jae laughed heartily. "Holy crap, it was actually you." Hyunjia was shocked. Those two videos had gone viral beyond their niche, and many people had tried to imitate them to ride the wave of popularity, but none of them had the same vibe as the one sung by Lin the Great Glutton. "Why did you stop posting videos?" Sumeni didn't understand. "Those two videos of yours went viral across the entire internet. Even my grandmother said your chanting as her ringtone, saying it had a sense of Buddha nature. Like Hyunjia, there were countless people who didn't know the idea Lin the Great Glutton but had heard the content. I lost interest." Lin Baici had posted the videos initially to make money, but now that he really wasn't lacking in funds, he naturally couldn't be bothered to do it. "By the way, I wonder how that flowers blooming in the fields is doing." That was Lin Baici's first fan, and the video of the Diamond Sutra he recorded later was specifically to give back to her. "You really are, KSK. You're wasting such a great opportunity." Sumeni shook her head. "Your videos aren't like those prank or daily vlog videos that no one watches after a while. This stuff is art, do you understand? There are some singers you've never even heard of, but they can live off a single song for their entire lives. If you managed the copyrights for those two songs of yours properly and did a few guest appearances, I wouldn't dare say you'd have total financial freedom. But making a few million is absolutely no problem." Lin Baici raised his glass and took a sip. Sumeni really wanted to curse. "Are you an idiot? God has shoved the food right into your mouth, and you're going to spit it out. If you don't want it, why not give it to me?" As a student at the Shanghai Theater Academy, Sumeni wanted to be famous. And she had seen too many classmates who wanted to be famous but couldn't, even after resorting to all sorts of crooked ways. This kind of thing really depends on fate. Your looks are so high-end, and you don't have to worry about looking bad in person, right? Hee Yoon-ja didn't understand. The resident singers in bars. The men are handsome, and the women are beautiful. They can collect several hundred more in tips every day. That video couldn't have been synthesized, could it? Sumani suddenly thought of this possibility. Only then would it make sense why Lin Baici wouldn't dare to get on stage. You're underestimating him, aren't you? Jin Jae mocked. On the night of the university freshman orientation gala, Old Bai was pushed onto the stage by others. He chanted scriptures on the spot and immediately stunned everyone, shocking the whole venue. Our school's campus belle, Mikin, was the female host at the time and even took the initiative to express her love. The second half of that sentence was Jin Jae gilding the lily for Lin Baici. But Sumani didn't care about that at all. She was currently thinking, if I appear on camera with Lin the Great Glutton, he chants scriptures while I perform a dance in the Kyushu style, wouldn't I be carried to fame? The more Sumani thought about it, the brighter her eyes became. Her figure and dancing skills were her advantages. Jin Jae giving her money all depended on his mood. If she could earn her own money, how much more confident she would be when spending it. She could buy Cartier's blue balloon whenever she wanted, and she would use Chanel bags just to carry groceries. The main theme would be extravagance. And looking at the situation, the possibility of Jin Jae not marrying her was quite high. At most, she could squeeze a few $100,000 out of him. She might as well seize this opportunity to get famous. Yes, tonight she would serve Jin Jae well and let him know how many poses a female dance student could strike that he couldn't even imagine. Damn it! What if Lin Baici doesn't agree? This guy didn't have that inferior posture that other people had when they were with Jin Jae at all. Sumani was worried. Actually, if she could choose, she would just go with Lin Baici. Although he had no money, he was handsome, and just looking at his physique, he would definitely last longer than Jin Jae, who spent his days eating, drinking, and having fun. Right, Old Bai. I didn't recognize a true master when I saw one. Come, I'll toast you to apologize. Sumani immediately adjusted her mindset, and she didn't call him Brother Lin, making it clear that she wanted to be friends with Lin Baici through her connection with Jin Jae. You're being too serious. We're all friends. What is there to apologize for? Lin Baici laughed. Who doesn't know how to say polite things? Even if you don't look at the monk, you have to look at the Buddha. He couldn't just give Jin Jae's girlfriend a cold face, could he? Are you in contact with Mikin? Jin Jae was curious. I know quite a few second-generation rich kids in our school, as well as guys who think they have talent and a future, are all chasing her. Lin Baici picked up a chopstick of greens. You're too wasteful. Jin Jae felt like he was looking at iron that wouldn't turn into steel. Do you know that I managed to get Mikin's WeChat? But I couldn't add her at all. That senior is very cold and aloof, is she? Lin Baici recalled the time he met Mikin at the Korean airport. She didn't seem that cold. Did she? Of course. Lin Baici didn't care about her attitude. This is an opportunity. You have to be proactive. I've looked into Mikin. She's a good person and has ambition. She is definitely a soulmate for both career and life. Jin Jae explained. I just haven't had enough fun yet. Otherwise I would have gone after her. Wait until you've had enough fun before you chase her. Lin Baici raised his glass. I wish you success first, Old Bai. Have you posted any other videos? Sumani was making small talk. Lin Baici didn't really want to chat with this girl. She gave him a T vibe, but her level was far worse than Ji Shinyan's. He hasn't posted any, but he was filmed playing basketball on the court. Jin Jae opened Bilibili and found it. Sumani and Hee Yoon-ja immediately leaned their heads over. In the video, Lin Baici performed a tomahawk dunk, shaking the rim so violently it seemed like it was about to come crashing down. Well, Old Bai is so amazing, Sumani exclaimed. She didn't actually like athletic guys, but men all like praise, so don't be stingy at times like this. Hee Yoon-ja didn't speak, but her slightly parted red lips, her increasingly rapid breathing, and her dilated pupils all indicated that she was getting excited. This was the type she liked, violent, powerful, and full of oppression. When Lin Baici dunked and hung from the rim, his body swaying slightly. It was as if he had conquered the world. "Old Jin, this is so embarrassing." Lin Baici gave a wry smile. That video was from after the stray dog incident. He was in a bad mood and was comforting little Fangtooth on the basketball court, not realizing he was being filmed. Holy crap, he's this fierce. Seeing Lin Baici perform another tomahawk dunk, Hyunjia couldn't help but let out a curse. Watching the basketball hoop swaying and making an unbearable creaking sound, Hyunjia had the feeling that the basketball court was about to be killed by Lin Baici. Look at this top comment. Is this a college student? Is this a monster that ran out of the classic of mountains and seas? Sumani covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes curving into crescents as if they had been dipped in honey. It had to be said. Lin Baici's physical condition was truly excellent. Sumani was certain that if Lin Baici were to charge into her Changban slope with his white horse and silver spear, it would be no problem for him to enter and exit 10 times in one night. A little candy that is gradually becoming interested in you. It is a pity, however, that it has already been tasted by someone else. A gourmet does not eat the leftovers of others. Lin Baici smiled inwardly. Sumani was quite pretty. Back in his high school days, he wouldn't have had the confidence to pursue a girl like her, but now, he didn't think much of her. Lin Baici felt that the girl he liked needed to be not only beautiful but also possess an interesting soul. Pay a little more attention to the little candy, and you will have unexpected gains. Perhaps you will find a candy house. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow, unable to resist glancing at Sumani. So, you were the takeout delivery nanny. Go to my car and bring up 2 bottles of mutai. Jin Jiaoyu tossed a BMW car key to Manny. Sumani nodded obediently and rose from the table. If this had been when she first met Lin Baici, she definitely would have been reluctant. Was he worthy of drinking 3,000 yuan a bottle mutai? But now, drink. I will serve him myself. Don't go, just drink this. Lin Baici hurriedly stopped her. He didn't know much about alcohol, but he had heard of the great reputation of Mout. I doubt it was very expensive. He didn't want Jin Jiaoyu to go to such trouble. It's not easy to have a meal with you, so of course we have to enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Seeing that Lin Baici hadn't touched the mantis shrimp, Jin Jiaoyu instructed Hyunjia, "Peel some shrimp for old Bai." Hyunjia rolled up her sleeves and immediately got to work. No, I'll do it myself." Lin Baici was caught between laughter and tears. "You really don't treat me as an outsider. But how can I let my sister-in-law peel shrimp for a brother?" Hyunjia smiled gently. "Then do you dare to eat it?" "I don't dare." Although Lin Baici said that, Hyunjia still picked out the largest mantis shrimp. Sumani returned quickly. She had clearly been jogging, so her chest was heaving, swaying in an exaggerated arc. She returned to her seat and looked at Jin Jiaoyu. "What are you looking at me for? Open the wine," Jin Jiaoyu urged her. He never did these kinds of things himself. Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to stop them anymore. He would just treat them to a meal next time. Sumani was nimble, opening the bottles and pouring the wine, filling the glasses for all 4 of them. Hyunjia placed the peeled mantis shrimp into Lin Baici's plate and then went to pick up her wine glass. This scene left Sumani dumbfounded. "Hyunjia, did you put that in the wrong plate?" Hyunjia met Sumani's gaze, smiled slightly, and even licked the sauce off her fingers. "Brother Lin, eat it while it's hot." Hyunjia picked out another mantis shrimp, clearly intending to peel it as well. Sumani was stunned. What is the meaning of this? Is Daichin trying to harm Lubu? But Jin Jiaoyu is no Dongzhuo. Come, cheers. Jin Jiaoyu raised his glass. What the hell? Sumani was shocked. No, brother Hui, are you blind? Or do you just not care? That shouldn't be possible. Men can't stand their own women fawning over other men, unless they are into that sort of thing. Thinking of this, Sumani suddenly became excited. If that were the case, wouldn't she be able to ride Lin Baici's coattails without worrying about Jin Jiaoyu flying into a rage? Cheers. Jin Jiaoyu downed his drink in one gulp. She is pregnant, 15 days. She has a constitution prone to miscarriage. She must abstain from alcohol and minimize physical activity. Lin Baici had already taken the liquor into his mouth, but upon hearing this, he spat it out with a puff and hurriedly stopped Hyunjia. Don't drink. With Lin Baici's reflexes, He could have grabbed Hyunja's wrist in time, but he felt too embarrassed to do so. Hyunja stood frozen with a mouthful of wine, unable to swallow or spit it out. What's wrong? Sumani sniffed the wine in her glass. Fake liquor. It's not fake. Jin Jiaoyu drank mutai often. He could tell the authenticity with one sip. Besides, given the Jin family's status, who would dare send him fake alcohol? It's not fake liquor. I mean, it's best of sister he doesn't drink. Lin Baici felt quite awkward. Out of concern for Jin Jiaoyu's child, he had blurted it out in a moment of urgency. Now he was stuck. How was he supposed to explain this? Why? Sumani asked skeptically. Hyunja is always clubbing and partying. She's drunk more alcohol than you've drunk water. Sumani's catty nature flared up again, seizing the opportunity to be snide toward Hyunja, implying she was loose. She peeled one shrimp for you, and you're already starting to worry about her, Jin Jiaoyu teased. Lin Baici knew Jin Jiaoyu was joking, but he couldn't leave it unexplained. It wouldn't be good for anyone to misunderstand. Old Jin, I have an uncle who is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I've read many of his medical books. He had no choice but to tell a white lie. What the hell? Jin Jiaoyu laughed. You mean to say you know how to practice medicine? Lin Baici nodded. Sister, he should not drink alcohol. Sister, you'd better spit it out, Lin Baici urged. Hyunja spat the wine into a water glass. Just call me Hyunja. She actually wanted to ask Lin Baici why she shouldn't drink. She was quite curious, but she was worried about saying the wrong thing and making him lose face. However, Jin Jiaoyu had no such concerns. What's wrong with Hyunja? Jin Jiaoyu scrutinized Hyunja's face. Old Bai's implication was that she was sick. Right, that shouldn't be. They had already slept together, and she was quite healthy. Although Jin Jiaoyu didn't keep himself clean, he was very careful about these things. Otherwise, it would be a disaster if he ended up in the hospital. Yeah, Old Bai, tell us quickly. Sumani was starting to panic. Damn it. What kind of illness? Don't go passing it on to me. Not an illness. It is not an illness. Lin Baici saw that the atmosphere had shifted and quickly explained, Sister, he is pregnant. He really had to say it. Jin Jiaoyu was one thing, but the way Sumani was acting, it felt like she was about to grab a wine bottle and smash it over Hyunja's head the next second. Jin Jiaoyu was stunned. Sumani was surprised, but the shock and panic in her heart subsided quite a bit. Hyunja was completely bewildered. Pregnant. Lin Baici felt a bit numb all over because he had thought of a possibility. What if the child in Hyunja's belly wasn't Jin Jiaoyu's? Wouldn't he be raising someone else's child? That would be too embarrassing. If Jin Jiaoyu doesn't marry her, it shouldn't count as raising someone else's child, right? At most, he was just being played. There were some things Lin Baici felt awkward asking, but Sumani was bold. Brother Hu, how long have you two known each other? 1 month. After Jin Jiaoyu said this, his expression became somewhat unnatural. He asked Hyunja, how long have you been pregnant? How the hell would I know? Hyunja's temper flared up as well, and she shouted at Lin Baici, Lin Baici, don't talk nonsense. It was no wonder Hyunja was losing her temper. She was only 23 years old, and suddenly finding out there was a little baby in her belly. She hadn't mentally prepared for it at all. And whose child was it? Hyunja immediately started to recall. Old Bai. Jin Jiaoyu's tone was grave. Lin Baici had urgently wanted to play the part to the end and say something like, let me take your pulse. But seeing Hyunja's state, she would definitely refuse. To avoid the situation from escalating, Lin Baici quickly gave an answer, half a month. Jin Jiaoyu recalled for a moment, half a month. The timing seemed to match up. Don't panic, don't panic. Jin Jiaoyu asked another question, is it mine? Lin Baici was speechless. Could it be mine instead? Besides, don't you know if it's yours or not? Furthermore, I wasn't even there when you two were getting busy. How would I know? Jin Jiaoyu scratched his hair, picked up the mutai bottle, gulped down 2 mouthfuls of liquor, and then stared at Hyunja. Hyunja was firm this time, because ever since she met Jin Jiaoyu, she had broken up with her ex-boyfriend. There was absolutely no problem. Gulp, gulp. Jin Jiaoyu gulped down 2 more mouthfuls. Suddenly having a child. This was a huge problem. Get an abortion, or keep it. How would his dad react if he found out? Jin Jiaoyu subconsciously looked at Lin Baici. Old Bai, tell me, this is a joke. I will only say one thing. Judging by her facial features and complexion, sister, he has a constitution prone to miscarriage. From now on, absolutely do not drink alcohol. Never mind running or jumping. Even walking should be minimized, otherwise, this child won't be saved. Lin Baici regretted coming to this meal. Jin Jiaoyu froze for a moment, then let out a long breath. Old Bai, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Let's get together again next time. No worries, no worries. You go ahead and take care of your business. Lin Baici was dying to end the gathering. Jin Jiaoyu didn't say anything more. He kicked his chair away, grabbed Hyunjia, and walked out. Needless to say, they were definitely heading to the hospital for a checkup. Don't walk too fast. Lin Baici quickly reminded them. Click. Jin Jiaoyu stiffened, but fortunately, he had calmed down. Regardless of whether they wanted it later, right now, that was potentially his own child. The two of them left. The private room went quiet. Lin Baici slumped back into his chair and leaned back. What kind of mess is this? A few minutes later, a peeled mantis shrimp was held out to Lin Baici's mouth. Xiaobai, is Hyunjia really pregnant? Sumeni was curious. With Jin Jiaoyu gone, she changed the old in his nickname to Little, making it sound more intimate. Lin Baici didn't speak. You didn't even take her pulse, right? You just knew from one look. Sumeni was super curious. It felt like there were 100 cats scratching at her heart. Lin Baici was annoyed and glared at Sumeni. Do you want me to take a look at you too? Sumeni immediately shrank her neck and offered a smile. Brother Lin, don't scare me. I'm a good girl. I don't smoke or drink. And I practice dance for 9 hours every day. How about I perform for you? As Sumeni spoke, she wiggled her waist and hips. It was a hip-swaying dance that had been popular on TikTok for a while. And honestly, it was very smooth and very sexy. If she posted it on TikTok, she could get at least 1,000 likes. Old Jin is back. Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. What is this woman doing? Sumeni was startled and quickly stood up straight, glancing toward the door. Seeing that no one was there, while she felt relieved, she couldn't help but forcefully shove the mantis shrimp into Lin Baici's mouth. You scared the hell out of me. Lin Baici swatted Sumeni's hand away and stood up. I'm leaving. You can clean up the things here. Don't you know your fingers touched my lips? Wait, there's still so much wine and food left. It's too wasteful. Let's eat it. The two of us. She didn't have time to accompany a college student. But if the other party was an internet celebrity, that would be different. Lin Baici waved his hand and left directly. He didn't even look back. Damn, so heartless. Sumeni looked down and adjusted her chest. I'm from the dance department, and my figure is so good. Do you know how many men are chasing me? Lin Baici had made Sumeni feel insecure. I guess it's because he's afraid of Jin Jiaoyu. He's worried that if he eats with me, I'll tell Jin Jiaoyu. Sumeni guessed, looking at the table full of barely touched food, and suddenly frowned a little, seeing how anxious Jin Jiaoyu was. He didn't forget to pay the bill, did he? Waiter, waiter, Sumeni shouted twice. Soon, the waiter entered. Hello, miss. Is there anything you need? The guy who just left with his female companion. Did he pay the bill? Sumeni picked up a large lobster. It tastes best while it is hot. No, he did not. Damn it. Sumeni knew that Jin Jiaoyu did not intentionally skip out on the bill. Anyone would panic if they suddenly heard they had a child, but still, brotherhood. Not to mention anything else. You thought the number 4 was unlucky for the Australian lobsters. So you ordered 8 of them, for each person. How much money is that? For God's sake. It is nearly 3,000, isn't it? Sumeni knew that Jin Jiaoyu was very generous. If she asked him for money in a few days, he would definitely give it to her. But what was she supposed to do now? She hadn't even paid off her Huabei and Jibai bills for this month yet. Should she call Jin Jiaoyu to ask for money now? Wouldn't that just annoy him? Damn it. It seems she can only rely on her best friends and her simps to bail her out. How much is this meal? Sumeni took out her phone and found her most loyal simp. Number 1. Romantic dancer. Are you there? Ding dong. Simp number 1. What are your orders, goddess? He replied in seconds. Hello, Nis. The total is 4,860 yuan. Holy crap, Jinjiayui. What exactly did you order? Sumani muttered to herself. Usually, when she had dinner with Jinjiayui, she would secretly take a picture of the bill and post it on her social media. Today, she just wanted to explode. Can you waive the 60 yuan in change? Sumani tried to haggle. As a woman who hadn't finished paying off her credit bills, she naturally saved money wherever she could. I will have to ask the manager about that. The waiter spoke into his headset for a moment, then smiled at Sumani. Hello, Nis. The bill for this table has already been settled. Ha! Sumani was stunned and blurted out. Who paid it? Could it be Lin Baici? It seemed like it could only be him. It was the gentleman who went downstairs just now, the waiter added. The one who was very tall and handsome. Sumani felt relieved, but also a little surprised. She hadn't expected that Lin Baici would be so generous for a meal like this, which Jinjiayui had initiated. And since she was half his girlfriend, she was the last to leave, so the bill shouldn't have fallen on him anyway. But having spent so much money all at once, he would probably have to eat steamed buns for a few days, right? Spending nearly 5,000 yuan on a single meal was a month's salary for many people. Simp number 1, goddess, romantic dancer. Just checking if you are studying hard. My bride price is very expensive. You know, simp number 1. I will definitely work hard. Once I get my scholarship, I will buy you the latest iPhone. Simp number 1, are you free tomorrow? Let me take you out to eat. Sumani glanced at her phone, too lazy to reply, and instructed the waiter, pack it up. There was an unopened bottle of mutai and half a bottle of red wine left. She had made a profit, definitely a profit. Chapter 550. The tea girl goes full throttle. The afternoon sun spilled across the campus, making the scent of spring even stronger. Some couples walked along the path, oblivious to others, enjoying their sweet time together. There was only one major class in the afternoon, computer basics. But Lin Baici was too lazy to go. After thinking about it, he headed straight to the library, intending to see what kind of books they had. The library at Haijing University of Technology was shaped like a toilet, so everyone called "Go into the library, go into the toilet." When Lin Baici strolled over, he found that although it was only 1:30, there were still many students around. He wandered around, picked up a copy of National Geographic magazine, found a random seat by the window, and sat down. Before long, Lin Baici sensed a gaze stealing glances at him. He turned his head to look. It was a girl wearing a thin down jacket and a pair of wireless earphones. She hadn't expected Lin Baici to turn around suddenly, and when their eyes met, she panicked and hurriedly lowered her head. Not bad looking, Lin Baici commented. The girl with the earphones waited for a while before looking up again, finding that the tall, clean-cut boy was still looking at her. She felt the embarrassment of having her little secret discovered, and her lobes turned red instantly. Lin Baici chuckled and flipped through the pages of the magazine. If he were just an ordinary college student, he would definitely be nervous right now, his mind filled with wild thoughts. She was peeking at him. Did she have a crush on him? Should he seize this opportunity and go over to ask for her WeChat? Maybe they would become a couple and he would be off the market in his freshman year. A college life without a romance is an imperfect college life. But now, Lin Baici's mood was very calm. Damn, why does it feel like I have aged? A little wild fruit picked on the road of life. Don't you want a bite? It might not taste good, but it would be a lovely little memory. Ding dong, a message came in. Lin Baici opened his phone. T girl, skipping class again. Where are you? Lin Jia Daiyugui, the library. T girl, looking at beauties. Lin Jia Daiyugui, yes, planning to scout for a girlfriend. T girl, what is there to scout for? Isn't there one right here ready-made? Ding dong. A selfie was sent over. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Lin Jia Daiyugui, is this something I can see without paying? In the photo, Di Xinyan was covering her eyes with her hand, her red lips biting the hem of her tight t-shirt, pulling it up to reveal her fair belly and the lower edge of her brow. T-girl, hee. Do you want to fill it with tally marks? Lin Baici took a sharp breath. Di Xinyan, is being this tea-like really okay? Lin Jia Daiyugui, I am a man of letters. My mind is filled with propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. And the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. Woman, go away quickly, T-girl, EFFT. Your mind is filled with men stealing and women whoring and lies, right, T-girl? You just said you were scouting for a girlfriend, T-sister. It is said that girls who like going to the library are quiet, have a scholarly air, and are like refined young ladies. Is that really the type you like? Lin Baici. No, I like girls with big breasts, PFFT, aha. Ji Xinyan burst out laughing, collapsing onto her desk and pounding it with her small fist. Lin Baici. Do you have to be so blunt, however? This also made Ji Xinyan feel a little melancholy. Most boys would definitely put on a facade in front of a girl they like, showing their best side. The fact that Lin Baici was so uninhibited meant he wasn't interested in her. It probably wasn't that he wasn't interested. With her looks and figure, she was confident he would definitely want to hook up with her. Ji Xinyan had that much confidence, but as for being his girlfriend, there was definitely no chance. Damn it. I really want to see what kind of woman could actually conquer Lin Baici. T-sister, how was the lunch gathering? Was it pleasant? Lin Baici. Don't even mention it. It was a total nightmare. T-sister, what happened? Did Jinjiayi confess to you? Lin Baici. Something worse than that. Lin Baici felt uncomfortable. The food god had said that Yunjia had a constitution prone to miscarriage and couldn't drink alcohol. If he hadn't been worried that she would drink that glass of mutai and lose Jinjiayi's child, why would he have bothered to speak up? It really wasn't good for outsiders to know about such private matters. T-sister, super curious, spill the tea. Then she sent a star-eyed emoji. Lin Baici. Impossible. T-sister, not even if I sleep with you, I'm still a pure and touched maiden. Lin Baici was impressed. Ji Xinyan would find any opportunity to act like a flirt. T-sister, alright, I'm just teasing you. Since you didn't have a good lunch, how about we go out for dinner tonight? I've been in Haijing for so long, and I haven't even gone out to see the night view yet. Lin Baici. Not going home to sleep. T-sister. Then I'll ask another man. Lin Baici. Suit yourself. Seeing Lin Baici reply with those two words so quickly, without even a moment of hesitation, Ji Xinyan felt a bit unhappy. This showed that the class monitor really didn't have her in his heart. T-sister, I'm just scaring you. I'll save my first time for you. By the way, do you want to buy a lock for me? Lin Baici. A lock? Looking at the question mark emoji Lin Baici sent, Ji Xinyan burst into laughter. My dear class monitor is still quite innocent. Oh my. I really want to instill all those strange kinds of knowledge into him and corrupt him. When Lin Baici finally put down his phone, he realized over an hour had passed. How decadent. My life is being wasted. Study. Lin Baici found a copy of Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, and read it seriously for 2 hours. After knowing that the species of gods existed, Lin Baici had new insights while reading this book. Past 4 o'clock. Lin Baici got up to go home. The girl with headphones saw the boy leave directly, without any intention of coming over to ask for her WeChat. She felt a bit disappointed. She had originally intended to muster up the courage to take the initiative herself for once. But thinking about how, aside from that initial eye contact, he hadn't looked at her once since, it actually already said everything. The girl with headphones, who had just lifted her bottom from the chair, sat back down. I'll just have a good meal tonight. The girl with headphones lowered her head to read. In this spring, a budding little flower was inadvertently nipped in the bud by Lin Baici. Visiting the library, reading a book one likes, and then unintentionally breaking a girl's heart. Lin Baici's university life was just this simple, unadorned, and boring. Walking on campus, Lin Baici called Gu Qingxiang. I'll buy groceries tonight. No need. I took a half day off. Gu Qingxiang's voice was soft, like a spring breeze. All right then, through the receiver. Besides Gu Qingxiang's voice, there was also a chaotic background noise. Without asking, Lin Baici knew the counselor was currently doing a big grocery haul at the market. Study hard. Remember to come back for dinner, Gu Qingxiang urged. I'm hanging up. Yeah. Ending the call, Lin Baici looked at Gu Qingxiang's name and number on his phone and asked the food god, do I really like her? Who doesn't like a delicious feast? The food god retorted. It didn't give a direct answer, Lin Baici wandered over to the sports field and sat on the open-air bleachers of the soccer field to watch the sunset. Why think so much? Look at those people who died. Maybe he would die in the divine ruins next time, so he should seize the day and live every day well. Returning home, he opened the door. The aroma of stewed meat immediately drifted over. Changing into his slippers and washing his hands, Lin Baici walked into the kitchen. Dinner will be ready in half an hour. Gu Qingxiang was wearing an apron, her braided hair hanging down her back, possessing the aura of a virtuous wife and mother. Lin Baici walked over and hugged her from behind. He originally wanted to say, "You look beautiful when you cook," but he felt it was too awkward and didn't have the nerve to say it. A few minutes later, Lin Baici's hands became restless, slipping inside Gu Qingxiang's clothes and quietly climbing upward. Just as he reached the summit and was about to enjoy the fruits of victory, Gu Qingxiang grabbed Lin Baici's hand, turned back to glare at him, and pulled his hand out. "Don't disturb me." Gu Qingxiang had been practicing her culinary skills since winter break, and she was determined to show them off today. The starry sky was brilliant, and the city was filled with lights. In their cozy little home, Lin Baici and Gu Qingxiang set the bowls and chopsticks and sat opposite each other at the dining table. 6 dishes and 1 soup. The fragrance was mouth-watering. Gu Qingxiang served Lin Baici a bowl of rice. There were no sweet nothings, no grand vows, and the two of them only talked about trivial matters at school and the daily gossip of life. But the atmosphere was exceptionally warm. Gu Qingxiang spent most of the time listening, and she didn't use her chopsticks much, just watching Lin Baici eat in silence. Whenever he said the food was good, the corners of her mouth would curl up uncontrollably. Coming to settle down in Haijing was indeed the right choice. After the meal, Lin Baici tried to grab the dishes to wash them, but he didn't succeed. "Go play on your phone." Gu Qingxiang pushed Lin Baici out of the kitchen. As usual, she first prepared a fruit platter for him and brewed a pot of tea. Only after setting everything on the coffee table did she start washing the dishes. By the time she finished mopping the living room floor, an hour had passed. Gu Qingxiang then picked up a book and sat on the sofa. Lin Baici didn't speak, just watching Gu Qingxiang read. Click. The sound of a camera shutter startled Gu Qingxiang, and she cast a questioning glance his way. That scene just now was very atmospheric. "I wanted to keep it as a memento," Lin Baici explained. Gu Qingxiang thought for a moment and made a small request. "Delete it, please, HMM." Lin Baici was puzzled. Gu Qingxiang didn't know how to explain it. Keeping a photo like that felt unlucky. Lin Baici sensed that his counselor had some unspeakable concerns, so he didn't press further. He promptly deleted the photo. "Deleted? Look, I'm sorry." Gu Qingxiang lowered her head. "Does this really require an apology?" Lin Baici chuckled. "If you keep doing this, I'm going to start bullying you. Eat some fruit." Gu Qingxiang's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. She felt that days like these were wonderful, so wonderful that she hoped they would last forever. In the girls' dormitory, Pei Fei had been the earliest to rise ever since she decided to study for her postgraduate entrance exams and started attending morning self-study sessions. She was silently reciting English vocabulary on the balcony when she suddenly heard movement. She turned around and saw Ji Xinyan getting up. "Why are you up so early? Didn't you claim you needed your beauty sleep every day?" Pei Fei checked her phone. "It's only 6 o'clock. The sun must be rising from the west today." Ji Xinyan smiled and went to the balcony sink to wash up. Pei Fei moved aside to make room, washing up, applying makeup, getting dressed. Ji Xinyan wore a wireless earphone, humming a little tune while bustling about. "No way. Why are you acting so flirtatious this early in the morning?" Liu Zilu woke up, pulled her quilt tighter, and watched Ji Xinyan busy herself. "Today isn't the weekend, is it? It's Friday." Jojo yawned. She remembered it most clearly because she had to work on the weekends. "Xinyan, are you skipping class today to go see some stinky man?" As soon as Liu Zilu said this, everyone became interested. Ji Xinyan usually didn't put much effort into dressing up, claiming that her bare face was enough to defeat everyone in the department. But today, good heavens, she looked like she wanted to smear her entire collection of cosmetics onto her face. Being this formal was a first since the semester started, which meant Ji Xinyan definitely had an important date today. Yes, Ji Xinyan admitted it, without the slightest hint of shyness. Bai Zhao put on her headphones and listened silently. Although she didn't particularly like Ji Xinyan, she still admired her love boldly, hate boldly attitude. At the very least, when she went to see a guy, she wouldn't admit it. It would be too embarrassing if they ended up breaking up. Who is it? Liu Zilu pressed. Is he from our college too? Jojo's gossiping heart was piqued. Even Bai Zhao couldn't help but be curious. Looking at Ji Xinyan's state, it was obvious she had feelings for the other person. If she were just seeing some average simp, she wouldn't need to wear makeup at all. Hee, it's a secret. Ji Xinyan put on that pair of Balenciaga logo stockings. My God, you're wearing those in this cold weather? Tao Nai was shocked. What kind of man is it that makes you go to such lengths? This is my battle armor. Don't you understand? It gives men an attack speed buff. Liu Zilu jumped out of bed wrapped in her quilt and crowded next to Ji Xinyan. Come on, let me touch it. I want to see what Balenciaga stockings feel like. Are they really as magical as they claim on Xiaohongshu? Are they very expensive? Jojo was curious. She knew Liu Zilu was a Xiaohongshu expert and understood these fashion items well. A while ago, a group of socialites bought these stockings in a group order just for selfies. As it turned out, one of them had athlete's foot and ended up infecting everyone else. Liu Zilu laughed out loud. Even though I don't know if the story is true, these stockings are genuinely popular. Haha. Even Bai Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. How much? Tao Nai asked curiously. 1,800. Liu Zilu touched Ji Xinyan's thigh. Is this the feel of real stockings? Given Ji Xinyan's financial situation, she would never wear fake stuff besides. Even if she couldn't afford them, her simps would give them to her as gifts. Oh my! Tao Nai and Jojo exclaimed. A pair of stockings costs more than my monthly living expenses. Pei Fei couldn't help but lean in to study them. I don't see any high-tech features here, though. Seeing that Tao Nai and Jojo were also planning to come over, Ji Xinyan simply took off the stockings and changed into a pair of black pantyhose. You're going to accompany the owner of that Mercedes-AMG, aren't you? Liu Zilu reached out and poked Ji Xinyan's arm, giving her a look that said, your secret has been discovered by me. Only a rich person like that would make Ji Xinyan dress up so meticulously, right? When Pei Fei heard this, she glanced at Ji Xinyan. She had seen that car and knew the owner was Lin Baici. No, that man isn't even worthy of licking my feet. Ji Xinyan wore a proud expression on her face, but in her heart, she was apologizing. Class monitor, I'm sorry. Pei Fei knows that car is yours, so I can't admit it. As an apology, I'll let you lick mine instead. Pantyhose paired with black long boots, matched with a ruffled miniskirt and a cardigan on top. Her long hair tied into a ponytail with a hair tie, youthful and sweet, or rushed toward them. Oh my God. With those red lips of yours, I feel like I want to give you a kiss. Liu Zilu said with envy. If she had Ji Xinyan's looks and figure, she would post selfies on Xiaohongshu every single day, making those men drool and those women green with envy. I am off, comrades. Wish me luck in successfully taking that man's head today. Ji Xinyan slung the Chanel handbag that Lin Baici had given her over her shoulder and opened the door to set off on her mission. Xiao Yanzi is leaving so early. Do you guys think she went to buy breakfast for that boy? Tao Nai asked curiously. Otherwise, it is way too early for a date. Did you not hear her last sentence? She wished herself luck in conquering him, which means she is the one chasing after that man. Bai Zhao was quite sharp. She caught the clue from Ji Xinyan's casual, self-deprecating remark. No way. Does Xiao Yanzi even need to chase anyone? With her level, is there any man who wouldn't fall for her once she makes a move? Tao Nai felt that if Ji Xinyan wasn't running wild and dominating at Haijing University of Technology, it wasn't because she lacked charm, but because she didn't have eyes for those boys. Bai Zhao couldn't be bothered to explain, but she was still a little curious and couldn't help but ask. Zilu, you hang out with Xinyan a lot. Do you know whose car that is? I don't know. Liu Zilu shook her head. Don't let Xinyan's slightly flirtatious vibe fool you. She is actually quite self-respecting. So many men give her gifts, and she either doesn't accept them, or if she does, she definitely returns the favor. But for something like a luxury car, once she starts driving it, It means that psychologically, she is willing to take things further with that boy, Baijiu analyzed. She didn't know much about luxury cars. But after Liu Zilu had educated her on the price of that Mercedes, and combined with Ji Xinyan's usual style of doing things, she had deduced this much. Really, Liu Zilu wasn't as clever as Baijiu. You just need to find out whose car that is, and you will basically confirm who Xinyan's boyfriend is. Baijiu smiled confidently. Maybe it is not him right now, and maybe it won't be in the future, but during these 4 years of university, there will definitely be a period of time where it is. Jojo and Tao Nai applauded. They felt that Baijiu's analysis was spot on. Liu Zilu looked at the silk stockings Ji Xinyan had tossed onto the bed, debating whether she should skip class, sneak back, try them on, and take a few selfies. Forget it. I will just ask Xiao Yanzi directly. She shouldn't refuse. Lin Baici was woken up by a phone call from Ji Xinyan. Why are you still sleeping? Get up quickly. I bought breakfast, Ji Xinyan urged. Lin Baici checked his phone and was speechless. It is only past 7 o'clock. What is the rush? Is it not okay to be in a rush to see you? Ji Xinyan's one sentence left Lin Baici with no temper. After all, she had bought breakfast. Lin Baici got up to get dressed. Listening to the movements in the living room, he instructed Ji Xinyan, "You eat by yourself. Let's meet at the school gate at 8 o'clock. If you don't eat breakfast, your legs will go soft when you get on the horse." Lin Baici was completely stunned. What horse am I getting on? Besides, it is not that I am not eating, it is that the counselor made breakfast. Why would I skip this healthy, loving breakfast to go eat street food? I am not crazy. Speaking of which, should I call Ji Xinyan over? Forget it. Forget it. After all, this is the counselor's home. Let's not scare the girl. My roommate already brought me food. Lin Baici could only offer a white lie. Fortunately, Ji Xinyan was not the type of girl to pester him. Since Lin Baici didn't agree, she went along with it gracefully. All right then, I will eat by myself. I will wait for you in front of that Mixu ice cream shop, 50 meters east of the back gate, at 8 o'clock. Click. Ji Xinyan hung up the phone. Lin Baici finished his personal hygiene and breakfast, then walked toward the meeting point. Just as he spotted the Mixu ice cream sign, he heard two honks of a car horn. Beep beep. Lin Baici turned his head and saw Ji Xinyan getting out of the car. Class monitor, over here, Ji Xinyan waved. Although it was early morning, there were still some students out grabbing breakfast. As they passed by and saw Ji Xinyan, they couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Is she a student from our Haijing University of Technology? Why do I feel like she looks more like she is from the Haijing Academy of Drama? Probably not. Otherwise she would have been famous by now. A few students who had just come out of an internet cafe whispered to each other, and then their gazes fell on Lin Baici, filled with confusion. Isn't it usually the guy who drives a luxury car to pick up the girl? How come it is the other way around for these two, dressed so fashionably? Lin Baici was surprised. You even put on makeup. He looked down at his own casual pants and hoodie. I feel like I have neglected you. Do you realize you are not good enough for me now? Ji Xinyan raised her eyebrows and took the opportunity to hug Lin Baici's arm. But I don't mind you. The flirtatious girl blew a kiss into the air. You have to admit, seeing the envious looks from those boys, I am feeling a bit puffed up. Lin Baici laughed, though he didn't pull Ji Xinyan's hand away. Damn it. I think I have really turned into a scumbag. Get in the car. Since Ji Xinyan said she would be the driver, she was very responsible. She took the initiative to go to the passenger side and open the door for Lin Baici. Class monitor, please, go forward, turn right, drive for 3 blocks. There is a real estate agency there. Lin Baici got into the car and fastened his seatbelt. Then his gaze drifted toward Ji Xinyan. She was wearing a short skirt. So when she sat in the driver's seat, the skirt slid up, and she had no intention of covering it at all. Does it look good? Ji Xinyan started the car. If it looks good, then keep looking for a while. You really don't treat me like an outsider. Lin Baici withdrew his gaze. He took out his phone and called the female agent, Feng Ting. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Hello, this is Lin Baici. Are you at work yet? Yes, yes. I was worried that you had just returned to Haijing from your business trip and would want to sleep in. So, I didn't want to disturb you. Feng Ting explained that she had headed out early this morning for the sake of today's deal. Alright, we'll be there in 10 minutes. Lin Baici was very satisfied with Feng Ting's attitude. After hanging up the phone, real estate agent Feng Ting took 2 deep breaths, then pulled out a small mirror and lipstick to touch up her makeup. Important client, Zhang Meng asked. Judging by the tone Feng Ting had used on the phone, it must have been a big client. Feng Ting wasn't about to tell him. Zhang Meng didn't believe her for a second. Feng Ting had clearly dressed up carefully today. Even though it was still early spring, she had changed into a skirt uniform usually reserved for summer and put on silk stockings. The pair of studded high heels on her feet must have been new. At any rate, he had never seen her wear them before. Still, they were very sexy. Taking advantage of the moment when Feng Ting wasn't paying attention, Zhang Meng secretly snapped 2 photos. He recognized these high heels from some posts on a forum, a brand called Valentino. Very expensive. They cost around 10,000 yuan. However, given Feng Ting's salary, Zhang Meng figured what she bought must be a high-quality replica. Feng Ting stood at the entrance of the shop, not scrolling on her phone but staring at the road. After waiting for over 20 minutes, a Mercedes-Benz coupe drove over and pulled up to the curb. Because it was the morning rush hour, there were many pedestrians and traffic was heavy, so Ji Xinyang couldn't drive fast. She was a little late. Seeing the Mercedes-AMG, Feng Ting immediately clattered down the steps and walked over quickly. Seeing this, Zhang Meng knew Feng Ting's big client had arrived. He picked up a glass of water and walked over, pretending to be busy. And then he was shocked. What the hell? Why is it that college student? Looking at Lin Baici stepping out of the passenger seat, Zhang Meng was very surprised. And then his gaze fell onto the luxurious coupe. Damn it! No wonder he dared to come by a house. Turns out he's a rich second-generation heir. Cars can also be rented. Maybe he's a con artist who specifically targets women like Feng Ting. After all, Haijing is so big. What kind of people aren't there? Zhang Meng was hoping that Feng Ting wouldn't be able to close this deal. When Ji Xinyang stepped out from the driver's seat, Zhang Meng let out another curse and hurriedly pulled out his phone. This girl is damn beautiful. These legs, this slender waist. They are all blades that kill men. Click, click. Zhang Meng zoomed in, but unfortunately, it was still a bit far and not clear. This piece of junk phone. I'll replace it as soon as I have money. I really want to take a few close-up shots. By the way, what is her relationship with that guy, Mr. Lin? Seeing Lin Baici get out of the car, Feng Ting hurriedly greeted him. Sister Ting, Lin Baici smiled. Calling me Mr. is too formal. Just call me Baici, alright. Have you had breakfast? Feng Ting brushed back her hair. I know a breakfast shop nearby that's quite good. In Feng Ting's view, a second-generation heir like Lin Baici who lived a carefree life surely wouldn't wake up early. She had actually wanted to buy breakfast beforehand, but was worried he might look down on it for being too cheap. I've already eaten, haven't you? Lin Baici had a very good personality. Then you should go eat first. Feng Ting wanted to suggest they go try it together, but the moment she saw Ji Xinyang open the car door and step out, her words got stuck in her throat. A massive sense of loss struck her heart. Although Feng Ting had dressed up meticulously, compared to Ji Xinyang, who had also put effort into her makeup and was several years younger than her, she was completely crushed. It was just Feng Ting's bad luck. If her looks were a 7 out of 10, the professional attire might have barely pushed her to an 8. But the problem was, Ji Xinyang was a 10 out of 10 even without makeup. If she acted a bit green tea manipulative innocent, she could even get extra points. Hello. Feng Ting quickly adjusted her mindset, took the initiative to reach out, and then asked Lin Baici, your girlfriend, actually. This wasn't something she should ask. But Feng Ting just wanted to know. Hello. Ji Xinyang shook Feng Ting's hand, wanting to say no, because she was the kind of girl who wouldn't put a guy in a difficult position. But Lin Baici had already spoken. Yeah, Lin Baici nodded. My girlfriend. Ha! Ji Xinyang was stunned. And then a massive wave of joy flooded her chest. She then rolled her eyes at Lin Baici. You shameless jerk. In the past, other boys had called her their girlfriend, although it was a joke. Ji Xinyan felt disgusted and would curse them back immediately, either calling them a toad lusting after swan meat, or telling them to open their dog eyes and see if she would ever fancy them. But for some reason, this time, she didn't want to curse at all. She even felt a little happy. Holy crap! Is this princess actually falling in love? Chapter 551. God Lin buys a house, starting with a villa. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. Feng Ting squeezed out a professional smile, but there was an indescribable bitterness in her heart. She knew that nothing could happen between her and this boy, but she just couldn't control the feeling of distress in her heart. It was like the feeling of going shopping, seeing something you wanted but couldn't afford, and watching it get bought by someone else. Sister Ting, you're very beautiful too. When it came to playing the part, Ji Xinyan was also top tier. Her eyes started over and landed on the high heels on Feng Ting's feet. Valentino. 9,600 yuan. It was just a high-quality replica. How did Ji Xinyan know? Because she had two pairs, into different colorways. These shoes are nice. What brand are they? Ji Xinyan feigned curiosity. TSK. In this weather, wearing high heels with black silk stockings. This woman has ideas about our class monitor, but that's fine. Lin Baici drives a 2 million yuan luxury car. Even if he were uglier, he would still be very attractive to many women. Feng Ting shifted her body uneasily, her 10 toes curling tightly inside her high heels. If it were anyone else, she would have claimed they were Valentino's, but she didn't dare now. She felt that the fashionable girl in front of her definitely knew her luxury goods. If she were questioned, what would she do? That would be too embarrassing. I just can't wear high heels. They hurt too much. Ji Xinyan was just playing a little prank and didn't mean to make Feng Ting lose face in public. So she immediately changed the subject. Let's go get breakfast with you first. Then look at the houses. No, I have already eaten. Feng Ting felt as if she had been granted amnesty and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She then suggested, we can set off now, but I think we should go to the store first. I will introduce the few houses we are looking at today, and then we can decide which one to see first. Let's look at them in the car. Lin Baici noticed there were people in the store and didn't want to be watched. Feng Ting looked at Ji Xinyan. Then how about this? I will give you the materials, you study them yourselves, and when we arrive at the location, we will meet up to look at the houses. Baici, don't worry. For this deal, even if I don't earn a single cent in commission, I will try my best to help you find your ideal house. Feng Ting stated her position. Not earning money was, of course, not an option. Otherwise her Huabei and Jibai payments would be overdue. She could earn a little less. But the main thing was to make friends. If she could connect with a rich second-generation heir like Lin Baici, she might be able to land new development opportunities in the future. Feng Ting also had ideals. She didn't want to be a real estate agent for her whole life, especially since the real estate market had been sluggish lately. It was hateful that she hadn't caught up with the good times when one could make a fortune just by lying down. That works too. Lin Baici didn't mind. Feng Ting immediately trotted toward the store, her high heels clicking against the ground. Ji Xinyan poked Lin Baici. Those high heels look good, right? They're all right. Lin Baici didn't understand fashion. I have 2 pairs. Whenever you want to see them, I will wear them for you. Ji Xinyan was a good girl and didn't tell Lin Baici that Feng Ting was wearing high-quality knockoffs. You choose what color stockings to match them with. Lin Baici pressed his palms together and bowed toward the tea-loving girl. Please spare me, otherwise, I'm really afraid I won't be able to help myself and will take you right here and now. Hee. Ji Xinyan smiled triumphantly. Her charm was just that strong. That Sister Ting seems determined to win this deal. She's really going all out. I planned to wear stockings this morning, but I felt it was too cold, so I gave up. That just means you don't love me, Lin Baici blurted out. The tea-loving girl punched Lin Baici directly in the waist. Feng Ting returned to the store and tittied up in a flurry. That college student is the one from last time, right? The big client you have this time. Zhang Men leaned over to pry. Feng Ting knew this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. Isn't he a college student from out of town? How did he get the qualifications to buy a house? Zhang Meng was curious. And while Feng Ting bent over to take documents from the drawer, he unscrupulously admired her buttocks. Damn it. I really want to give her a slap. I don't know. Feng Ting thought to herself. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Could he be a swindler trying to cheat her out of money and sex? Zhang Meng's words carried a tone of contempt. You should be more careful. Who brings a girlfriend along to scam people? Feng Ting rolled her eyes, thinking Zhang Meng's intelligence was worrying. That's why you've been beaten by society so little. Zhang Meng looked down on her. A man's mouth and a woman's legs are all damn lies. Whoever believes them is unlucky. Feng Ting replied with a cold laugh. She finished organizing the materials, grabbed the keys to her electric scooter from the table, and went out to find Lin Baici. Zhang Meng spat on the ground, feeling incredibly depressed. Looking at Feng Ting's attitude, if that boy said a few sweet words, he could probably sleep with her. Damn it, so annoying. Here are the materials. I have marked everything clearly. You can ask me if there is anything you don't understand. Feng Ting handed the document back to Lin Baici and turned to walk toward the subway entrance not far away. Ji Xinyan was urgently going to return to the car, but seeing Feng Ting walking in that direction, she quickly called out. What are you doing? Riding my bike, of course. Feng Ting said as if it were obvious. Ji Xinyan glanced over. There were only shared bicycles and electric scooters there. Isn't it a car? Feng Ting felt a bit awkward, but she still explained with a forced smile. I've only been working for a few years. I can't afford a car. Ji Xinyan was speechless. She really wanted to ask, if you ride an electric scooter, how long do you expect us to wait? It wasn't that the tea-loving girl looked down on Feng Ting, but she hated wasting time. She was planning to finish looking at the houses early and then go to a bar with the class monitor to have some fun. Only by going to the bar would the class monitor know how strong her charm was. If 10 stinky men didn't hit on her in one night, she would lose. Get in the car. Let's go together. Lin Baici made the decision. But Feng Ting knew her place. Not to mention that this luxury car was worth $2 million. The young couple certainly wouldn't want a third wheel bothering them. Besides, since it concerned buying a house, they definitely wouldn't want her, the agent, to hear their discussions. It was only human nature. Don't say but. Ji Xinyan urged. Hurry up. Feng Ting trotted back and got into the car. She closed the door gently, not daring to use too much force for fear of breaking it. Afterward, she sat with her feet together, behaving herself. She tried her best not to touch any unnecessary space. After Ji Xinyan fastened her seatbelt, she handed the breakfast she had bought for Lin Baici to Feng Ting. Here, for you. No, thank you. Feng Ting refused. Didn't you say you hadn't eaten breakfast? Ji Xinyan smiled. Don't worry. We haven't touched it. No, that's not what I meant, Feng Ting hurriedly explained. Eat up. Otherwise it will go to waste. Lin Baici was already looking through the documents. Since it was hard to refuse such kindness, Feng Ting could not turn her down. So she took the food. Thank you. Pan-fried buns, shrimp dumplings, scallion pancakes, along with a serving of soy milk and millet porridge each. The portions were not large, emphasizing variety. Ji Xinyan's driving skills were decent, but during rush hour, she could only move in fits and starts, crawling at a snail's pace. Worried about oil stains or food crumbs falling and dirtying the car, Feng Ting chose a shrimp dumpling. She took only one bite and was immediately amazed. Wow, this is delicious. It tastes almost the same as Chen's at Jingtai Gate. The meat juices were rich. There was no fishy smell from the shrimp, only a fresh sweetness. And it was plump and bouncy, quite large in size. No need to guess. It is from there, Ji Xinyan chuckled. Feng Ting was stunned for a moment. She had originally wanted to ask where this shrimp dumpling shop was so she could try it later. In her view, Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan were university students at Haijing University of Technology. So the breakfast bought early in the morning must have been from the school cafeteria or a nearby stall. Who would have thought that Ji Xinyan would say it was actually from Chen's? My goodness. Do you to run that far just to grab a meal in the morning? It seems this girl brought the food for Lin Baici. In other words, is she chasing after him? Feng Ting looked up, observing Ji Xinyan's perfect profile, and then looked at her long legs pressing on the gas pedal. No way. With this level of beauty, she would be a campus belle even in university. Yet she has to go to such lengths to please a guy. However, after Feng Ting glanced at Lin Baici, She felt it was quite reasonable. Rich, handsome, and in great shape. It would be strange if he were not being chased. Got it. You have a good palate, Ji Xinyang complimented her. It seems you go to Chen's often? No. Feng Ting gave a bitter smile internally. The steamed buns at Chen's were insanely expensive. She had only gone there once with her boyfriend to try it out. It was only because it was so pricey that it left such a deep impression on her. You have too much free time, Lin Baici frowned. Instead of spending time buying breakfast, you should sleep more. Sleeping alone is too boring. Ji Xinyang shrugged her shoulders. Lin Baici acted as if he hadn't heard. There was definitely a subtext to what the tea girl said. Feng Ting understood, but she pretended not to, lowering her head to eat the shrimp dumplings seriously. My goodness. When a woman takes the initiative, it is truly terrifying. After Feng Ting muttered this to herself, she looked at the silk stockings on her legs and the high heels on her feet, cursing herself silently for being a hypocrite, thinking that the big sister shouldn't laugh at the second sister, taking advantage of the traffic jam. Lin Baici quickly went through the documents. I like this one, Jinxie Fragrant Shore. Lin Baici didn't know how to judge the quality of a house, so he was purely looking at the architectural style and the layout of the residential complex. Ji Xinyang glanced at it. A villa? That's right. I've never lived in a villa before. Lin Baici was very excited. Ji Xinyang's lips, coated in Givenchy lipstick, parted slightly. She really wanted to ask, do you have any idea what the housing prices in Haixing are like? An ordinary improved housing unit, outside the second ring road, 100 square meters, costs about 8 or 9 million. A whole villa like this, you won't get it for less than 30 million. Ji Xinyang knew that Lin Baici's family definitely wasn't poor, but she wasn't sure how much money they had. Besides, could he make the decision to buy a house worth tens of millions on his own? Feng Ting took a look, and the specific details immediately surfaced in her mind. She didn't use any sales tactics, but sincerely introduced it to Lin Baici. Jinxie Fragrant Shore is a very high-quality luxury property. Let me start with the advantages. The entire complex covers a large area, yet there are only 80-some villas. The plot ratio is very low, and the greening rate is extremely high. This complex is over 30 years old, and the occupancy rate is very high. The residents are all wealthy individuals with net worths in the hundreds of millions. You don't have to worry about basic services falling behind. And there are no internet celebrity types or renters. It is known for being quiet. Lin Baici nodded. Let me mention the disadvantage. Because the building age is so long, the interior decoration of the villas is quite outdated. And there is some serious aging of the wiring and such. If you buy it, the subsequent maintenance costs will not be low. Feng Ting displayed her professional expertise. Actually, I don't really recommend you buy it. Technology is developing too rapidly now. Those high-end large flat-floor apartments are gradually becoming intelligent and are very comfortable. Of course, the most important reason is that it is expensive. How much? Ji Xinyang was curious. Over 100 million. No, the unit Baici is looking at is over 600 square meters. Including the house price and deed tax, it totals 70 million, Feng Ting introduced. Most importantly, it also comes with a fairly large private garden. When Feng Ting said this, she stole a glance at Lin Baici's expression, finding his face calm and unruffled, like a still well. She couldn't tell if he was deep and calculating, or if the balance in his bank account was sufficient enough to handle it. Too expensive. Let's go with this one. Ji Xinyang and Lin Baici spoke in unison. Big class monitor. Are you sure you know how to buy a house? Ji Xinyang reminded him. In this location, with this building age, 70 million is a bit of a high premium. Plus the subsequent expenses, you'll be losing nearly 10 million. Now that you put it that way, I feel relieved. Lin Baici laughed. That's the one. First stop, let's go. No, didn't you understand what I said? Ji Xinyang entered Jinxie Fragrant Shore into the navigation, but she didn't give up. The premium is too high, it's not worth it. Focus on driving. Lin Baici was completely unbothered. His annual salary was over 100 million, and because he was a god hunter, he didn't even have to pay personal income tax. So, he actually received 8.3 million every month. This villa could be bought with just 9 months of his salary. What was a premium of a few million? What mattered most was that he liked it. Actually, an annual salary of over 100 million sounds like a lot at first glance. But when converted into US dollars, it is only about 13 million. The top-tier stars in the NBA and the Premier League earn more than that in salary alone, not to mention their maximum contracts. And that is without even counting their various endorsement deals. Those movie stars earn even more outrageous amounts. Thinking about this, Lin Baici suddenly had the urge to find Jiao Hongmian and ask for a raise. Feng Ting could not gauge Lin Baici's financial strength. Logically speaking, since that girl was his girlfriend, she must be very familiar with his family background. And even she did not recommend buying it. It is fine. Just treat it as hanging out with Lin Baici to strengthen their friendship. Half an hour later, they arrived at Jingxi Fragrance Shore. Feng Ting contacted the owner, and after the other party notified the security guards, the barrier was lifted to let them through. The Mercedes drove into the residential complex. The exterior facade of the villa looked old after decades of wind and sun, but the vegetation was very dense. The French plane trees were lush and leafy, standing like rows of cavalrymen guarding both sides of the concrete road. The privacy here is excellent, Ji Xinyang commented. If you were to walk a dog in this complex at night, you would not have to worry about being seen by anyone. This complex allows dogs. Feng Ting was puzzled, not understanding the meaning behind Ji Xinyang's words. Lin Baici was also stunned for a moment. Some owners have such a strong possessiveness that they do not want their dogs to be seen by others. Ji Xinyang explained with a straight face. That is true. Rich people have many strange quirks. Feng Ting expressed her agreement, but why did she still feel like something was not quite right? What kind of dog could be so precious that one would not want strangers to see it? Lin Baici wanted to roll his eyes. Ji Xinyang, could you please stop doing this? There are outsiders present. The coupe parked in front of Villa 36. Feng Ting got out of the car to ring the doorbell. Ji Xinyang closed the car door, and as she walked toward the villa with Lin Baici, she nudged his arm with her elbow and teased him with a mischievous smile. Do you want to walk the dog? I do not. Lin Baici shook his head. And I am not a pervert. Where is your mind wandering off to again? Ji Xinyang first rolled her eyes at Lin Baici, then leaned into his ear and let out a woof woof. Lin Baici quickened his pace to shake off the tea girl. This friend is beyond saving. The person who came out to receive the three of them was a lady named Feng Qiang, in her 40s, wearing a cheongsam with a mink shawl draped over her shoulders. She wore a jade bracelet on her wrist, a large pearl necklace around her neck, and diamond rings on her fingers. In short, her first impression was one of opulence and wealth. This is Mr. Feng Ting was very reserved when facing Feng Qiang. There was no helping it. If it were not for accidentally encountering Lin Baici for this deal, she would likely never have had the chance to touch such a luxury property transaction in her entire life. Because those who want to buy luxury homes are all social elites, or at the very least, middle class. How could they not have their own circle of connections? They would never run to a roadside real estate agency to look for a house. Hello. Seeing that Lin Baici was so young, Feng Qiang frowned slightly, but she immediately smoothed it out. Please come in. Would you like tea or coffee? No need to trouble yourself, thank you. Lin Baici declined. Yun, brew some tea. Feng Qiang still instructed the nanny to make tea, and then, without making small talk, she began to show Lin Baici around the house, focusing on getting straight to the point. The first floor has the living room, kitchen, nanny's room, laundry room. The villa had 4 floors in total. Because it was built so long ago, there was no elevator, and the furniture in the house was all solid wood, with a style that clearly showed it was an old antique from over a decade ago. Although it was expensive, Ji Xinyang was full of disdain. She preferred modern renovations. Lin Baici followed Feng Qiang to look at the house. The apartment building he used to live in with his mother was even older, with exposed wiring and peeling wall paint that had fallen off several times, all of which Lin Baici had painted over with his mother when he was a child. Therefore, looking at this villa now, he felt it was quite good. Moreover, this was the first time Lin Baici had seen a villa, and his most intuitive feeling was that it was big, super big, compared to his own old, broken, and small apartment. Even the kitchen of this villa was larger than his mother's master bedroom. Seeing that although Lin Baici did not speak or express his stance, his expression showed a lot of satisfaction. Feng Qiong felt that it might actually work out. So she became even more motivated to introduce the property. After looking around, they sat back down in the living room. Drink some tea. Feng Qiong took a sip of tea, looked at the front door, and said with deep emotion, "This house has accompanied my family through thick and thin for over 30 years. If it were not for our whole family immigrating, I really would not be willing to sell it." "I understand," Lin Baici nodded. "How old are you?" Dian asked curiously. 19. Lin Baici smiled slightly. "So young. It is a pity that my daughter is already in her 20s and studying abroad in Europe. Otherwise, I would really like to introduce you to." Feng Qiong showed her appreciation for Lin Baici. Lin Baici did not get carried away, because this could very well be a sales tactic and acting. "What do you think of this villa?" Feng Qiong asked with a smile. "If you like it and decide to buy it, I am willing to part with it and can even give you a discount of 5 million. Feng Ting raised her eyebrows, feeling that the rich really do not treat money as money. "Do not think that I am joking. It is only a few million. It is just one less sports car for the kids to buy." Feng Qiong smiled confidently. Lin Baici looked at Ji Xinyan. "What do you think?" "The location is good, and it is close to Haijing University of Technology. But the problem is that it is too old." Ji Xinyan was not afraid of offending Feng Qiong and said exactly what she thought. "I feel that young people living in this kind of house will become sluggish and lifeless. It is really not as good as buying a large flat. And one more thing, the house is too expensive. After you buy it, if you are short on money in the future, it will be hard to find a buyer to take it off your hands. And to be honest, the potential for appreciation is pitifully small." Feng Qiong sized up Ji Xinyan. This college student had quite a bit of insight. Her family must be in business. Lin Baici nodded and looked at Feng Ting's sister Ting. "What do you think?" "I buy." Feng Ting thought for a moment and said, "If it can really be 5 or 6 million cheaper, I think it is doable. What if it is a bit old? As long as it is cheap, that is all that matters." Deep down, Feng Ting still values practicality above all else. "I looked at the agency information, and you listed it for 70 million. Andy, there must be a premium in that price. And plus the discount you just mentioned you would give me. How about this? 60 million, final offer. I will buy this villa." Lin Baici proposed. Feng Ting was stunned. "What did I just hear?" She really wanted to ask, "Brother Lin, are you joking? This is buying a house, no, a villa, worth tens of millions. Not buying cabbage at the market." Feng Qiong was also taken aback. She then frowned and looked at Lin Baici carefully, asking, "Should you not discuss this with your parents first?" Feng Qiong had good manners. She did not fly into a rage or scold him for wasting her time, which was already quite decent of her. "No need. I can make the decision myself." Lin Baici smiled. Seeing that Lin Baici did not seem to be joking, Feng Qiong stood up and said, "You to have some tea first. I need to make a phone call." Lin Baici nodded. After Feng Qiong left, Feng Ting looked at Lin Baici with excitement. "Buy Baici, are you really buying it? Otherwise?" Lin Baici asked in return. Feng Ting swallowed hard. She suddenly felt an indescribable sense of loss. Sometimes she could not even bear to spend money on a cup of milk tea. Yet this boy, who was younger than her, was buying a villa as easily as if he were buying a snack. Ji Xinyan punched Lin Baici on the arm. "Are you sick in the head? What is wrong? Even if you have money and like this house, this is not the way to buy it. You have to maximize the benefits." Ji Xinyan said with disdain. "Do not say another word from now on. Let me handle the negotiations. If you were not my husband, I would make you kneel on a keyboard with a durian on your head every night for being so wasteful. Is cutting 10 million off enough?" Lin Baici truly did not understand these things. "It is, but only on the condition that there is absolutely nothing wrong with this house." As Ji Xinyan said this, she looked at Feng Ting. It was not unheard of for agents and owners to collude to scam buyers. "Are you talking about structural issues?" Lin Baici felt that Ji Xinyan had too many concerns. He did not want to buy it only to be left with a pile of hidden problems later. So, he looked at Feng Ting, waiting for an answer. Feng Ting subconsciously wanted to say there were no problems, But she had not actually investigated. She had only collected the property information. It was not that she was being perfunctory, but she had not expected Lin Baici to decide to buy it on the very first meeting. Usually, these things took several rounds of negotiation. During that time, she could have gone to check. Ji Xinyan spread her hands. Feng Ting was not trustworthy. I will ask someone to check. Lin Baici took out his phone and called Nanggong Shu. Auntie Shu, are you busy? Even if I were on the guillotine, I would have to attend to you first. On the other end of the line came Nanggong Shu's magnetic and cheerful voice. Have you returned to Haijing? If you are back, come see Auntie Shu quickly. I have missed you so much I have withered away. Lin Baici glanced at Ji Xinyan and stood up, walking a distance away. Men. Ji Xinyan crossed her arms and sat with her legs crossed. Come to think of it, does Lin Baici really like older women? Auntie Shu, I have an urgent matter. Can you help me check if there are any issues with the house? Lin Baici lowered his voice. I can pay 10 meteor coins. Would Auntie Shu ever take your money? Nanggong Shu said with disdain. You are in a hurry, right? Fine, give me the address, and I will give you the results within half an hour. Lin Baici gave her the address of the villa. Nanggong Shu hung up the phone to go find someone. Lin Baici thought for a moment and then called Jia Halmian. Director, I have my eye on a villa, but I am not sure if there is anything fishy about it. Can you help me check? I am an ace agent, so it should be fine to trouble the director. Right, address. Jia Halmian was concise and to the point. Upon hearing the address Lin Baici provided, she replied, I will give you an answer in 10 minutes, and hung up. As expected of a state agency, Lin Baici sighed. They were faster than Nanggong Shu. 5 or 6 minutes later, Fang Qiong came back down. A price reduction of 10 million is too much. 5 million. I can agree to that. Fang Qiong took a sip of tea. Do not be in a hurry. Listen to me first. How about this? All my furniture is made of high-quality old rosewood. Selling them would easily fetch 3 or 4 million. My whole family is immigrating, so I cannot take these with me, and selling them is a hassle. I will leave them all for you. Whether you sell them or use them, you will not be at a loss. I definitely will not tear the house down to renovate it, but I want to change the furniture. Lin Baici had no time to deal with such things. Fang Qiong continued to persuade him, trying to convince Lin Baici. Lin Baici did not like this approach, and he also had to wait for the results from Nanggong Shu and Jia Halmian. 10 minutes passed, and his phone rang right on time. It was Jia Halmian. As soon as the call connected, Jia Halmian's voice came through without any pleasantries. That villa is likely to become a foreclosed property. Its owner is currently in deep trouble in Europe. Do not buy it, no matter how cheap it is. Thank you for your trouble, Director. Lin Baici expressed his gratitude. You are my ace, after all. There was the sound of coffee being sipped on the other end. If you have any issues, come to me. You can call me even at 12 midnight. Do not be afraid of disturbing me. Understood. Putting away his phone, Lin Baici stood up. Auntie, I am sorry. I will not be buying it. Fang Qiong's face turned somewhat panicked. Let us talk more. Transactions like this cannot be settled in a few words. Can we both take a step back? No more talk. Lin Baici refused. Fang Qiong hurriedly stood up to stop Lin Baici. Lin Baici's phone rang again. The owner of that villa is currently overseas with a son and daughter, and they have gotten into quite a bit of trouble. Only the mistress is hiding back here in the country. However, if you have your heart set on it, I can find a way to help you get your hands on the property without any hidden risks. Nanggong Shu had clearly done her research, and compared to Jia Halmian, she was far more ruthless. She played by neither moral codes nor the law. Thank you, Aunt Shu. Through this detail, Lin Baici also gained insight into Nanggong Shu's style of operation. Then Aunt Shu will wait for your thank you gift. Nanggong Shu teased Lin Baici a few times before hanging up the phone. Let us take our leave. Lin Baici signaled for Ji Xinyan and Feng Ting to head out. Wait, I can make one more concession. Fang Qiong was anxious to liquidate the villa. Then 60 million. Ma'am, don't make me spell it out for you. There is something wrong with your house. Lin Baici did not want to drag this out any further. What nonsense are you spouting? Fang Qiong's eyes flickered, and she continued to play tough. I have lived in this villa for over 30 years. What could possibly be wrong with it? You know that yourself. Lin Baici chuckled, bypassed Fang Qian, and walked out. Fang Qian was very confident in her ability to judge people. That young man had clearly been genuinely interested in buying. So the problem must have been those 2 phone calls he took. What kind of family does this kid come from? He found out the truth about me in just a few minutes. Terrifying. The 3 of them got into the Mercedes and left Jinxie Perfume Coast. Feng Ting was still in a daze. She was starting to suspect that Lin Baici couldn't actually afford it and was just messing with that wealthy woman for fun. But surely Lin Baici wasn't the type of person to have such low character. Big class monitor. I didn't expect you to have these kinds of connections in Haijing. Ji Xinyan was surprised. Compared to Feng Ting, Ji Xinyan had seen more of the world and knew for a fact that Lin Baici must have reached out to someone. It's just friends doing me a favor. It was a pity that he couldn't buy a place here, as it was the closest to Haijing University of Technology. Then, if you accidentally get me pregnant in the future, you have to find me the best hospital and the best doctor for an abortion. Ji Xinyan started acting like a vixen again. I'm afraid of pain. Feng Ting wanted to say that she wasn't afraid of pain and would be fine going to a small clinic for an abortion, even without any nutritional compensation. They went on to look at 3 more villas, but Lin Baici gave up on them without even notifying the owners. One was a mix of villas and high-rise apartments, which meant to many people and a chaotic environment. Another was located in an area undergoing demolition, with the deafening roar of machinery. Looking at the state of it, it would take at least 3 years of construction after the demolition was finished. There was no way Lin Baici could put up with that. The third one had an urban village and a massive wet market nearby, making transportation incredibly inconvenient. Commuting to and from work would mean at least half an hour of traffic jams every day. Let's stop looking. Let's go eat first. Lin Baici felt a bit discouraged. He realized that when it came to buying a house, having money wasn't enough. Realize how troublesome it is now. Ji Xinyan saw Lin Baici's annoyance and comforted him. You're actually doing fine. You have money. For many people, buying a house involves sinking their entire family's savings into it. It's the biggest event of their lives. If they fall into a trap or end up with an unfinished building, they lose at least 10 years of happiness. So, be patient. Are there any famous restaurants nearby? Let's go have a big meal. Lin Baici opened my tuan. Guan Tower seems to be around here. I heard from a friend that their Cantonese cuisine is quite good. Then let's go there. Feng Ting watched Ji Xinyan set the navigation and whispered, Guan Tower is very expensive. It's about 600 or 700 per person. She had never eaten there, but she had heard of it. Eat as much as you want. Let the class monitor treat us. Ji Xinyan chuckled. That's not what I meant. Feng Ting offered a brief explanation and said nothing more. If she had to pay, she didn't have the financial means to do so. However, judging by Lin Baici's character, he seemed very generous. Of course, Feng Ting felt embarrassed to eat such an expensive meal on someone else's dime. So, when the car pulled up to the curb outside Guan Tower, Feng Ting spoke up. Shall we meet back at 2 o'clock? Why, aren't we eating together? Lin Baici more or less understood Feng Ting's mindset. No, I'll just go eat something at a roadside shop. Feng Ting waved her hand. Let's go. Lin Baici laughed. I can afford one meal. Chapter 550 to Class Monitor. I really like you more and more. The lobby manager saw the 3 of them enter and immediately walked up to greet them. Please, come in, the 3 of you. Do you have a private room? Lin Baici glanced around. More than half the tables were occupied, and it was quite noisy. The smell of smoke and alcohol mingled together, creating the unique atmosphere of a restaurant. Sir, the thing is, our private rooms require a minimum of 6 people. Before the lobby manager could finish, Ji Xinyan interrupted her. Is there a minimum spend? Ji Xinyan disliked the smell of smoke in the lobby. The lobby manager subtly sized up the 3 of them. Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan looked like college students, while Feng Ting was in professional attire, looking like a junior office worker or perhaps a salesperson. Although she was older, it was clear she wasn't the one calling the shots. The girl who spoke was wearing clothes that clearly weren't cheap, and the Chanel bag she carried didn't look like a knockoff. If we order 3,000 yuan worth of food, Can we have a private room? If yes, take us there. If not, we'll go somewhere else. Lin Baici didn't want to waste his breath. The lobby manager worked in the catering industry and met all sorts of people every day. But she hadn't encountered many who negotiated like Lin Baici. It made her unsure of his background, so she hesitated. A 3,000 yuan meal was already a very high expenditure, but the problem was, what if this kid didn't order that much once they got inside? She couldn't exactly kick them out, could she? Why did the private rooms require at least 6 people if not to make more money? Stop stalling. Ji Xinyun hooked her arm through Lin Baici's. Let's not eat here. Let's go somewhere else. Madam, the Cantonese cuisine at our Guang restaurant is quite famous in Haijing. It will definitely make your trip worthwhile. Please, this way, this way. The lobby manager wore a smile as he led the way, guiding Lin Baici and the other two toward a private room. After having the waiter serve tea, the lobby manager handed the menu to Lin Baici. Bring 2 more copies. Lin Baici handed them to Ji Xinyun. It had to be said that having money gave one confidence. Sister Ting, order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite with us. When Ji Xinyun heard Lin Baici say us instead of me, she felt wonderful inside. Feng Ting took the menu, glanced at it for a couple of pages, and immediately felt a headache coming on. Oh my goodness, it is so expensive. Over 500 for a single emperor roast goose. Could it be that it is valuable just because it has the word emperor in it? If this were chicken legs, I could eat one every day for over a month. Which ones are your signature dishes? Lin Baici flipped through the menu. The pictures looked quite good. Everything on the first pages. The lobby manager introduced them. Just as he was about to recite the names of the dishes, he heard the very handsome young man speak. One of each. After Lin Baici finished speaking, the lobby manager, who had been somewhat indifferent, immediately walked back to Lin Baici's side, his hands folded in front of his abdomen. My God, he really is a big client. Feng Ting immediately scanned the prices of the dishes and silently calculated in her head. 4 dishes added up to just over 1,500. Steamed leopard coral grouper, golden soup crab roe tofu, and another 8 treasure winter melon soup. Do you two want to drink anything? Ji Xinyun ordered much more efficiently than Feng Ting. One could tell she was a regular at such high-end restaurants. I will pass. Feng Ting did not dare to order at all. I want to try this Buddha jumps over the wall. I have seen it in historical costume dramas before. It seems to be very famous. Lin Baici flipped to the Buddha jumps over the wall page. This dish. Every chef makes it taste differently. It is not easy to find an authentic one, Ji Xinyun commented. Lin Baici gave up, but Ji Xinyun instructed the lobby manager, bring one. Would you like a single portion, or a pot? The lobby manager asked. The whole pot. Ji Xinyun wanted to roll her eyes. In most restaurants, a single portion is just a few spoonfuls. Would that even be enough for our class monitor to rinse his mouth? Very well. The lobby manager's heart was completely at ease. His decision to bring them into the private room was wise. Feng Ting took a look. Oh my, 1 pot is 1888. Let us leave it at that. Ordering too much will be a waste. We can talk about staples later. Ji Xinyun closed the menu. Do you need any drinks? The lobby manager was very satisfied. This meal was nearly 5,000. A big order. Bring 5 Jeju barbal teas. Ji Xinyun did not want to waste time, so she simply made the decision for everyone. Lin Baici had no objections. Feng Ting was there for a free meal, so she was even less likely to have any objections. It was currently peak dining time, and Guang restaurant was very famous, so there were many diners. The kitchen was very busy, and dishes were usually served slowly. However, the lobby manager saw that the 3 of them were wealthy, and wanting to win them over, he specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare their food first and not keep the distinguished guests waiting. The roast goose was ready-made and only needed to be sliced, so it was served the fastest. Feng Ting felt that the plating alone was worth 50 yuan. Monitor, actually, I just realized something. When we went to look at the house, anyone would have asked a few questions seeing how young we are. But that wealthy woman did not. Instead, she eagerly took us on a tour of the villa. That actually says it all. She is in a hurry to sell. Ji Xinyun analyzed. Lin Baici nodded. He had just thought of this as well. When Feng Ting heard this, she quickly apologized. Baici, I am sorry. It was my lack of thorough investigation. I almost let you suffer a big loss. Feng Ting wanted to explain that it was not that she was not diligent, but that he had bought it too quickly, and the process had not yet reached the investigation stage. But Lin Baici was no longer listening. It is fine. Lin Baici smiled. Pick up your chopsticks and start eating. Feng Ting breathed a sigh of relief, following the scent of the roast goose and looking at the exquisite plating. She actually wanted to take a photo, but seeing that neither Lin Baici nor Ji Xinyan were doing so, she felt embarrassed to take out her phone. Are you really planning to buy a villa? After the leopard coral grouper was served, Ji Xinyan added the fattest piece, dipped it in the sauce, and placed it on Lin Baici's plate. The appreciation potential for this kind of house is very slow. I am doing it to live comfortably. I do not plan on relying on it to make money. Any piece of the most trashy God-forbidden item on Lin Baici could be sold on the black market for 10 million. Ji Xinyan was not the type of girl to be stubborn. Since Lin Baici had already made his decision and she had already voiced her concerns, all that was left was to do her best to help him find a high-quality, affordable villa. That woman, once she leaves the country and heads to Europe, will definitely die. The gluttonous god suddenly commented. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Was he talking about the wealthy woman? Can you say something useful next time? Like whether the house is good or bad. The three of them ate and chatted. With Ji Xinyan, a social butterfly, there was no need to worry about any awkward silences. Even Feng Ting did not feel left out or like an outsider. This kind of girl, she can get along anywhere, right? Logically, as a salesperson, Feng Ting should have been controlling the situation, taking the opportunity to get closer to Lin Baici and figure out his background. But she had no chance at all. A waiter pushed a food cart over, and the lobby manager placed a steaming pot in the middle of the dining table. As the lid was opened, a fragrance wafted out. The ingredients are fresh, but not precious enough. Furthermore, it has been simmered for too long, and the cooking technique is only average. I will give it a 666, no more than that, the gluttonous god commented. Let us not talk about that. Lin Baici was speechless. The gluttonous god made him feel like a sucker, but when dining out, one couldn't really talk about cost-effectiveness, especially at a high-end restaurant like this. Feng Ting touched her phone. A 1888 Buddha jumps over the wall. She didn't know when she would get to eat something like this again. She wanted to take a picture. Ji Xinyan noticed Feng Ting's subtle movements, so she picked up her phone and snapped a photo of the Buddha jumps over the wall. I'm going to post this on my moments to tell my besties that my new simp is bleeding money. Thank you, baby, for giving me this opportunity. Lin Baici immediately put on an expression of overwhelming gratitude. Ji Xinyan was instantly delighted. She leaned over to Lin Baici and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Class monitor, I really like you more and more. If it were any other man, he might be unhappy hearing such teasing. But Lin Baici didn't mind. Instead, he indulged her and played along with her antics. You two have such a great relationship. Feng Ting felt envious. Since Ji Xinyan had already taken photos, she didn't hold back either. She picked up her phone and started snapping away, capturing everything else on the table as well. You have sauce all over your mouth. Lin Baici liked this little bit of tenderness from Ji Xinyan. It wasn't just the kiss, it was the way she had unobtrusively fulfilled Feng Ting's little wish. Then let me wipe it for you. As she spoke, Ji Xinyan leaned her mouth toward him again. Lin Baici pushed her away and pulled out a tissue to wipe his own mouth. Ji Xinyan was very happy. She picked up some fish for Lin Baici and even carefully removed all the bones. Eat your own food. Don't worry about me. Lin Baici had absorbed meteor stones and eaten divine remains, especially after tasting the gods themselves. He had become unaccustomed to this method of gaining energy through eating. The efficiency was just too low. Thinking of the gods, Lin Baici felt a craving again. That was the real delicacy. After Feng Ting finished taking photos, she blocked Lin Baici and posted to her moments. The food at Guan Tower is truly delicious. Highly recommended, especially the 1888 Buddha jumps over the wall. Super fresh. Below was a 9-grid collage, with the Buddha jumps over the wall standing in the center spot. Feng Ting watched her phone. And in less than a minute, her boyfriend liked and commented on it. Holy crap. You actually went to Guang Tower to splurge. Ding dong. A WeChat message arrived. Jojin. Eating with a male client. How many people? Did you drink? Feng Ting felt annoyed the moment she saw this. Was he doubting her character? But she still explained with forced patience. Feng Ting, 3 people. 2 women and 1 man. No drinking. Jojin. Feng Ting. What do you mean? Do you think I'm stupid? 3 people ordered this much food. Are you pigs? Feng Ting. Damn it. Can't the client be rich? Jojin. Then take a picture for me and let me see. When Feng Ting saw this, she was truly angry. Feng Ting, you want me to take a picture of the client? Are you sick? Do you want me to lose this deal? Lin Baici was one thing, but to secretly photograph his girlfriend to show her boyfriend. What kind of behavior was that? It would be incredibly awkward if she got caught. Jojin, Ting Ting, I treat you so well. Don't you dare do me wrong. Feng Ting was so angry her chest felt like it was going to explode. What the hell did I do? Is it a crime to eat a meal and post a picture on Moments to show off? Jojin, then come back as soon as you finish eating. Feng Ting sent a string of question marks, expressing her speechlessness, and then started scolding him. Feng Ting, if I close this deal, I'll get a commission of at least tens of thousands. You want me to go back now? Jojin, it's a good thing you didn't say the commission was 200 or 300 million. Feng Ting froze for a moment. Once she understood what Jojin meant, she was so angry she almost threw her phone. I wish I could do business worth hundreds of millions with Lin Baici. But would he even look at me? Block. Get lost. Yemenkianian. I just went to Guang Tower last month. The taste is indeed good. Feng Ting knew that Yemenkianian was Zhang Meng. Seeing this comment, she almost replied, you haven't eaten anything. With your measly monthly salary, you can't even pay off your wabe. And you dare to come to Guang Tower? Of course, they were colleagues. And Feng Ting didn't want to make things awkward. There were also some colleagues and friends who liked and commented. Their words filled with envy. Wei like Chi. Did Ting Ting close a big deal? Envious, bestie no. 1. I want to eat it too. You stinky Ting. Remember to pack some for me. Especially that Buddha jumps over the wall. I don't mind leftovers. Younger sister cousin. You've really made it. Feng Ting knew her bestie's comment was a joke, but she still felt a little smug because her bestie had definitely never eaten food from this place. Just as she was about to reply, her boyfriend's call came through. Feng Ting glanced at Lin Baici. Mute, block. She didn't want to answer her boyfriend's call in front of Lin Baici, or rather, she didn't want Lin Baici to know she had a boyfriend. I'm going to the restroom. Ji Xinyan left. Feng Ting felt this was an opportunity. She should take the chance to say something to Lin Baici and try to become friends. But she had no idea how to start the conversation. After struggling for a long time, she could only manage. Your girlfriend is very pretty. You are very pretty too. Lin Baici flattered her. I'm an old maid now. Feng Ting laughed at herself, wondering how she could show off her figure without being too obvious, especially these legs. Otherwise, wouldn't the black stockings and high heels be a waste? One only regrets not having studied enough when the time comes to use it. She should have watched more of those suggestive videos on Dian to learn a thing or two. While Feng Ting was conflicted, Ji Xinyan returned, completely extinguishing her fire. There was no helping it. His girlfriend's figure was just too good. She couldn't compete. In the private room, with no one to disturb them, the atmosphere for the meal remained quite pleasant. Are you both finished? Lin Baici was ready to leave. They hadn't eaten much of the food, especially the Buddha jumps over the wall, which still had more than half left. They definitely didn't need any staple food. I'm finished. Feng Ting nodded quickly. Waiter, pack this up and check, please, Lin Baici called out. Feng Ting used a tissue to wipe her mouth and tidied up her things. This meal was the most expensive one she had ever eaten, and also the one where she felt the most complicated. Then she heard the restaurant manager's words. This lady has already paid the bill. Feng Ting looked up and saw Ji Xinyan making a V sign at Lin Baici. I said I was treating. Lin Baici felt helpless. The tea sister had said she was going to the restroom, but she had clearly gone to settle the bill. Why are you fighting me for it? Are we really going to draw lines between us? Ji Xinyan reached out to hook her arm around Lin Baici's. You treated me to the first cup of milk tea of autumn last year, and I still haven't returned the favor. Don't go sending me red envelopes. All right. It's just a few thousand. Don't be so calculative. Ji Xinyan unleashed her ultimate coquettish move. I feel like I'm really starting to like you. Lin Baici sighed. He had originally only wanted to have some fun with the tea sister, the kind where no emotional investment was required. What should he do now? Well, a meal in exchange for a bit of affection. Worth it. Totally worth it. Ji Xinyan placed her hands in front of her chest and clapped them together, just like a seal. Feng Ting was starting to get confused about the nature of their relationship. Beep, beep. The sound of a train whistle rang out. You've got a text message. Ji Xinyan knew that was the sound of Lin Baici's phone receiving a message. She then watched as Lin Baici pulled out his phone, took one look, and a massive smile immediately bloomed on his face. Chapter 553, No More Pretending. I'm a billionaire and I'm laying my cards on the table. Your account ending in 6012 received a deposit transfer from another bank of 100 million. 0 on March 26 at 1:56 a.m. The balance is 162,972,036.58 yuan. Sender name, Zhuzhou Security Bureau. Sender account ending in 100 Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The moment Lin Baici saw the text, he knew the Zhuzhou Security Bureau had deposited his bonus. His mental arithmetic was quite good, and he didn't need to do any addition or subtraction now, as it was just a string of numbers. But Lin Baici still counted them out one by one, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. He couldn't help it. There were just too many zeros. 10 yuan and 100 yuan. A difference of 1 digit. Didn't make much of a difference. But 1 million and 10 million were quite exaggerated. Not to mention 100 million. This was definitely a massive sum of money. What kind of message is it? Making you smile so happily. Ji Xinyan had grown close to Lin Baici and was no longer a stranger, and she was worried it might be a message from some other woman. So she took a frank look. Although she wasn't ready to be Lin Baici's girlfriend and didn't care if he had one, it was better if he didn't, even for the tea sister. There was a tiny bit of possessiveness. Ji Xinyan glanced at it, and then she was stunned. What did I just see? A bank transfer notification. 8 zeros. Is it fake? Born into a merchant family and dealing with money from a young age, Ji Xinyan was very sharp. She saw it clearly with one glance. But she couldn't believe it. The main thing was that the amount was too large. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Ji Xinyan recalled the string of numbers she had just seen in her mind. Oh my god, that's right. It was exactly 8 zeros, 100 million. Ji Xinyan instinctively looked at Lin Baici. Lin Baici didn't notice the tea sister's expression. He was wondering if this 100 million bonus included both the Bizan Divine Ruins and the Luoyang 7 towns. Class monitor, Ji Xinyan asked curiously. Is your family that loaded? Feng Ting, who had stood up and was preparing to pack the leftovers, couldn't help but glance at Lin Baici's phone when she heard this. Loaded. I want to see too. How? Lin Baici was startled. Do you mind if I take a look? Ji Xinyan leaned her head over. Lin Baici had already unlocked his phone and tapped into the text message. And the screen was now displaying a list of messages. The latest one was exactly that. So this time, the tea sister saw it clearly. Oh my goodness. She had thought 100 million was already exaggerated, but she hadn't expected the balance to be even more terrifying. Sigh. Lin Baici let out a sigh. I originally intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but all it got me was distance. No more pretending. I'm a billionaire. I'm laying my cards on the table, Lin Baici joked. Ever since the class reunion, when Lin Baici called a car to pick him and Ji Xinyan up in front of the bar, he hadn't thought about hiding it anymore. Besides, to be honest, the tea sister's first impression on him was that of a fashionable girl covered in luxury goods. He subconsciously felt that to pursue such a girl, one had to have money. Lin Baici was a god hunter, but he was also a worldly person. He wouldn't actively show off his wealth, but he wouldn't pretend to be poor either. When Feng Ting heard this, her heart skipped a beat. A billionaire. Could it really be true? Damn. Ji Xinyan gave Lin Baici a nudge with her elbow. Send me a red envelope. I regret paying for the meal now, haha, too late. Lin Baici knew the tea sister was joking. She wasn't the stingy type. Ji Xinyan was wearing perfume today, and there was a faint scent of jasmine on her. It smelled very good. What exactly does your family do? You don't look like you're from an official's family. So, is it purely a merchant family? Ji Xinyan was very curious. Following her father, Ji Xinyan had seen big bosses with assets over 100 million. But that was the total family wealth. What was going on with Lin Baici? How could he have over 160 million on a personal bank card? When the time is right, I'll tell you. Lin Baici smiled broadly, revealing 8 white teeth. Besides the bonus, there was also his monthly salary, which the security bureau deposited into his bank account punctually on the 12th of every month. Did your family give you such a huge sum of money just like those young masters, letting you start a company to practice, or for investment experience? Ji Xinyan was not short of money, and her father doted on her, giving her whatever she asked for. However, asking parents for money always came with certain reservations. It was far more satisfying to spend one's own. That was why Ji Xinyan had always wanted to start her own business. But her father wouldn't agree to it. That's not it. Lin Baici shook his head. Then what do you mean? Ji Xinyan furrowed her delicate brows. It couldn't possibly be pocket money, could it? Actually, it's my bonus. Lin Baici chuckled. Rewarding you for what? Skipping class every day. Ji Xinyan rolled her eyes. Then, noticing that Feng Ting was listening to their conversation, she stopped pursuing the topic, and her mood calmed down. After all, she was a girl accustomed to wealth, and among those who pursued her, there were plenty of second-generation rich kids. Is it okay for a man not to earn money? Lin Baici stood up and walked toward the exit of the private room, teasing the tea girl on purpose. If I put down the bricks, I cannot provide for you. If I pick up the bricks, I cannot hold you in the room. Not to mention the tea girl, Feng Ting, or the waiter. Even the lobby manager, who already had 2 children, was stunned by Lin Baici's words. A wave of inexplicable melancholy welled up in her heart, as if she were recalling the love she had missed during her student days. Damn it, Lin Baici, are you trying to kill me? The tea girl retorted, feeling quite flustered inside. The impact of Lin Baici saying those words was far greater than that of the 100 million. She even began to imagine herself at home, taking care of the baby and washing diapers, while stir-frying dinner and calling Lin Baici to ask what time he would be home. Oh my goodness. Why did that life feel not so bad? However, the tea girl thought that if she were to call her stinky husband Lin Baici, it certainly wouldn't be to remind him not to buy cheap formula, or to tell him not to buy her flowers, but to tell him that when he came home at night, he must buy 10 boxes of Okamoto. 1 or 2 boxes. That wouldn't even be enough for one night. Feng Ting thought of her own boyfriend. Damn it. He was broke every month and still had to ask her for money. If it weren't for the 3.5 years they had spent together in college, she would have broken up with him long ago. Once in the car, they headed toward Vank Emerald World. Lin Baici leaned back in his seat. After the setbacks of the morning, his enthusiasm had waned. When buying things, especially when money was no object, one naturally wanted to look at what they liked first. So, honestly speaking, Lin Baici wasn't very satisfied with the remaining villa options. This Vank Emerald World was a large development with over 300 villas, divided into Zone 1 and Zone 2. There were very few detached houses. Most were townhouses or stacked villas. The stacked villas were either 2-unit or 3-unit layouts, and Lin Baici definitely wouldn't buy those. The main concern was not knowing the quality of the neighbors. In his current home, a drunkard lived upstairs who would beat his wife whenever he got drunk, causing the police to be called frequently. The soundproofing was also poor. He could hear the children upstairs running, jumping, and playing. When he had no money, he had no choice. But now, Lin Baici only wanted to live in a detached house. To put it bluntly, even though this development was a villa area, it wasn't high-end enough. One could buy a unit for just over 10 million, and the population density was a bit too high. Feng Ting didn't call the homeowner. She simply explained their purpose to the security guard, and the guard raised the barrier to let them in. After all, Lin Baici had arrived in a luxury car worth $2 million. He couldn't possibly be a thief. This neighborhood isn't great, Ji Xinyan frowned. There are too many people. I'll be seen when I walk the dog at night. Feng Ting could only offer an awkward, apologetic smile. She didn't understand. It was just walking a dog would a piece of her flesh fall off if she were seen. Are all the people living here mistresses? They had only been driving for a short while, and Ji Xinyan had already spotted 5 women running in yoga pants. They had quite good figures, as well as to people live streaming and through real estate agents showing properties to clients. Feng Ting wanted to say that they might not be mistresses, but rather young women who had rented villas here, if they dressed sexily. In case they caught the eye of a wealthy man, they might marry into a rich family. As an agent, she shouldn't really say that, but Feng Ting wanted to be friends with Lin Baici, so she told the truth. I've heard that the rental rate for this development is quite high. A portion of it is young people co-renting, gold diggers pretending to be socialites, or people doing self-media. Ji Xinyan wasn't surprised at all. Money was, in fact, a natural threshold. A development with a base price of over 10 million couldn't keep people out. Zone 1 is better than this area. It's all detached houses and townhouses. Feng Ting introduced, adding the advantages. Actually, it's convenient for travel. Turn left at the exit for 100 meters and you're at the subway station. Take line 6. And it's only for stops to Haijing University of Technology, half an hour at most. Oh my god, take the subway. Do you have no idea what the morning and evening rush hours are like in Haijing? If I squeeze in there for 10 minutes, I'll probably end up pregnant. Ji Xinyan had experienced it once. It was truly crowded, the kind where your feet could hover off the ground. Feng Ting choked. She stole a glance at Lin Baici. Indeed, expecting a rich person like him to squeeze onto the subway every day was completely detached from reality. If you drive, it takes an hour at the fastest. Doing that every day is a bit too far. Ji Xinyan shook her head, under Feng Ting's direction. They parked next to Building 12 in Zone 1. It was a townhouse. The 3 of them got out of the car and walked over. Feng Ting knocked on the door and explained their purpose through the intercom system on the door. Soon, the door opened. A middle-aged woman in her 40s walked out. Hello, Ms. Liu. This is Mr. Lin and Ms. Ji. We are here to look at the house, Feng Ting said with a smile. Who was buying? Ms. Liu sized up Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan. It's this mer. Feng Ting introduced. A 20 million yuan house. And you can make the decision, Ms. Liu questioned. That girl was all right, dressed in designer brands. But this young man, while he had a good temperament, was dressed too poorly. In reality, he wasn't bad. Among ordinary college students, calling Lin Baici bourgeois wouldn't be an exaggeration. But in the eyes of a wealthy woman like her, Lin Baici didn't measure up. Again, Lin Baici nodded. Ms. Li's tone and smile made it clear she didn't believe him. How many hundreds of millions do you have at home to be saying things like that? If you want to buy a house, have your parents come and take a look. After saying this, Ms. Liu looked at Feng Ting. Do you think my time is as worthless as yours? Please be more professional next time. With that, Ms. Liu slammed the door shut and blocked Feng Ting's contact information while she was at it. She believed Lin Baici intended to buy a house, but she didn't believe he had the authority to make the decision. If he looked at it, and his parents had objections later, it would just be a waste of effort. What was the point? Lin Baici leaned back slightly. Well, that was a direct cold shoulder. Ji Xinyan pursed her lips and poked Lin Baici's arm. Show her your bank account balance. Do I look like I have nothing better to do? Lin Baici turned and walked away. I'm sorry, Feng Ting apologized hurriedly. It's fine. Lin Baici felt a bit annoyed. Buying a house was truly troublesome. Should we still look at the other 3 properties? Feng Ting asked in a soft, timid voice. There were still a few other units for sale in this Vank Emerald Heaven complex. Lin Baici thought for a moment. Let's go straight to the King of Buildings. Forget about the others. Feng Ting quickly led the way while calling the owner to coordinate. The King of Buildings was located in the very center of the first plot, standing out like stars surrounding the moon. It was surrounded by rockeries, lakes, and lush trees. Compared to other areas in the second plot, the distance between the villas here was much greater, offering significantly better privacy. Moreover, this particular villa was the best of the best. The nearest neighboring building was to its west, over 40 meters away. Of course, The price for such exclusivity was that this villa cost nearly 50% more than the other residences. The owner of the villa was named Lu Changming, and he was home today. When the high-end, custom-made Italian deer armored double doors opened, they revealed a man with a bird's nest hairstyle and dark circles under his eyes. He was in his 30s, wearing a rumpled suit, and reeking of alcohol. He looked utterly decadent. Lu Changming's first glance was at Ji Xinyan, and only then did he look at Lin Baici. As for Feng Ting, he had encountered too many women like her back when his startup was successful, and he had long since lost interest. "Hello. Are you here to look at the house?" Lu Changming didn't question Lin Baici's age. Because he worked in the internet industry, he knew that most successful people in this field had already made their mark by their 30s. Take himself, for example. Once his company went public, his net worth soared dozens of times over. He had become arrogant and started enjoying life: luxury cars, mansions, famous watches, and beautiful women buying everything in sight. Then, the economic crisis hit and knocked him flat. A few words from Ji Xinyan were enough to make Lu Changming want to share his story. After all, in front of such a top-tier beauty, what man wouldn't want to brag a little? Screw the Americans. If it weren't for their sanctions, my company wouldn't have gone bankrupt. After talking for a while, Lu Changming began to let out a string of profanities. The house itself was flawless: a large garden, a four-car garage both above and below ground, an open-air balcony perfect for barbecue parties, and even a swimming pool. The area on the property deed was over 500 square meters, but when including the garden, green space, and the gifted area, the usable space exceeded 1,000 square meters. Due to Lu Changming's profession, the renovation was fully intelligent and tech-focused, even featuring a smart irrigation system for the garden. With a press of a remote control, he could water all the flowers and plants. "If I weren't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't be selling this house," Lu Changming sighed. He was the type who would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. During his most prosperous days, he could have afforded to live in the high-end villa districts. But he didn't want to. So he chose this king of buildings at Vank Emerald Heaven and renovated it meticulously. He hadn't expected that after living there for only a year, the economic war would begin. His company would be on the verge of collapse, and he would need to pour in cash just to survive. The house is fine, and the feng shui is excellent. Due to the geomagnetism and water veins, living here will have a subtle, positive influence on your health, enough to extend one's life by at least 3 years. 3 years. It might not sound like much at first, but if you asked a billionaire to pay for their life, they would scramble to pay 300 million for those 3 years. It's quite good. I'll take it. Lin Baici stood on the open-air balcony, gazing into the distance. One had to admit, some of the traditional things in the 9 provinces, such as feng shui masters, were still quite impressive. You couldn't just pick any piece of land and build a house to call it the king of buildings. The renovation of my house is all how. Lu Changming had been in the middle of introducing the house, but upon hearing Lin Baici's words, he was completely stunned. Isn't this agreement a bit too fast? I haven't even used my negotiation tactics yet. Chapter 554. Is this the speed at which the wealthy spend money? On the open-air balcony, Lin Baici leaned against the railing and looked into the distance. The wind blowing toward him seemed to carry the spring-like vitality of all things sprouting. The trees planted in the residential area were mostly magnolias and locust trees, which weren't exactly high-end. However, along the main road, there were 2 rows of London plane trees that looked like soldiers participating in a military parade, lush, green, and full of solemnity. Feng Ting was still listening intently to the conversation between Lin Baici and Lu Changming. Given her social circle, it was almost impossible for her to have the chance to interact with a startup mogul like Lu Changming. So she wanted to observe how successful people carried themselves. As it turned out, she hadn't heard more than a few sentences before Lin Baici decided to buy the house. "Oh my god, you buy a house even more impulsively than I buy fruit." Feng Ting recalled the look in her eyes every time she walked past the cherries in the supermarket. How many cherries could this villa be traded for? Feng Ting muttered to herself, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Baici, and she began giving him intense signals, judging by the situation. Lu Changming was anxious to sell, So there was room to negotiate the price down. Ji Xinyan leaned against Lin Baici and nudged him with her elbow. Don't be in such a rush, negotiate slowly. Lu Changming quickly adjusted his mindset. I just feel that we young people have the same vision and taste. As a man, you have to own a beautiful woman, drive a luxury car, and live in a king of buildings in this lifetime. Now, you have the beauty, and a top-tier one at that. You certainly don't lack luxury cars. So the only thing missing is a premier penthouse. Look at this. Lu Changming walked to Lin Baici's side, gripped the railing with both hands, and gazed into the distance. Now, it is right beneath your feet. Standing here, don't you get the feeling that the whole world is under your feet? Throughout Haijing, there are plenty of villa districts, but a rare product like this penthouse was bought up long ago. When I was fighting to get this penthouse, I even paid a premium, shelling out several million extra. Although Lu Changming looked down and out, his logic remained sharp, and his tongue was glib. Everything he said was meant to stir up Lin Baici's desires. Feng Ting was even swayed, especially by the remark about owning a beauty, driving a luxury car, and living in a penthouse. It made her feel that this was what a successful man looked like. Ji Xinyan didn't buy into any of it and interrupted Lu Changming directly. You internet guys are really good at painting big pictures. You use hunger marketing to fool buyers, make a PowerPoint presentation, and then dare to go around soliciting venture capital, acting as if you are the next Apple or Facebook, and claiming that if people don't invest in you, they will suffer a huge loss. Lu Changming's face stiffened, and he glanced at Ji Xinyan in surprise. He hadn't expected this girl to be more than just a pretty face. This kind of penthouse definitely has a premium. Ji Xinyan began to drive the price down. Wealthy people who can afford this are unlikely to choose a residential area with this kind of environment. So, saying your house is hard to sell is actually being modest. You absolutely won't be able to sell it without a massive price cut. Feng Ting actually wanted to chime in, but she hadn't found an entry point yet. The main issue was that Lu Changming's status was too high-end, which made Feng Ting instinctively shrink back, her weakening. Ji Xinyan, however, didn't care about that at all. So what if you have money? I don't even like you. I spent 38 million to buy it back then, and the renovation cost nearly 10 million. You can go downstairs and take a look at the house. The furniture, bathroom fixtures, cabinets, and so on are all top international brands. Lu Changming explained. Renovations are a matter of personal taste. If my boyfriend isn't used to living with them, he will definitely have to tear them out and renovate again, which will be a waste of time and money. Ji Xinyan curled her lip. And the master bedroom, that definitely has to be redone. Lu Changming felt that this girl was a bit difficult to deal with. Furthermore, after Lin Baici said he would buy it, he just kept admiring the environment of the complex without saying a word, which made it impossible for him to figure out what the young man was thinking. The current policies are unclear, but looking at the economic situation, it is highly likely to be in a downturn. Under these circumstances, spending a large amount of money on real estate is actually not very wise. But who told him to come to Haijing for university? Ji Xinyan spoke eloquently. To be honest, I don't really like it here. It's a bit far from Haijing University of Technology. You are wrong about that. It is the low-end and improvement type housing that isn't selling. But the high-end market is still very hot. In the future, the rich will only get richer. Lu Changming corrected her. But you don't have money right now. Ji Xinyan shrugged her shoulders. Yes. Lu Changming was so choked by this remark that he almost couldn't catch his breath. This really hit him where it hurt. Because for a man, if you don't have money, everything you do is wrong. And right now, Lu Changming is in the midst of a downfall. His psychological price point is 38 million. He wants to recover the cost of the house and give the renovation away for free. The gluttonous god commented. Lu Changming took a deep breath and looked at Lin Baici. What do you think? This was like fighting a war. Don't get entangled with the enemy's flank. Go straight for the jugular. Let's make it a nice round number of 33 million. Lin Baici made his offer. The gluttonous god whistled. As expected of a predator at the top of the food chain, he is ruthless enough. I would lose too much. At this price, it is impossible for me to sell. Lu Changming shook his head, his expression a mix of disdain and disappointment. Brother Ming, how old are you now? Not 40 yet, right? Lin Baici asked curiously. 37. As soon as Lu Changming finished speaking, Feng Ting let out an exclamation. Her eyes involuntarily filled with a trace of admiration, compared to him. Her own boyfriend was just trash. No, that's not right. Her boyfriend didn't even deserve to be compared to him. 37 years old. Many men haven't figured out life at this age. But you have already started from scratch, achieved such great success, and earned so much money. Although you have suffered some setbacks now, you have the experience of success, connections, and a will forged through hardship. I don't think you would give up, right? Lin Baici countered. Definitely not. If he were in his 50s, Lu Changming might have given up on starting a business for the second time. From 37 to 55. There are still nearly 20 years of time left. So, Brother Ming, what you should care about right now isn't how much this house sells for, but how to quickly raise funds to let your company survive. Lin Baici turned his head to look at Lu Changming. Is a 5 million difference really worth you being so calculating? Even a month ago, for you, that was probably just the price of 2 or 3 luxury cars, or the cost of renovating 1 bathroom. Lu Changming fell silent. Because he felt that Lin Baici was right. Why was he agonizing over these 5 million? I've heard that some famous wines cost over $1 million a bottle. Brother Ming, you must have drunk them, right? Although I saw your wine rack was empty just now, I imagine that when you were at your peak, it must have been filled with red wine, right? The total value must have been no less than 10 million. Lin Baici asked with a smile. Feng Ting was getting a bit anxious. She needed to contribute something, otherwise, what was the difference between her and a piece of furniture? But she didn't think her own rhetoric could move a big shot like Lu Changming. To be honest, if sleeping with him could cut 5 million off the price, Feng Ting felt that if she hesitated for even a second, it would be a disrespect to those 5 million. Brother Ming, this penthouse is nice, and you might not lack buyers. But have you considered how long it will take to wait for one? How long will it take for the buyer to pay? Can your company afford to wait? Lin Baici pressed on. Time is money. If you agree, 33 million, sign the contract, and I will transfer the money to you immediately. Lu Changming's chest heaved, his breathing somewhat heavy. He was clearly calculating. Ji Shenyang prepared to speak up, ready to play the role of a couple out to snatch a bargain. But it was no longer necessary. All right, 33 million. But we must sign the contract this afternoon, or tomorrow at the latest. Let's just say, I'm taking your auspicious words to heart, hoping I can survive this economic crisis and create new glory once again. Lu Changming reached out toward Lin Baici. Thank you for extending a helping hand. Look at how he phrased that. It was clearly a distress sale at a low price, and Lin Baici was the one taking advantage. Yet Lu Changming had adjusted his mindset very quickly. Lin Baici shook his hand firmly. I wish you success. Ji Shenyang applauded. I will go pour some drinks. Lu Changming went to get the whiskey, but in his mind, he was still turning over Lin Baici's comment about the 5 million difference. Could it be that he had already guessed his psychological price point? That couldn't be, right? Feng Ting was stunned for a moment and also started clapping, but her mind was still a bit dazed. A massive deal of over 30 million. And it was settled just like that. From the moment Lin Baici walked in to view the house until now, not even an hour had passed. Some women spend more time than this just sitting in a Starbucks drinking a cup of coffee. In Feng Ting's estimation, if Lin Baici wanted to buy his ideal house, it would be a protracted battle. But she never expected it to be resolved on the very first day. Is this the speed at which the super rich spend money? How much commission can I earn? Feng Ting started doing the mental math. Oh my god, it seems to be over 200,000. This one deal is worth nearly 2 years of my hard work. Lin wouldn't try to bypass the agency, would he? Feng Ting suddenly panicked. The main issue was that she had only provided the property listing, and she hadn't participated in the price negotiation process at all. Other property owners are afraid of being scammed and need an agent to act as a guarantor and handle the bank loans. But Lin Baici paid so readily. And it was a full cash payment, right? I haven't even signed a contract with him yet. Feng Ting immediately looked at Lin Baici with a pitiful expression. Ting Ji, for the upcoming drafting of the contract and handling of all the various affairs. I will have to trouble you, Lin Baici instructed. Yes, yes. I will definitely get it done for you as soon as possible. Feng Ting nodded repeatedly. Be diligent. I am not just buying this one house. Lin Baici didn't finish his sentence, but the subtext was self-evident. If you don't do a good job this time, I will be finding someone else. I understand, Feng Ting quickly promised. If it were someone else, Feng Ting might have wondered if the other party was hinting that she needed to pay some kind of price. But Lin Baici, come on. They had been together for a whole day, and he hadn't even glanced at her stockings or high heels. Damn it. Wasn't it said that these were man-slaying shoes? A 100% success rate. So why wasn't Lin Baici taking the bait? Could it be that I have to buy the authentic ones? Damn it. Once I get the commission this time, I will go all out and buy a real pair of Valentinos. I hope Lin Baici can give me a chance to wear them for him often in the future. Rest assured, within 3 days, I will vacate the house as soon as possible, Lu Changming promised. He wasn't married, and his previous valuable collections had almost all been sold off. Packing up the remaining luggage and finding a moving company would take at most 2 days to finish. Thank you for your hard work, Mingj. Lin Baici left Lu Changming and Feng Ting to sign the contract, while he and Ji Xinyan went to tour the villa, the master bedroom, the study, the game room. There were 4 floors in total, with so many rooms that they were impossible to count. If one were to call out for dinner, it probably wouldn't be heard, and they would need to use a phone. Now that it has become your own property, doesn't it feel different walking around? Ji Xinyan teased. Lin Baici nodded. Don't you feel like something is missing? Ji Xinyan asked with a smile. Lin Baici had never lived in a villa before, so he didn't know. Of course. A hostess. Ji Xinyan giggled. Living in such a big house all by yourself, aren't you afraid? Lin Baici originally wanted to say he wasn't afraid, but while being with the tea girl, he had been influenced to be less of a stereotypical straight man. So, he invited her. Want to live here together? Then, I won't be polite. Ji Xinyan did a chest-expanding stretch. It's too crowded in the dormitory, and I've long wanted to move out and rent a place. Living here with you is perfect. I should be able to save on rent, right? Lin Baici frowned. No, are you really coming? Ji Xinyan noticed the change in Lin Baici's expression. Don't worry. When you bring women over to spend the night, I will hide out, and I won't disturb your fun. If you run out of condoms or morning after pills, I can even go buy them for you. If you can't find a woman late at night and suddenly feel lonely, I can also keep you company playing cards. No, are you really planning to come and live here? Lin Baici's previous remark had been mostly a joke, although Ji Xinyan was a bit of a tease and occasionally had intimate behaviors. He felt that the tea girl still had self-respect and had always maintained her bottom line. If she came to live here, given the proximity, something might actually happen. Is that not allowed? Ji Xinyan retorted. Lin Baici started to seriously consider this question. He had bought a house, and Jin Yingxin would definitely stay for a few days when she came to Haijing. Right, with that Little Mermaid's personality, she probably wouldn't plan on leaving once she moved in. Moreover, the two of them had just finished playing Fishing Master, and if she made a request, Lin Baici certainly wouldn't refuse. So even if she wasn't a permanent resident, there was a high probability she would occupy a room. The most critical thing was that he planned to bring his mother over during the summer vacation. And as it turned out, there would be a girl living in the house. Looking at your troubled expression, forget it, forget it. Ji Xinyan pouted her lips, clasped her hands behind her back, and continued to tour the villa. Though her enthusiasm was clearly diminished. How about this? I'll buy you a house, Lin Baici suggested. What for? Ji Xinyan rolled her eyes. Trying to keep me as your mistress. I have lived alone for 19 years. And suddenly a girl says she wants to live with me. Mentally, I am still having a hard time wrapping my head around it, Lin Baici explained. And after he finished, he felt a bit stunned. Why am I explaining? Aren't scumbags supposed to pull up their pants and refuse to acknowledge anyone? Besides, I haven't even taken my pants off yet, and I haven't even tasted the meat. Don't worry about it. I was just teasing you. Ji Xinyan smiled brightly. But I will come over to stay once in a while. You cannot refuse, right? That is a must. Lin Baici thought for a moment. I will give you a set of keys. Stay whenever you want. Ji Xinyan nodded. Snickering in her heart, Lin Baici, you have no idea how good my card skills are, do you? If I come to stay once, you will be out of commission for 7 days. Even if other girls come, even if they are as beautiful as young Gai-Fi, you will definitely be willing but unable. Of course. Ji Xinyan felt that this current mode of getting along with the class monitor was quite good, and she had no intention of taking it any further. People, after all, are always fickle. Ji Xinyan wanted to keep things going with Lin Baici for a long time, so she had to slowly display her charm. And just when he was about to get bored, she would give him some new sweetness. By the way, I wonder what those confidants of Lin Baici are like. I must work hard. I cannot be outdone by them. Starting from tomorrow, I will be a woman worthy of Lin Baici, studying, working out, and honing my card skills. Should I buy another house? Lin Baici was distracted. Compared to Lu Changming's psychological price, he had managed to shave off another 5 million. This was not a small sum of money. Back in his hometown of Guangqing City, it could buy a luxury mansion. Although Jin Yingjin and Xiaoyu had both clearly stated that they did not care how many women he had, he couldn't exactly show affection to other women in front of them, right? That would be too scummy. At least when he was with one girl, he had to treat her wholeheartedly. You are a top-tier predator. You should be hunting, not wasting time on trivial matters like mating. Call them all over to accompany you and solve it all at once. The gluttonous god expressed disdain. Class monitor, congratulations on establishing yourself in Haijing and owning your first house in life. After Ji Xinyan finished speaking, she leaned in front of Lin Baici and kissed him hard. The Givenchy lipstick left a mark on Lin Baici's face. Thank you. Lin Baici smiled slightly. You. Ji Xinyan wore an expression of frustration at his lack of progress. This is your moment of happiness. If you want to do something, I would actually satisfy you. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Like this, as he spoke, his hand reached out and grabbed the hill. Ji Xinyan resisted the urge to slap Lin Baici's left hand away. It was her first time being touched in such a place, and her heart was pounding. To alleviate her nervousness and discomfort, she teased Lin Baici. So, you are left-handed? Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan wandered around the villa until 4 o'clock, roughly understanding the layout of the house and imagining how each room would be arranged in the future. Before saying goodbye to Lu Changming, Feng Ting also left, needing to rush back to prepare various documents for signing the formal contract tomorrow. Lin Baici sat in the Mercedes, looking at the flowers and plants in the residential complex. His mindset had changed. Even the 6 golden characters of Vank Emerald Heaven at the main entrance looked much more pleasing to the eye. This villa of yours is too big. It would be more than enough for a whole family to live in. If I lived here alone, I wouldn't even know if a thief broke in. Ji Xinyan sighed with emotion. When driving out, they passed by the second zone again, having a comparison. That building king really did seem quite good. You made a profit on this deal. So do you want to go celebrate tonight? You pick the place. Lin Baici was also very satisfied. All right. I am definitely going to fleece you for a meal today. Ji Xinyan glanced at Feng Ting through the rearview mirror. Feng Ting also wanted to go, but she knew that Lin Baici buying a house was a big deal, and for him to celebrate with his girlfriend in their own world, her tagging along would be too much of a buzzkill. Just drop me off in front. I will take the subway back. Feng Ting still had the sense to read the room. Of course. Even if she wanted to go, they wouldn't agree. I will take you back first. Ji Xinyan's words made Feng Ting have a bit more favorable impression of her. Less than an hour later, the Mercedes stopped on the road in front of the agency store. Baici. Don't worry. I will definitely complete the contract as soon as possible. Feng Ting promised. Sister Ting, take the food we packed at noon. Don't mind it. We are going out to eat tonight. And if it stays until tomorrow, it will definitely go bad, Ji Xinyan reminded her. Then I won't be polite. Feng Ting wasn't so high and mighty as to say no. Her financial situation didn't allow for it. Besides, Ji Xinyan really wasn't pitying her. She just didn't want to waste food. One had to know that. Not to mention the other dishes. More than half of the 1888 Buddha jumps over the wall was still left. See you later. Ji Xinyan waved her hand. After the car drove away, Feng Ting carried the bag of food and returned to the agency store. Zhang Meng had no work today. She first looked at Feng Ting's stockings from top to bottom before smiling. How was it? How many houses did you look at? Did you find any you liked? Feng Ting ignored Zhang Meng. Tell me, which housing estates did you go to? Let me see what kind of estates men who drive Mercedes like. Zhang Meng continued to pester her. If I told you, could you afford them? Feng Ting mocked. Zhang Meng had been stealing glances at her feet, which she had noticed long ago. But she still had to work here. So she had been holding back and hadn't erupted yet. The way you talk. It's like that kid can actually afford them. Be careful. Don't run into a professional con artist. Zhang Meng looked disdainful. Would someone who really drives a Mercedes and buys luxury mansions come to a small agency like this? That kid's intentions are clearly not pure. How shallow. Feng Ting said with disdain. How about a bet? If that kid buys a house and signs a contract within half a month, I will treat you to a big meal, Zhang Meng proposed. If he does not, you treat me to singing at AKTV. Not interested. Although she could get a free meal. Feng Ting hated Zhang Meng. Look, you do not even have the confidence yourself. Zhang Meng continued to goad her. Even a clay figurine has a temper. Feng Ting could not take it anymore. With a cold face, she retorted. I do not need you to treat me. If I close this deal, you treat all our colleagues in the store to a meal at Guan Tower. If I do not close it, I will treat you all. Zhang Meng did not take the bait. There were 7 colleagues in the store in total. A meal at Guan Tower would likely cost more than 1,000 yuan. Too scared, Feng Ting mocked. If you cannot afford to play, do not talk big. Fine, it is a deal. Half a month. Zhang Meng emphasized the time frame once more. He felt he could not lose. Buying a house is a major life event, even for a wealthy person. It is impossible to settle it in just over 10 days. Feng Ting began to busy herself. Even when it was time to get off work, she did not leave. Zhang Meng felt a little panicked. Damn it. Feng Ting would not go so far as to satisfy some excessive demands of that young man just to win this argument. Would she? If that happens, I would not have gotten the girl. I would have spent the money. And I would be losing on all fronts, right? When Feng Ting rode her electric scooter back to the residential complex where she rented, it was past 8 o'clock. She had never felt her apartment was small before, but after seeing that top-tier building at Vank Emerald World today, this 60 square meter rental felt cramped to Feng Ting. Every bit of usable space had been utilized, so it looked cluttered and crowded. The saddest part was that even such a small place was not her own, and she had to pay high rent for it every month. After washing up, she heated up the leftovers. Feng Ting sat at the table, opened the Tencent video app, and prepared to watch a show while eating. This was one of her few forms of entertainment. She had only taken a few bites when her roommate, Chen Yu, returned. Oh, what is the occasion today? So lavish. Chen Yu was surprised. There was no coffee table in the rental, only a small table used for dining. And now it was covered with 5 dishes and a bag of steamed buns, leftovers from lunch. If you do not mind, come over and eat. Feng Ting and Chen Yu were about the same age and had a good relationship. What kind of people were eating this? Cats. Even such large shrimp were left over. Chen Yu was shocked. Those large shrimp were longer than her middle finger. And there were so many left. There were only 3 of us. And 2 of us were women. We do not have big appetites, Feng Ting explained. 3 people ordered this many dishes. Chen Yu was speechless. Are you burning money? Stop talking so much nonsense. Go wash your hands and come over, Feng Ting urged. In less than a minute, Chen Yu came over, shaking the water off her hands, and sat at the edge of the table. She sniffed hard. It smells quite good. Is this seafood soup? It is. Buddha jumps over the wall. Chen Yu had heard of the dish and immediately picked up a spoon to stir it. So much sea cucumber and abalone. How expensive must this be? Feng Ting quoted the price. Damn, 1 dish is worth 10 days of my salary. Chen Yu quickly grabbed a bowl and scooped up the sea cucumber. I have never eaten this stuff before. Eat up. It is from Guan Tower. Definitely not fake. After saying this, Feng Ting watched Chen Yu drinking the soup and felt a bit depressed. If she could not strike it rich, the chances of her eating at Guan Tower in this lifetime would likely be few and far between. Unless she became Lin Baici's mistress, girlfriend. Feng Ting had looked in the mirror. She knew how big her own face was. Actually, it was not that she could not afford it, but to scrimp and save just to spend half a month's salary on a meal at Guan Tower. What for? Chen Yu finished it in a few gulps, ladled another bowl, and then discovered a blind spot. She suddenly muttered in a low voice, "Ting Ting, why is there so much? You did not think this dish was too expensive and bring the whole thing back, did you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Feng Ting was speechless. "Tell me, what good thing happened today?" Chen Yu urged. "If you had not said there was another woman, I would have thought you were being pursued by a rich second-generation heir." Before Feng Ting could speak, the door was knocked on forcefully. Bang, bang, Feng Ting, open the door. Bang, bang. Chen Yu, open the door for me. I am looking for Ting Ting. Chen Yu looked at Feng Ting. She knew the person outside was her roommate's boyfriend, Zhou, who currently worked at an auto repair shop. Feng Ting put down her chopsticks and went to open the door with an expressionless face. Before the door was even fully open, a young man in his 20s squeezed in and roared at Feng Ting. "Feng Ting, you have some nerve, blocking me. Do you know I had a big deal today? You kept harassing me. Do you know you almost ruined it for me?" Feng Ting did not back down and retorted immediately, "Jealousy, jealousy. Do you think a man who drives a Mercedes and spends 5,000 yuan on a casual meal would look at me? He would probably vomit just from the smell of my cheap perfume." As Feng Ting spoke, she remembered how she had dressed up carefully today, but that Lin Baici had not even glanced at her once. This caused a wave of grievance and bitterness to surge in her heart, and she kicked out at Zhou. "Stop making the scene. How old are you? Can you be more mature?" Zhou, who had come with great fanfare to hold her accountable, saw Feng Ting's eyes turn red and tears streaming down her face, and he was rendered speechless instead. "I have been selling houses in Haijing for 5 years, and I do not even own one of my own. Do you know how that makes me feel?" Feng Ting was very angry. "Why do you think I work so hard? If it were not for you, why would I not have just found someone to marry?" Ting Ting, do not cry. It is my fault. I misunderstood you." Zhou went to hug Feng Ting, hurriedly trying to comfort her. Feng Ting twisted her body and pushed him away. "Don't touch me, Ting Ting. I was wrong. I will work hard to earn money so we can buy a place of our own early and move in." Zhou swore as he comforted his girlfriend. Feng Ting couldn't help but think of that big villa owned by Lin Baici. He could sleep in a different room every night for 10 days without repeating. And in the summer, he could even sunbathe by the swimming pool. With Zhou's meager salary, he probably wouldn't even have enough to cover the electricity and property management fees every month. Chen Yu peeled a shrimp and sighed. Zhou's words sounded nice, but how much money did he actually earn in a month? Their final destination would likely be earning a sum of money in Haijing and then returning to their hometown county to buy an apartment. Of course, she was in the same boat. "Ting Ting, I'm only doing this because I'm worried about you, aren't I?" Zhou softened his tone, trying his best to coax her. "Are you done showing off your affection? If you're done, hurry up and eat. Such expensive food is getting cold. What a waste." Chen Yu looked on with disdain. Zhou had a hearty appetite and devoured the food like a whirlwind. Feng Ting couldn't help but compare his table manners to Lin Baici's. Lin Baici was much more elegant. After the meal, they spent another half hour being lovey-dovey before Zhou headed back to his dormitory. Feng Ting walked him out. "Why don't we live together?" Zhou suggested. "The rent is over 6,000 a month. Are you going to pay it all by yourself?" Feng Ting asked in return. Zhou didn't have the confidence for that. He was currently sharing a rental with 6 other people, which saved him quite a bit of money. "Go back early. You have work tomorrow." Feng Ting sighed silently and straightened Zhou's collar. "Bring your dirty clothes over this weekend, and I'll wash them for you. Ting Ting. You're so good to me." Zhou took a step forward and kissed Feng Ting on her left cheek. "Then, I'm heading back." Feng Ting watched as Zhou coolly lit a cigarette, hopped on his electric scooter, and drove off with one hand on the handlebars. Subconsciously, She raised her hand and wiped the spot where Jojen had kissed her. She went upstairs and returned home. Feng Ting saw that Chen Yu had placed her pair of fake Valentinos on the table. I checked on Xiaohong Shu to compare them. You can't even tell they're fake. Chen Yu knew that Feng Ting, who could never finish paying off her Huabei installments every month, definitely couldn't afford the real ones. Fake is fake. Feng Ting felt disheartened. She lay on her bed, not even bothering to continue watching her drama. Can I borrow them to wear tomorrow? Chen Yu and Feng Ting had the same shoe size. Go ahead and wear them. Feng Ting covered her head with the blanket. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep first. Ting Ting, there are so many beautiful things in the world. I don't think we need to force ourselves to have them. And we can't force them anyway. Having our own little bit of happiness is enough, Chen Yu advised. Otherwise, you'll live a very tiring life. After Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan finished dinner, she dragged him straight to Haijingwan. It was a very popular bar lately, having invited quite a few female internet celebrities to hang out there. Today, I must let you see how charming I am. If 10 men don't come to hit on me tonight, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Ji Xinyan hummed a little tune, full of enthusiasm. I don't really like these kinds of places, Lin Baici said, not wanting to go. Just this once. I have to toughen you up a bit and broaden your horizons. Or what will you do if you encounter fake socialites in the future and get swindled out of all your savings? An hour later, they arrived at Haijingwan. Ji Xinyan parked the car and pulled Lin Baici inside. It had to be said that there were many beautiful women there, and they were dressed very scantily. Under the streetlights, there was a sea of pale skin. Chapter 555, Teacher Yu's Experiential Lesson. Haijingwan was a bar that had only opened 9 months ago. It hadn't been around long, but it had made a big name for itself, temporarily overshadowing established spots like Zunlong, TXI, and Tunshitiandi. It was said that the owner was a second-generation heir of a big shot in the financial circle, very young, only in his 20s, and was determined to turn this bar into a landmark of Haijing, a holy land for the romantic nightlife of young people. Over the past few months, third-tier stars, Dai and influencers, and various famous bands had taken turns performing, all to give the patrons a new experience every single day. As soon as Lin Baici walked in, he was met with a sea of moving heads, the smell of alcohol, perfume, sweat, and of course, the scent of exposed flesh, all mixed together and hit him head-on. On the stage, a rock band was playing, the music incredibly intense. Many people were bobbing their heads, having the time of their lives. Lin Baici rubbed his nose. As a god hunter, his senses were extremely sharp, so these stimuli, which were already intense for ordinary people, made him feel even more uncomfortable, especially the mix of odors. This place is very popular lately. It's a must-visit spot for young people, Ji Xinyan said, pulling Lin Baici further inside. It's too loud. Lin Baici frowned. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when his buttocks were suddenly grabbed firmly. He turned his head and saw a young girl in a camisole looking at him. She licked her right hand that had just grabbed him. There was a tongue piercing on her tongue. Under the laser lights, it shimmered with a wet luster. Lin Baici was stunned. Are people this uninhibited, handsome? Buy me a drink. The girl with the tongue piercing flirted. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Lin Baici turned and walked away. The woman was clearly drunk, standing there swaying. Well, you actually resisted the temptation, Ji Xinyan asked, feigning surprise. It wasn't me resisting, it's just that she was too ugly. If it were someone like you, I would have approached her myself. Lin Baici curled his lip. My stomach is weak. I'm a picky eater. PFFT. Ji Xinyan laughed so hard she couldn't straighten her back, leaning half her body against Lin Baici. Then she looked back and glanced at the girl. Actually, she's not bad looking. I'd give her a 6 out of 10. The most important thing is, if you have any ideas, you can take her to the restroom. She definitely won't refuse. Lin Baici blinked. Why would I go to the restroom? Ji Xinyan extended her small fist and punched Lin Baici. She refused to believe this guy didn't understand. That girl has had too much to drink, and she doesn't seem to have any companions. If she passes out outside the bar later, -1 times out of 10, she will be picked up by someone else. Ji Xinyan sighed with emotion. Let go of the savior complex and respect the fate of others. Lin Baici reached out and pressed against Ji Xinyan's head, trying to push her away. She was standing so close. Her chest was pressed right against his arm. Ji Xinyan pulled Lin Baici over to the bar, sat down, and ordered the bartender, "Give us 2 of your signature cocktails." This was also the tea girl's first time at Haijing 1. "If you don't like it, we can just have 1 drink, experience it, and then leave." Ji Xinyan was still very considerate. "As long as you like it," Lin Baici smiled slightly. "Do you have to be so considerate?" Ji Xinyan teased, leaning into Lin Baici's ear. "Look over there, at that woman with her hair in a bun. Don't let the fact that she is wearing a stepmother dress and looks like a nightclub girl fool you. Let me tell you, she is definitely a little rich girl with family assets of no less than 30 million. She must have just gone through a breakup recently. If you go over now, you can definitely win her over." Lin Baici turned his head to look. The waist-cinching stepmother dress clung to her body, highlighting her curves perfectly, but unfortunately, her legs are too short. Lin Baici shook his head. "But she has a great chest," Ji Xinyan retorted, "and she is willing to spend money on her boyfriend." "How did you figure that out?" Lin Baici asked curiously. "Experience." Ji Xinyan lifted her chin confidently. "She looks like a good girl at first glance. Someone who was too well protected by her family. Then, having suffered a setback in love recently, she came here to live it up, preparing to change herself. She has 2 possible endings. One is that she won't get used to this lifestyle and will go back to being a good girl. And the other is that she will sink into it and become indulgent from now on." Lin Baici was surprised. "I didn't realize it, Teacher Ji. You actually understand this stuff. I don't know anything. You don't think only women fish for sugar daddies in bars, do you? There are plenty of men who want to fish for rich women too." Ji Xinyan laughed. "The hunters here are all battle-hardened. They might even have team coordination. They know best how to output emotional value. After they say 3 sentences to you, you will feel, 'Wow, she understands me so well. She is my soulmate.'" The cocktails arrived, and Ji Xinyan picked hers up. "Congratulations on settling down in Haijing." "Cheers, thank you." Lin Baici clinked glasses with the tea girl. "A rich woman who just broke up. Family assets of 50 million. Current status, emotional void. Urgently needs a boy to coax her, comfort her, and give her a warm embrace. As long as you go along with her in everything, constantly satisfy her emotional value, and create romance, she will fall head over heels for you within a month and marry you on a whim. 1 month. Gain both the person and the wealth. Super high return on investment." Listening to the gluttonous god's commentary, Lin Baici looked back at the girl in the stepmother dress, with makeup on. Her face was a 6 out of 10. Her legs were a bit short, but it didn't matter. Some men like that. And besides, she was rich. "What, are you tempted?" Ji Xinyan teased. "I still prefer your type." Lin Baici took a sip of his drink. "All talk and no action." Ji Xinyan looked at him with disdain. Then, as if she had discovered a new continent, she looked shocked. "Class monitor. You aren't impotent, are you?" Lin Baici glanced at the tea girl, really wanting to tell her that she hadn't seen the way Hu Yu covered her mouth and cried, begging him not to continue. Had she? If he hadn't held back that day, the little mermaid would have turned into dried fish. The young man in a black suit leaned over. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked refined. As soon as he opened his mouth, he offered a compliment. "Beauty, you are so pretty. You must be an influencer, right?" When he rested his arm on the bar, his sleeve slid up, perfectly revealing the gold Rolex watch on his wrist. The man in the suit smiled, looking very gentlemanly, and even nodded at Lin Baici. His eyes swept over Lin Baici's wrist without a trace. Very good. There was nothing on it. This made the young man even more confident, and the curve of his smile deepened. "If you want to pose as a corporate elite, then buy a Jaeger LeCoultre or a Blancpain. Cartier works too. You are wearing a Rolex. Don't you think the temperament doesn't match?" Ji Xinyan asked back. It had to be said that the young man's series of actions, especially the pose of leaning against the bar at the end, was quite dashing. It was clear he had practiced it many times at home. Ji Xinyan's attack was very sharp, causing the young man's expression to stiffen. Generally speaking, One would just change targets at this point, but the T-girl was too beautiful. And her figure and temperament were excellent. He might not even run into such a top-tier beauty in half a month. So the young man didn't want to give up. It's not a matter of taste, it's about obsession. The young man spoke eloquently. Before I succeeded in my startup, there was a rich second-generation kid at school who wore this exact watch. He laughed at me. Following the topic of the watch, the young man began to take the opportunity to show off his experiences, even adding a nostalgic expression. Ji Xinyan took a sip of her drink, turned her head, and kissed Lin Baici on the lips. Lin Baici felt a slippery little fish, mixed with the alcohol, swimming back and forth in his mouth. Thought it was very mischievous. The young man in the suit was dumbfounded. Ji Xinyan turned back. I've heard 7 or 8 versions of this script of yours. It's time for an update. The young man in the suit was stunned by Ji Xinyan, and then he felt extremely embarrassed, especially since the other party had already made her attitude clear. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only retreat. Your girlfriend is very beautiful. Cherish her. Damn, I am envious. Lin Baici raised his glass toward the young man in the suit. How is it? I am quite charming, right? Ji Xinyan raised her eyebrows triumphantly. You have really heard that 7 or 8 times? Lin Baici asked curiously. It seems you do not frequent bars very often, do you? PFFD, I just guessed, didn't I? In this day and age, no matter what you are doing, you have to arrange a corresponding backstory for yourself first. It is just like those variety talent shows. In the end, they all turn into a competition of who has the most miserable life. As expected of the clear-headed teacher Ji, Lin Baici was impressed. T's sister was likely the most mature person among his friends. Even Jin Yingjin could not compare. To put it bluntly, the Korean girl's family was so wealthy that it physically isolated her from many people and things. Very well. In exchange for that, teacher Ji comment, I will give you an experiential lesson today. You pick any girl you want, and I will help you pursue her. Ji Xinyan patted her chest in assurance. If you do not get to taste meat within a week, I will compensate you with a night. What if I catch her and then cannot get rid of her? Lin Baici feigned worry. Then we will just have another lesson on how to be a scumbag. Ji Xinyan laughed out loud. She knew Lin Baici was not the type to do such a thing. Otherwise, he would have been wreaking havoc back at school long ago. Not to mention in their own class, even in other departments. There were girls who had a crush on Lin Baici and would come over to inquire about his situation. By the way, what do you think of Bai Zhao? Ji Xinyan asked curiously. Lin Baici thought for a moment and gave his evaluation. She is a very hardworking girl. She studies seriously and lives her university life earnestly. Because she is a freshman, she is a bit naive and clueless. But she is very smart and is currently in the midst of a transformation. TSK. That is quite a high evaluation from you, Ji Xinyan remarked with emotion. She has great inherent conditions and her grades are good. If she is also smart, she should be the one doing the best in our class. Lin Baici looked at T's sister fiddling with her phone. What are you doing? Recording it to let Bai Zhao hear. Stop messing around. Lin Baici was speechless. Delete it quickly. You do not know this, but Bai Zhao actually has a crush on you. But you are too poor, and she feels that being with you would require at least 20 years of struggle, which is too exhausting. Ji Xinyan revealed. So, you have no chance. Lin Baici nodded. If he were just an ordinary college student, Bai Zhao would definitely ignore him. Ji Xinyan, on the other hand, did not care about that. She might actually take a liking to him. She was still paying attention to you at the beginning of last semester, but you skipped to many classes, and she has become completely disappointed. Ji Xinyan leaned to the side and bumped her shoulder against Lin Baici. So you have absolutely no chance now. How about it? Do you feel a little disappointed? Lin Baici rubbed his nose. The scent of T's sister's perfume mixed with the smell of alcohol was actually quite pleasant. Really not. Let me tell you, Jiaozi is exceptionally fair, and her skin is smooth and supple. I have you, and that is enough. Lin Baici teased T's sister. In the future, when I hang out with you, I will call you Bai Zhao. Ji Xinyan was stunned. The class monitor's idea was a bit bold, but T's sister could keep up with any topic, no problem. Next time we go out, I will borrow an outfit from Baijiao and style my hair the same way. However, as for the lingerie, I am bigger than her, so it will be quite tight if I wear hers." As Ji's sister spoke, she even lifted her chest slightly. Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan were sitting on the right side of the bar. Next to them sat a couple and 3 other girls. When the 2 of them were talking, their voices were not loud, but they did not deliberately lower them either, so their conversation was overheard by all 5 of them. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. What is the relationship between those 2? They must be a couple, right? Would a couple have a conversation like this? They must be into some wild stuff. Wait, are we part of their play? The 3 girls whispered, discussing it excitedly. Ji Xinyan's charm was indeed immense. Even with Lin Baici sitting right next to her, men still came over to hit on her from time to time. Among them, 2 were indeed in good condition. With luxury cars and famous watches, they might as well have taped their Mercedes car keys to their foreheads. How does it feel? Ji Xinyan ordered another cocktail. Whoever marries you will definitely have their heart broken from worry. How could an average man with no money or status guard such a beautiful wife? Hee. I will just take that as a compliment. Hearing Lin Baici acknowledge her charm, Ji Xinyan was very happy, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. Little sister, it is so boring to come to a place like this alone. A man with a robust build and bulging muscles, who clearly frequented the gym often, walked over and sat directly next to Ji Xinyan. Should big brother keep you company? The muscular man was wearing a compression tank top, hooking a leather jacket with his left index finger and hanging it over his shoulder. After sitting down, he tossed the leather jacket aside casually. The muscular man snapped his fingers. Bring us to volcano lovers. Hey, do you think my taste is so poor that I would like someone like you? Ji Xinyan looked at the tattoos on the muscular man's arms with disdain. If you had tattooed Guan Yu to show loyalty, that would be fine. But what is this you have tattooed? Is it a tall version of Wu Daling? The muscular man did not catch Ji's sister's sarcasm. He flexed his arms to make his muscles bulge and explained to her. This is the god of war from the Tang dynasty, Li Jing. Oh, so Li Jing has such long hair, just like a big gorilla. Ji Xinyan realized with a sudden understanding. Pfft. Ha! The couple and the 3 girls nearby burst out laughing. The muscular man's body hair was indeed long, even more exaggerated than that of a European, and it looked a bit frightening. Beauty, you are not giving me any face. The muscular man threw his Land Rover car keys onto the table. In this life, everyone faces their share of troubles. If you run into any trouble in the future, just say you know Brother Dao, and everyone will give you a pass. What kind of Dao? Ji Xinyan retorted. A nail clipper. Ha! The 3 girls laughed until they were slumped over the bar counter. Brother Dao immediately glared at them. The couple, who had also been laughing, caught his gaze and quickly restrained themselves. The drinks arrived. Brother Dao picked up his glass, took a large gulp, and then walked over to Lin Baici. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Buddy, your girlfriend is quite wild, isn't she? How about letting Brother Dao help you tame her? Brother Dao was experienced, having hit a wall with Ji Xinyan. He immediately shifted his target to Lin Baici. As long as the kid showed a hint of cowardice, his image in the eyes of that beautiful woman would plummet instantly, even if he couldn't get her himself. Just breaking up a couple was enough to make Brother Dao feel great. Scoundrel. Professional scammer. Makes a living by staging accidents. Take your hand off. Lin Baici was annoyed. Brother Dao had originally intended to say, and what if I don't? Are you going to hit me? As long as the other party dared to make a move, he would dare to lie on the ground and extort 30,000 yuan. But when the young man's gaze swept over him, for some reason, Brother Dao's body suddenly stiffened, as if he were being stared at by a carnivorous predator. Damn, I won't actually get beaten to death, will I? Brother Dao felt a bit worried. His favorite thing to do was to target young men like this, provoke them with a few words, and get physical. Most of those guys couldn't take it. And with a little more verbal goading, -1 times out of 10, they would throw a punch. Once that happened, he would just lie on the ground, and the rest would be left to his partner to come over and negotiate the compensation. The targets Brother Dao chose were usually college students or low-level civil servants, people whose futures would be severely impacted if things escalated. For example, if a college student got into a fight at a bar and it reached the police station, once the school found out, it would be a disciplinary probation at best, or expulsion at worst. Brother Dao felt a bit intimidated. His 10 years of experience in staging accidents told him that this young man seemed off, and it was better not to provoke him. Just as he was trying to figure out how to leave with some dignity, a hand slapped the back of his head. Smack! Brother Dao's thick eyebrows furrowed, and he turned around ready to curse. But upon seeing the man wearing a high-end LV casual outfit, he immediately put on a smiling face. Young Master Qi. This was a top-tier scion among the second-generation circle in Haijing. Not someone he could afford to offend. Brother Dao, is it? If I see you in Haijing 1 again, I will break your legs. Qi Heng scolded. Get lost, young Master Qi. Brother Dao tried to speak, but Qi Heng kicked him in the thigh. Brother Dao, a large, muscular man, was kicked back to steps. He winced in pain but dared not retaliate, instead fawning, Young Master Qi, please calm your anger. I am leaving. Brother Dao walked a few steps, remembered he hadn't taken his keys, and turned back. Smack! Qi Heng grabbed the Land Rover keys and smashed them into Brother Dao's face, then sat down next to Ji Xinyan. What should I call you? Showing off car keys, showing off luxury watches. To low class. Qi Heng was dressed in high-end LV, worth hundreds of thousands. Those who knew, and those who didn't, that just meant their social circle was too low. For Qi Heng, achieving his goal was even easier. This was like a top-tier hunter going on a hunt and entering a beginner's lobby. Lin Baici didn't understand, but he could feel that for the first time tonight. The sharp-tongued Ji Xinyan chose silence instead of sarcasm. The beauty is so cold and aloof, Qi Heng chuckled, looking Ji Xinyan up and down. Not bad. She is a top-tier catch. These legs. If she wore black silk stockings, he could play with them for at least a month without getting bored. Let's go. Ji Xinyan wanted to retreat. Are you worried about me? Lin Baici asked with a smile. Ji Xinyan felt listless. They had come out to celebrate, so why did they have to run into this kind of second-generation air? She recognized the price of the clothes Qi Heng was wearing, and combined with the attitudes of Brother Dao and the bartender, she could roughly infer the social status of Qi Heng's family. If she were alone, she would have just retorted, but if Qi Heng caused trouble for Lin Baici, that was something the tea-loving girl did not want to see. She didn't want Lin Baici to think of her as a femme fatale. Hey, beauty. This is a society ruled by law. You don't think I'm going to do anything, do you? Qi Heng sat in his chair, his right hand taking off the Vajra Bodhi prayer beads he wore on his left wrist, slowly rotating them like a monk chanting Sutras. In the crowd, Brother Dao and his partner saw this scene and shook their heads. If we get involved, we'd at most be extorted for a few tens of thousands. But once Qi Heng sets his sights on someone, TSK, that woman is going to be ruined. Brother Dao sighed. Isn't that a good thing? Maybe in a month, we'll see that woman working at a club Qi Heng has shares in. Damn, she's so pretty. Even if it's 8,888, I'd want to have a taste, his partner said with anticipation. What kind of sweet dream are you having? Would a beauty like that ever be your turn? Brother Dao was speechless. Anyway, it won't be that guy's turn anymore either, his partner chuckled, gloating. Bringing such a beautiful girlfriend to a place like this, is his brain broken? Wouldn't it be more fun to find a hotel and play cards? Lin Baici didn't take Qi Heng seriously, but when the other party took off that string of new Vajra Bodhi beads and started rotating them, a strange feeling immediately washed over him. A divine taboo item. Lin Baici looked over. On the string, there were 28 Bodhi seeds in total, brown in color with clear textures. They seemed to form some kind of pattern when connected, looking expensive and luxurious. Lin Baici didn't feel a sense of hunger, but he could be certain that this thing was a divine taboo item. Following Qi Heng's usual preferences, the bartender opened 2 bottles of craft beer called Monastery and placed them down. Beauty, do me the honor. Qi Heng pushed a bottle of craft beer in front of Ji Xinyan. Take a sip, and I'll cover your bill for tonight. Do I look like I'm short of your money? Ji Xinyan couldn't help but flare up and retorted. She wanted to leave immediately, but for some reason, she felt that if she missed this bottle of beer today, she would never be able to drink it again. It was a bit of a pity. Ji Xinyan reached out uncontrollably, gripped the beer bottle, and moved it toward her lips. Ji Heng toyed with his prayer beads, a smug smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This string of beads. It's fucking miraculous. Lin Baici grabbed Ji Xinyan's wrist. Ji Xinyan turned her head, looking at Lin Baici with eyes filled with a hint of confusion. Miss, this drink is not bad. Have a taste, Ji Heng said. Picking up another bottle of monastery beer, he leaned over, clanked it against the bottle in Ji Xinyan's hand, and then gave a provocative toast toward Lin Baici from a distance. Gulp, gulp. Ji Heng took 2 sips. Aye. Ji Xinyan's head ached a little. Lin Baici snatched the beer away, took a sip, and sized up Ji Heng, judging by his complexion, aura, and gaze. There were no signs of being nourished by divine power. He was just an ordinary person. That meant he must have obtained those beads from someone else. Hey! Ji Heng's expression darkened. Don't say you aren't married yet, even if you were. If your wife is drinking with another man, it's none of your business. Let's go. Want to go to the restroom and have a chat? Lin Baici climbed off the bar stool, walked a few steps, and looked back. You wouldn't be afraid, would you? Lin Baici took another sip of beer, looking at Ji Heng with a bright, sunny smile. You want to have a chat with me? Ji Heng found it amusing and followed him over, his face full of contempt. That's why I say, people at the bottom of the social ladder have no vision. Even a rabbit knows to run when it encounters a tiger. Why do you have to provoke me when you have nothing better to do? Do you really think I grew up eating vegetables? Xinyan, wait for me here. Lin Baici gave her an instruction. Holy shit, is that kid tired of living? His partner was shocked. Just some naive kid with no social experience. Brother Dao was impressed. Did that young man have any idea that with Ji Heng's influence, he could get beaten up in the restroom and it would be for nothing? Surveillance cameras, those things can break. If Ji Heng got angry, he could find a woman to frame that kid for sexual assault, lock him up for 10 days or half a month first, grind him down slowly. Even if he eventually got out and cleared his name, his future would be ruined. These people had countless ways to mess with someone. Ji Heng was followed by 5 companions, all of them laughing and joking, ready to watch Lin Baici make a fool of himself. The lighting in the restroom area was quite dim. As soon as they entered, the smell of air freshener mixed with the stench of someone having vomited drifted over. Clear the place, Ji Heng ordered. His companions immediately began kicking the wooden doors of the restroom stalls. Men pulled up their pants and fled in a panic. Speak. What advice do you have? Once the restroom was empty, Ji Heng asked, still rolling his Vajra Bodhi beads in his hand. Your beads are nice. Where did you get them? Lin Baici heard breathing coming from one of the stalls. It sounded like a man and a woman, but he couldn't be bothered to chase them out. Oh, you've got a good eye. Ji Heng was surprised. I'm telling you, I spent 50 million on these. Do you believe me? I'd like to buy them too. Lin Baici chuckled. You? Ji Heng burst out laughing. You're good looking. Sure, but even if you sold your ass until it fell off, you wouldn't be able to save up that much money. If you tell me the seller's information, I'll let today's incident slide. Discovering someone using a divine taboo to profit was something Lin Baici, as a member of the Zhuzhou Security Bureau, was obligated to handle. Do you not understand your situation? Ji Heng had originally intended to use Lin Baici as a punching bag to vent some steam, but now, the other party's arrogance made him change his mind. He rolled the prayer beads with his thumb and ordered Lin Baici, go, from left to right. Lick every toilet in this row clean. After saying this, Ji Heng took out his phone with his left hand, preparing to record the scene and post it online. I'll make you suffer social death, so you'll never dare to step outside again. Lin Baici didn't move. He took out his phone and checked the time. T's sister was still waiting. He couldn't delay for too long. Ji Heng was stunned. What was going on? Why hadn't the kid done it? Go, lick the toilets, Ji Heng roared, his thumb spinning the Bodhi seeds even faster. Yet, the other party remained as steady as a mountain. This shouldn't be happening. Ji Heng didn't understand. These beads were called fortune-turning prayer beads and could slightly influence people's minds. He had tried them several times, and they worked perfectly. Even asking his old man for pocket money had become much easier. Why were they having no effect on this young man? Master Zhang had said that for people with strong willpower, the effect of the fortune-turning prayer beads might be weakened, so when commanding someone, he needed to be more pious, focused, and not let his mind wander. So, Ji Heng took a deep breath, pressed his palms together, and held the beads. Go, lick the toilets. Lick them all clean for me. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a minute passed, and Lin Baici still hadn't moved. What the hell? Ji Heng was bewildered. Could the fortune-turning prayer beads have malfunctioned? Chapter 556, Divine Creation. Inside the restroom, the rock music from the bar could be heard. Just as Ji Heng was preparing to pray piously one more time, Lin Baici's large hand slapped across his face. Ji Heng's head snapped to the side, and he staggered half a step, his cheek swelling up visibly. You dare hit me? Ji Heng's eyes bulged with rage. He was completely shocked and just about to spout threats. Lin Baici slapped Ji Heng again, then snatched the string of Vajra Bodhi beads from his hand. You're just an ordinary person, yet you dare to use a divine taboo. You're not afraid of being corrupted into a piece of dead meat, are you? Lin Baici scoffed coldly. Ji Heng's expression tightened instantly upon hearing words like divine taboo, dead flesh man, and contamination. How do you know about these? This shouldn't be possible. Judging by the young man's attire, he came from, at most, a middle-class family. How could he possibly have the channels to know about things like divine taboos? Yet, he was incredibly certain. Furthermore, watching him toy with the fortune-turning prayer beads in his hand, he didn't look flustered in the slightest. It was clearly the demeanor of someone who dealt with divine taboos frequently. Ji Heng hadn't forgotten his own nervousness and excitement the first time he received this bracelet from Master Zhang, nor the panicked expressions of his close friends when he showed it off to them. Because this thing was terrifying, if handled poorly, it could cause rule-based contamination. But why wasn't this young man afraid? Could it be that he is a god hunter? That's impossible. How could a god hunter be this young? Ji Heng looked at Lin Baici with a mix of shock and suspicion. Are you a god? If he really was one, then they were in big trouble. Heh, Lin Baici chuckled, his right thumb rubbing over the prayer beads. Go on, lick the urinal. As he finished speaking, he felt the bracelet produce a suction force like a whirlpool, and then, something from within his body was drawn out through his thumb. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. This thing was rather sinister. Ji Heng froze for a moment, then immediately walked toward the nearest urinal. He crouched down, grabbed the urinal with both hands, stuck out his tongue, and began to lick it. Slurp, slurp. Ji Heng didn't care at all whether it was dirty. He was licking it with great effort. Hypnotic effect. Lin Baici examined the bracelet. A divine creation, the fortune-turning bracelet. It is not a hypnotic effect. Rather, when you hold it, the wish you have in your heart has a high probability of coming true. However, you must pay with luck. The greater the wish, the more luck you must pay, the gluttonous god commented. Luck? Lin Baici was stunned. Does that mean a person's destiny? Correct. Can luck be materialized? In Lin Baici's view, luck was something ethereal and intangible. But according to the gluttonous god's explanation, it had become a form of currency for payment. It is not materialized, but rather a form of power that humans cannot comprehend, just like life force. It is also a form of power. How do I know how much luck a person has? Lin Baici asked curiously. It cannot be determined. There are too many unknown factors. As luck decreases, this person will become increasingly unlucky. Everything will go wrong, and the risk of dying in an accident will increase significantly. Lin Baici felt numb. Then, how much luck did that guy lose just now when I made him lick the urinal? Roughly equivalent to go into a public place tomorrow, being framed as a voyeur, being taken to the police station, and having to go through half a day of trouble before your innocence is proven. However, you don't need to worry. This bad luck doesn't take effect immediately, but will erupt occasionally throughout the rest of his life. But the more this bracelet is used, the faster the bad luck erupts and the higher the frequency. That's quite formidable. The Bodhi seed bracelet felt very good to the touch. It was comfortable to hold. Your divination tortoiseshell is actually a similar form of power. There was vomit in the urinal from someone who hadn't flushed it, but Chi-Han completely ignored it, his little tongue licking away frantically. What does divine creation mean? Lin Baici recalled the gluttonous god's words from earlier. Aren't divine taboos all radiated and contaminated by divine remains or gods? The existence of a god, whether alive or dead, radiates a mysterious energy. Other life forms and objects, under the stimulation of this power, are contaminated into divine taboos. These types of divine taboos are born randomly, and the rule-based contamination they spread is unpredictable. A divine creation is a divine taboo created when a god consciously uses their divine power and injects their own rules into it. It has specific rules and can radiate specific contamination. In other words, there is a living god who made this thing? Lin Baici stroked the bracelet. Yes, find it, eat it. Lin Baici swallowed hard. He remembered the feeling of satiety after eating a god. It was incredibly satisfying, incredibly blissful. But that's a god. I don't think I can beat it. Can I? Lin Baici worried. It was obvious that a god wouldn't just lie there and let him eat it. Resistance was inevitable. Furthermore, the other party must be hiding in human society. How was he supposed to drag it out finally? What was its purpose in making these bracelets? For money, or something else? The gluttonous god stopped answering. The two of you in the restroom, get out, Lin Baici shouted. There was no movement. Do you want to lick the urinal too? Lin Baici threatened. The door opened, and a man and a woman walked out. Both were young. The corners of their eyes caught sight of Chi-Han, who was crouching by the wall, licking the urinal. Oh my god, he's that ruthless. The young man offered a fawning smile toward Lin Baici. The woman, wearing a camisole and hot pants, kept her head down. But after a few seconds, she couldn't help but look up and steal a glance at Lin Baici. So handsome, and yet so ruthless, a refined scoundrel. But I like it. Get out, Lin Baici barked. The pair of lovebirds scrambled to escape. Once they were outside, they saw 5 young men standing there, chatting and smoking, blowing clouds of mist. 3 of them turned their heads, glanced at the pair, and then ignored them. They weren't afraid of this couple spreading word about what was happening inside. The couple ran out of the bar in one breath and reached the street before they finally let out a sigh of relief. Those 5 guys still don't know their buddy is licking a urinal, the young man remarked with emotion. They had been hiding in the stall, and they had heard all the conversations from outside. The young man who had been looking for trouble was dealt with. Go, find a budget hotel. The girl pulled her boyfriend along. Her footsteps hurried. Wait, you are still in the mood. The young man finished speaking and looked at his girlfriend, whose cheeks were flushed and whose breathing was rapid. He was completely confused. What was going on? Had she developed a new fetish? This girl was someone he had met on an app, and they had been dating for 3 months. Are you going or not? The girl turned her head and glared at the young man. Going, the young man said firmly. Only a fool would refuse. 10 minutes later, the two found a Hanting chain hotel and checked into a room. As soon as they entered, the girl pounced on her boyfriend. Damn, she is not using me as a substitute for that other guy, is she? The young man was speechless. However, a few minutes later, as his girlfriend unlocked a new position, he was flying high, completely losing himself. Thank you to that guy. When Chi-Han regained his senses, he saw himself squatting by the urinal, his mouth sticky and wet, reeking of urine, and the stench from the urinal was like a sky-high firecracker, shooting straight into his nose. Ugh, ugh, Chi-Han retched. How does it taste? Lin Baici took out a cigarette from the friend brand. Come over. Let us chat. Are you a god hunter? Chi-Han's expression was uncertain. Lin Baici nodded. Chi-Han was so depressed he could spit blood. I knew it, he thought. A poor loser. How could he make such a top-tier beauty so devoted to him? So, he is a god hunter. Ugh. Chi-Han pretended to retch while his brain began to calculate how to resolve this incident. Surely he could settle it with money, right? Have you seen this before? Lin Baici took out the ID card representing an official of the Kyushu Security Bureau from his pocket. Given your status, you should have seen this, right? You are from the Security Bureau. Chi-Han was completely numb. When he bought this bracelet, the middleman had specifically warned him never to let anyone from the Kyushu Security Bureau find out, or there would be big trouble. Lin Baici flicked his finger. The cigarette fell in front of Chi-Heng. There was no urine on the floor, but it certainly was not clean, given Chi-Heng's status. This was nothing short of humiliation, but he was a man who knew how to bend and stretch. Without needing Lin Baici to urge him, he took the initiative to light the cigarette and took a puff. "Brother, whatever the matter is, it can be discussed." Chi-Heng walked over. "You can go and ask Aaron about how I, Chi-Heng, treat my friends." Chi-Heng only wanted to brush Lin Baici off and settle this matter quickly so he would stop pursuing it. But for some reason, after taking 2 puffs of the cigarette, the more he looked at this young man, the more he liked him, and he actually wanted to be friends with him. "Give me a detailed introduction to the origin of this bracelet." Whether he could consume it or not was a matter for later. First, he had to find that god. It was a broker who took the initiative to find me, saying he had good stuff. You know, people like us. What have we not played with? There is really not much left that can interest us, Chi-Heng introduced later. Through that broker, I met Master Zhang and had him cast a divination. You would not believe it, but it was truly accurate. So, I bought these fortune-turning Buddhist beads. Master Zhang said this bracelet could turn one's luck around. Whenever you want to do something, just pray, and your wishes will come true. When Chi-Heng said this, his eyes were fixed on the bracelet in Lin Baici's hand, and he wanted to snatch it back immediately. "Where does Master Zhang live? Do you have his contact information?" Lin Baici asked. "I do not know where he lives, and I do not have his contact information. It was all arranged by that broker. When I went, I even wore a hood." Chi-Heng took a puff of the cigarette. "Can you believe it? If this were abroad, I would never have agreed to this way of meeting, even if it killed me." "What about that broker?" Lin Baici pressed. "I have his phone number, but he said not to contact him casually if there is nothing important, as he will not answer." Under the influence of the friend brand cigarette, Chi-Heng answered every question. "Call that person and say your second-generation friend wants to buy fortune-turning Buddhist beads," Lin Baici instructed. Chi-Heng hesitated for a moment, but still took out his phone and called the broker, but it went unanswered. Chi-Heng spread his hands, indicating he was helpless. Lin Baici pondered. If this were just an ordinary case of abuse of a God-forbidden object, he would not even bother to interrogate. He would just report it to the Security Bureau and let the corresponding department handle it. But this time, it involved a god. "When that broker contacts you next time, notify me immediately," Lin Baici warned. Chi-Heng looked at the bracelet in Lin Baici's hand. "Can you give this back to me?" Lin Baici thought for a moment and tossed it to Chi-Heng. "Do not use it again." "Definitely, definitely." Chi-Heng cut the fortune-turning Buddhist beads and wiped them carefully, as if Lin Baici's touch had dirtied them. Lin Baici knew that if he did not give Chi-Heng some intimidation, he would definitely not listen. So, he took out the ghost infant amulet. "Look at what this is." Chi-Heng looked up and saw Lin Baici holding a golden chain. Hanging from the chain was a metal plate to sizes larger than a mahjong tile. An amulet. Chi-Heng had seen similar things. Was it brought back from Siam? It is said that people in the entertainment industry love using this stuff to become famous. They use amulets to raise ghost children. "Look again," Lin Baici smiled. Chi-Heng's eyes widened. On the front of the amulet was a Buddha statue, not solemn and majestic, but ferocious and evil. On the back was a ghost child, cheep cheep, inside the restroom. The eerie crying of an infant suddenly rang out. Chi-Heng shivered in fear. "A God-forbidden object. Look behind you," Lin Baici reminded him. "Behind me." Chi-Heng turned his head and saw an infant crawling on his back, its chin resting on his shoulder, staring at him with large eyes. Chi-Heng was so terrified that his hair stood on end. He jumped up, reaching out to claw at the ghost infant. Click! The ghost infant's sharp teeth bit into Chi-Heng's hand. "Remember my instructions, otherwise, you know the consequences." After Lin Baici finished his threat, he tucked the Buddha plaque into his pocket. "I am leaving, bye-bye." Anyone touched by the ghost infant would have nightmares for days and be unable to sleep. Lin Baici wanted to make sure Chi-Heng kept his instructions in mind at all times. Big brother, I will definitely listen to you. Please don't hurt me," Chi-Heng cried as he chased after him. The 5 people waiting outside the restroom were preparing to mock Lin Baici and ask him how the urinal smelled when they saw Chi-heng running out in tears. What is going on? Why does Chi-heng smell so strongly of urine? And why is his face swollen? Brother Chi, what happened to you, Hangzi? Why are you crying? What did that kid do? The 5 fair-weather friends looked at each other in confusion. Lin Baici turned back and scolded impatiently. You are annoying. Stop following me. Chi-heng stopped instinctively. Brother Chi, what does that mean? The group did not understand why Chi-heng had backed down. Chi-heng rubbed his cheeks hard with both hands. I've on my back. What is on your back? One of his friends turned to look. There is nothing there. Hearing this, Chi-heng gathered his courage to look back, while simultaneously feeling the weight on his back. After confirming that there was no infant crawling there, he let out a solid sigh of relief. Damn it. Trying to pick up a girl and kicking an iron plate, that is a first. Within the circle of second-generation heirs, there were not many people Chi-heng could not afford to offend, and he knew who they were. So, he would not be blind enough to provoke them. But someone like a god hunter was on an entirely different level. When Lin Baici returned to the bar counter, he could not find Ji Xinyan. He asked the bartender, but the bartender hesitated and did not dare to speak. Lin Baici thought for a moment and walked out of the bar. The tea girl must have called the police and was probably waiting outside the bar. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Baici exited the bar, he saw Ji Xinyan standing not far away, her eyes red and streaming with tears. Calling those among her acquaintances who had some influence, she was begging her friends to resolve this conflict as quickly as possible and save Lin Baici. Xinyan, Lin Baici called out. The tea girl turned around, seeing that Lin Baici had come out. She immediately cried with joy, rushed over, hugged him, and then pushed him away to look him over carefully. Did they hit you? If I had not hit them, they should be burning incense to thank the heavens. Lin Baici chuckled. If they pushed him too far, he would just have the muscle Buddha hammer them into a pulp and flush them down the toilet. The tea girl checked him over and, seeing that Lin Baici truly had no signs of being beaten, finally felt relieved. Then, she began to blame herself. It is all my fault, all my fault. I should not have responded to that second-generation heir like that just now. Why blame yourself? Lin Baici comforted her. Being beautiful is not your fault. If I did not know you and saw you on the street, I would also want to ask for your WeChat. Let us go. We will not come to places like this again. Ji Xinyan hugged Lin Baici's arm. Let us go to Disneyland, Universal Studios, or go camping in the suburbs. Before Lin Baici could take out his phone to find a designated driver, a uniformed driver who had been waiting nearby approached them. Brother Dao. The partner tugged at Brother Dao's sleeve and pointed at Lin Baici. That kid came out, and it looks like he did not get beaten. No way. Is Chi-heng playing the saint today? The older brother was surprised. Chi-heng's ruthlessness was well known. Do you think it is possible that the young man's background is even bigger than Chi-heng's? The partner guessed. Brother Dao pondered, recalling the calm and indifferent attitude the man had shown when facing them. They found a designated driver and got into the car. It is a Mercedes-AMG. The partner looked into the distance. That car seems to be worth about 2 million. Do not worry about how many millions it is. They are both people we cannot afford to offend. Brother Dao decided that in the future, if he saw anyone dressed like that young man, he would walk the other way. In the car, Ji Xinyan was in low spirits. Lin Baici wanted to comfort her when Lu Changming's call came through. Brother Lin, I am truly sorry. Tomorrow, the city's top leader is suddenly coming to inspect the park. I want to go and ask for some policies and support. So could we sign the contract the day after tomorrow or the day after that? Lu Changming apologized for inspections by such leaders. Lu Changming used to receive notice in advance, but now that his company was on the verge of collapse, he naturally had no such opportunities. But he wanted to give it a try. That is fine. There is no rush to sign the contract. Brother Ming's important matters come first. Thank you. That is all then. I still need to prepare materials overnight. After exchanging a few polite words, the two hung up the phone. Oh, stop being upset. If you really feel bad about it, bring me breakfast for 7 days. Lin Baici rubbed the tea girl's head like he was petting a cat. Forget about bringing food. I will even wash your feet. Ji Xinyan decided that she would never come to a bar again, even if it killed her. That is what you said. Lin Baici was about to tease the tea girl when he suddenly heard the sound of a sports car speeding toward them, followed by the sound of a collision between a car and a human body. Without thinking, he turned sideways and threw himself over the tea girl. The next second, a Ferrari that had lost control slammed into the rear of Lin Baici's AMG from behind. Crash! The glass shattered, pouring into the car like water. Screech! The Mercedes tires screeched against the asphalt, sliding for over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt after slamming into a Volkswagen Tiguan parked on the curb. The scene was filled with a chorus of screams and shrieks. The designated driver in the driver's seat had already passed out, enveloped by the deployed airbag. The car door was mangled, so Lin Baici gathered all his strength and kicked out with his left foot. The door flew off. Lin Baici held Ji Xinyan and quickly got out of the car. Who knew if the Mercedes would catch fire after such a collision? In any case, gasoline was definitely leaking. It was pouring out, and Lin Baici could smell the fumes. "Are you all right?" Lin Baici checked on the girl. Fortunately, she hadn't fainted. Seeing the state of the Mercedes and looking back to see the Ferrari that had plowed through the street, knocking down several pedestrians, Ji Xinyan finally grasped the severity of the situation. "What about you? Are you okay?" Ji Xinyan frantically checked Lin Baici all over with her hands. "Are you bleeding? Go to the side of the road and rest first." Lin Baici ran to the driver's side, where a kind-hearted bystander was already trying to open the door to save the designated driver. But the door was too badly deformed to budge. "Let me." Lin Baici patted the bystander on the shoulder. "You need tools," the bystander warned. Lin Baici took off his jacket, wrapped it around his hands, and then punched the window twice to clear away the remaining glass before grabbing onto the window frame. "Move aside. I told you it wouldn't work." The bystander had barely finished speaking when he saw the car door groan under the young man's pull. Creak, creak. The door visibly deformed under the strain, and then, with a loud bang, it was ripped open. Many onlookers were recording videos, and seeing this scene, they gasped in surprise. He ripped the car door off with his bare hands. What a beast! That is insane. Ji Xinyan watched as Lin Baici pulled the designated driver out and laid him on the ground. Her heart was pounding, and her cheeks felt hot and flushed. In that moment, Lin Baici hadn't tried to save himself. He had immediately thrown himself over her to protect her. This touched Ji Xinyan beyond words, because in the split second of the impact, Lin Baici couldn't have had time to think. It must have been an instinctual reaction to protect her first, which meant that she held a very high place in his heart. The girl was overthinking it. Lin Baici's physical fitness was incredibly robust, not to mention that he wouldn't be injured. Even if he were severely wounded, he still had his trump cards: the Divine Grace Muscle Burning and the Divine Taboo Item Longevity Jar. Even if he were crippled, he could be restored. With such a serious traffic accident, the traffic police and ambulances arrived quickly. The situation was soon clarified. The Ferrari owner was driving under the influence and had been arguing with his girlfriend. Unable to control his temper, he had vented his frustration by flooring the gas pedal, eventually losing control and crashing all the way down the street. "We are so unlucky." Ji Xinyan was speechless. If they had left even a few minutes later, they wouldn't have been hit. Lin Baici, however, wondered if it was the lingering effect of the fortune-turning prayer beads he had used that had brought this bad luck upon him. The investigation results came out quickly. The Ferrari owner was held fully responsible, although Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan didn't appear to have any major injuries. The traffic police advised them to go to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Baici didn't feel the need, but he accompanied Ji Xinyan in the ambulance to the hospital for an examination. By the time they came out, it was already 11 p.m. They definitely couldn't return to campus. Lin Baici called a ride-hailing service to take them to the Hilton Hotel. Staying at a 5-star hotel, isn't that too extravagant? Any place would do. Although Lin Baici wasn't short on money, Ji Xinyan felt the need to persuade him. Otherwise, it would seem like he was being wasteful. "Don't worry about it," Lin Baici comforted her. "If I don't go back to the dorms, should I report it to my counselor?" Ji Xinyan worried. "Don't worry about that either." Lin Baici took full responsibility. "I'll handle it." Zhang Yi was working the night shift today, standing at the front desk feeling bored, not even daring to scroll through her phone. Counting the time. It had been a long while since Lin Baici had come by. Should she send a WeChat message to say hello? Zhang Yi was debating this when she suddenly saw someone walk in. Just as she was about to bow and say hello, she realized it was Lin Baici. Before she could feel happy, she noticed a very beautiful girl following him. "Good evening, Mr. Lin." Zhang Yi didn't dare call Lin Baici by his name, mainly because she didn't know the nature of his relationship with Ji Xinyan. What if Lin Baici didn't want the girl to know he came here often? "Sister Yi, are you on duty today?" Lin Baici exchanged a few pleasantries and asked Zhang Yi to open 2 rooms. "All right, please wait a moment." Hearing that he wanted 2 rooms, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had overthought it. Lin Baici wasn't here to hook up with the girl. Ji Xinyan heard him ask for 2 rooms and glanced at Lin Baici, then clasped her hands behind her back and lowered her head, wondering what she was thinking. Zhang Yi was very efficient. She took the room cards and led Lin Baici and the girl upstairs. "Do you stay here often?" Ji Xinyan could tell that Lin Baici was very familiar with this place, and that receptionist in black silk stockings definitely knew him. Maybe they even had something going on. "I don't stay here often." Lin Baici couldn't be bothered to explain that Jin Yingshan was a VIP here and had booked an executive suite for a year just for him. "It's too late, go get some rest." Lin Baici settled Ji Xinyan in first before heading to his own suite. Zhang Yi followed him in to help adjust the air conditioning temperature. "Do you want to take a bath? I'll go run the water for you." "No need, a shower will do." Lin Baici took off his jacket and sat on the sofa. "Would you like something to drink?" Zhang Yi walked behind Lin Baici and began to massage his temples. Her 10 fingers were gentle. Lin Baici had been running around all day and needed to relax, so he didn't refuse. "Is this pressure okay?" Without realizing it, Zhang Yi leaned forward, pressing her stomach against the back of Lin Baici's head. "My girlfriend is in the next room." Lin Baici teased her on purpose. Zhang Yi's fingers stiffened instantly, and she cast a guilty glance at the door. "You isn't your girlfriend Miss Jin?" Zhang Yi asked nervously. "I'm just teasing you. She's my classmate. We came out to hang out today, but we got into a car accident, got delayed, and couldn't make it back to school." Lin Baici explained. "Oh, a car accident. Is it serious?" Zhang Yi asked, worried. "She's fine, but that Mercedes coupe is done for." After saying this, Lin Baici suddenly felt it was necessary to buy a car as soon as possible. Having his own car was truly convenient. Lin Baici had waited for quite a while to catch a taxi tonight, and the smell inside was truly indescribable. His sense of smell was too sensitive, and he really couldn't stand it. Of course, the most important thing was that his own car would be a private space where he could do whatever he wanted. Zhang Yi exclaimed, "Whose fault was it? And did you have insurance? Such an expensive car. Does it cover the damages?" "I don't know." Lin Baici had never experienced something like this before, but fortunately, he wasn't short on money, so he wasn't in a rush. Watching Lin Baici's nonchalant attitude, Zhang Yi was incredibly envious. Was this the composure of the wealthy? Even when her own little electric scooter got bumped, she would feel heartbroken for a long time. "Baici, do you need someone to keep you company tonight?" Zhang Yi asked, emboldened. She was afraid of missing this opportunity. The next time she saw Lin Baici might be months or even years later. Chapter 557. Is it really okay for you to be a kept man so righteously? Lin Baici, who had been leaning against Zhang's lower abdomen with his eyes closed, enjoying the massage from the receptionist, sat up straight instinctively upon hearing this. "No way. Sister, are you really this bold?" Lin Baici turned his head, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Zhang Yi was taken aback by Lin Baici's overreaction, and then she felt embarrassed, lowering her head. "My." Zhang Yi didn't know how to explain herself. Her heart was now filled with panic and regret. Damn it. Lin Baici wasn't that kind of casual man. She felt like she had said the wrong thing. Is it cold?" Zhang Yi found an excuse and walked over to the table to grab the remote control. "Do you want me to turn it up a few degrees?" Lin Baici looked Zhang Yi over. She wasn't very tall, but she had a nice figure, especially in the hotel's female uniform skirt. Paired with black stockings and small leather shoes, it was quite seductive. Zhang Yi's looks weren't top tier, but if she were at school, she would easily be considered a class beauty. It made sense to be a receptionist at a 5-star hotel. Her appearance would naturally be above average. At the very least, when she smiled, her approachability was maxed out. Zhang Yi held the air conditioning remote, shifting her body uncomfortably. She could sense Lin Baici watching her. It is just a 3,000 yuan takeout meal, but this time, you can get a free meal without spending a dime. No need to worry about being pestered. She has a timid personality and is the type to suffer in silence. Facing you right now, she feels a sense of inferiority. She is in good health. No need to worry about diseases. And she is currently in her safe period. Listening to the gluttonous god's commentary, Lin Baici's mind was buzzing. At most, he had received love letters from female classmates back in middle and high school. He had never experienced a situation where a girl he had barely spoken to was this proactive. Of course, when chatting in the dorm, he had heard Jin Jiayu talk about such things, usually because Zhu Dogwen was curious and kept asking. Jin Jiayu hadn't hidden anything either. If you have money and are also a bit handsome, you will indeed encounter more proactive women. Do you like the money, or do you like me? Lin Baici asked curiously. I like both, logically. She should have coaxed Lin Baici by saying she liked him for who he was. But when the words reached her lips, Zhang Yi still told the truth. She didn't know why, but she felt that if she lied to him, Lin Baici would definitely treat her like a stranger in the future. What if I get you pregnant? Lin Baici looked at Zhang Yi's fearful, panicked, and uneasy expression and suddenly felt like a great demon king. Honestly, he had almost never seen a woman in such a submissive posture. It was quite novel. I'll get an abortion. Zhang Yi didn't dare to say that if he wanted it, she could give birth to it, because she felt she wasn't worthy. Don't you feel aggrieved? Lin Baici pointed to the mineral water on the table, signaling for Zhang Yi to bring it over. Zhang Yi hurried over and even helped Lin Baici unscrew the cap. Do you want me to mix in some hot water? No need. Lin Baici took a sip of water and looked at Zhang Yi. I'm not aggrieved. Zhang Yi braced herself to explain. Damn it. Why does this feel like a social death? Zhang Yi felt her 10 toes curling up in embarrassment, scratching against the soles of her shoes. Her boyfriend had found a wealthy girl and broken up with her. At that time, Zhang Yi had given up on herself. It just so happened that a wealthy man staying in an executive suite came to Haijing on a business trip and proactively added her as a friend, inviting her to dinner. After dinner, things naturally took their course. Afterward, Zhang Yi received a red envelope of 3,000 yuan. Later, every time that man came on a business trip, he would ask Zhang Yi to accompany him, and then he would consistently send a 3,000 yuan red envelope. Gradually, Zhang Yi went from feeling resistant to such things to being indifferent. Other men had hinted at her too, but either she didn't like them, or they were too stingy, so nothing ever came of it. She had never encountered someone with as much attack power as Lin Baici. After all, she wasn't a professional. She only did this when she felt like it and wanted to earn a red envelope on the side. Are you very experienced? Lin Baici opened his phone. I've only done that with my ex-boyfriend and one other guest. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, she suddenly wanted to slap herself. Why did I have to confess honestly? I'm not a criminal. Besides, if she said it like that, he would definitely be disgusted, right? Thinking of the girl who had come along with Lin Baici today, even she herself felt like drooling when she saw her. You are very honest. Lin Baici teased. All right, I am tired and want to rest early. You should go back to work. Zhang Yi looked dejected. Having been rejected, she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. She walked out and closed the door. Zhang Yi did not hear Lin Baici call out to her, which made her heart sink to the bottom. It seemed there would be no chance in the future. Ding dong, her WeChat chimed. Zhang Yi glanced at it listlessly, only to discover it was a transfer notification from Lin Baici. 10,000 yuan. Zhang Yi's spirits were instantly lifted. What does this mean? Zhang Yi stared at the 10,000 yuan, completely confused. Did Lin Baici change his mind and want me to go back in? Ding dong. Lin Jia Daiyugui. I treat you as a friend. I am busy today. I will treat you to a meal another day. Seeing this sentence, Zhang Yi's mood, which had been at rock bottom, felt like it had been on a roller coaster and shot back up to the clouds. So happy, friends. Zhang Yi felt a warmth in her heart, and her favorability toward Lin Baici increased by another 30%. In truth, Zhang Yi had already prepared herself for the possibility that Lin Baici was just a worldly man who would spend money to play a round of poker with her. She had even speculated about his true nature, if he happened to be a deeply hidden pervert. Zhang Yi felt that, given his looks, she would have accepted it. But she hadn't expected Lin Baici to be such a warm-hearted guy. Lin Jia Daiyugui. Accept the red packet and work hard. Then came a goodnight sticker. Zhang Yi sent a goodnight message and clicked to accept. Swish. The sound of 10,000 yuan arriving in her account. It sounded so good. Brother Lin is truly generous. Zhang Yi happily opened her wallet, looked at the extra 10,000 yuan inside, and really wanted to shout toward the executive suite, Brother Lin, I want to be your dog. Zhang Yi sighed, once again feeling envious of Lin Baici's girlfriend. She wondered which girl would be lucky enough to eventually take the top spot. Lin Baici was humming a little tune while taking the shower. He hadn't cared at all about giving Zhang Yi a 10,000 yuan red packet. It was just something he did on a whim. He couldn't help it. His annual salary was just too high. He had no idea how to spend it. Even if he ate and drank to his heart's content every day, how much could he possibly spend? Of course, to say that Lin Baici had no interest in Zhang Yi at all would be hypocritical. After all, Zhang Yi was very obedient, and the submissive, humble way she had answered his questions earlier gave Lin Baici a very fresh feeling. He felt that no matter what request he made, Zhang Yi probably wouldn't refuse, and might even be particularly proactive, ready to unlock new positions. Lin Baici, oh Lin Baici, you must not fall into depravity. You must hold on to your bottom line. Lin Baici muttered to himself. After showering, Lin Baici lay on the bed, pondering what excuse he could use to reasonably give his mother a sum of money so that she wouldn't be suspicious and could enjoy it with peace of mind. It seems I need to discuss this with Gu Qingqiu and have her set me up with a company position, and maybe print out a few pay stubs while I am at it. Asking Jin Yingxin would also work, but the Daoxian conglomerate was a foreign company, and Lin Baici was worried his mother wouldn't trust it and would worry that he was being scammed. Ji Xinyan finished her shower and lay on her bed, playing with her phone absent-mindedly, her gaze frequently darting toward the bedroom door. If the class monitor comes to knock on the door, what should I do? If he tries to get handsy, with my current state of mind, I would definitely half resist and then just give in. After all, he chose to protect me the moment the car accident happened today. But to just give away my first time like this, there is absolutely no sense of ceremony, is there? It doesn't have to be anything grand, but a little bit of romance should be there, right? Ji Xinyan's mind wandered, and when she finally snapped back to reality, she realized it was already past 1 in the morning. What is going on? Why hasn't the class monitor come to knock on the door yet? Oh no. Could it be that he knocked earlier, but I was daydreaming and didn't hear it? Ji Xinyan was stunned. How do I fix this? Then, another half hour passed, and there was still no movement. Ji Xinyan felt agonizingly restless. Lin Baici, are you coming or not? If you don't come, I'm going to sleep. Ji Xinyan threw her phone away, closed her eyes, and pulled the quilt over her head. 10 minutes later, the tea-loving girl sat up abruptly as if she had been resurrected. She grabbed her pillow, threw it onto the bed, and then started punching it repeatedly. Lin Baici, I gave you a chance, but you are useless. He had bought a new house, officially settled down in Haijing, and found a high-paying job. So, he didn't have to worry about being unemployed after graduation. He had a partner he could entrust his life to, a beautiful girl who liked him, and money he couldn't spend for the time being. This life was wonderful. Because of this, Lin Baici slept exceptionally well last night. At 7 o'clock a.m., he got up, went to the gym to work out for a while, took a shower, and then sent a video call to Ji Xinyan, calling her to get up for breakfast. In the second-floor restaurant, didn't you sleep well? Lin Baici took a sip of juice. The tea-loving girl had 2 large dark circles under her eyes and kept yawning. It is all right. Ji Xinyan rolled her eyes at Lin Baici, thinking to herself, you just wait. When we play poker in the future, I will definitely leave you hanging, keeping you in suspense all night long. Are you going back to catch up on sleep later? Lin Baici asked. What about you? What do you plan to do? Ji Xinyan already knew that Lu Changming had something to attend to today and wouldn't be able to sign the contract. I'm going to buy a car. The Mercedes-AMG was smashed into such a state that it was definitely a total loss. Who knew how long it would take to wait for the Ferrari owner to pay up before he could buy a new one? Lin Baici didn't want to wait. If you have class, then forget it. But if you were planning to go back to sleep, why not accompany me? I have never bought a car before and I am worried about falling into a trap. Don't let the fact that T's sister is young fool you. Lin Baici felt certain she must have bought a car before and had experience. Just like when she bought the house yesterday. HMPH, so you finally realize my worth now. Ji Xinyan pursed her lips. When you need me, I'm your sweet darling. When you don't, I'm just Madame Niu. I was so terrified yesterday. And you didn't even send a good night message. You were sleeping right next door to me. Did you really need a message? Lin Baici retorted. Even if we were sleeping in the same bed, I'd still expect a goodnight kiss. Ji Xinyan emphasized. All right, my mistake. What is the point of arguing logic with a girl? Admitting fault is all it takes. Hee hee. Ji Xinyan was satisfied. Peel an egg for me. Lin Baici got to work. Pour me a cup of hot milk. You forgot to add the fruit cereal. Hurry up, I want juice. Half orange juice and half fruit juice mixed together. Ji Xinyan issued her commands. Watching Lin Baici obediently running back and forth to prepare her food, she suddenly felt so happy. If only it could be like this every day. How wonderful would that be? After breakfast, the two checked out. Zhang Yi was supposed to be off her night shift, but to wait for Lin Baici and provide him with service. She had proactively found a colleague to swap shifts with. Once out of the hotel, Ji Xinyan kept looking back. What are you looking at? Lin Baici stood by the roadside, opening his phone to call a ride-hailing car. Where should we go? That receptionist has a crush on you. If you give her a small gift, send a big red envelope, and invite her to dinner tonight, you could have a deep and thorough exchange. Ji Xinyan analyzed. Never mind. I'll call the car. Lin Baici thought to himself. As if I needed you to tell me that. I wouldn't even need to give gifts. After waiting for 7 minutes, the car finally arrived. It was a domestic electric vehicle with a green license plate. What kind of car are you planning to buy? Ji Xinyan guessed that Lin Baici wouldn't buy a sports car, as he wasn't the flashy type. A Mercedes, I suppose. That AMG was the first car Lin Baici had ever come into contact with, and both its exterior and interior were quite beautiful. The driver heard this and couldn't help but size Lin Baici up through the rearview mirror, then glanced at the clothes he was wearing. What a braggart. But if it were him facing such a beautiful girl, he figured he wouldn't be able to hold back from bragging to the high heavens either. Actually, if you're driving it yourself, I suggest you buy a BMW. Have you heard that saying, drive a BMW, ride in a Mercedes? Ji Xinyan was quite knowledgeable about cars. If you want to chase girls, go straight for a Porsche. A Maserati is fine too, though the mechanical quality of those cars is questionable. Of course, for showing off, it's absolutely no problem. Anyone who buys a Maserati has something wrong with their head, the driver chimed in. But let me tell you, just buy an electric car. It's economical and practical. It only costs a few dollars per 100 kilometers. If you switch to a gas car, it'll cost you dozens. You really know your stuff, master. Ji Xinyan chuckled. Lin Baici was buying a luxury car worth over $1 million. Would he care about a few $1,000s in gas money every month? Even if he did, she could afford to support him. The driver clearly didn't catch the sarcasm from T's sister. Being praised by a beauty, his desire to talk immediately surged, and he began to rave about the benefits of electric cars. Ji Xinyan found it annoying and interrupted him several times, but it was useless. Let me tell you, buying a 3/4C is just buying a car badge. It's not practical. You're better off buying an electric car at the same price point. The quality is absolutely no less than a luxury car. The driver spoke eloquently. Seeing that Lin Baici didn't seem to know this, he added an explanation. 3/4C refers to the BMW 3 Series, Mercedes C-Class, and Audi A4L Master. He's planning to buy an AMG. Ji Xinyang couldn't take it anymore. The driver was stunned. That Mercedes coupe. The one that costs over $1 million, yes. Ji Xinyang smiled slightly. The driver's mouth twitched. He really wanted to ask, "Are you pulling my leg? A car worth over $1 million. Is that something an ordinary person can just buy whenever they want?" Lin Baici saw the driver's skepticism, but he didn't feel offended by being looked down upon. He reached out and put his arm around Ji Xinyang. "Master, I don't have money, but my girlfriend does." No, the driver was dumbfounded. Is it really okay for you to be a kept man so righteously? Can't young people today have a little backbone? It's infuriating. Ji's sister also played along, taking the opportunity to kiss Lin Baici on the cheek. "My money is your money. Today, we're going to max out my dad's credit card." The driver's lips twitched again. Ji Xinyang couldn't read lips, but she could roughly guess what the driver had said. It was the 3 words, "shameless couple." Honestly, being with Lin Baici was so much fun. The driver was left in a state of agitation by the two, and he began to worry about his own little girl at home. He decided that when he got home tonight, he would give his daughter a good lecture. If she ever dared to pay for a man, he would break her legs. Oh, right. He should also check her monthly statements to see if she had been spending money on any men. As the driver lost interest in chatting, the car fell silent. Haijing had urban planning, and all the forest dealerships were concentrated in several automotive parks. The auto trade park they were heading to was located 500 meters west of the intersection of the West 3rd Ring Road and Kanghua Road. It covered an area of over 1,000 acres and had a vehicle management office and an auto parts city nearby, making it a one-stop service center. At 9:55 a.m., the car arrived at the east entrance of the auto trade park. The driver lit a cigarette and watched the couple walk inside. "Damn it, I want to be a kept man too." The park was huge. Ji Xinyang opened the map navigation and quickly found the Mercedes for a dealership called Shangxi Jixing. The entire wall was made of glass, polished so brightly that one could see the luxury cars inside. Once inside, the feeling it gave off was simply opulent. The showroom was massive, displaying over a dozen cars. Each one was polished to a shine, the paint reflecting faces so clearly they could serve as mirrors. "It looks pretty high-end." Lin Baici scanned the room. There were about a dozen customers looking at cars. Some were families, others were couples. But there was almost no one there alone. Hello. Standing at the entrance were a man and a woman, both sales staff. They were in uniform, quite attractive, and dressed very professionally. Lin Baici nodded and walked into the showroom, intending to take a look at the cars. Ji Xinyang, however, frowned. According to standard practice, when a customer walks in, a salesperson should approach them, offer a glass of water, and provide a brief introduction. Since that hadn't happened, it meant the staff didn't consider them potential buyers. They couldn't be bothered to provide service. Fine, whatever. Ji Xinyang didn't care about that. The sales staff might not want to serve them, but the manager wouldn't agree with that attitude. Soon, the female salesperson at the door heard the manager's reprimand through her earpiece. She cursed under her breath and came over to find Lin Baici and his companion. "What kind of car are you two looking for?" The saleswoman squeezed out a smile, not even bothering to offer a business card. When the saleswoman heard the name, she felt like rolling her eyes. Great. Another waste of time. They were professionals. The moment a customer walked in from a distance, they had already performed an image analysis. What kind of car did they arrive in? What were they wearing? What kind of bag were they carrying? How was their speech and behavior? This couple was too young. They had arrived on foot. The woman was carrying a Chanel bag, though it was hard to tell if it was real, and the man's outfit, while not poor by student standards, certainly didn't belong to a family that could afford a luxury car. If they were a couple in their 20s who were already working and had the capacity for a loan, they might grit their teeth and buy a Mercedes A-Class. But these two clearly still looked like students. "Are you planning to order a car today?" Deng Xiu asked, hoping to use a bit of sales talk to get rid of these two quickly. "We'll see." Lin Baici saw that there were plenty of cars and wanted to pick out a better one. Deng Xiu wanted to roll her eyes again. Since the other party didn't stop walking, she had no choice but to follow. Soon, she saw a middle-aged man walk in with a young girl. The professional smile she had been wearing vanished instantly. It was likely a father buying a car for his daughter. The probability of closing a deal with such a customer was very high. The sales staff took turns serving customers in order. Deng Xiu felt annoyed. Can't you two walk a little faster? That father and daughter. That sale is going to be mine. Deng Xiu was confident. She was sure she could get that father and daughter to place an order today. Lin Baici stopped in front of an SUV. What is this car called? The black body was massive and looked incredibly imposing, especially the front fascia, which had a powerful impact. It's a gas car, right? The electric models don't look like this. What's the 0 to 100 acceleration? Under 10 seconds. Deng Xiu was extremely impatient. When Ji Xinyan heard the under 10 seconds comment, she felt annoyed and glanced at the saleswoman. Isn't this too dismissive? A professional salesperson couldn't possibly forget such basic data. It was obvious she felt they couldn't afford it and was just brushing them off. Lin Baici walked around the car and came to the driver's side, opening the door. Deng Xiu called out, "What's wrong?" Lin Baici asked, puzzled. "This is an MGLE 53 for a meteor starting at 1.2 million. Deng Xiu smiled, putting extra emphasis on the price. So what? Lin Baici closed the door, giving up on the idea of sitting inside to test it. He wasn't an idiot. The other party suddenly saying that was either a warning not to damage the car or a hint that the car was too expensive and he couldn't afford it. So, he should stop looking. This car doesn't have a high price-to-performance ratio. You could take a look at the Mercedes A-Class. The lowest price is only 200. Deng Xiu didn't care if the couple was happy or not. Even if they struck it rich and could afford this car, that would be decades from now. Can we test drive the Mercedes A-Class? Ji Xinyan interjected. Yes, but you have to pay a 10,000 yuan deposit first, Deng Xiu explained. If my boyfriend doesn't like it after the test drive, can the deposit be refunded? Ji Xinyan actually already guessed the answer. It's non-refundable. You can choose another car. What if we don't like any of the other cars? Then you can go take a look at BMW. Deng Xiu smiled. The deposit is non-refundable. That's just how we do things at Mercedes. Let's go. Lin Baici didn't want to look anymore. This saleswoman had completely ruined his mood for buying a car. Take care, you two. Deng Xiu didn't even walk them out. She went straight to the service desk. Xiu, be careful the boss doesn't chew you out if he sees that. A colleague teased. Even if he chews me out to death. Those two couldn't afford a Mercedes anyway. Deng Xiu scoffed. They probably just wanted a free test drive to show off on their social media. Deng Xiu had seen plenty of young people like that. The service attitude here is really terrible, isn't it? Lin Baici was speechless. Who told you to dress like that? Ji Xinyan teased. So, it's my fault now. Don't take it too hard. There are plenty of people who judge others by their appearance. If they think you aren't a target customer, they naturally won't bother wasting their time and energy. Ji Xinyan comforted him. It's their loss for not earning your money. What do we do now? Lin Baici walked out and stood under the sun. Let's go check out BMW. Ji Xinyan hugged Lin Baici's arm. Or we can just wander on and buy whichever one catches your eye. The BMW 4S dealership was not far from the Mercedes-Benz one, only about 50 meters away. The showroom was equally large, and the decor was just as luxurious. As Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan walked in, a male salesperson in a suit approached them to assist. What kind of car are you two looking for? The male salesperson handed Lin Baici a business card. My name is Tang Ru, just looking around. Lin Baici took the card, glanced at it, and tucked it into his pocket. One moment, please. Tang Ru hurried away and returned with 2 bottles of mineral water. Do you have any specific preferences? For family use? Or for your own driving? Thank you. Lin Baici gestured that he didn't need the water. For my own driving. How about taking a look at the BMW 3 Series? Young people love it. It has a dynamic and stylish exterior, plenty of power, and is equipped with a B48 B20B engine. Tang Ru was very eloquent in his description. This BMW seemed like the dream car for every young person. Lin Baici walked through the showroom. The front grilles of these BMWs looked like 2 large nostrils to him, and he couldn't quite appreciate this design. Noticing Lin Baici's lack of interest, Tang Ru immediately changed his pitch. Would you like to look at an SUV? The X1 is currently being offered with a significant discount. What if we can't even afford an X1? Ji Xinyan interjected. Just because you can't afford it now doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. I believe that in a few years, you two will definitely be successful. Tang Ru laughed, pressed his palms together, and bowed playfully. Please come back to take care of me and buy a car when you can afford it later. Lin Baici walked around but didn't see anything he liked. However, he noticed that T's sister was looking at a certain SUV from time to time. Do you like that car? Lin Baici felt that he might not find a car he liked today, but it was inconvenient to be without one. So, he decided he might as well buy one for T's sister. It's my dream car. Ji Xinyan gave a sweet smile. Good taste. Right, it's alright. Lin Baici nodded. Whack. Ji Xinyan tapped Lin Baici on the arm. You're just being perfunctory. Your disdain is written all over your face. That one is the X5. Tang Ru started to list the specifications, but was interrupted by Ji Xinyan. Thank you, no need, I know. Ji Xinyan pulled Lin Baici along. Let's go. Let's check out another Mercedes-Benz for us dealership. Lin Baici didn't leave. Instead, he walked toward the BMW X5. Shall I buy you one? No way. Once I graduate, my dad will buy me one. Hearing this, Tang Ru thought to himself that she was indeed a wealthy young lady. Graduation is still 3.5 years away. If you call me daddy, I'll buy it for you right now. Lin Baici teased. Daddy. Ji Xinyan called out obediently. You let me call you daddy first. Even if you don't buy the car, that's fine. Tang Ru was stunned, then filled with envy. Judging by the couple's clothing and age, they were likely university students. The girl was wealthy, the boy was poor, but that didn't seem to affect their affection for each other. I believe that after you graduate, you'll be able to buy your girlfriend an X5. Kind words cost nothing, so he might as well say them. Why wait until after graduation? Lin Baici opened the car door and sat inside. I don't know anything about this, Xinyan. You handle the negotiations. I'll handle the payment. No, it's too expensive. Ji Xinyan refused. Haha, do you think this is expensive for me? Lin Baici patted the steering wheel. Ji Xinyan suddenly remembered the balance in Lin Baici's bank account. A man with 100 million sitting in his bank account certainly speaks with confidence. Buy it. I've been running back and forth between school and the house lately, and I'm counting on you to be my driver. Come to think of it, should I buy a car for the counselor as well? Ji Xinyan thought about it and realized he was right. They couldn't just keep taking ride-sharing services every day, could they? It would be too inconvenient if the two of them wanted to do something in the car. Then I won't be polite. Okay, go, Lin Baici urged. Hello, Brother Tang. Could you give us a price quote? Ji Xinyan smiled, a smile that could topple cities. Chapter 558. Lin Baici spends money like water. What? Tang Ru didn't quite react. He looked at Ji Xinyan, then glanced at Lin Baici, who was sitting in the driver's seat. He had been standing right there and had heard the couple's conversation, but he hadn't taken it seriously. It was perfectly normal for a young man to brag in front of a girl he liked and fantasize about the future. But who would have thought that suddenly, this beautiful girl would speak up and say she wanted to buy that X5. My daddy agreed to buy me the car. Ji Xinyan walked toward the nearby lounge area. Tang Ru hurried to follow, then couldn't help but look back at Lin Baici. Of course, he knew that the daddy the girl referred to wasn't the one who gave birth to her, but the young man sitting in the car. That's quite a wild dynamic. But having a girlfriend like that must be very enjoyable. An interesting soul is 1 in a million. Not to mention she also had a beautiful exterior. Brother Tang, give us a price. Ji Xinyan took out her phone and searched automotive forums, intending to check the recent market rates for the X5. Brother Tang, when I buy things, I care most about the experience. You'd better not mention those big gift packages or mandatory insurance policies, otherwise, I'll just go to another dealership. No problem. I'll apply to my boss for the lowest possible discount for you. Once Tang Ru confirmed that this couple was serious about buying the X5, he immediately became excited. Please, have a seat. After saying that, Tang Ru ran to the beverage area, poured 2 glasses of juice, brought one to Lin Baici first, then returned to place the other in front of Ji Xinyan. Our dealership currently has 4 models available. The 2 0-liter xDrive 30 Liam Sport has a base price of $599. Tangroot introduced the cheapest option, and as he spoke, he unobtrusively gauged Ji Xinyan's expression to determine her financial standing. It was not that he looked down on people. For an average family, the ceiling for buying a car was usually a BMW 5 Series or a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. This X5 was a grade higher than that. After adding a few random options, the final on-the-road price would easily head towards $660,000 or $700,000. If a young person were buying it just to show off, that kind of money would already be enough to reach a Porsche Macan. And after all, that car badge carried more prestige. My dad is paying for it, so of course I want to buy the 3.0T version. Ji Xinyan liked high-power engines, otherwise, it would be too slow when overtaking. Happiness was like a tornado, arriving too quickly. Tangroot felt a bit dizzy. The better the car Ji Xinyan bought, the higher his commission would be. He had originally thought they were just a couple wandering in to broaden their horizons, never expecting them to order a car on the spot. Truly wealthy. Back in his college days, Tangroot had also dreamed of owning a car. So when he received Lin Baici and Ji Xinyan, he empathized with them and was not impatient at all. He hadn't expected such an unexpected harvest. Your father is really good to you. Tangroot offered a compliment. Lin Baici sat in the X5 for a few minutes, tested the feel of the steering wheel, and then got out. Wandering around the showroom out of boredom. At the main entrance, 5 people walked in, 2 men and 3 women. A sales consultant greeted them and led them to a corner of the showroom, where a BMW 3 Series was already parked, surrounded by colorful balloons. Lin Baici heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw it was Sumani, one of Jin Jiayui's girlfriends. "What are you doing here?" Sumani asked curiously, looking at cars. "Did you come with Jiayui?" In Sumani's view, it shouldn't be a problem for Lin Baici to buy a car worth a little over 100,000. But a BMW was too expensive, so he must be following Jin Jiayui to gain some experience. Lin Baici looked Sumani over. During that meal the other day, this female student from the Haijing Academy of Drama had actually made him feel hungry. "What about you? What are you here for?" "My classmate bought a 3 Series. We're here to pick it up today, and I'm tagging along to film a car delivery video." Sumani had said a lot of nice things to her classmate to scrape together this opportunity. Her suggestive dance videos hadn't been gaining much traction, and she was wondering if she should pivot her content. It just so happened that she knew her classmate was picking up a car today, so she planned to try out store visiting content. "Then your classmate is quite young and promising," Lin Baici praised. "Hey, just relying on his father, that's all." Sumani curled her lips, her tone filled with disdain. If she had a wealthy father, she could afford a BMW too. "Manny." The young man walked over, staring at Lin Baici with vigilance. "The car delivery ceremony is almost ready." Sumani was indifferent. Whether she filmed the car delivery video or not didn't really matter. But Lin Baici was the famous Lin the Glutton. If she could get on good terms with him, she could directly ride a wave of popularity. "Aren't you going to film the video?" The young man was confused. He knew that Sumani had even gifted her classmate a lipstick for this opportunity. "Yeah, I am," Sumani replied dismissively. How many clicks could a car delivery video get? Especially for just a 3 Series. But if I could get Lin Baici to chant a scripture, wouldn't that start at 1 million views? No, wait. Those 2 videos of Lin Baici had already surpassed 1 billion views across the entire internet. The more she thought about those numbers, the more urgent Sumani felt. She wished she could capture Lin Baici immediately and use him to soar to success. Lin Baici looked at the young man. He didn't need to guess. It was another simp. "Momo is picking up the car. Go help out." Sumani wanted to chase her classmate away, otherwise, it wouldn't be convenient for her to talk to Lin Baici. The simp classmate didn't really want to leave. "Geez, I'm talking to a friend here. Why are you still hanging around?" Sumani's face turned cold. "Manny." Before the simp classmate could finish, Sumani stiffened her face and turned her head away, clearly signaling to him, "I'm angry, and I don't want to talk to you." The simp classmate had no choice but to leave. Not long after he left, Sumani put on a smiling face again. "Baici, Jinjiayi and I are just ordinary friends. She and he Yunjia are the ones who are actually dating. Lin Baici was speechless. His eyes weren't blind. He had seen those two girls fighting for favor while eating at Kufujai that day. I'm a student at the Haijin Academy of Drama. After Jinjiayi found out, he wanted to pursue me, thinking it would be prestigious to take me out. So Manny said this to raise her own value and to emphasize her status as a student at the Academy of Drama. It had to be said that the girls from the Academy of Drama were indeed beautiful. Because they focused on posture and etiquette, they had great temperament. So many men were indeed proud to have a girlfriend from the Academy of Drama. If by any chance the girlfriend appeared in a TV series and became famous, even if they broke up, it would still be a talking point for the guy. If one were to ask which university in all of Haijing had the most luxury cars parked outside, it would undoubtedly be the Academy of Drama. With Zhu Daguan, that big-mouthed guy. Lin Baici had some understanding of the Academy of Drama. He also remembered the group of girls from the Academy of Drama who had died at the Palm Harbor Divine Ruins when school first started. Those girls had all already signed with entertainment companies. Baici, do you want me to introduce some senior or junior students to you? Sumani flattered him. With your conditions, chasing a popular young starlet wouldn't be a problem at all. If you can't chase one, I'll compensate you with myself. As Sumani spoke, she puffed out her chest to film the video. She had dressed up carefully today. A denim skirt with black silk stockings, and a deep V-neck cashmere spring top, intentionally revealing a bit of cleavage. It was a strategy focused on being suggestive. Class monitor. Is this your high school classmate? Sumani heard a female voice. She turned around and saw a girl who was stunningly beautiful. A Chanel bag. Although Sumani had never bought Chanel, she had seen it too many times on Xiaohongshu to mistake it. It was the real deal. She must be a kept woman. She is Jinjiayi's girlfriend, Lin Baici introduced. This is a classmate of mine and Jiayui's, I already told you. I am not Jinjiayi's girlfriend. Sumani continued to clarify. When Ji Xinyan heard this, she scoffed internally. You little bitch. Isn't having Jinjiayi enough? You still want to set your sights on my class monitor? Look at yourself. Are you even on his level? Are you worthy? Hello. Ji Xinyan wore a smile on her face. Jinjiayi has good taste. You are also very pretty. You should have come to the Shanghai Theater Academy. This wasn't just empty flattery, because Ji Xinyan was genuinely beautiful. Even though she had just woken up and couldn't dress up properly because she was staying at the Hilton, she still managed to outshine Sumani. Sumani's four classmates had all walked over. Are you guys here to buy a car too? The sycophantic classmate still had some wits about him. He didn't want Sumani to be alone with Lin Baici, so he found an excuse to call the others over. What kind of car are you planning to buy? The 3 Series is quite good. Our Momo just bought one, and it's the top of the line trim. Actually, for the price of a top trim 3 Series, you could buy a 5 Series. Can't help it. Momo just loves the 3 Series. The students from the Shanghai Theater Academy chattered away. The girl who was the center of attention, with a round face and a bit of baby fat, didn't speak. Instead, she was observing Lin Baici, setting aside whether this guy was handsome or not. His physique was just too well defined. Even through his clothes, one could feel a sense of raw power radiating from him. He wasn't like the boys at the Shanghai Theater Academy, who were pale and delicate, looking more like little lambs than the girls. Hello, Jumomo. Directing major at the Shanghai Theater Academy. The round-faced girl reached out her hand. Lin Baici, Haijing University of Technology. Lin Baici shook her small, chubby hand. Actually, it wasn't too chubby. It just looked quite soft and fleshy. Momo, is your car ready? Sumani was a bit speechless. Jumomo was usually quite aloof. So, why had she taken the initiative to greet Lin Baici? She didn't want others to know that Lin Baici was the Lin the Great Eater from Bilibili. Otherwise, the competition would become too fierce. Almost, Jumomo replied casually. After finishing her greeting with Ji Xinyan, she asked Lin Baici, I'm currently preparing to film a short video. Are you interested in playing a role? Momo. The sycophantic classmate grew anxious. It had been agreed that he would get a role. Sorry, my studies are too busy. Lin Baici politely declined. Ji Xinyan wanted to laugh when she heard that. You busy. You have classes 6 days a week. And you manage to skip 5.5 of them. You can just come and try it out. The short video industry is so hot right now. If you happen to go viral, you'll earn money and gain fame. It would be amazing during your college years. Ju Momo had taken a liking to Lin Baici's appearance. She already had a few scripts popping into her head. I have social anxiety. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Ju Momo tried to persuade him once more, but seeing that Lin Baici had absolutely no interest, she had to give up. Then, can we add each other on social media? Worried that Lin Baici might refuse, Ju Momo added a bargaining chip. My dad knows the general manager of this dealership. If you want to buy a car in the future, I can put in a good word for you and negotiate some discounts. In Ju Momo's eyes, Lin Baici's outfit didn't look like someone who could afford a BMW. Thank you, Lin Baici smiled. He preferred not to owe such favors. Ji Xinyan walked over. Tang Ru, as the sales consultant, naturally followed, but out of politeness. He didn't get too close to avoid interrupting their conversation. He stood a few meters away, and upon hearing their talk, he chimed in at the right moment. Ms. Ji, Mr. Lin, if you happen to know General Manager Zhang, the base price of the car could be even lower, or we could throw in some extra gifts. The 5 students, including Ju Momo, were stunned upon hearing this. So you guys are actually here to buy a car, and you're already at the stage of negotiating the price? The 5 of them were all from the Shanghai Theater Academy and aimed to enter the entertainment industry, so they were quite knowledgeable about fashion and makeup. After sizing up Ji Xinyan, they concluded that this little rich girl was the one buying the car. In fact, that was exactly the case. The sales consultant was currently attending to her. Sumani recalled the meal from 2 days ago, when she had worried that Jin Jiayu wouldn't pay the bill, only to find out that Lin Baici had already settled it. She suddenly realized, could this guy also be a second-generation rich kid? Was he just dressing plainly on purpose to keep a low profile? Actually, it wasn't even that plain. He was wearing branded goods, just not quite at the luxury level. No need. My daddy doesn't lack money. Ji Xinyan knew that Lin Baici wouldn't want to owe someone a favor just to save a few bucks. Even if Lin Baici wanted to save money, she wouldn't agree to it. She would just cover the price difference herself. Lin Baici was taken aback. Ji Xinyan, could you stop being so green tea for a second? Is it really okay to say things like that in front of so many people? It's a good thing they don't know that your daddy has a specific meaning. It's such a blessing to have a rich daddy. The sycophantic classmate sighed with deep emotion. If he had a BMW, chasing Sumani would definitely be much easier. We're the same. We're all relying on our fathers. Ju Momo seemed to be self-deprecating, but in reality, her words were full of pride. Tang Ru glanced at Lin Baici, really wanting to tell everyone present that the daddy Ms. Ji was referring to wasn't the biological father they were thinking of, but the man standing right across from her. Have you guys finished talking? Lin Baici didn't want to chat with Sumani and her group anymore. It was a waste of time. He wanted to finish buying the car and leave as soon as possible. He only has one 3.0T model in stock here, and it's fully loaded with options. If you want to customize one, you'll have to wait for a while. Ji Xinyan had already asked. Also, there's this display car, which has a bigger discount. What do you think? Since it was a car for Ji Xinyan, her opinion naturally had to be considered. I am planning to buy the 3.0T version in black, but I feel some of the configurations are useless. However, if I choose to customize it, I will have to wait for a while. Ji Xinyan was not very happy. She and Lin Baici wanted a car that was available immediately. Tang Ru interjected, it is like this. For city commuting, I think the 2.0T is more than enough. And there are several configurations that are currently in stock. Baici, these for us dealerships have very deep traps. The configurations that car owners want to choose are often unavailable. Some people cannot wait several months to pick up the car, so they end up settling for the ones in stock. Sumani explained to Lin Baici, and these in-stock cars often come with extra configurations, so the price is naturally more expensive. Then let us just get that 3.0T one. Lin Baici understood. Ji Xinyan was just worried about spending too much money. but that would cost an extra 60 or 70,000. And the final on the road price would exceed 800. Because it was the class monitor's money being spent. She felt she should not waste it. Sumeni and the others did not know which car Ji Xinyan was planning to buy. But upon hearing the figure of 800, they were all shocked. A real, wealthy little rich girl. Jumomo's 3 series cost a little over 390, which they already thought was very expensive. But what this little rich girl was about to buy was worth 2 of hers. That is fine. As soon as Lin Baici heard it was still under 1 million, he made a direct decision. Let us go with that one. The sycophant classmate could not help but roll his eyes at Lin Baici upon hearing this. It is not like you are the one paying, making tens of thousands of yuan sound as easy as a few bucks. No, with over 800. We could even buy a Porsche 718. Is the X5 not your dream car? It is, but the problem is, at this price point, it is not worth it. Alright. Let us just do this. Tangru appeared calm. But his little heart was thumping wildly. A big order. It was done. Ji Xinyan did not move. She was still a little conflicted. Alright. The most important thing when buying a car is to be happy. Lin Baici took the opportunity to nudge Ji Xinyan away. Excuse us. We are going to look at the car first. You guys go ahead and get busy. The sycophant classmate wished Lin Baici would hurry up and get lost. Jumomo pursed her lips. She had mentioned adding each other on social media earlier, but the other party had not even taken out his phone. Infuriating. That guy is a bit cold and arrogant. He probably thinks we students at the High Opera are all poor students and looks down on us. TSK. He probably does not know about Momo's connections. There was once a chance for fame placed right in front of that guy. And he did not cherish it. If he wants to find it again in the future, it will be too late. Momo, let us film some short videos and make a guy famous. Then make him regret it to death. Everyone was chattering away, all flattering Jumomo. Sumeni spoke with a sense of shared hatred, but in her heart, she knew that Jumomo probably would not have a chance to slap Lin Baici in the face. Many internet celebrities are just flashes in the pan, but Lin Baici is different. He has real skills. Those 2 scripture chanting videos were proof of that. He has someone to provide for him. So, why would he bother working hard to make money? The sycophant classmate said with envy. No, I heard what they were saying. It seems like Lin Baici is the one paying. And did you not see the attitude that sales consultant had toward him? Jumomo shook her head, recalling the conversation from just a moment ago. That girl said it herself. Her father is buying the car for her. The sycophant classmate corrected her. Sumeni wanted to roll her eyes. My god, so stupid. I have even called Jinjiui daddy before, but thinking about it, did I lose out? After calling him daddy, I got an LV bag. It was over 20,000 at the time. I felt those few daddies were worth it. But compared to Ji Xinyan's, I am jealous. I still think it is expensive. Ji Xinyan sat on the lounge chair, looking at the final price. Her heart ached. Do not dwell on it. Lin Baici sat there drinking juice. Fine, it looks like I will have to call you daddy a few more times in the future. Ji Xinyan leaned against Lin Baici. Tangru busied himself, prepared the contract, and then took a pen and handed it to Lin Baici. Why are you giving this to me? Lin Baici gestured for Tangru to give the pen to Ji Xinyan. Tangru was a bit stunned. Are you for real? A car worth over 800. And you are really just giving it away. He thought Lin Baici was buying the car for Ji Xinyan to drive, but looking at this situation, he was filling in the girl's name directly, giving it to her completely. He wanted to warn Lin Baici not to be impulsive. Once a car is gifted and registered in someone else's name, if they break up later and he wants it back, it will be a huge headache. But the words stopped at his lips, and he held them back. This was none of his business, was it? Besides, if his own girlfriend were as beautiful as Ji Xinyan, he would also be willing to buy her a luxury car. He would not want her to suffer in the wind and rain. My daddy is truly so good to me. Ji Xinyan sighed with emotion. Lin Baici rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. When this sister starts acting, she really does not care about the occasion. You are truly lucky to have a boyfriend who loves you. Tang-ru offered a compliment as he watched Ji Shenyan sign her name. Lin Baici took out his wallet, pulled out his ICBC bank card, and handed it to Tang-ru. "One moment, please." Tang-ru inserted the card into the POS machine and entered the amount. "It is 811,000 yuan in total. No problem. You can enter your PIN now." On the other side, in Ju Momo's little circle, Sumani had been staring at Lin Baici's side the whole time. Seeing him take out his bank card, enter his PIN, and pay, she revealed a "just as I thought" expression. It seems that girl picks the configuration, and Lin Baici pays for it. Ju Momo curled her lip. So, it turns out everyone's daddy is not the same. Fake generosity. No matter what configuration that girl chooses, in the end, the car still belongs to the guy. The sycophant classmate said with disdain. Not necessarily. Another girl said casually. "What do you mean not necessarily? Would you buy an 800,000+ car for someone else?" The sycophant classmate retorted, immediately leaving the other person speechless. Sumani pursed her lips. She suddenly understood that Lin Baici had produced two viral videos across the entire internet. Yet he didn't continue to release works to capitalize on the popularity because he wasn't short on money. He was just doing it for fun. Beep, beep. The bank card deduction notification arrived. Lin Baici took a look. The balance was so large that after spending over 800,000, the string of digits barely changed. "Our delivery team is going to pick up the car now. There is still car washing, cleaning, and preparing the delivery ceremony to be done. So, I must trouble you both to wait a while," Tang-ru explained. "We have prepared a sumptuous lunch for the car owners here. After you finish eating, you can rest in the store, or you can go to other forest dealerships to take a look around. Forget the delivery ceremony. Just hurry up and get the car ready. We are in a rush." Ji Shenyan glanced at her watch. It wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. "Shall we go out for a stroll and come back for lunch later? Whatever." Lin Baici didn't mind. Tang-ru saw the two of them out the front door. When he returned, he saw that stylishly dressed, pretty girl named Sumani approaching. "Hello, I would like to ask, did Lin Baici pay for that girl to buy a car?" "I am sorry. We must protect our customers' privacy." Tang-ru refused to answer. "You wouldn't want Lin Baici's fiancé to come to the store and cause a scene, would you? Tell me the answer, and I promise I won't tell anyone." Sumani was very clever. A threat slipped out of her mouth. Tang-ru's expression changed immediately. "I won't force you. If it is true, just nod. You don't have to say anything." Sumani smiled. And she was still quite beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to make Jin Jiayui, who had been through countless women. Tang-ru nodded, then walked away. Damn it. Sumani felt she had lost out big time. Why was the person she knew Jin Jiayui, and not Lin Baici? Jin Jiayui was not bad either, but he certainly wouldn't be willing to spend so much money on any girlfriend. Most importantly, he had no talent, in the final analysis, besides money. Sumani wanted to be famous even more, but this was something Jin Jiayui could not give her. Sumani had figured out Jin Jiayui's family situation and knew his father was quite wealthy. Lin Baici's family background was likely not as good, but the problem was that Lin Baici had talent, which meant he had a future, right? And he was even more handsome. "Where are we going now?" Lin Baici was not familiar with cars, so naturally, he had no favorite brand. "How about Porsche?" Ji Shenyan commented. "I don't think your temperament matches a Ferrari. And since you are still in college, driving a Porsche is already eye-catching enough. Once you graduate, you can do whatever you want." Lin Baici didn't care. "Wait, you bought a big villa, so you can keep a sports car in the home garage." Ji Shenyan suddenly realized that she couldn't look at Lin Baici through the lens of an ordinary college student. "I don't like sports cars, they are too flashy." Lin Baici didn't have that kind of personality, and to be honest, he preferred the reindeer sleigh he got from Shakira. If it weren't for the fact that he would be treated like a lunatic if he rode it out, he would really want to sit in it every day. Especially after it snowed, it felt even cooler. The two of them talked all the way until they arrived at the Porsche Forest dealership.